Welcome to King Manhwa Recap, your go-to spot for diving deep into the vibrant world of manhwa. Whether you're a seasoned fan or just curious about this thrilling form of comics, you found the right place to get your fix. Join us as we explore inspiring manhwa stories where characters rise from humble beginnings to extraordinary success. From tales of overcoming poverty to achieving wealth and power, our videos highlight the most captivating journeys of personal growth and determination. If you love stories of triumph, resilience, and the path from rags to riches, this is the perfect channel for you. Subscribe now for engaging recaps and stay motivated on your own journey to success. So let's get ready, subscribe, sit back and enjoy.
Hey everyone, a brand new video is here, and we hope you love it. Many of you have been asking for full versions of our stories, and we have some exciting news. Every story you watch on this channel now has a complete uncut version available on our Patreon. By subscribing to us, you not only support the channel, but also get the opportunity to fully immerse yourself in the story and find out how it ended. The first 200 Patreon subscribers will get a discount on subscription and a lot of unique features. And now, enjoy the video.
Tang Tan, when you get to school, you must listen to the teacher, get along well with your classmates, and don't be naughty anymore. On the way to send his baby daughter to school, Chang Xiaosong repeated the words he always reminded every day. I know. I'm not a kid in kindergarten anymore. Why do you still treat me like a kid? Chang Tung Tang waved her hands like a little adult, saying with a little disdain. Yes. Our little fairy Tang Tang is already a big friend in the first grade. Chang Xiaosong looked at his daughter's big eyes that seemed to be able to speak, her beautiful little nose, and her little adult appearance. He couldn't help but stretch out his hand and pinch her chubby little face. Oh, Dad, don't pinch it. If you pinch it again, my face will be deformed. Little Tang Tang finally escaped from the clutches of her father and quickly ran towards the school. At the school gate, a quiet-looking girl touched little Tang Tang's head affectionately and greeted her. That was Lin, the head teacher of Class 1, Grade 1. She was in her 20s and full of youth. She was a nice person and spoke gently. Chang Xiaosong had seen her the day before yesterday when he took Xiao Tang Tang to register. Outside an old residential building, Chang Xiaosong was holding a white plastic bag, looking around like a scout behind enemy lines. After finding nothing unusual, he walked into the corridor. There was no way, he had no money to pay the rent, so he could only do it secretly. A penny can make a hero fall. Stop! Where are you trying to run to? Suddenly there was a loud shout. Chang Xiaosong was startled and turned around. What a narrow road for enemies! Chang Xiaosong smiled. Sister, good morning. I'm going to prepare lunch right now. Why don't we come and eat together later? The landlord, sister, walked over with a sarcastic look on her face. The big gold chain around her neck was shining. Stop talking nonsense. What are you going to eat? Pay the rent first. The landlord, sister, was full of disdain. Well, sister, you see I don't have much money on hand recently. Do you think the rent can be paid in a few days? Chang Xiaosong looked embarrassed. I told you to stop talking nonsense. Aren't you hiding from me? No money? Okay. Move your things out today. How is that possible? Sister, why would I hide from you? I just encountered some difficulties recently. I will definitely give you the money in 2 days. 2 days. Chang Xiaosong is still trying to see if he can pass this level. After all, he finally found a job that does not delay taking care of the children, and he will have an interview this afternoon. If he passes, he can advance a sum of money to solve this urgent problem first. Chaoyang No. 9 Primary School is the first day of school, and there is laughter and joy on the campus. Grade 1 Class 1. Classmates, now we all know each other. We will all be good friends in the future. Let's study hard together, grow up happily, and make more good friends. Okay, teacher. Looking at so many innocent and lovely children in the audience, Lin was in a very happy mood. Which students will help the teacher to get new textbooks? Me. Teacher, I'll go. Me. Teacher, I'll go get new textbooks. The students were all enthusiastic and very active, but there were also a few introverted children who didn't raise their hands. Lin looked at it and silently wrote it down. Wow, the students are so active. Well, then the first group of students will go with the teacher to get the books. The other students can chat with their new friends in the class, and don't run around. The teacher will be back to distribute textbooks soon. Lin deliberately chose the group with 2 children who didn't raise their hands. She planned to communicate with them more. After the teacher left, the classroom was silent for a while, and then the students started to make noise. Where do you live? My home is in the community next to the Lily supermarket. How about you? The students talked and chatted with the new friends they just met. Look, this is what my dad bought me. It's a limited edition little genius watch. This watch can also make calls. Isn't it amazing? At this time, a little boy raised the watch in his hand and exaggeratedly showed off to a little girl who was sitting behind him in a pink skirt and looked very shy. You. The little girl was nervous when she saw someone she didn't know talking to her. She stammered and got stuck. Her face turned red. Curson, it's okay. Ignore him. It's just a broken watch, what's there to show off? Sitting in her seat, Tung Tung was thinking about what delicious food her dad had made for her after school. Seeing that Curson, her good friend and deskmate, was bullied, she immediately refused to stand it. She directly helped to fight back. You. What do you mean by a broken watch? This is what my dad spent a lot of money to buy. You are such a bumpkin, you have never seen the world. Xiaoming was also angry. He didn't even talk to her. She was fighting him for no reason. Who are you calling a bumpkin? I think you are the bumpkin. You have the nerve to show off a broken watch? Tang Tang, who was known as a little devil in kindergarten, had never been treated like this before. He was actually called a bumpkin by others. You. Xiaoming was stunned and didn't know what to say. It seemed like he thought of something. Then my family has a big house. There is a big yard. I planted trees in the yard last year. Wow. So impressive. Wow, you planted trees yourself. Seeing that his classmates were surprised by him, Xiaoming looked at Xiao Tung Tang proudly. How about it? Awesome, bumpkin. Hearing the word bumpkin again, looking at the arrogant and proud look of the little brat in front of him, Xiao Tung Tang was also anxious. He didn't care where his family lived. He just said the best place he had ever heard of. TSK. Yours is nothing. I have a big villa at home. It's much bigger than yours, and there are so many trees next to the yard. Who wants to spend 2 days with you? I won't say anything else. Either take the money or leave. If you don't have money, move out today. Ding. The activation conditions have been met. Boasting cash system has been successfully activated. The host is successfully bound. Host, Chang Xiaosong. Daughter, Ivy Ding. It is detected that my daughter Ivy has successfully boasted once in the 9th primary school. According to the host situation, the host will be automatically matched with rewards. Congratulations to the host for winning a whole villa in Tianlan New Garden. All relevant certificates and contracts, agency company memories, and related personnel memory events. All modifications have been generated. I got a villa? Boasting cash system? Tung bragging? Chang Xiaosong occasionally read novels before he got married. He still knew what the system was. But it suddenly appeared on him, and he still didn't react for a while. What's more, the name is related to his daughter. Seeing Chang Xiaosong standing there in a daze and ignoring her, sister was furious. You poor who can't even pay the rent, and you still ignore me for so long? Hey! What are you in a daze about? Do you have any money? If you don't have money, pay the rent you owe these 2 days and move out today. I don't let poor bastards live here. Oh, by the way, don't forget the water and electricity bills for these 2 days. Chang Xiaosong was still in a daze because of the voice that just appeared in his mind. At this moment, a mature and steady middle-aged man in a black suit came up. Hello, both of you? Is this number 155, Qingnan Community? The mature and steady voice of the man came, but a hint of anxiety could be seen between his eyebrows. Hello. This is number 155, Qingnan Community. I am the owner of this house. What do you want? Sister saw that the man was not an ordinary person by his dress and temperament. She immediately stepped forward and replied attentively. Really? That's great. Do you know Mr. Chang Xiaosong? Is he your relative? You breathed a sigh of relief when he found the place. His expression became respectful. This person might know that person. Maybe they are relatives. He has been working in the sales industry for so many years, and finally climbed to the sales manager of Jindu Garden. But he has not achieved much recently. I don't know how many people are eyeing his position. He must complete this matter beautifully. Consolidate his position. Just an hour ago, a big man took down their Tianlan number 1 villa on the official website. And it was paid in full. You know, number 1 villa is the leading villa of their Tianlan New Garden. It occupies the best and largest position in the entire villa area. Because of its huge investment, the selling price reached more than 60 million. After it was built, it has not been sold because the price was too high. From the manager and boss to him, the gold medal sales manager, it is a heartache. It took a huge amount of money and exhausted all the efforts to build a landmark villa that further improves the grade of their Tianlan New Garden. But it has been rotting in your hands for a long time? Ah, looking for me? Who are you? Chang Xiaosong, who had just come to his senses, heard someone calling his name. Are you Mr. Chang Xiaosong? Upon closer inspection, although the young man in front of him was not conspicuous on the surface and dressed simply, but there was a heroic spirit between his eyebrows and the indifferent temperament he revealed from time to time. You, who has been in the workplace for many years, believes that he still has some ability to judge people. The man in front of him is not an ordinary person at first glance. It is possible that he is the big boss who won the #1 Dragon Head Villa. Hello? Mr. Chang, it's like this. I am the sales manager of the Tianlan New Garden Sales Department in Zhanghai City, and the person responsible for contacting you this time. My name is Yu, this is my business card. Thank you very much for choosing to buy a villa in our Tianlan New Garden. Yu respectfully took out a business card from his bag and handed it over. Wait. That manager, I have nothing to do with him. Don't be fooled by him, he is just a poor guy who can't even pay the rent. How can he possibly afford to buy a house? Or a villa? Does he deserve it? Glancing at the name card, it said, Tianlan New Garden, Sales Manager Yu. Sister felt something was wrong the more she listened. This poor guy wouldn't go out and cheat people and give me this address. She was afraid that this guy would go out and cheat people and get herself into trouble. Chang Xiaosong frowned. The landlady's words were too harsh. You're going too far. What do you mean by don't be fooled by me? How come you don't deserve it? Now he has digested the boasting and cashing system that he just activated. He also knows that this villa is his. If it weren't for the fact that this place is close to his daughter's school, he wouldn't have much money on him. He really didn't want to put up with this outrageous landlady when he had no other choice. Ha! You reacted now. It seemed that the relationship between the lady in front of him and his client was not what he thought. Don't you know what a jerk you are? And you're still stubborn with me? Move out today and live in your big villa. I can't accommodate a big Buddha like you. You can afford a villa? Even a sow can climb a tree. Sister was furious. This person who usually avoids her dared to talk to her like this. Well, hello. Manager, right? I'm Chang Xiaosong. What do you need my cooperation to do next? You'd better try to be quick, I have to pick up my daughter from school later. Chang Xiaosong, who had seen this many times, was too lazy to pay attention to this weirdo. Okay. Although there was another person making trouble next to him, you still believed in his own judgment. He took out the relevant contract documents from his briefcase and handed them to Chang Xiaosong. Mr. Chang, we have always arranged for someone to clean your villa. The furniture and some daily necessities are complete, and you can move in directly at any time. He took the contract handed over by you. Chang Xiaosong didn't look at it carefully, and used the pen he took to sign his name on the contracts one by one. For this system that suddenly appeared, plus the fact that the sales manager of Tianlan Xinyuan just happened to appear, he still believed it. There was no need to worry about being cheated or anything, and he didn't have anything worth others to spoof him like this. Well, is this okay? Yes. After you saw the big man sign like this, the whole person instantly felt much more relaxed. He admired the local tyrant young man in front of him even more, a contract worth tens of millions. He signed his name without even looking at it. The world of rich people is different. Is the task completed? You still felt a little unreal? Well, Mr. Chang, do you need to move now? We can be responsible for helping you with the moving service. After all, you are our VIP customer. You now almost understood that this local tyrant is now experiencing life alone outside, even if their company does not provide any moving services. But for serving this big man, he doesn't believe that anyone dares to say anything. Standing by and watching the two people chatting enthusiastically, the more they talk, the more outrageous they become. No one has paid attention to her landlord, Aunt. Her face has turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and she is shaking with anger. Have you had enough of pretending? I was wondering why anyone would come to find a poor guy like you. A villa? And move in now. Bah! You're dressed like a decent person? Ha! How much did it cost to hire you? In the eyes of the landlady, these two people are just pretending. Listening to the harsh abuse, both of them frowned. Sister, if you keep talking nonsense here, I will be rude to you. He had no good feelings for this sloppy old lady who had been yelling from beginning to end. She really looked down on people. You! What do you want to do? The angry and cold words also frightened the landlord, sister. Who knows whether your manager is real or fake? I don't know him yet. How can he afford a villa? Does this have anything to do with you? Brother, you drove here, right? I don't have much stuff, and I don't need to bother others anymore. I'll go upstairs and pack up and move directly over. After Chang Xiaosong finished speaking, he took out his mobile phone and prepared to transfer the rent and utility bills owed for the past 2 days to the landlord, sister. He was stunned when he opened it and saw the balance. His face flushed. Finally, he put together several bank cards and the balances, and then sent the 500 yuan to the landlord, sister. This operation stunned both of them. You looked at Chang Xiaosong, then at the contract in his hand, and was a little confused. Ha ha. Enough, enough. I'm dying of laughter. You want to buy a villa? The landlord, sister, almost laughed to death. He is now sure that if these two people are not acting, then the manager has been deceived. Chang Xiaosong also knows how outrageous his operation just now is. There is no way. He has been unemployed for a while. He still has to deal with the daily expenses with his daughter every day, and the 500 yuan he can get together is what he usually saves. Looking at Yu's tangled look of wanting to say something but stopping, he still took out his ID card and handed it over. Well, manager, can you see if there is any problem? This, that. Sorry. Even though he knew that this was not good, Yu still couldn't help but take the ID card and took out his mobile phone to compare the employer's information. Hey, what do you think? I said he was a liar. It turned out that they were all the same, no problem. Relieved. But then he became nervous again. Ignoring the landlord next to me who was whining, Mr. Chang, I'm very sorry for my behavior just now. Please don't take it to heart. Yu hurriedly handed back his ID card respectfully. He cursed in his heart. Why was he so blinded by lard? If this fails, he will be almost finished. It's okay, this is also my fault. Let's hurry up. I have to pick up my daughter later. Chang Xiaosong took the ID card back. He didn't care about this matter. Okay. I'll drive the car over now. Let's put the dishes directly in the car to save the trouble of carrying them up and down. Fortunately, this young master has a good temper. If it were some of the previous customers, this matter would definitely fail, and he would have to bear the consequences. Seeing that the employer was not angry, Yu also relaxed a little. He quickly agreed, took the bag from Chang Xiaosong's hand, and went to drive. Seeing the contrast between this self-proclaimed manager, the landlord Jia was also a little nervous. Did he really buy a villa? Impossible? I didn't dare to stop you. He was quite fierce just now. I saw Chang Xiaosong was going upstairs to pack his luggage. She quickly stopped him. Did you really buy a villa? Impossible. Even if you win the lottery, you can't afford it. Chang Xiaosong really didn't want to pay attention to her. After all, a clayman still has a temper. He said mercilessly, whether I buy it or not has nothing to do with you, right? The money has been given to you, get out of the way. TSK, what are you so proud of? You really think you are a big boss? Who knows if your villa is real? The landlord Jia didn't dare to stop him anymore, but she still chattered in a yin and yang tone. Chang Xiaosong didn't want to say anything more. Seeing that she got out of the way, he hurried upstairs to pack his luggage. Otherwise, it would be too late. What should I do when my daughter gets out of school? Chang Xiaosong quickly packed up the room where he had lived for a while. Considering that he had to pick up his daughter in time, and you just said that most of the things there should be ready to move in. He kept some things that he couldn't take with him and didn't plan to take them with him. After all, he is now a villa owner. Oh, Xiaosong. You're really leaving. Sister is joking with you, don't take it seriously. As soon as I opened the door with my bags, I saw the landlord's sister coming up to me with a flattering look on her face. After everyone had left, the landlord's sister took out her cell phone while cursing. What the hell? People who don't know would really think you're a big boss who can afford a villa. I plan to invite my old sisters to play mahjong together. Forever beautiful sisters, the innocent little beauty, sisters, is there anyone playing mahjong? I want to win back what I lost these 2 days today. Forever young, forever beautiful, yes. Sujin has to go back to cook, and she has to pick up her grandson from school later. We're at the old place, 3 people short of 1. Come on. The innocent little beauty, okay. You guys. You played mahjong without asking me. I'll be here right away. But today is also unlucky. I got fooled by a poor guy who can't even pay the rent. I'm a beautiful girl, what's wrong? How can our little beauty be fooled? Is it the handsome boy who lives with your daughter at your place? Nymphomaniac, the innocent little beauty, yes, that's right. It's him. If he wasn't good looking, I wouldn't let a poor guy like him live in here. He said he bought a big villa and he doesn't live here anymore. He acted really well. He even found someone named you, that Tianlana. Yes, that's the one who said he was the manager of Tianlan New Garden and came here to pretend. It really made me laugh to death. He used to be quite honest, but if I had known he was so good at pretending, I would never have let him move in no matter what. Forever young, forever beautiful, really? This guy is too good at pretending. But I have seen that guy before, and he doesn't look like that kind of person. I am a beautiful woman, no way. Are you mistaken? Although I think the villa is a bit too exaggerated, why did that handsome boy come here to pretend? Isn't this just asking for trouble? He will lose his own place if he does this? Landlord's sister didn't know what to say when she saw the sister's opinions. He really came here just to show off? Impossible. Otherwise, how could he really afford the villa? Just as I was about to refute the sister's claims, I saw the group owner, Sister Zhang, who had moved out because of her son's marriage, also came out to post a message. The family should be safe and sound. Group owner at Tianran's Little Beauty Shufen, are you sure that the manager of Tianlan Xingyuan has called you? The innocent little beauty, it's right to listen to what they say. He said his name is you. What's wrong, Sister Zhang? After sending the message, a while passed. I was getting a little impatient waiting. The group leader Sister Zhang finally replied. The family must be safe and sound. Group leader, picture. Take a closer look at that person to see if he looks like this. This was when my son was planning to buy a villa for his wedding, and I also checked out several communities that sell villas. This Tianlan New Garden is really a villa community. But the villas there are too expensive. The cheapest one costs more than 20 million. I heard that the most expensive one costs 60 or 70 million. Anyway, our family can't afford a villa there. And this Tianlan New Garden really has a sales manager named you. When I learned about it, I saw this person's profile on their Tianlan New Garden's official website. It is said that he is quite powerful. At this time, a bunch of lurking spectators in the group also came out. Wow. Really? This is too powerful. Is it true? There are such expensive ones. How much does it cost? Sister, is that the person? Is he gone? Where is he now? I want to come and see. Is it really that awesome? I want to come and see too. Is that still at your doorstep now? And a bunch of at? Landlord's phone kept ringing, and she was at a loss. She was in a daze, let alone replying to messages. In the picture sent by Zhang, it was you who was confident, proud, holding a certificate with the words gold medal sales written on it. Landlord, who didn't believe in evil, picked up her phone and pointed it at you who had just driven over and was waiting for Chang Xiaosong next to the car. It was exactly the same. And it was a Mercedes-Benz, which looked like it would cost at least 400,000 or 500,000. Landlord was stunned. No way. It's really him. He really bought a villa. This is over. People who can spend so much money to buy a villa are not people that ordinary people like him can afford to offend. Landlord became more and more panicked the more she thought about her previous attitude. If it were her, she would have killed others. What if she was retaliated against by then? But she was also a little annoyed. You are obviously a rich second generation, but you still have to come to my place to pretend to be poor and experience life. This has killed yourself. But she really misunderstood Chang Xiaosong. He was really a poor guy with nothing. Who knows about this system? After a while, the landlord's sister finally came to her senses. She rushed upstairs to see if she could save the situation. This is how the previous scene happened. What are you doing? Chang Xiaosong looked at the landlord with a puzzled look. What's wrong with this sister? Did she take the wrong medicine? What's going on? Xiaosong. Sister was wrong before. Sister said too much, don't take it to heart. The landlord's sister looked regretful, as if she had made a big mistake before. Chang Xiaosong still didn't quite react to what was going on. Did this woman change her character? Why did she suddenly start to judge herself? Seeing that Chang Xiaosong didn't reply, the landlord's sister also gave up and didn't care. Xiaosong, it was sister who was wrong before. It was sister who didn't recognize the real man. It was sister who looked down on people. Well, you are so generous. Please forgive sister. As she spoke, the landlord's sister also felt very aggrieved. I didn't know you were so rich, otherwise how could I dare to be like this? Now Chang Xiaosong also understood. This is because she already knows that this villa is hers. I was wondering what was going on. Seeing that the landlord's sister was about to cry in anxiety. Chang Xiaosong, who has been in society for several years, also knows what she is worried about. But this villa was originally given by the system. And this person was really irritating at the time, but he didn't really take it to heart. He didn't intend to care too much about this kind of person. I know, I won't take it to heart, don't worry. Let me move aside, I'm in a hurry to pick up my daughter from school after moving. To the landlord, these words were as clear and pleasant as the sound of nature. In her opinion, the credibility of what rich people say is still very high. Although if it were her, she would not let others go so easily. She is really rich. The pattern is different. Thank you. Well, let me help you carry it down. This can be faster. The landlord, who was relieved, quickly made way for the way, blocking the door after she reacted. She picked up the 2 packages and ran down. Xiaoson, then I'll carry it down first, and call me if you can't carry it all. Fortunately, Chang Xiaoson lived on a low floor, otherwise she might not be able to carry these 2 packed packages down. But she was so tired that she was panting and sweating. But when he saw Chang Xiaoson carrying a bag, and holding a bag and a password box in his left and right hands, Han didn't have time to wipe his hands and hurried over to meet him. Even Yu, who had been waiting for Chang Xiaoson, was not as fast as her. Hey, Xiaoson. Is there anything else up there? How did you carry so much down at once? You can call sister. Looking at the sweaty landlord, Chang Xiaoson was a little helpless. It's okay. Everything up there has been moved. You should wipe your sweat and take a break. Yu, who rushed over, looked at this scene with such a huge contrast between the before and after. It was also numb. But his hands didn't stop. He took the suitcase and put it in the trunk. It's okay. I'm not tired. What's the big deal? Seeing this, the landlord's sister also hurriedly loaded the luggage into the car. When the trunk is full, put it on the back seat. Xiaoson, goodbye. Bring Xiaotangting to visit sister when you have time. Sister will make delicious food for you. Looking at the Mercedes-Benz car that was about to start and drive away, the landlord's sister shouted loudly. Chang Xiaoson touched his forehead and was speechless. Let's go. If we stay any longer, I'm afraid I'll get goosebumps. What's wrong with her? This. You couldn't listen anymore. He stepped on the accelerator and the car sped away as if there was some prehistoric beast behind him. I don't know the specific situation. He should know that the villa is real. No wonder. But this change is really outrageous. Okay. Mr. Chang, we are going directly to villa number 1, right? Yes, let's go directly there. Chang Xiaoson nodded. Try to be a little faster. I can cook breakfast for my daughter and she can eat directly after school. He took out his mobile phone to check the time and frowned again. Mr. Chang really dotes on his daughter. Yu, who had heard about his daughter several times, couldn't help but sigh. Dad! Little Tingtown called out after seeing her dad and flew over directly. Chang Xiaoson quickly caught his baby daughter. He scratched her little nose. He couldn't help teasing. What's wrong? You missed Dad after not seeing him for just one morning? You were like this when you came this morning. Hate you, Dad, you are so bad. Tang Tang won't talk to Dad again. Little Tung Tang blushed and rubbed her dad, blinking her big eyes, pretending to be angry. Ha ha. Dad was wrong. I won't say it anymore. Chang Xiaosong stopped immediately after seeing this. He stopped a taxi. Let's go, Tung Tung, we'll go home first. Dad made delicious food for you. Wow. That's great. Do you have my favorite sweet and sour pork ribs? Tung Tang wants to eat pork ribs today. Hearing that her father made delicious food, little Tung Tung was very happy. She is still young and is very spoiled by her father. She was afraid that it would go bad if she held it in her hands, and she was afraid that it would melt if she held it in her mouth. I don't know if Dad didn't have much money before. No matter what Xiao Tang Tang wants, Chang Xiaoson will try his best to satisfy his precious daughter. Yes. How could I forget you, a little greedy cat? Chang Xiaosong smiled happily. His daughter is happy, so is he. He just found a job today and went for an interview in the afternoon. He was extravagant again in the morning and bought his daughter's favorite ribs. Hello, master. Is it okay to go to Tianlan New Garden? Holding Xiao Tang Tang's hand, Chang Xiaosong approached the open car window and asked, Tianlan New Garden? Which Tianlan New Garden? The driver was a little unresponsive. Isn't Tianlan New Garden a villa area for rich people? The young man with his daughter in front of him doesn't look like he can live there. It's the Tianlan New Garden on Binjiang Road. Is it okay to go? It's okay to go, but... The driver hesitated, with a tangled look on his face. It's okay to go. Tung Tung, let's go, let's get in the car. Chang Xiaosong also knew what the driver was struggling with, but he was not in the mood to answer him. He still had some questions to ask his daughter. After the two got in the car, it started slowly. Hey, Dad, aren't we going home? Where are we going? Little Ting Ting looked at the car strangely and didn't drive back home. And he doesn't usually take a car? It won't take long to walk home. Ting Ting, we've moved to a new house. We're going home now. We'll have a big surprise for little Ting Ting when we get there. Chang Xiaosong smiled like a father, knowing that his daughter would be very happy to see the big villa. Oh, Ting Ting is moving to a new house. I don't want to live there anymore. That landlady is so mean. Long live Dad. Little Ting Ting happily pulled her father's hand and shook it, shouting happily. Oh, by the way, Ting Ting, did you encounter any strange people or things today? For example, did you encounter any old man with a white beard, or did you pick up anything? Since the system is bound to himself and his daughter, Chang Xiaosong wants to know if there is something wrong with his daughter. What? No. I have been in school since my dad sent me to school today. I didn't encounter anything strange. Little Ting Ting looked at her father in confusion, as if wondering why he asked that. Then she seemed to think of something. Dad, I made a good friend today. Oh? Really? Our Ting Ting has a new friend again? Since nothing strange happened to his daughter, Chang Xiaosong was relieved. Yes. Her name is Kirsten. She is a very cute girl who speaks softly. But she doesn't dare to talk to others. Someone wanted to bully her today. Humph. I don't agree to bully my friend, the little witch Ting Ting. Speaking of her little friend, little Ting Ting raised her head proudly. So cute. Oh, is there anyone who will bully others? Are you okay? Chang Xiaosong frowned. Are all children like this now? They start bullying at such a young age? It's okay. I won't suffer any loss. That Xiao Ming is still showing off here. He said he bought a phone watch, lived in a big house, and had such and such trees. So that's it. I was saying it. How could he be bullied when he was so young? Then what? How did it go? Chang Xiaosong was relieved and wanted to know what happened next. Well, then I just said that my family still lives in a big villa. There are so many big trees next to it. He didn't dare to speak. Ha ha. Xiao Tungtang laughed happily while talking. Chang Xiaosong suddenly woke up. He remembered this system called boasting and caching. So that's it. It seems that this system also said that my daughter will get a reward only if she brags successfully at school once. Then doesn't it mean that whatever my daughter brags about will become true? Ding! Warning! The host shall not guide or interfere with my daughter's bragging in any situation. Otherwise, she will not get the reward, and the host will be severely punished. A mechanical and electronic synthesized voice sounded from the system in my mind. So that's it. I said, otherwise I would be invincible. And if there are really no restrictions, he is afraid that he can't help but keep inducing his daughter to brag. I don't know what it will become at that time. Thinking of this, Chang Xiaosong couldn't help but shudder. The car gradually drove to a place with beautiful and noble villas. The car slowly stopped in front of the security booth. Security guard Xiao was puzzled. How did the taxi drive here? You know, the people coming in and out here are either rich or noble. But being a security guard here also requires training, so he hurried forward and asked, "Hello, sir, it is stipulated here that taxis are not allowed to pick up passengers here. You know, people coming in and out here are all driving luxury cars, at least Mercedes-Benz and BMW. In his opinion, this taxi should not be intended to go in." It's the gentleman behind me who wants to go in. The driver pointed to Chang Xiaosong in the back seat in embarrassment. Hello sir. What are you going to do here? We don't allow casual entry and exit. You must have a pass to enter. Or if there is someone you know living there, you need to ask him to call to confirm. It was lunchtime. When Chang Xiaosong and you came before, the security guard in front of them was not on duty. The security guard had never seen Chang Xiaosong. Well, okay. Here is my pass, take a look. Seeing that it was not the security guard he had seen before, Chang Xiaosong took out the pass in his pocket and handed it over. Dad, are we there yet? What is this place? It's so beautiful. Little Ting Ting woke up confusedly and saw the beautiful surroundings. She immediately became energetic. We're here. Are you tired? We'll be home soon and we can have dinner. Chang Xiaosong touched his daughter's head. She took the small card, pass, handed over by Chang Xiaosong. It was the logo of their Tianlan New Garden. And the words Villa Number 1 were engraved on the back. Oh my god. Isn't this the largest and most expensive villa in our Tianlan New Garden? I heard that someone just bought it today. This villa must cost at least tens of millions. It's amazing. Security guard Xiao quickly handed the pass back with both hands and secretly looked at the man sitting in the back row with a little girl. Fortunately, he didn't do anything too excessive. As expected, what Lowly said was right. Some rich people really like to keep a low profile. Excuse me, sir. Please come in. Wow. What is this, Dad? It looks so good. Little Tung Tung quickly took the small card, her face full of curiosity. The pass for Tianlan Xinyuan is also very exquisite, no wonder little Tung Tung likes it. Well, this is equivalent to the key for us to go home in the future, and this key will be given to Tung Tung for safekeeping. Chang Xiaosong gently hugged his daughter back and sat down. Ah, such a great key. Great, Tang Tang likes it very much. But if Daddy gives the key to Tang Tung, how will Daddy go home in the future? Daddy should take it, and Daddy has to come back to cook for Tang Tung. Little Tang Tang played with the small card in her hand, and liked it more and more. Still reluctantly planning to return it to Daddy. Ha ha. Take it if you like it. Daddy still has this one. Chang Xiaosong pinched his baby daughter's little face, and his doting eyes couldn't hide. After saying that, he was afraid that little Tung Tang would not believe it, so he took out another identical card from his pocket. Here. Look, Daddy didn't lie to you. That one belongs to Tang Tang, and this one belongs to Daddy. Chang Xiaosong felt very satisfied talking and chatting with his daughter. His daughter is the source of his happiness and joy. Ah, exactly the same. Great. Now my dad and I both have one. Great. Now Xiao Tang Tang put away the small card given by her father with confidence. Under Chang Xiaosong's guidance, the car stopped in a spacious single-family villa with a large area. The romantic and solemn temperament, the high foyer and the magnificent door, the round arched windows and the stone masonry at the corners, are all elegant and luxurious. Plain and exquisite, it looks natural, relaxed, casual and simple. Combined with the green water platform, swimming pool and corridor in the courtyard, it presents a special rural lifestyle. Wow! Dad, this is our new home, right? After getting off the car and paying the money, Chang Xiaosong took Xiao Tang Tang to the gate. That's right. This will be Tang Tang and Dad's home in the future. How about this big surprise? Do you like it? My little princess? Looking at his daughter's stunned expression, Chang Xiaosong smiled gently. He was like this when he first came. I didn't expect it to be so awesome. It's true that the lives of rich people are different, and they are so rich and inhumane. Our family really has a big villa. Xiao Tang Tang murmured in a low voice. She was just bragging, but she didn't expect that her family really had a big villa. Dad is so awesome. Then she reacted and ran inside happily. I like it. I like it so much. Long live Dad. Hey! Slow down. Watch your feet. Don't fall. Chang Xiaosong hurriedly followed, fearing that his baby daughter would bump into something. Wow! This is so beautiful. After Chang Xiaosong caught up and opened the door, Xiao Tang Tang finally saw the scene in the villa. The floor was paved with black marble, and the crystal pendant lamp was as bright as daylight. Come on, don't stand there. Are you hungry? Let's go to the restaurant to eat. Xiao Tang Tang followed her father to the restaurant, looking left and right, and touching it from time to time. Wow! Look, Dad, this sofa is so big and soft. Wow! Look, Dad, this chandelier is so big and beautiful. Wow! Look, Dad, this staircase is spiral, so cool. Chang Xiaosong smiled and responded beside him. Seeing his daughter so happy, he also smiled like an old father. Come on, Tung Tang, try the sweet and sour pork ribs that Dad made for you. He took Xiao Tung Tang to the dining table. The dining table was really big and long, and it was no problem for more than 10 or 20 people to sit. He didn't care so much and came to a corner of the dining table. He opened the lid on the table, revealing 3 dishes and a soup inside. He served a bowl of rice, picked up the ribs on the table and put them on the rice, and put them in front of Xiao Tung Tang's position. Xiao Tung Tang, who had been busy looking around, finally came back to his senses. He touched his little belly that had already sent a signal, quickly picked up the bowl on the table, picked up the ribs and took a bite. How is it? Chang Xiaosong asked with anticipation. Delicious. I love everything Dad makes. Ha, if you like it, eat more. After you finish, you have to go to your room for a nap. Dad will take you to school in the afternoon. Hearing that she would have to go to her room later, little Tung Tang was also looking forward to it. Even the speed of eating in her mouth increased a lot. Dad, I'm done. Little Tang Tang put down the bowl and chopsticks in her hand. She looked at Chang Xiaosong expectantly. So soon? Are you full? You have to eat enough rice, otherwise you won't grow tall. I'm full, Dad, look at your belly is bulging. Little Tang Tang patted her belly to indicate to her dad that she was really full. Okay. You wait for Dad, Dad will finish eating and clean up and take Tang Tang to the room first. Chang Xiaosong also knew what his daughter was looking forward to, so he ate the rice in the bowl in 2 big mouthfuls. He cleaned up the table. Let's go, my little princess. We are going back to the room. Okay. Back to the room. Chang Xiaosong took his daughter to the 2nd floor and stopped in the 2nd room by the stairs. Tung Tang, open the door and take a look. This will be your room from now on. Do you like it? Xiao Tang Tang slowly pushed open the door, which was not locked. The whole room slowly appeared in her eyes. In the innermost part was a whole row of large transparent glass windows, which perfectly presented the beautiful scenery outside, enough to make people feel relaxed and happy. There was a diamond-shaped chandelier on the roof, shaped like the moon, rocking like a cradle, so beautiful. The top of the wall was blue, and the wall was pink. The atmosphere in the room was completely different from the outside, and it seemed very warm. There were wardrobes, big bathtubs in the bathroom, and so on. Little Ting Ting couldn't take it all in, because she had already seen her big and soft bed. And the cute little bear doll on the bed, that was her favorite doll, given to her by her father on her birthday. Little Ting Ting rushed directly to the big bed that belonged to her. She jumped high, bounced slightly, and threw herself on the bed. She picked up the little bear on the bed and rolled around on the big bed. Wow! Dad, it's so soft and comfortable. Come and try it. It's really comfortable. And my big bear is here too, that's great. Chang Xiaosong also came forward and looked at little Ting Ting with a slight smile. Okay. Take a nap. Otherwise, you won't have the energy to go to class in the afternoon, and Dad still has to wash the dishes in the afternoon. No. Dad, come up and try it together. Little Ting Ting said coquettishly in a baby voice. Okay, then Dad will come over. Hearing his daughter's soft voice, Chang Xiaosong's heart melted. After approaching, he lay down on it, looking at the diamond-shaped chandelier above his head, a little dazed. Dad, I love you. We must be together forever. Hearing his daughter calling him, Chang Xiaosong turned his head quickly. The four looked at each other, looking at his daughter's bright big eyes and delicate face. With a smack, Xiao Tang Tang quickly lay down and covered her face with the teddy bear. I'm going to sleep, Dad, you go wash the dishes. Chang Xiaosong was stunned for a moment and came back to his senses. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly and smiled gently. Dad loves you too. Go to bed early, call Dad if you have anything. He got up and pressed the button to pull down the curtains and closed the door gently. He touched the place on his face that had just been kissed, and there was still a little saliva mark left. His eyes gradually became firm. Dad will protect you forever. No one can you away from me. He looked back and turned downstairs. After washing the dishes and cleaning the table, he returned to his room. Lying on the bed, thinking about what happened today. He was also unbelievable. Then he took out the prepared materials for the interview in the afternoon. He lay on the bed and reviewed them again, increasing the chances of winning the interview that he had prepared for many days in the afternoon. It doesn't mean that you don't have to do anything just because you own a villa. The high property fees of the villa are just a little less stressful than renting a house before. After all, it is a huge pressure to take a taxi every time you go out. You can't put all your treasures on the system, not that he doesn't believe in the system. A villa worth nearly 70 million yuan can be easily registered in his name, and all problems can be solved silently. For example, the memories of relevant personnel and so on are handled perfectly, allowing him to get a huge reward out of thin air so formally. It is enough to prove his magic. But this system is uncontrollable. You can't interfere with it. If his daughter doesn't brag all the time, then won't he have to take his daughter to eat Northwest Wind? It's not that he hadn't thought about selling the villa. When he took Yu's car to the villa and learned that the annual property fee was so huge, he wavered in the idea of reselling it. First, because of the cost, he couldn't afford it. Second, the main reason was that he had to take a taxi every time he went out, and he had to walk a distance to get a taxi. This was troublesome and a waste of money, and it would also delay the child's school time. But when he was about to express this intention to the sales manager Yu, the system came out with a reminder: any property produced by the system cannot be sold under any name. The system insisted that the father and daughter live in this big villa, and he would not deliberately refuse. Since it can't be sold, just enjoy it. So this job is still very important to him. Get up on time and go to your daughter's room. Tang Tung, it's time to get up. Gently patted the little Tang Tang's little hand exposed outside the quilt. Well, Dad? Little Tang Tung opened her sleepy eyes and looked at her father in confusion. What? Did our little princess forget? We have moved to the new house. It's time to get up and go to school now. Chang Xiaosong smiled at his daughter. That's right. We have moved into a big villa now. Dad, I'll get up right away. Let's see what Xiaoming has to say now. Looking around, Xiao Tong Tong, who had come to her senses, shouted happily again. Xiaoming? Is he the little boy who you said bullied your deskmate? Chang Xiaosong frowned. Yes, that's him. He always shows off this and that in front of us. It's so annoying. Let's see what he has to say now. Xiao Tang Tang replied while getting up and putting on her shoes. Well, Tung Tung. We can't compete with each other in class and fight with each other. This is not right. If you hate him, just don't talk to him or pay attention to him. Chang Xiaosong rarely treated his daughter so seriously. He was usually very gentle. Children should not be vain and compete with each other from a young age. This is not okay. Oh, okay, I know, Dad. Xiao Ting Tang rarely saw her father like this, and agreed weakly. Well, be good. Our fairy Tang Tang won't show off everywhere, right? Otherwise, what's the difference between us and Xiaoming in the morning? We will also become people hated by other children. Chang Xiaosong was still worried and reminded her again. Yeah, okay, Dad, I don't want to be a person hated by others. I won't show off everywhere, don't worry. Little Tong Tong, who had already put on her shoes, raised her little fist and said seriously. Well, our Tang Tang is great. He walked up and scratched his daughter's little nose, and helped her tidy up her clothes. Let's go, Tang Tang, Dad will take you to school. When Dad has time on the weekend, I will take you to the amusement park. But before that, you have to be good. Great, we are going to the amusement park. Tang Tang wants to ride the roller coaster and play bumper cars. Long live Dad. Little Tang Tang, holding her father's hand, jumped happily and kept counting the things she was going to play in the amusement park. Chang Xiaosong kept smiling and responding. He took his daughter downstairs and out the door. When they got off the taxi and arrived at the school gate, there were many parents who came to send their children to school. Since today was the first day of school, the school was afraid that the first-grade children might not be able to find the way to their class, so they sent a class teacher to lead the students in their class at the school gate. Lin had been waiting at the school gate early in the morning. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She saw little Ting Ting walking over with a handsome young man with a unique temperament. She couldn't help but take a few more glances. Lin was quite impressed with little Ting Ting. There were only 2 children in her class whose parents were divorced. And she also liked Ting Ting's clever and cute appearance. Ting Ting's father is still so young. He is quite handsome. You can't tell that he is a divorced man with a daughter. I would believe him if he said he was not married yet. I didn't pay attention when I signed up. I was so busy. I almost missed the handsome guy. Hello, teacher. I am Ting Ting's father. I sent my daughter here. Sorry to bother you. Chang Xiaosong brought Ting Ting to their class teacher Lin and greeted her with a smile. Hello, I'm Lin, the head teacher of Class 1, Grade 1. No trouble, what's the trouble, not to mention that Tang Tang is also my student. Lin quickly retracted her gaze and waved her hand. Oh my god. Lin, you are a big beauty in school after all. It's not like you haven't seen handsome guys before. Look at you like a fangirl. You've lost face. But he's really handsome. The more you look at him, the more handsome he is. He has such a good personality and is gentle. I really don't know why they got divorced. Chang Xiaosong looked at Lin, whose face was red and eyes were erratic in front of him, and was a little confused about the situation. Tang Tang, then you can follow teacher. Dad has something to do in the afternoon, so he has to leave first. Be good. Dad will pick you up after school. Okay, Dad, go and get busy. Tang Tang will definitely be good. Bye. Little Tang Tang let go of her father's hand and walked to the side of the head teacher Lin, and shook her father's hand. Well, Tang Tang, you have to wait for the teacher there first. Teacher Go is also there. There are still a few students in the class who haven't arrived yet. Teacher has to wait for them. Lin touched little Tang Tang's head and pointed to an open space next to the campus. A female teacher who was dressed very artistically like a big sister next door, and many children were there. Okay, teacher. Dad, I'll go there first. Kuxian is also there. Little Tang Tang had already discovered that her new good friend Kuxian was also there. She greeted her father and ran over happily. Then teacher, I'll leave first. Tang Tang will trouble you to keep an eye on her. Seeing her daughter running towards a little girl wearing a pink skirt, who looked very shy, she waved her hand gently at her. That should be Kuxian, who is also very cute. Okay, Tung Tang's father. Go and do what you have to do. We will take good care of Tang Tung. Don't worry. Lin also returned to normal and replied politely. After Chang Xiaosong said hello, he looked back in the direction of Xiao Tung Tang and left quickly. He had an important interview, which was related to the father and daughter's meal. He took a taxi, told the driver the address, and the car left the 9th primary school. If he was not in time, he would have waited for the bus. But he still knew what was important. After Lin picked up another child, she looked back and saw that the handsome boy with outstanding temperament had left. She shook her head. Lin, he already has a child. What are you thinking? She put her thoughts back and picked up the children in her class. Everyone was here. Since all the classmates are here, let's go back to class together. Lin walked up to show the way to the classmates. Now everyone is a first-grade student. When you come to school tomorrow, you have to enter the school gate and find your class by yourself. The teacher will not wait for you at the school gate in the future. Now follow the teacher and remember the way. First, we have to go straight along this road after entering the school gate, and then. Lin introduced the buildings and some facilities in the school to everyone while talking. This is our teaching building, and our classroom is here. There is also a big playground over there. We all go there for physical education class. Kuxin, look at me, how handsome am I? Xiaoming, with a proud face, came to the side of the little girl Kuxin, pointing at the new clothes she had put on. Ah, you. The little girl Kursin was still listening to the teacher's introduction. When she heard someone calling her, she turned around. This is what my father brought back from abroad. It's made by a famous designer. It's not like some people. They say they live in a big villa, but their clothes are really tattered. The little boy interrupted Kursin before she finished speaking. His expression was exaggerated and his demeanor was arrogant. He was showing off with a hint of meaning. Although the words were said to the little girl Kursin, the pair of eyes that looked down on others would occasionally glance at another little girl. Who are you saying is wearing tattered clothes? What's tattered about this? Little Tingting pointed at her own clothes. She felt puzzled. Ha! Compared with my clothes, yours is just tattered, isn't it? The little boy looked at her with disdain and pointed at his own designer clothes. Are you crazy? What's so good about showing off a piece of clothing? And your ugly clothes are not as pretty as mine. My clothes are designed and made by my dad himself. Little Tingting was not to be outdone. Although her dad told her not to have conflicts with classmates, she was not afraid of this one coming to her house. And her dad must be very powerful, otherwise how could he afford a big villa? What do you mean ugly or not? This is what my dad brought back from abroad. It was made by a very famous foreign designer. Your dad? Can your dad compare with a famous designer? Xiaoming couldn't hold it in anymore, and his expression became excited. He pointed at his clothes and emphasized it again. Cut, there's a famous designer? What's his name? You don't even know his name and you're still bragging here. Even if he is a famous designer, so what? My dad is the world's top designer. What can you compare with me? You. Okay, we're already in the classroom. Tungting and Xiaoming, stop arguing. Do you two remember how to get to the classroom from the school gate? The two little brats were getting louder and louder as they talked, and Lin noticed it. But he didn't take it seriously, because they were just kids. It was normal. Remember this, teacher. Ding. It has been detected that my daughter Chang Qingsong has successfully boasted once at the 9th primary school. According to the host's situation, the host has been automatically matched with rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability of the world's top fashion designer. At a traffic light at an intersection. Chang Xiaosong was sitting in a taxi looking at the materials he would use for the interview later, and suddenly received a message in his mind. Before he had time to think about it, his whole mind was in a trance and his vision gradually became out of focus. After a short moment, he came back to his senses and felt the memory of the designer's ability in his mind. This time, there is no need for any preparation. Chang Xiaosong touched his forehead, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. But thinking of his little witch, he couldn't help but cover his face. What kind of bragging is my baby daughter? How come she boasted about the ability of a top fashion designer to me? But Dad likes it. The taxi stopped in front of an office building. It's a bargain for them. Sir, we're at the new town building. It's a total of 21 yuan. Thank you. Since we're already here, what else do you want? Scan the code to pay. Get off. Enter the building. Follow the sign to the 12th floor. Hello? Excuse me, is this Chalu Fashion Design Co., Ltd.? I'm here for an interview. Which way should I go? The receptionist's eyes lit up. It's a handsome guy. Hello, sir. Go this way and you'll find the first office on the right. Just knock on the door and go in. The receptionist pointed Chang Xiaosong in a direction. Come in. Chang Xiaosong came to the office and knocked on the door. A cold voice came from inside. Push open the door and go in. What's the matter? Sitting behind a large desk was a beautiful woman with skin as white as snow. She had a very high appearance, but she had a temperament that kept strangers away. Red high heels. Black stockings. With the long legs that were pressed together and slightly tilted to the side. Not bad. Hello, I'm Chang Xiaosong, who submitted my resume and came here for an interview. Oh? Long Binger raised her head slightly and took a look. Then she lowered it again. I've read your resume, and your design is okay. You barely pass. But, do you think the requirements you put forward are reasonable? Look down on me? Nothing is unreasonable. I think I have the ability. Chang Xiaosong answered calmly. If before he had the ability of a world-class designer, his ability to make these requirements was a bit of a stretch. But now it is more than enough. In this industry, it is simply a dimensionality reduction attack, okay? Ability? I can't see it. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Your design drawing? Long Binger put down the pen in her hand and looked up. There was a hint of surprise in her eyes. He looks good. But he is a little ignorant. You can see the ability? If you really can't accept my requirements, then why let me come for an interview? The design drawing is just something I can easily make. Since your company doesn't think highly of me, then I won't stay for long. Now he can make designs of this level easily. Work is a two-way choice. The other party looked down on him, and he also looked down on this company. With his current ability, it is really a waste of talent here. Chang Xiaosong did not plan to stay any longer. People looked down on him, so why was he still here with a shameless face? Wait a minute. Long Binger looked at Chang Xiaosong in astonishment, who was about to open the door and leave. Leaving now? Sure. Very crazy. I just don't know if he really has something. Huh? What's wrong? Chang Xiaosong turned around and frowned. We'll talk about your requirements later. Let me see what you are like first. Take a look at this design and give me some comments. Long Binger stood up and took out a drawing and spread it on the table. Huh? What's wrong with this woman? She looked down on me just now. Forget it, I'm here now. Take a look. No. I don't know where you found this level of design. That's it? It can barely pass the provincial level. But if you take it out, it will be embarrassing. Chang Xiaosong took a look and directly denied it. This design is not even as good as his previous one, let alone his current one. It is simply unbearable to look at. You have a rather high standard. How about you take a look at this one? This time, Long Binger was surprised. This design drawing was not very good. But in her opinion, it was okay. It was not as useless as Chang Xiaosong said. After all, it was designed by a general in his own company. He took out another design drawing from the drawer and motioned Chang Xiaosong to take a look at this one. This one is okay. Apart from anything else, it can be considered average in the world. Chang Xiaosong took a few more glances at it. This design was okay, much better than his previous one. He also gave a fair evaluation. Do you know? This is the masterpiece of the very famous design master Nix. I don't know if it is considered average in the world, but don't you think it's a bit inappropriate for you to say so? Long Binger frowned. What she took out this time was a very famous design work. The work of the very famous Italian master Nix. It was once the champion work in the Asian design competition. Oh, Master Nix? No wonder. Chang Xiaosong had also heard of this master. He was already famous when he was still in college, but this should be the work designed by him in recent years. Otherwise, he would not be unaware of it. Chang Xiaosong was still wondering how this company could have a designer of this level. Now he understood. From what you said, you think you are better than others? Then why don't you tell me what's wrong with them? They can only be considered average? Long Binger was a little angry. The young man in front of her who always spoke to her neither humbly nor arrogantly and looked extraordinary. He was a little too pretentious and grandstanding. Chang Xiaosong didn't care about the other party's angry face. Let her open her eyes, but I don't know if she can understand. There is no big problem with this design itself. It should be made by the master with a lot of thought. It is not impossible to win some awards in some small competitions. But if these places can be handled better, then his work can be raised to a higher level. For example, here. Finally and most importantly, the designer may have seen a lot and his mind is open. But he is constrained and still full of limitations. You must know that the bigger your heart is, the bigger the stage is. create the future and lead the trend of the times. This is the gap between him and the top designers. Long Binger looked at the young man in front of her, who was calm and was talking freely. Her eyes lit up from time to time, and her face was sometimes surprised and sometimes confused. The more she listened, the more shocked she was, especially the last two sentences. How big your heart is, how big your stage is. Create the future, lead the trend of the times. This is the gap between him and the top designers. It made her feel how powerful a truly powerful designer is. It also shocked her mind. She really didn't understand some parts. It gave her a feeling of suddenly understanding and then falling into deeper doubts. Are you telling the truth? After responding to the excitement, Long Binger asked tentatively, "What do you think?" Chang Xiaosong looked at this iceberg beauty with a smile, and her voice was a little bit unchanged. To be honest, I didn't quite understand the concept you said. I can't accurately judge whether you really have this ability. Long Binger also gradually recovered and her voice calmed down. But I have an opportunity to prove you. The World Design Competition held every 5 years. Many well-known designers compete together, and there are also many tycoons as the jury. How about it? Are you interested? Can you get a place in this competition? This time it was Chang Xiaosong's turn to be surprised. He had also heard of this competition. It is considered the highest level competition in the industry, and not everyone can participate in this kind of competition. You don't have to worry about this. Are you going or not? Seeing the surprised expression of the man in front of her, Long Binger couldn't help but feel a little happy. If you can get a place in this competition, then I can agree to all your conditions. Interesting. It's not impossible to participate, but how to distribute the prize money? It's not that Chang Xiaosong cares too much about money. The main thing is that what he lacks most now is money. He also understands the truth that it is absolutely impossible to have no money. There is only a villa. It can't be sold yet. He also plans to buy a car, otherwise it will be too troublesome to pick up his daughter Tang Tang every time. And the prize money for the first place in this kind of competition is generally not low. That's right, he went for the first place. And he is also confident that he can win the first place. Prize money? According to the situation, it is a 50-50 split between you and the company. After all, I didn't get my place casually. Long Binger didn't react for a moment. This man who has always been calm in the face of adversity would still care about this? It's really shocking. That won't work. I need to get the full amount. Let's put it this way, if I get the first place in the competition, then all the prize money belongs to me. If it's not the first place, whether it's the second or third place, as long as it's not the first place, I don't want a cent. Chang Xiaosong frowned and knew that Long Binger would not agree so easily. So he proposed such a solution. With the top designer capabilities of the system, Chang Xiaosong is very confident in this aspect, no worse than anyone else. The first prize money for this kind of competition is at least millions. This is far more than the value of a place. What's more, the first place brings much more benefits to the company than this. Are you sure? Are you so confident? Long Binger was shocked. She didn't expect him to say such a thing. Is he really that powerful? She didn't wait for Chang Xiaosong to answer, because she had already got the answer from Chang Xiaosong's eyes. Okay. If you can really get the first place, all the prize money will belong to you. Then, I will help you sign up now. I won't care about your design, but one thing I want to remind you is that the creation will be closed in 7 days. Control your time yourself, otherwise all the things I said before are nonsense. Okay, I know. Chang Xiaosong didn't take it to heart. For example, 7 days, 3 days is no problem for him. Someone will take you to familiarize yourself with the company later, and she will also take you to your workplace. I will say hello to the finance department, and you can go to advance 1 month's salary at any time. She also saw that this young man should be quite short of money now. Since the decision has been made, Long Binger doesn't care. She will satisfy Chang Xiaosong's condition first. In her opinion, even if this person can't get the first place, he is still a person with some real skills. After leaving Long Binger, he followed a colleague to get familiar with the company. It wasn't long before he sat down at his seat. He was thinking about what kind of work to design for the competition. After all, to get the first place, he still needs to show some real skills. The phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was the call from Lin, the head teacher of Tang Tang. When Lin wrote his phone number on the blackboard when he was taking Tang Tang to register for the new school, Chang Xiaosong also saved the phone number of Tang Tang's head teacher. Hello. Is this Tang Tang's father? Hello, teacher, I'm Tang Tang's father. What's wrong? Did Tung Tang have an accident at school? Chang Xiaosong was no longer calm because it was related to his precious daughter, and asked hurriedly. Tang Tang's father, don't worry. Tung Tang is fine. Chang Xiaosong was also relieved and listened to see what was going on. It's like this. Due to moderate to heavy rain this evening, the school has specially dismissed students early for the safety of the children. I saw that you didn't reply in the class group, so I called to inform you. This. Sorry, I didn't pay attention. Chang Xiaosong quickly checked the weather forecast, and it was really moderate to heavy rain. It's okay. We are just about to finish school, and you still need to pick up the children as soon as possible. Yes. Okay. I'll be there soon. I'd also like to trouble teacher to tell Tang Tang not to run around, just wait for me in the class. No problem, Tang Tang's father, don't worry, I will watch here, and I will wait until all the classmates have left before going back. Thank you so much. After hanging up the phone, Chang Xiaosong planned to go out and take a taxi directly. And thinking that he had almost spent the last money of the day, he rushed to the finance office and sent a message to Long Binger before leaving. Explained. And the 9th primary school here. After Lin confirmed that all parents had been notified, he returned to the class. Students, it's going to rain heavily tonight, so we have to leave school early. The teacher has already notified your parents. Some students' parents have already come, so they can go back first. Students who haven't come yet, please wait in the class for a while, don't run around. The teacher will be here with you too. The children cheered. Parents who got the news in the group in advance also picked up their children one after another. The other children started chatting in the class. Hey, Koxin, when will your mother come to pick you up? The little boy Xiaoming turned his head again. I don't know either. The little girl Koxin said weakly. A day had passed, and Xiaoming would come over to talk from time to time. It wasn't like Koxin was speechless when she saw him now. See? I told you that my little genius phone watch is amazing. My dad just called me and told me. He'll be here to pick me up soon. The little boy Xiaoming pointed to the little genius phone watch on his hand and started to show off again. Hey, that's enough. Why do you always come over here? Didn't teacher just say that he had told our parents? What's so good about you showing off? Little Tingting just couldn't stand this person who always ran in front of them to show off. She didn't know how many times she looked back in a day, and she couldn't stand it anymore. Why are you everywhere? The little boy was also angry. Why did this person always go against him? After a pause, the little boy thought of something again, opened his hands and gestured exaggeratedly. He was extremely proud. Then my dad will drive to pick me up later. It's not an ordinary car. Mercedes-Benz. Do you know Mercedes-Benz? It's that kind of expensive and powerful car. How is it powerful? TSK. That's nothing, my dad drives a more powerful car. It's much more powerful than the one your dad drives. Little Tung Tang looked disdainful. If he didn't know the car, he would have said a super powerful one, which would scare him to death. But dad can afford such a big villa. A car, isn't that easy? Thinking of this, little Tung Tang became confident again. I don't know how many times more powerful it is than your dad's car. Ding! It has been detected that my daughter Chang Qingying successfully boasted once in the 9th primary school. According to the host's situation, the reward has been automatically matched. Congratulations to the host for winning a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. All relevant certificates and contracts, agency company memories, and relevant personnel memory events. All have been modified. This? Rolls-Royce? Why is Tung Tang bragging again? He even got me a luxury car? Chang Xiaosong was a little helpless. What should he say? But he couldn't care less now. Tung Tang was still waiting for him at school. What if the girl got scared when he was late? Oh, that's right. Car. How can I get this car? Will a manager come or something? Chang Xiaosong, who had just received an advance on his salary from the finance department, didn't know what to do. Forget it. Never mind. Let's go pick up Tang Tang first. Hey, brother Xiaosong. Where are you going? There's a courier for you in the office just now. It's on your desk, but it's for urgent delivery in the city. Chang Xiaosong, who was about to leave the company, happened to meet a very talkative colleague he just met. Courier? I didn't buy anything. I haven't even been here before today. It can't be. Chang Xiaosong seemed to have thought of something, and after replying, he ran back to the office in a hurry. Sure enough, I found a small package that was well packed on my desk. When I opened it, it was just as I expected. A bunch of keys and a series of certificates. Tung Tang. Where's your dad? Why hasn't he come to pick you up yet? I'm still waiting to see your dad's super awesome car. At this time, most of the classmates in the class had left one after another. Except for Xiao Tongtong, Xiao Ming, and Kuxian, there were only 3 children left sitting in the class. Why are you in a hurry? Your dad hasn't started to pick you up yet. Xiao Tang was not to be outdone. Anyway, she couldn't lose in aura. Well, you two should stop arguing. Kuxian also gently persuaded the only 2 friends she knew in the class. Kuxian. Mom is here to pick you up. Let's go home. Kuxian's mother also hurried in, and was obviously relieved when she saw her daughter. Kuxian's mom is here. You can go home now. Teacher Lin also walked in from outside and said with a smile, Okay, Mom. And Teacher Tong, you two stop arguing. I'm going home first. Bye. Kuxian said hello and followed her mother back obediently. The remaining classmates also went back one after another. Oh. Why hasn't my dad come yet? Really, I need to make a phone call to ask. The little boy Xiaoming paced back and forth anxiously when he saw that all his classmates had left. Beep. Hello? Dad. Why haven't you come yet? All the classmates in the class have left. As soon as the call was connected, the little boy said hurriedly. Son, I'm sorry. Dad is stuck in traffic here. It's a little late, but it's okay. Dad has already arrived. You can come out directly, Dad will be here soon. After hanging up the phone, the little boy went to find Lin. Teacher, my dad has arrived. I'll go to the school gate to wait for him first. Well. Then Tang Tong, let's go together. It just so happens that your dad called me and he will be here soon. Let's all go to the school gate and wait together. Okay, teacher. Tung Tang didn't have any objection. Dad will definitely come to pick me up. He was a little late, maybe something delayed him. A Mercedes-Benz car stopped in the parking space, and a middle-aged man in his 30s wearing a black suit got out of the car. Hey, Xiaoming, Dad is here to pick you up. Are you waiting anxiously? He hurried to the school gate, picked up the little boy directly, and said with a smile, Hey, Dad, why did you come just now? I'm almost the last one. Really? The little boy started to act like a spoiled child on his father. Ha. Sorry. Dad won't do it next time. Well, teacher. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for helping to take care of Xiaoming. I'll take him back now. While his father was talking to teacher, Xiaoming came to Xiao Tongtong. Pointing at the black Mercedes-Benz, his nose turned up. Look, this is my father's Mercedes-Benz, it's awesome. You still look down on me. You. What are you so arrogant about? My father is also awesome. Little Tang felt a little insecure when she saw the other party's parents coming. Still not convinced? Then where's your father? Why hasn't he come yet? Isn't he scared? The little boy finally got the chance to hold his head high, and this time he was determined to make this little brat who always went against him obedient. You. No way. My dad won't be afraid. Little Tung Tang was also angry. Why hasn't his dad come yet? Tung Tang was bullied. Xiaoming. You. Lin and the little boy's father frowned when they saw this scene. Just as they were about to stop him, they said, Wow, Dad, look. That car is so cool. What kind of car is that? How does it compare to our car? The little boy suddenly saw a car that looked very good, parked not far in front of him. The little boy's words also successfully attracted everyone's attention. Looking at this black SUV, this car can only be described as exaggerated. Xiaoming's father is a car expert. He stared at the Rolls-Royce Cullinan in front of him in amazement. The body color is a gray and black two-color gradient paint. The hood has a marble pattern. The decoration of the carbon fiber kit. It perfectly interprets luxury and uniqueness. Coupled with the double or overlapping car logo. Like an aristocrat in the car, low-key but not losing connotation. That's a Rolls-Royce. Or Cullinan. This is a real boss. Hearing his son compare his family's 5 or 600,000 Mercedes-Benz with the Rolls-Royce that costs at least 6 or 7 million. The middle-aged man couldn't help but feel ashamed. How can you compare this? Dad. Little Tang saw her father getting off the luxurious car like an aristocrat, and hurriedly ran over shouting, Tung Tang, slow down. Chang Xiaosong also hurried over and picked up his baby daughter. He scratched her little nose. What's wrong? My little fairy, do you miss Daddy? Yeah. Dad, Tang misses you so much. Why did you come so late? Little Tong started to act coquettishly on Chang Xiaosong. There was a traffic jam on the road. Sorry, little baby. Chang Xiaosong's heart almost melted. This is his baby daughter. She is his most precious and important person. Okay, I forgive you. Dad, where did you get that handsome car? This is the first time I've seen it. Little Tang Tan was held by her father and pointed at the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Didn't you brag that I have a luxury car? It's all thanks to you. This little guy. Chang Xiaosong was full of black lines. He tidied up the broken hair on Little Ting Ting's forehead. Because we, Little Ting Ting, wanted it, so we have it. Wow. Dad, how did you know? You are so nice. So awesome. Little Ting Ting was very happy. Dad was so nice. Okay, stop making trouble. Let's say hello to teacher and go home. Remember to say thank you to teacher. Dad will make you something delicious. Okay, Dad. Tung Ting knows. Chang Xiaosong walked towards Lin and the little boy and his son with Little Ting Ting in his arms. Hello, teacher. Thank you very much for taking care of Ting Ting. Thank you, teacher. No, you're welcome. Tung Ting will go home with Dad obediently. Lin was flattered and waved her hand quickly. It turns out that Ting Ting's father is so rich. He is handsome and rich, and he speaks so politely and gently. He is so good to his daughter. He is really a diamond bachelor. Chang Xiaosong also noticed the little boy and his father next to him. He patted little Ting Ting. Ting Ting, say goodbye to your classmates and teacher. We are going home. Hey, brother. You're welcome. No need. Well, Xiaoming, let's go back first. The middle-aged man hurriedly took his baby son who was still doubting his life and ran away. Chang Xiaosong was a little confused. Why did they run away when he came here? Dad, let's go back. Goodbye, teacher. Little Ting Ting felt a little guilty. He hurriedly urged Chang Xiaosong. Dad said that we should get along well with our classmates and not compare with each other. Then Ting Ting, bye, see you tomorrow. Lin also covered her mouth and chuckled. This child is so cute. And Ting Ting's father is so cute too. After saying hello, Chang Xiaosong hugged Little Ting Ting and got in the car. Fasten the seat belt. Ting Ting, what happened to that little kid just now? In the car, Chang Xiaosong asked Little Ting Ting in the passenger seat. It's okay. Dad is just like that. Little Ting Ting's face turned slightly red, feeling a little guilty. Ting Ting is not well behaved. Children should not lie. Oh, I knew I couldn't escape Dad's sharp eyes. I told you. Little Ting Ting knew that she couldn't hide it anymore. So she told Chang Xiaosong that the little boy started to say that his family had a Mercedes-Benz. These two little brats are really worrying. No wonder the little boy was so upset just now. Ting Ting, don't do this again next time. We are all classmates, get along well. After hearing this, Chang Xiaosong also smiled. He didn't have any emotions because of the fight between these two little brats. Think about it in another way, you should thank this little boy. I just felt it was inconvenient and wanted to buy a car after making money. Now it's delivered to my door. Okay, I know, Dad. I won't do it next time. Little Ting Ting also agreed weakly. Xiaoming got in his father's car. It's very strange. I used to think that my Mercedes-Benz was very high-end. Today I always feel that it is too tacky. Dad, is our car more expensive, or is Tang Tang's father's car more expensive? Alas, Tang Tang's father's car is called a Rolls-Royce. The money we spend on one car is not as much as the four wheels of his car. What? It was like a bolt from the blue. Xiaoming was immediately dejected. The car drove to the gate of the community. Security guard Xiao was also amazed. He worked in Tianlan Xinyuan, a place where rich people gathered, and he had seen many luxury cars. He still recognized the Rolls-Royce in front of him. It is the only full-size SUV of Rolls-Royce. Even with the lowest configuration, the bear car costs more than 6 million yuan, and if it is the top configuration, it can reach more than 9 million yuan. Security guard Xiao has received professional training, so he is ready to ask about this car he saw for the first time. The security guard came over, and Chang Xiaosong also lowered the window in advance. Uncle, look, this is our pass. Little Ting Ting held up the pass in her hand in a childish tone. She had agreed with her father that she would come this time. Hello, little friend. Okay, please come in. Isn't this the big guy who came in a taxi at noon? The one who bought Villa number 1. This is his own car. Wow, awesome. And this little friend is so cute. Security guard Xiao also waved to this cute little friend. He didn't take the pass from her hand. He just knew that the two people in front of him were the owners of his place. Goodbye, security uncle. Chang Xiaosong also smiled and nodded to security guard Xiao. Then he drove in. So polite. Much better than some rich ladies. Security guard Xiao was also very moved. Really? Really rich people have a vision. Even their children are taught to be so polite. Wow! Dad, there is such a big parking lot under our house? Little Tingting looked at Chang Xiaosong in surprise. Chang Xiaosong parked the car, turned sideways, pinched his little face, and unbuckled little Tingting's seatbelt. Yes, this is our little Princess Tingting's big castle. Let's go back soon. Are you hungry? Dad will go to cook. Chang Xiaosong got out of the car and took little Tingting's hand to leave the underground parking lot. Tingting, you watch TV in the living room for a while. Dad will call you when the food is ready. Chang Xiaosong took his daughter's hand and walked into the villa, patting little Tingting's hand. Okay, Dad, I want to see Sister Xiaolan. Little Tingting felt very novel when she entered her new home for the second time. Look left and right. Everything she saw was reflected in her bright big eyes. Little Tingting sat on the big sofa, swinging her two short legs, watching her father turn on the TV and play Balala the Fairies. Tong Tong, be good here. Daddy is in the kitchen. Call Daddy if you have anything. Hey! Tong Tong? What's wrong? Wait a little longer. Daddy will be ready soon. Chang Xiaosong was making the last dish, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. He saw that little Tang Tang had come to the kitchen door and was staring at him blankly. Dad, Tang Tang will wait for you here. I want to see Daddy. Little Tang Tang blinked her big watery eyes. What? Sister Xiaolan is not pretty? Isn't our little Tang Tang going to be a fairy like her? Chang Xiaosong smiled and joked with little Tang Tang, but his hands didn't stop. Sister Xiaolan is not as pretty as Daddy. Tang Tang is going to be Daddy's little fairy. Little Tang Tang looked at Chang Xiaosong seriously like a little adult. This girl. Okay. Our Tang Tang will always be Daddy's little fairy. Chang Xiaosong was also warm in his heart. Come on, Tang Tang, wash your hands and go out to eat. Chang Xiaosong cooked the dishes and cleaned up. He called little Tang Tang to come over and wash her hands. Come on, Dad. Chang Xiaosong washed his daughter's hands carefully, and then took out a towel to wipe her. Okay, let's go. It's time to eat. Chang Xiaosong walked out of the kitchen with dishes, followed by little Tong Tong. You must be hungry. Come and eat. Chang Xiaosong prepared the meal and placed it in front of little Tong Tong. It was raining heavily outside, and the trees next to the villa were swaying in the wind. The villa was brightly lit, and the father and daughter sat on the sofa watching TV together. The huge villa had an indescribable warmth. Dad, Sister Xiaolan has transformed. So beautiful. Good. Our Tang Tang will be beautiful when she grows up. Dad, this little black magic fairy doesn't seem to be bad. It's also quite pitiful. Chang Xiaosong took little Tang Tang to watch Balala the Fairies. From time to time, little Tang Tang pointed at the TV and talked to her father, dancing and waving her hands, very happy. Chang Xiaosong would not feel bored. The smile on little Tang Tang's face and the happy voice were enough to make him satisfied and happy. After watching 2 episodes, little Tang Tang was a little tired. Tang Tang, are you tired? Let's go back to the room, take a shower and go to bed. We have to go to school tomorrow. Chang Xiaosong took Xiao Tang Tang back to the room, filled the hot water for Xiao Tang Tang, and only filled the large bathtub halfway for her. He waited for Xiao Tang Tang to finish her bath in the room, and sat beside her and talked to her. After confirming that Xiao Tang Tang had fallen asleep, he got up, turned off the weak light that was left, and closed the door. He went back to the room, took a shower, and lay on the bed. Looking at the heavy rain outside the window, he couldn't help but frown. Boom! Boom! Rumble! A loud thunder and a flash of lightning lit up the room where the lights had been turned off for a moment. Tong Tong! Chang Xiaosong got up quickly and ran to his daughter's room next door. He gently pushed the door open. Xiao Tang Tang had already sat up, holding the teddy bear in his hand. He stared blankly at the door of the room that had just been opened. The bright big eyes reflected Chang Xiaosong's figure getting closer and closer. He whispered, Dad. It's okay, Tong Tong. Dad is here. It's okay. Chang Xiaosong approached and picked up Xiao Tang Tang. Patting little Tingting's back gently, he felt so distressed. He secretly cursed himself for being so careless. He knew it was going to rain heavily tonight, but he still left Tingting alone in the room. Dad, do you think Tingting is annoying? Why don't you want Tingting? Tingting looked at Chang Xiaosong with her shiny eyes, and whispered softly, Tung Tung. Chang Xiaosong hesitated to speak, and saw the little Tingting like this. His heart was about to break. This child usually doesn't say it, but in fact, he is very sensitive in his heart. Dad, you will definitely not want Tingting, right? Little Tingting dug into Chang Xiaosong's arms. How could that be? Ting Ting is the cutest and most obedient child in Dad's eyes. No matter what, Dad will not want Ting Ting. Ting Ting is Dad's little angel. Chang Xiaosong was extremely determined. He hugged his most precious baby in his hand a little tighter. Okay. Dad is always here? Dad will accompany Ting Ting to sleep today. Little Ting Ting lay on Chang Xiaosong and hummed softly. Chang Xiaosong gently put Xiao Tung Tang on the bed, covered her with the quilt. He walked to the other end and lay down, gently patting Xiao Tang Tang's hand. Go to sleep, Daddy is next to you. He won't leave, don't worry. Xiao Tung Tang, who had been tired for a long time, gradually fell asleep. Whenever thunder sounded, Chang Xiaosong would pat Xiao Tung Tang's little hand. It was as if he was telling her, don't be afraid, Daddy is here. Xiao Tang Tang is very afraid of thunder. In the past, Chang Xiaosong would accompany her like this every time it rained and thundered. Early the next morning, Chang Xiaosong opened his eyes on time. He had developed his own biological clock as he was raising a child alone. Looking at Xiao Tung Tang, who was sleeping soundly beside him, he smiled gently. He gently opened Xiao Tang Tang's little hand that was holding his hand. He slowly got up, fearing that he would wake up his baby daughter. He covered Xiao Tang Tang with the quilt that had been kicked off, and then went out. He went back to his room to wash and change clothes. After packing up, he planned to call Tang Tang to get up. Because we just moved here yesterday, we haven't prepared food to put in the refrigerator yet. I came to Xiao Tang Tang's room and opened the door. Tang Tang, wake up, it's time to get up. Chang Xiaosong gently patted little Tang Tang's arm. Ha? Dad? Little Tang Tang slowly opened her hazy eyes. Little lazy girl. Go wash up quickly, Dad will help you clean up. We'll go out for breakfast later. Chang Xiaosong also tapped little Tang Tang's forehead with a smile. Oh, Dad, you are so bad. Ha ha. Tang Tang, remember what your dad told you. Chang Xiaosong took little Tang Tang to a steamed bun shop for breakfast. It didn't go wrong, but it also caused a lot of shock. Got it, Dad. Don't be too vain. We have to be low-key. We have to get along well with our classmates. Otherwise, no children will want to play with Tang Tang. Little Tang Tang repeated obediently. Yeah. So good. Chang Xiaosong parked the car about 100 meters away from the school. Carrying his school bag, he held little Tang Tang's hand and walked towards the school. It's not that he didn't want to drive directly to the school gate. The main thing is that there are many people over there, and there will be a lot of gossip. It's not good for Tang Tang in school. Otherwise, who would be willing to walk such a long distance in vain? He is not stupid. Tang Tang, do you know how to get to the classroom? Chang Xiaosong also learned from the parent group that the children will go to the classroom by themselves today. He is still a little worried. Oh, don't worry, Dad. This is not easy. Little Tang Tang raised his head proudly. Haha, okay. You are really our Tang Tang. Chang Xiaosong couldn't help laughing, so cute. After arriving at the school gate, Dad, go and do your work. I'm going in. Little Tang Tang let go of her father's hand and took her school bag. Okay. Dad will pick you up after school. Bye. Little Tang Tang jumped happily into the school gate. From time to time, she would look back and say hello to her father. Chang Xiaosong smiled and watched little Tang Tang gradually walk away before leaving. Hey, Xiaoming. Good morning. In front of the teaching building, little Tang Tang saw Xiaoming, who was walking silently with his head down and carrying his school bag. Did you see it yesterday? I told you that my dad is awesome. Little Tang Tang walked forward happily. You. What's so great about you? I'm not afraid of you. What you fear will come true. Xiaoming raised his head and said loudly, then ran away. Hey, what are you doing? Little Tang Tang didn't react a little. What's wrong with this guy? I didn't do anything. Ah. Little Ting Ting seemed to have thought of something. Daddy told me to keep a low profile, otherwise there would be no kids to play with me. I was so happy just now that I couldn't help myself. But he was really something. Didn't he come here to show off every day before? Little Ting Ting returned to the classroom and sat down to greet her good friend. Kirsten, good morning. Yeah. Good morning, Tang Tang. Then you guys should be okay yesterday, right? The little girl Kirsten also waved, and looked at Xiaoming in front of her and asked in a low voice. This Xiaoming usually came over to talk after class. Why didn't he respond to me when I greeted him today? Something's wrong. Ah. It's okay. But I was the last one to go back yesterday. Little Ting Ting put down her school bag and sat down. She looked at Xiaoming in front of her, who was obviously a little noisy when Kirsten asked questions. She still chose to perfunctorily pass it over. Daddy said to keep a low profile and get along well with classmates. Oh, I'm glad you're okay. But you were the last one to go back. That's amazing. Kurson said in a low voice, giving a thumbs up. After sending his daughter to school, Chang Xiaosong went shopping at the mall. Now that he had money, he just waved his hand and filled the entire SUV. Of course, his car was the focus wherever he went. It was already 9:30 when he drove back to the villa. He didn't plan to go to the company this morning. Anyway, his task in these 7 days was to design a work to participate in the competition. It was not difficult for him. It didn't matter whether he went to the company or not. Passing by the gate of the community, he went in directly this time. The only Rolls-Royce Cullinan in the community was the car of the owner of Villa Number 1. This had long been spread in the small circle of Tianlan Xinyuan security guards. After the car drove to the villa, Chang Xiaosong sorted out the large number of things he bought from the shopping spree. Food, drinks, and daily necessities. It was almost 10 o'clock when he was done. 9th Primary School. Grade 1, Class 1. Do you know? I heard that we don't have to go back at noon in the future. During the break, a little boy in the class ran in from outside the classroom. Really? Why? How come I don't know? Humph. I finally found out about this. It's impossible for you to know. The little boy also said arrogantly. Tung Tung, do you think this is true? What are we going to eat for lunch? Koexian also heard what the little boy said and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Turning around and talking to little Ting Tung softly. Koexian, it's okay. I'll ask him for you. Without waiting for little Ting Ting to reply, Xiaoming said hurriedly. After Xiaoming finished speaking, he stood up and planned to ask the little boy. Little Ting Ting was also a little helpless. This guy. After recovering, he is like this. He doesn't talk to himself, but as long as Koexian talks, he runs over to take over. Ting Tung. Are you two really okay? Koexian scratched his head, and after struggling for a whole morning, he couldn't help it. Well, it's nothing serious. Maybe it just hit him. What are you talking about? What do you mean by hit me? I won't give up so easily. Xiaoming, who had just heard the news, happened to hear Xiao Tang Tang's words. Koexian, he said he happened to hear it next to teacher's office. If we eat at that time, there is a small canteen in the school, or we can bring our own lunchboxes from home. After glaring at Xiao Tang Tang, he turned around and shared the news he had just heard with Koexian. Is that so? That's not bad. I can ask my mother to make a delicious lunchbox for me. I can also share it with you when the time comes. Koexian also smiled happily. She can eat with her good friends. Let them taste their mother's cooking skills. Okay, my father's cooking is also delicious. Especially the sweet and sour pork ribs are super delicious. I can also let you try it when the time comes. Xiao Tang Tang is also willing to share the food made by her father with her good friends. Humph. That's nothing. My mom learned from the chefs in big hotels. She's much better than your dad. Xiaoming finally found his chance. He had to win back the game. He was still very confident in his mom's cooking skills. Sweet and sour spare ribs. My mother can make Buddha jumps over the wall. Do you know what Buddha jumps over the wall is? It's a very delicious dish. Xiaoming was very proud now. He had been holding it back for a long time. His nose was too high, and his eyes were slightly tilted downwards as he looked at Xiao Tingting with disdain. You! What the hell is Buddha jumps over the wall? You've never heard of it, who knows if you made it up? Xiao Tingting was angry. She didn't want to argue with him. Dad said to get along well with classmates and not to compare with each other. But how could he say that the sweet and sour spare ribs made by his father were not delicious? You just learned from the chefs of big restaurants and you have the nerve to compare them. My dad is very good. He is much better than those big chefs. He is the god of cooking, you know? Humph. What my dad made was super delicious. It should be. Not much different from the god of cooking. You are bragging. I don't believe it. My mother's cooking is the best. Xiaoming shouted loudly. He didn't believe it, her dad could cook so well? Ding! It has been detected that my daughter Chang Qingying has successfully boasted once at the 9th primary school. According to the host's situation, the host will be automatically matched with rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the cooking skills of the chef god level. Adjustments are being made to the host's relevant body parts. Ding! The host's taste, smell, hearing, and vision have been successfully transformed. Chang Xiaosong hadn't reacted yet, and his whole brain began to buzz. About 10 minutes later, he gradually came back to his senses. No way! Here it comes again! Tung Tung, you girl, you have boasted several times in less than 2 days. And what the hell is this? Cooking skills at the level of a chef god? Can this thing also be used to brag? After complaining for a while, Chang Xiaosong gradually discovered the magic of this skill. The so-called chef god is not just as simple as cooking delicious food. For example, now he is recalling the subtle reactions of Xiao Tangtang when eating each different dish. You can summarize Xiao Tangtang's favorite taste. Now he can even analyze other people's preferences for various dishes from their living habits and various small movements. He has reached the top of the world in this field. In other words, there is no one in the world who is better at cooking than him. No one can compare with him in terms of selecting materials, processing ingredients, knife skills, controlling the heat, and other aspects related to chefs. Chang Xiaosong didn't know how much faster he was when cooking. Just make these home-cooked dishes, really. He doesn't even have to use his brain. After preparing lunch, he looked at the time. It was half an hour earlier than usual. He was planning to leave and go directly to school. My daughter is the most important. Otherwise, if there is a traffic jam or something and he is late, it will not be good for Tang Tang to wait there alone. The phone rang. A string of unfamiliar numbers. Chang Xiaosong frowned, hesitated, and pressed the answer button. Hello? Hello? Is this Xiaosong? A hearty voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, I'm Chang Xiaosong. Who are you? Chang Xiaosong sounded a little familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a while. No way. Chang Xiaosong, you even forgot about me. The relationship has really faded. It has faded. The voice on the other end of the phone said with a hint of surprise and a rascally tone. You are. How long? Chang Xiaosong remembered that this was not the voice of his best friend, brother and roommate in college. Yes, it's me. You still have some conscience. Well, I haven't seen you for a few years, so I didn't recognize you. How is it? Is everything okay? Thinking of this brother, Chang Xiaosong also missed him very much. I am. Okay. Not good or bad, but it is far from the goal we set in school. Shang Haolong turned his head to look at the busy world downstairs, and his voice became deeper. Dad, you say. You should be considered very good at cooking. At the dining table, Xiao Tangtang looked at the busy Chang Xiaosong. After struggling for a long time, he still asked. Our little princess Tangtang will know. After trying it, Chang Xiaosong had long seen that his daughter had something to say, and smiled heartily. Serve the already cooked dishes on the table. Come on, my little princess. Have a taste. Little Tingting looked at the 4 dishes and 1 soup that were fresh, tender, and fragrant. Just looking at them made her mouth water. Wow! Dad, it looks even better today. She picked up a piece of her favorite sweet and sour pork ribs with anticipation. It was oily but not greasy, sweet and crispy. Dad, eat well. Before she finished eating, she quickly stuffed another piece into her mouth. She was so busy that she couldn't even speak clearly. Slow down. Slow down. No one is competing with you. Chang Xiaosong quickly poured a glass of water and patted little Tingting's back to help her smooth it out. He also knew how delicious he made it. It's not surprising that little Tingting had this reaction. Wow. Dad, it's so delicious. It's much more delicious than before. Little Tingting drank a sip of the water handed over by Chang Xiaosong and looked at Chang Xiaosong excitedly. Ha ha. It's all thanks to our Tingting. Chang Xiaosong took a tissue and wiped the corner of little Tingting's mouth, smiling and joking. My credit? Little Tingting didn't think too much, and his attention was completely attracted by the delicious food on the table. Dad, I'm full. If I eat more, my stomach will explode. Little Tingting reluctantly put down the bowl and chopsticks and touched his belly. It's really delicious. Dad is so nice. Ha ha. It's okay as long as you are full. Dad will make delicious food for you every day. Chang Xiaosong looked at little Tingting's slightly bulging belly and got up to clean up the bowl and chopsticks. Tang Tang, walk around to digest it. You can't go to bed directly after eating too much. Okay, Dad. Chang Xiaosong washed the bowl and chopsticks and cleaned up. Looking at little Tingting who had been following him, he was hesitant to speak. Tang Tang, what's wrong? Is there anything else? Talk to Dad. Dad, can you make a better dish? Little Tingting looked embarrassed. Dad has to cook for Tingting, pick her up from school, and make money every day. It should be very tiring, or just forget it. Didn't our Tang Tang have eaten enough? What happened? Chang Xiaosong was also confused, no matter how delicious the dishes he cooked were. Now little Tang Tang couldn't eat anymore. Dad, I want to bring a dish you cooked to school. Why? That. Xiaoming. Little Tang Tang didn't care and told her everything directly, except that she didn't mention the bet, otherwise her father would spank her little. Anyway, no matter what, we can't let that Xiaoming get arrogant. Dad, is it okay? Little Tung Tang grabbed Chang Xiaosong's hand and swayed it left and right, with a soft and coquettish voice. It's okay if you wanna bring it to your classmates to taste. But we can't compete with each other. Look, didn't you say it yourself? That Xiaoming didn't play with us this morning. After listening to this, Chang Xiaosong felt funny and helpless. Do today's primary school students understand so much? First it was Mercedes-Benz, and now it's Buddha jumps over the wall. Hey! By the way, Tung Tung, have you ever compared your house or clothes with this little boy named Xiaoming? Chang Xiaosong seemed to have thought of something. Could it be that his little Tung Tang always brags with this little boy? Ah, Dad, how did you know that? Little Tung Tang was still thinking about how to ask Dad to make a more amazing dish. This time, she made a bet with Xiaoming. Whoever loses will recognize the other as the big brother or big sister. I am the little witch Tung Tang. How can I be his little sister? I absolutely cannot lose. Previously, I was a little worried that although my father's cooking was delicious, it might be a little worse than outside. After all, my mother also learned from the chef. After eating the dish that my father cooked today, she was relieved. Although she didn't know how good the chef was, she didn't believe it could be better than what my father cooked today. Now the only thing she could do was to deal with Dad, but Dad always said that we can't compare. She didn't react for a while, and directly exposed her old bottom again. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly covered her little mouth. It's true. Chang Xiaosong couldn't help but hold his forehead. These two little brats are enemies, always butting against each other. Dad, just make the most amazing and awesome dish. At most, I can just talk to him nicely this time. Since her father knew about it, Xiao Tingting didn't care anymore. Let's settle this matter first. Otherwise, if I can't get it out in the afternoon, I don't know how proud Xiaoming will be. Xiao Tingting grabbed Chang Xiaosong's hand and looked at him with her bright big eyes blinking. Dad, think about it. If Tingting doesn't bring delicious food in the afternoon, I don't know how she will be ridiculed. Can you bear to see Tingting being bullied? Dad! Dad! Xiao Tingting's big eyes blinked and even had some tears. Oh! Stop pretending. Dad will make it for you. You little smart guy. Chang Xiaosong really couldn't stand his daughter's soft and coquettish behavior. He was also convinced by Xiao Tingting's twisted logic. Yes. What if Tang Tang is wronged at that time? Wow. Dad, you are the best. I knew that Dad would definitely help me. Little Tang Tang jumped up with joy. Let's see how you, Xiaoming, fight with me. Okay. Little idiot, if Dad doesn't help you, who will he help? Go to bed quickly, and Dad will be ready when you wake up. Chang Xiaosong scratched little Tang Tang's nose lovingly and said unhappily. Little Tung Tang went upstairs to bed happily, still thinking about what delicious food Dad would make in the afternoon. Today's lunch was so delicious. Almost burst my little stomach. Chang Xiaosong shook his head helplessly. There is no way, there is only such a precious daughter. Who else can he spoil? He looked at the time, it was still early. It would not be good to make the dishes so early and leave them for a long time. He planned to go to the study to think about the design competition first. To participate in this competition with his current ability is tantamount to a dimensionality reduction attack. It is not on the same level at all. But the design cannot be completed all at once. But there are still 7 days left, so you can take your time. The alarm clock rang at 1:30. Chang Xiaosong began to prepare the ingredients. After all, he was preparing for his daughter, so he had to prepare something good. Fortunately, he bought a lot in the morning, otherwise it would be embarrassing now. Since the two were competing in the classroom, there should be only a few people in the audience and judges. According to what he had seen, Xiaoming, Coxian, and Teacher Lin. He chose the most suitable dish. Finally, he took out the ingredients and started to make it with his dazzling technique. 1:55. Chang Xiaosong packed the finished cola chicken wings and looked at the mushroom stewed chicken in the pot. He wrote down the time and stewed it for another 5 minutes. He was going to go upstairs to wake up Xiao Tingting first, and the time was just right. Wow! Dad! It smells so good! At this time, Xiao Tingting's crisp voice came from upstairs. Forget it, no need to call. Hearing this voice, Chang Xiaosong couldn't help but laugh. Little greedy cat. It will be ready soon, you can come down and take a look first. I'm coming right up. After a while, Xiao Tingting ran down happily. Dad, the chicken wings you made. They look so delicious. As soon as little Tingting came in, he was attracted by the cola chicken wings on the table. Yes, Dad made cola chicken wings. There is also chicken stewed with mushrooms in the pot. Tingting, you can try one first, Dad will be ready soon. Chang Xiaosong looked at the salivating look of little Tingting and couldn't help but smile. Really? That's great. Little Tingting quickly opened the lid and picked up a chicken wing with the chopsticks placed aside. One bite, the fragrance overflowed, sweet and crispy. Wow. It's so delicious. After the little guy finished eating, Chang Xiaosong also packed the last dish. Okay, you have become a little cat. Go wash it. It's time to go to school. Okay, Dad. Don't blame me. It's really delicious. Little Tingting licked his lips with endless aftertaste and ran to wash it. Ever since this little guy came down, the smile on Chang Xiaosong's face has never stopped. Tong Tong, be good. Dad is leaving first, and will pick you up in the evening. At the school gate, Chang Xiaosong still parked the car 100 meters away and walked over with little Tong Tang. Don't worry, Dad. Tong Tang is a good child. Bye. When they arrived, little Tong Tang let go of Chang Xiaosong's hand. Carrying 2 lunchboxes with Xiaolan's sister, she walked happily to the class. Hey! Xiaoming, you just wait to die. Ha ha. Coxin, Xiaoming hasn't come yet? After arriving at class 1, grade 1, little Tong Tang found that Xiaoming had not come yet. She came to her seat and put the lunchbox in her hand into the drawer. Well, he hasn't come yet, he should be here soon. Coxin answered softly. Hey! What's in this lunchbox, Tong Tong? Did you really bring food? Is it really as delicious as you said? A boy sitting behind little Tong Tang couldn't help asking. After Xiaoming spoke loudly in the morning, he successfully attracted the attention of most of the classmates. As a result, many people witnessed the bet between the two of them. So now both of them are in trouble. Otherwise, Tang Tang wouldn't have kept asking his dad to cook such an amazing dish. Yeah, Tang Tang, you really brought it here? Can you show it to us? The little girl sitting next to him also asked. Not now. Class will start soon. Wait until Xiaoming comes. We will start the competition after class. You will know then. Finally, before the class bell rang, Xiaoming walked in with a supersized lunchbox, his head held high and his steps brisk. He raised the large lunchbox in his hand, glanced at Tong Tong, and snorted disdainfully. Little Tang Tang was about to fight back, but found that teacher came in, so he had to suspend the fight for the time being. Lin walked into the office and looked around strangely. I always felt that something was wrong. But I couldn't tell what was wrong. Hello, classmates. Hello, teacher. Until the bell rang, Lin didn't notice anything. As soon as teacher left, the classmates gathered around. Humph. Tong Tong, you still have time to admit defeat now. See? This is what my mother spent a long time making, and it's called Buddha Jumps Over the Wall. Xiaoming took out the large lunchbox from the drawer and looked at little Tong Tong proudly. This time I must avenge my previous shame. Ha ha. She will soon recognize me as her big brother. What posture should I pose then? Tisk, what's yours? My dad made it himself. It must be much better than yours. My 2 delicacies are called cola chicken wings and mushroom stewed chicken. They sound much better than your Buddha jumps over the wall. Xiao Tang Tang was not to be outdone and took out 2 smaller food boxes that he had brought with him. You! What do you know? This is a famous dish. You have no taste. Xiaoming could no longer maintain his pride and said angrily. TSK, you said a famous dish is a famous dish? This is made by my dad. My dad is much better than those chefs. So many people are watching, and there is a bet. Xiao Tang Tang will not show mercy. Huh, bragging. Today I will let you see what a famous dish is. Xiaoming opened his large food box himself, and the aroma filled the air. The whole large food box was filled with ingredients, including shark fins, scallops, ham, pork belly and many other ingredients, all of which looked good. Wow! It smells so good. It looks delicious. Wow! Is this Buddha jumps over the wall? It's amazing. Listening to the praises of his classmates, Xiaoming was very happy. He looked at Xiao Tang Tang with disdain, and was very proud. See? Isn't it amazing? But it's too late to admit defeat now. What's so arrogant? Yours looks just so. Let me show you mine. Even though Xiaoming's Buddha jumps over the wall looked very good, Xiao Tang Tang, who had eaten the dishes made by Chang Xiaosong, thought it was just so. She was very confident in the dishes in her hands. She opened the 2 food boxes one by one, and the whole classroom was filled with fragrance in an instant. Especially the stewed chicken with mushrooms, which aroused everyone's appetite. This seems to be more delicious. No way. I really want to eat a piece. Yours is just a little more fragrant. It must not taste as good as mine. Xiaoming was a little overwhelmed. How come this looks much better than the food in the big restaurant his father took him to? Impossible. It must just look good. It's definitely not as delicious as the Buddha jumps over the wall that my mom made. Humph. Still not convinced? Then please ask the judges to come up. Little Ting Ting snorted coldly. You are still so arrogant. When they made the bet, they had already chosen the judges. Kurson and two little boys from the same class. As expected, all three of them thought that Ting Ting's dish was more delicious. Kurson gently picked up a piece of mushroom and put it in her mouth. The juice burst out, and the aroma filled her taste buds. After eating, Kurson couldn't help but pick up a piece of chicken. Her little face turned red. Wow! It was so delicious. In the end, Little Ting Ting won unanimously. And everyone who had eaten Little Ting Ting's dishes couldn't help but eat a few pieces. Little Ting Ting was about to speak to see if Xiaoming was convinced. If not, let him try it himself. She had the confidence that what her father cooked must be super delicious. But at this time, an uninvited guest came. Classmates, what are you all doing together? Why does it smell so good? Lin thought something was wrong, so she turned back to take a look just in case. Then she saw this scene. Most of the students in the class gathered together, with Xiao Tung Tung and Xiaoming sitting in the middle. There were 3 lunchboxes on the table, which contained delicious food. When they heard Teacher S' voice, the children dispersed at once. After Lin understood the whole story, she couldn't help but shake her head and smile bitterly. What a bunch of troublemakers. Really, what is going on? She was a little confused. In the end, all 3 dishes must be packed up and taken away. Let them come back to get them after school. Don't do this again next time. Do Tung Tung and Xiaoming know? I know, teacher. I know, teacher. I won't do it again next time. That's good. I won't look for the parents this time. But there must not be a next time. Now everyone, take the class seriously. Just then the bell rang. Lin explained to the teacher of this class, and then carried the 3 lunchboxes back to the office. Class. Hello, teacher. Hello, students. Please sit down. The teacher of this class also shook his head and smiled bitterly. These children. Lin returned to the office. Looking at the food boxes on the table, especially the cola chicken wings and the chicken stewed with mushrooms. She also learned from her friends that these 2 dishes are super delicious. And they were made by a handsome guy himself. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but blush a little. She took a pair of disposable chopsticks from the drawer and opened the chicken stewed with mushrooms. She picked up a piece of chicken and put it in her mouth. This is so delicious. She couldn't help but eat a few more bites. In the end, she didn't dare to eat anymore, so she stopped, afraid of being discovered. Look at the dishes on the table, and then think about the handsome face of Tung Tang's father, elegantly wearing an apron and cooking. No, this picture is too warm. Blushing like a monkey's. It's over, I'm doting on it, what should I do? He is handsome, rich, and so gentle. He dotes on his daughter so much, so he must dote on his wife even more. The most important thing is that he can cook, and he cooks so deliciously. How can there be such a perfect person in the world? No! Lin suddenly reacted and raised her 2 slender hands. Raise your left hand, he is single. Raise your right hand, I am single too. Then the 2 hands touched each other, so why can't they be together? Isn't it just a divorce with a daughter? No matter, I've decided. Me. Lin, I want to fall in love. It's you. Slender fingers pointed at the 2 dishes made by Chang Xiaosong. Here, Chang Xiaosong, who had almost thought about it at home, couldn't help but sneeze. He had already thought of his own work, but there was not enough time today. I have to pick up Teng Teng from school later. Let's start tomorrow. Dad. As soon as school was over, Xiao Teng Teng walked out of the school gate and saw Chang Xiaosong waiting for her at the door, running over with a small school bag on his back. Little naughty ghost. Did you make trouble again today? Chang Xiaosong opened his arms and waited for Xiao Teng Teng to run over and picked her up. He scratched her little nose lovingly. No. Teng Teng has always been well behaved. Xiao Teng Teng patted her father and said dissatisfiedly. Then. Teacher. I will take Teng Teng back first. Chang Xiaosong put Xiao Teng Teng down, put the small school bag on his back, and held Xiao Teng Teng's hand and looked at Lin, who was standing aside. Hey! Teng Teng's father, wait a minute. Don't forget this. Lin was watching the interaction between the father and daughter on the side, and couldn't help but smile like an ant. Wow! So handsome. So loving. Suddenly heard Chang Xiaosong talking to me and looking at me. I quickly tidied myself and put on my expression. Holding 2 small snack boxes in her hands, she called Chang Xiaosong, who was about to go back. Originally, she planned to return the snack boxes directly to the children after school. But after deciding to take down Chang Xiaosong, she changed her mind. Opportunities still have to be created by yourself. Ha! This. Oh, okay, please trouble teacher. Although Chang Xiaosong was wondering why Ting Ting's head teacher had been smiling at him just now. Maybe he was in a daze and thought of something funny. Seeing the 2 small snack boxes that teacher took out, he turned back to look at Xiao Tengteng in surprise. Xiao Tengteng also turned her head with a slightly red face, embarrassed to meet Chang Xiaosong's eyes. It was so embarrassing. Oh, I'm done for now. I just told my dad that I didn't play tricks. Teacher is really something, didn't he agree not to tell the parents this time? No trouble. No trouble. Our Tengteng said that the food cooked by daddy is delicious. So I took it out to share with everyone. I also tasted it. Tengteng is still very well behaved and cute. But because I have to go to class, I can only put it with the teacher first. Lin walked over and touched little Tengteng's little head. She smiled slightly at the surprised little Tengteng's eyes. She noticed all the little expressions of little Tengteng before and after. Otherwise, she would not have left a bad impression of not keeping her word on little Tengteng just to communicate more with Chang Xiaosong. As far as it seems, Tengteng's father dotes on his daughter very much. If he wants to consider finding a new partner, then little Tengteng's feelings must account for a large part. In summary, if you want to win over Tengteng's father, you still have to win over little Tengteng first. Then he stood up and handed the food box to Chang Xiaosong. But to be honest, Tengteng's father's cooking skills are really amazing. I have never eaten such delicious food. Reaching out his hand to take the food box handed over by Lin, Chang Xiaosong also smiled. Thank you for the compliment. Teacher, you are too polite. I haven't had time to thank you for helping me look after Tengteng yesterday. I am so sorry to trouble you again today. That's what I should have done. You are too polite. It's getting late. You should go back early. Lin waved her hands quickly. She didn't follow Chang Xiaosong's words and asked him to treat her to a meal. They haven't met each other for many times. She can't leave an impression of being unreserved. Anyway, her daughter is still studying here, so why is there no chance? You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. There is a long way to go. She squatted down and touched little Tengteng's head. Then, Tengteng will go home with dad obediently, and teacher will go back too. Goodbye, teacher. Little Tengteng waved to Lin sweetly. Chang Xiaosong said hello and didn't think much about it. He took little Tengteng and left the school gate. Lin was still wondering why Tengteng's father didn't drive the luxury car to pick up little Tengteng. Looking forward along the route they took, about 100 meters, there was the luxurious and majestic Rolls-Royce Cullinan, which was like an aristocrat among cars. It's really low-key. He is worthy of being the man that this lady likes. Chang Xiaosong took Xiao Tengteng back to the villa. There were naturally laughter and joy along the way. He had dinner with Xiao Tengteng and watched TV. Seeing that she was sleepy, he took her upstairs to wash and rest. Xiao Tengteng kept calling daddy daddy throughout the whole process, and from time to time she praised the delicious cooking, or said that Sister Xiaolan was so beautiful. Wait, the two of them lived in such a large villa, but it was not deserted. The whole house was full of warmth. The smile on Chang Xiaosong's face never stopped. Stay with Xiao Tengteng until she fell asleep completely. Only then did he gently release Xiao Tengteng's little hand that was holding his big hand, and slowly put her little hand into the quilt. Finally, he whispered good night, baby. Only then did he get up and walk to the door of the room, looking back. He closed the door gently. He returned to his room and walked to the balcony. He looked at the time, took out his mobile phone, and dialed a number. After a while, it was connected. Hello? How are you? Who is this? Mom. It's me. Xiaosong? Dai Yufan, who was far away in her hometown, heard her son's voice and quickly called Chang Xinghua, who was correcting homework. Old man. Xiaosong called. I'll correct the homework later. Come over quickly. Xiaosong called? Wait for me, I'll come right over. Chang Xinghua quickly put down the pen in his hand and got up to come over. Xiaosong. How are you? Have you eaten? I have eaten, Mom. I'm fine, I just called you. See how you are. Chang Xiaosong also heard the little interaction between his parents and couldn't help but smile. We are fine, we are fine. Don't worry about us. Is Xiaosong out of money? Mom and Dad have it. Dai Yufan waved her hand first and asked cautiously. Xiaosong is out of money? Let me talk to him. Hey. No. Mom. Chang Xinghua's loud voice came from the other end of the phone. Hey. Xiaosong. If you don't have money, just tell Daddy. Daddy and your mom still have money. We don't need much money at home. You're out there alone with Tang Tang, and you'll have a lot of places to spend money. Daddy will call you early tomorrow morning. No, Dad. No, I have money now. Don't worry, you too. Don't you believe in your son? I'm fine now. Chang Xiaosong also said with a wry smile. What the hell is going on? But a warm current still flowed through his heart, warm. No, your mother is really something. Chang's father also looked at Chang's mother, who was unable to get a word in, with a reproachful look. No, you old man. What do you mean by blaming me? I haven't finished talking to my son yet, and you snatched him away. Really? Hearing that her son was fine, Dai Yufan was relieved. She patted the old man who was talking nonsense with dissatisfaction, snatched the phone and said, Then, Xiaosong. Where's Tang Tang? Is Tang Tang asleep? Thinking of their lovely and sensible granddaughter, the two old people couldn't help but feel itchy, just wanting to hear their lovely granddaughter's voice at this time. Tang Tang is already asleep. Let her call you at noon tomorrow. Chang Xiaosong turned his head and looked at the room where Xiao Tang Tang was, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. But thinking of his purpose, he continued. Mom, Tang Tang has been in school for 2 days, and Xiao Zi should be starting school soon. Oh, yes. Xiao Zi has already taken the train today. She should be at school tomorrow. The two old people here heard that their lovely granddaughter had already fallen asleep, and they felt a little disappointed. But thinking that they could talk to their precious granddaughter tomorrow, they were still a little looking forward to it. Well, Mom and Dad, Xiao Zi is in college now, so you can come to my place. That way you can see Tang Tang every day. Chang Xiaosong also went straight to the point. After he got the system and owned a villa, he had been thinking about this matter. In the past few years, because he was raising Tang Tang alone, he didn't send money home to supplement the family expenses. The two are old, and the mother is in charge of the housework at home and also goes out to do some tailoring work. Dad is also a primary school math teacher. The two have low salaries, but they support Chang Xiaosong and his younger sister Chang Muzi, both of whom have a high degree. So Chang Xiaosong and his daughter, even if they are in a difficult situation outside and can't pay the rent, he never asked his parents for a penny, because he knew that his parents were not in good health at home, and his younger sister was going to college. When his parents learned that he was divorced and quit a promising job because of Tang Tang, they came to this city to see him twice. They also proposed to hand Tang Tang over to them so that Chang Xiaosong could concentrate on his work. Chang Xiaosong refused. To him, his daughter is everything. But he still felt warm in his heart. So now that everything is fine, of course he has to bring his parents over to take care of them. It just so happens that his younger sister has gone to college, and he is worried about his parents being alone at home. Go to your place? Are you stable now, son? Chang's mother didn't react for a while. It was difficult for Xiaosong to take care of Tang Tang alone. Let's go over there. No. Mom, don't worry. I'm fine now and living a good life. You and Dad should come over. I'm worried about the two of you at home. Chang Xiaosong also knew what his parents were worried about, and then said comfortingly, That's good. Mom doesn't have any objection. I can help take care of Tang Tang there. It's just that your dad. Chang's mother was very happy to hear that her son was living well now. But when she thought of going to her son's place, she still looked at Chang Xinghua on the side with entanglement and handed him the phone. Xiaosong, I heard that you are doing well now. Dad is relieved and happy for you. You don't worry about your parents, and they are fine here. It's better not to go over and trouble you. Chang's father was listening to Chang Xiaosong's words and was really happy for his son. Dad, it's not a bother, you all come over. Our family can be together all the time, and I will ask Xiaozi to come over directly when she has a holiday. Tang Tang has always said that she misses you. Chang Xiaosong looked at the stars in the sky and couldn't help but think about what it would be like when his parents came over. Tang Tang misses us too. Xiaosong, Dad can't let go of these children in the class now. Otherwise, wait until Dad sends these children to junior high school and go over next year. Chang's father was very happy to hear that his granddaughter missed him. But thinking of the group of children in his class, now is the critical time for the promotion from primary school to junior high school. The lifelong responsibility of a teacher made it impossible for him to leave directly. Chang Xiaosong finally agreed reluctantly. After chatting with his parents about family matters, he hung up the phone. Wow! Dad, it looks so delicious. Hey! What is this? Xiao Tang Tang pointed to one of the plates on the table and said to his father who had just sat down. The plate was cut into several pieces of yellow things that were rolled up like egg rolls. That's called golden shrimp rolls. Tang Tang can try one. Chang Xiaosong smiled and picked up a piece of golden shrimp roll for Xiao Tang Tang. Wow! It's so delicious, Dad. Xiao Tang Tang took a bite and it was sweet, soft, and sticky, with the taste of small shrimps. It was really delicious. Ha ha! Even if it's delicious, don't just eat the same one. Drink more porridge and try other ones. Chang Xiaosong saw that Xiao Tang Tang had finished the first one with relish and picked up the second one with chopsticks. He couldn't help shaking his head. Chang Xiaosong made breakfast: golden shrimp rolls, soup dumplings, roasted ham slices and millet porridge. They were all made according to Xiao Tang Tang's favorite taste. After breakfast, he sent Xiao Tang Tang to school. Chang Xiaosong finally came to the company. He planned to come to the company to get some necessary tools back. He had almost finished thinking about his design, so he had to put it on the schedule and make it first. He was also looking forward to what amazing works he could make after getting the ability of this top designer. Not long after he sat down in his seat, the president's assistant Xiaolin came to find him and told him that the president wanted him to go to the office. The president was Long Binger. During the interview, Chang Xiaosong had already seen that the iceberg beauty was definitely not an ordinary person. But he didn't expect that she was the top leader of this company. It was only after the interview that he learned about it from his colleagues, which also surprised him. Came to the president's office. The last time Long Binger interviewed her, it was not in this office. But Long Binger was curious about who made so many requirements on the resume. Sit down. After Chang Xiaosong knocked on the door and came in, Long Binger was sitting on the sofa with 2 cups of steaming tea on the table in front of her. A cold voice came over. Boss Long, what do you want to talk to me about? Chang Xiaosong walked over and sat down on the sofa to the right of Long Binger. He also knew why Long Binger wanted to see him. It was nothing more than why he didn't come to the company yesterday and the design competition. Try it and see how this tea tastes? Long Binger didn't answer Chang Xiaosong's question, but gestured to the tea in front of Chang Xiaosong. Chang Xiaosong didn't understand what this girl was up to. Don't worry, you'll know in a moment. He picked up the cup of tea on the table near him. The tea was still steaming, but Chang Xiaosong had never drunk tea many times, let alone understand tea. He pretended to take a sip. It's just right, not too cold or too hot. Then he drank it in one gulp. This. No way. Long Binger was full of black lines and asked, how is it? You still need to comment? Chang Xiaosong was confused. Then he thought for a while and said, it tastes sweet, fragrant and delicious, and it makes people have an endless aftertaste. Poochie. Long Binger couldn't help laughing for a while. Sorry, if it's an endless aftertaste, I'll ask someone to go out and get you another cup. This. Chang Xiaosong also realized that he was fooled. He said with a little depression, Mr. Long asked me to come here, it shouldn't be just to invite me to have a cup of tea. Seeing Chang Xiaosong was embarrassed, Long Binger couldn't help but feel happy in her heart. You looked down on me last time. You deserve it. But this was also a pleasant surprise. She really didn't know that Chang Xiaosong didn't understand tea. The tea she gave Chang Xiaosong was also a collector's edition, which most people can't drink. I just want to know if what you said in the last interview is true. Are you really going to participate in this designer competition? Going for the first place? Long Binger also asked the purpose of calling Chang Xiaosong here. Why did Mr. Long ask that? Chang Xiaosong really didn't expect that Long Binger would ask such a question. He thought she would probably ask him why he didn't come yesterday afternoon. How is your design work prepared? At the very least, it would be a question about whether you still want to do something, a question of blame. Don't worry about this, just tell me your answer. Long Binger's words were still as brief as always, going straight to the point. This girl. Yes. I don't have time to tease you. Chang Xiaosong said calmly. He won't spoil her. Who knew that Long Binger was not angry when she heard this, but instead smiled a rare smile. Pick up the remaining cup of tea on the table and pour half of it into the cup that Chang Xiaosong had finished drinking. Raise the cup in your hand and signal Chang Xiaosong to pick it up as well. Chang Xiaosong was really confused now. What the hell is going on? He raised the cup in his hand confusedly. The 2 cups touched lightly. Long Binger said, happy cooperation. Then he drank it in one gulp just like Chang Xiaosong did before. Wow! It's quite refreshing to drink like this. He put down the empty cup and just stared at Chang Xiaosong. Even though Chang Xiaosong was full of doubts, he had no choice but to finish the cup of tea first. I don't care how you complete the work. I don't care if you don't come to the company. As long as you hand in the results within the time limit, then we will see the results. Before Chang Xiaosong started to ask questions, Long Binger took the initiative. Although Chang Xiaosong thought so too. But what the hell is this like now? What's wrong with this woman? Okay, you can leave if there is no problem. Before Chang Xiaosong had a chance to speak, Long Binger had already started to drive him away. Chang Xiaosong scratched his head, although he had many puzzles. But he didn't know how to ask questions, and he was not the kind of person who got to the bottom of things. All her conditions were beneficial to her, so she was too lazy to bother about it. She stood up and left the president's office. Seeing Chang Xiaosong go out, Long Binger couldn't help but laugh and made a victory gesture. Long Binger was also full of curiosity about this mysterious man. After being shocked by Chang Xiaosong after the interview yesterday, Chang Xiaosong took the money and didn't come in the afternoon. Long Binger couldn't help but investigate. The results of the investigation shocked her even more. He actually drove a Rolls-Royce away from her company. She didn't know much about cars, but after searching online, she found that this car cost at least 6 or 7 million, and the most expensive one was more than 9 million. The full name seemed to be Rolls-Royce Cullinan. The car might be rented or borrowed to show off when she applied for a job in her company. But then she learned from her friend that it was the community where she lived, Tianlan New Garden. The number 1 villa that had been vacant for a long time had already been moved in, and the person living there was driving a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. After checking the information, it was indeed the one driven by Chang Xiaosong. Now she was not calm anymore, and hurriedly asked around and investigated. In the end, the result was that the person who came to her company for an interview paid the full amount to move in. Now she had to re-examine Chang Xiaosong. This mysterious man successfully attracted her attention. Someone who can afford a luxury house worth 60 or 70 million yuan and a luxury car worth 60 or 70 million yuan. Could he be an ordinary person? She didn't have such a big style. Finally, she made a decision. Even if this person couldn't get a place in the design competition, so what? She wouldn't suffer any loss. It was nothing to her to get a place in the competition. But if he really won the first place, she would gain a lot. And Long Binger still had some confidence in Chang Xiaosong. He could say, the bigger your heart is, the bigger the stage is. Create the future and lead the trend of the times. This statement shocked even her. Even if you can't get the first place, at least you can get a place. You won't suffer any loss. What's more, Chang Xiaosong is still a rich boy. Is it necessary for him to come to her just to cheat that 1 month's salary? She also knew that Chang Xiaosong might have other things to do, so she didn't force him to stay in the company all the time. As long as he could hand in the design in the end, let him do whatever he wants. Long Binger was also relieved. Chang Xiaosong left the company with what he wanted, got in the car and was about to go back to start his work. At this time, the phone rang. He took it out and looked at it. It was Chang Musi. Hello? Brother, I heard from Mom and Dad that you have recovered now? As soon as Chang Xiaosong answered the phone, the young and beautiful voice came from the other end of the phone. You girl. What's wrong? Are you at school? Why is it so noisy? Chang Xiaosong frowned when he heard the noisy voice on the phone. Oh, that, brother, wait a minute. After a while, the other end of the phone became quiet. Chang Musi should have found a quiet place. It's fine now. Not yet, I just got off the train here. So it's a bit noisy. I knew my brother must be an extraordinary person. How is it, brother? Did you make a fortune? This must be a blessing for my young, cute, and obedient sister. And does my lovely niece Xiaotingtung miss me? I miss her so much. This girl. Listening to the rapid-fire voice on the other end of the phone, Chang Xiaosong couldn't help but hold his forehead. This sister, who is 7 or 8 years younger than him, is really unique. Knowing that this guy has nothing to do, he is too lazy to argue with him. Don't talk nonsense. Tell me when you have difficulties. You can come over to play during the holidays. Then you can see your little niece. Now. You should hurry up and report to school. Okay. That's what I said. Bye. Chang Xiaosong hung up the phone, started the car and left the company. Go home first. It's still a while before Tung Tung finishes school. 9th primary school. Grade 1, Class 1. The bell rang. A graceful female teacher, dressed in an artistic style like a big sister next door, walked in from the classroom door. Classmates, hello. Turning around, she wrote the 3 words Guqingqing on the blackboard. I waited for you at the school gate last time. Do you remember me, kids? Yes. Hello, Teacher Gu. Yes. Teacher Qingqing, I remember you. Gu Qingqing smiled sweetly, pressed down with her hand, and signaled the students to be quiet for a while. It seems that many students still remember the teacher. The teacher is very happy. Hello everyone. My name is Gu Qingqing. You can call me Teacher Gu or Teacher Qingqing. I will teach you to draw. From now on, I will be your art teacher. Gu Qingqing stepped aside and made the name written on the blackboard visible to everyone. Tung Tung, Teacher Qingqing is so beautiful. Her name is also written so beautifully. Xian looked at the beautiful and confident Teacher Qingqing on the stage, and said to Xiao Tang in a low voice with admiration. Yes, but she looks like my aunt. Thinking of her aunt, Xiao Tang couldn't help but look at Teacher Qingqing a few more times. Her aunt is like this, sometimes she dresses up enchantingly and beautifully, which makes her eyes burn. Sometimes she dresses up mischievously, but she can also dress up like Teacher Qingqing. Elegant and quiet. She was stunned. Are all adults so powerful? She can also transform. Xiao Tang couldn't help but wonder if Teacher Qingqing would be the same as her aunt. Looking at Teacher Qingqing on the podium, and thinking about the picture in her mind, she couldn't help but blush and shook her head quickly. Throw away these evil thoughts. This lovely female classmate, stand up and introduce yourself. Let the teacher know you. Gu Qingqing pointed to Xiao Tang, and she noticed this clever and cute little girl. This kid must have something to say. Although many classmates looked at her, she was the only one who blushed and shook her head when she saw her little face. Hello, teacher. My name is Ivy, you can call me Tang Tang or Little Tung Tang. Little Tung Tang woke up and quickly stood up, replying in a crisp voice. Okay, please sit down. Little Tung Tang is very smart, but don't be absent-minded in class. Gu Qingqing said in a gentle voice. Puff. Little Tung Tang said thank you to the teacher and sat down. Then I heard a chuckle from the front. Xiaoming lay on the table, his shoulders shaking, obviously he was laughing. Little Tung Tang frowned. This guy. Although he called me the big sister after losing the bet. But he was obviously still not convinced. He said that he was taken away by teacher before he had tasted it. He has been hiding from me. Now he is still laughing secretly here. How hateful. Forget it, I don't bother to pay attention to him. Gu Qingqing picked up the water cup and took a sip, then raised her right hand to check the time. There were only a few minutes left before the get out of class was over. Classmates, how about the teacher giving you an assignment? How about everyone draw a picture when you go back? You can draw with your parents. We will see which child draws the best tomorrow. The top 3 can be posted on the blackboard for you. Okay. Teacher Qingqing. After class, Gu Qingqing said goodbye to the classmates and left the classroom. The class was immediately excited. Wow! Go back and draw with your dad. What should you draw? Great! Long live Teacher Qingqing. Humph, the picture my dad and I draw must be the best. Then we can put it on the blackboard. Well, Tang Tang, what are you going to draw? Xian's face flushed with joy, and she asked her good friend Xiao Tang. I haven't thought about it yet, but I'm so happy to think that I can draw with my dad. I can draw anything. Xiao Tang's 2 bright big eyes also shone. Omega, YTSK. If you can't draw, you can draw anything. Xiaoming interrupted in a sarcastic tone. What are you talking about? A defeated general. Oh, yes. You are my little brother. Little Ting was not going to spoil him anymore. The last time the teacher took it away, I didn't even get to taste it. It doesn't count. But if you go back and draw with your dad this time, I will admit it if you can get first place. Xiaoming turned around and said angrily. TSK, I won't bet with you. A defeated general. Little Ting was too lazy to pay attention to him. She didn't admit her loss last time, so she won't bet with him again. Are you scared? Could it be that you and your dad can't draw? Xiaoming seemed to have discovered something and shouted again. Oh, Ting said that she and her dad can't draw. She is scared. The other children who were still discussing were attracted by Xiaoming. Really? Tang's dad can't draw. It should be true. Otherwise, who would believe that he can draw when his cooking is so delicious? Do you believe it? Anyway, I don't believe it. You are talking nonsense. I didn't say that. Seeing that everyone was talking about it because of Xiaoming, Little Tung Tang was also anxious. Xiaoming, you are too much. How can you slander Tang like this? Xian next to him was also anxious and spoke loudly. After speaking, she found that everyone was looking at her, but she couldn't help but cover her face shyly and lowered her head. Xiaoming was stunned and dumbfounded. I didn't expect this quiet and shy little girl to be like this. Little Tung also looked at her good friend in surprise. I'll satisfy you. My dad is also very good at drawing. Just like Just like Ma Liang, that teacher Qingqing just said. Just wait and see tomorrow. Especially you, Xiaoming. Let's see if you can still be so naughty tomorrow. Little Tung Tung said with a proud look, and looked at Xiaoming with disdain. She didn't know how good Ma Liang was at drawing, but she just knew that her father was good at drawing. She still remembers that her father used to draw a lot when she was a child. The drawings were all very beautiful clothes, jewelry, and so on. They are all the same. I shouldn't be bragging. Ding! It has been detected that my daughter Chang Qingying has successfully boasted once in the 9th primary school. According to the host's situation, the host will be automatically matched with rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ma Liang's painter-level painting skills. The host is being rewarded. Ding! Ma Liang's painter-level painting skills are being distributed. All aspects of the host's body are strengthened to be able to control this skill. Chang Xiaosong was drawing his own design in the study room of the villa. Hearing this voice that could not be ignored in his mind, before he could react, a familiar feeling came over him. His head was buzzing, and he lost consciousness of the outside world. After a long time, he came back to his senses. This time he got himself a Ma Liang level painting skill. This little girl. Forget it, let her be. Just brag if you want to, just don't go too far. He shook his head, and then looked at the half-painted design in his hand. He frowned. This is what I drew. What kind of rubbish is this? You know, after getting the ability of a top designer, his painting skills have also been greatly improved. Originally, I thought I was good at drawing. Now it seems that what I drew before was really a stroke of chiseling. And now no matter what he draws, he can draw it vividly and lifelike. Chang Xiaosong crumpled up the half-painted design and threw it into the trash can. He planned to start over. After all, there are still so many ideas in his mind that need to be realized. Having obtained the top painting skills, he completely despised the design he had drawn before. It was impossible for him to continue painting on it. Chang Xiaosong set the alarm first, fearing that he would miss the time to pick up Tung Tung. Then he started to paint again. This was not only his first design with the ability of a top designer, but also his first work with the ability of a top painter at the level of Ma Liang. He had reached the top in both industries, and he didn't know how amazing this work would be. Slowly, thick ink, outline, light ink, foil, light color, rendering. Following the stone steps that inexplicably extended from the clouds one level at a time. Slowly going up, it seemed that a legendary painting that was too beautiful to be taken and a design that was enough to shock the world were gradually coming to life on paper. A painter must go through a long period of time, decades of training, to reach the realm of perfection. Only then can he integrate his spiritual perception with the scene on paper. And Chang Xiaosong's top Ma Liang painting skills came from the system, so it made sense. The alarm rang. It interrupted Chang Xiaosong's state of full concentration. However, during this period of time, he was immersed in the top painting skills, and he obviously felt that his heart had calmed down a lot. As expected of the arts of calligraphy, painting, chess, and music, which can all train one's state of mind and artistic conception. He shook his head and looked at the work in front of him. It's not finished yet, but it's enough to shock people. It's like an impeccable work of art. This is a set of children's clothing he drew, even if it's not the most popular suits and skirts worn by young people nowadays. But he is also confident that he can win the championship of this competition. With the ability of a top designer and the skills of a top painter, if he can't win the first place in the competition, he will be killed by a piece of tofu. Without thinking too much, he got up and packed up a little. Go downstairs and drive. Let's go to the 9th primary school. As usual, park the car in the old position, get off the car and walk forward. The sun in July is still so poisonous. Dad! Fortunately, it didn't take long before the baby daughter shouted. Chang Xiaosong hurriedly greeted him, regardless of whether it was hot or not. He directly picked up little Tingtung. Little girl. Are you good today? Of course. Tingting is very good. Little Tung Tung raised her head confidently. If you don't believe me, Dad can ask teacher. Tang Tang was very obedient today. Lin, who came out with the children, never took her attention away from them after seeing Chang Xiaosong. It happened that she was not far away, and she also came forward when she heard this. Yes, our little Tung Tang was great today. She took the initiative to answer questions in class. He walked up and touched the little head of little Tung Tung in Chang Xiaosong's arms. Dad! Look, teacher said so. Little Tang Tang was so happy to hear the praise that her little fox tail was about to show. She raised her head and looked at Chang Xiaosong proudly. Ha ha! Good, good, good. Our Tang Tang was great today, okay. Chang Xiaosong also looked at his precious daughter helplessly, but he was also very happy in his heart. This girl. Dad will make you something delicious when we go back, okay? Oh yeah, Dad is so nice. Little Tang Tang made a victory gesture, and her little mouth was almost unable to close with a smile. The two were about to say hello to Lin and go back. That, Tang Tang's father, I'm going to waste a few minutes of your time. Lin hurriedly kept them. She had to say a few more words to the male god to show her presence. It's like this. Most parents have reported a situation. They can't take time to pick up their children from school at noon. After comprehensively considering the situation, the school decided that the children can stay at school at noon. For lunch, they can choose to eat in the cafeteria or bring lunchboxes from home. Do you think Xiao Tang Tang needs to stay overnight? I personally think the cost is very reasonable. Lin told Chang Xiaosong about the situation. This could have been explained directly in the group, or it would be possible to notify the statistics by phone. Otherwise, we have to find the parents one by one to explain, which would tire the teachers to death. But who let the target be Chang Xiaosong? After deciding to take down Chang Xiaosong, Lin would not easily let go of this legitimate close contact. I don't think it's troublesome to pick up Tang Tang, it should be unnecessary. After thinking about it, Chang Xiaosong decided to let Xiao Tung Tung decide for himself. Tung Tung, what do you think? Do you want to be with your classmates at school at noon? Chang Xiaosong turned his head and looked at the little Tung Tung in his hand. Children. At this time, they should be willing to play with their friends. I want to be with my dad, but I also want to be with Kuxin and the others. What should I do? Little Tung Tung looked tangled, with her small eyebrows wrinkled. Is that so? Then, how about Dad pick up Tang Tang and go home one day, and let Tang Tang be with the kids at school the other day? Chang Xiaosong couldn't bear to see his precious daughter suffer any harm, so he thought of a way and said, is it okay? Wouldn't it be too troublesome? Little Tang Tang's eyes lit up at first, and then she said more tangled. No. The most important thing is that our little princess Tang Tang is happy. Dad is not busy. No matter how busy he is, he will definitely have time to pick up our little princess Tang Tang. Chang Xiaosong couldn't help scratching little Tang Tang's little nose. Oh, if you scratch your nose again, it will be flat. Dad, you are so mean, we are still outside. You can't call me little princess. Little Tang Tang looked back at the people around her and saw that no one noticed. She secretly glanced at Lin next to her and her face turned red. She patted Chang Xiaosong's chest and started to act coquettishly in his arms. Ha ha. Okay, Dad won't say anything more. Then come down and say hello to teacher, we should go back. This little girl is still embarrassed. Chang Xiaosong knew from his daughter's actions and expressions that Xiao Ting Tang agreed to his proposal. Then, teacher, we'll go back first. Let's talk about the cost on the phone. He turned around and said to Lin with a smile. Finally, he put Xiao Ting Tang down and said goodbye to Lin. He took Xiao Ting Tang to the parking lot and faced the surprised and envious eyes of the people around him. Get in the car, fasten your seatbelt, start the car, and go home. When they arrived at the gate of the community, Xiao Ting Tang was about to take out her beautiful pass to show the security uncle. Chang Xiaosong also smiled, he knew that he would not be stopped again. Adults understand. Cullinan drove into the community unimpeded, and the community security guard opened the door directly when he saw this. Salute. Welcome home. Bye, security uncle. Xiao Ting Tang also asked Chang Xiaosong to open the window and waved his hand to greet the security uncle. Dad, why doesn't the security uncle look at the pass? After the window was closed again, Xiao Ting Tang held the pass in his hand. He asked Chang Xiaosong in confusion. Ha ha. Because we showed it to the security guard last time. The security guard remembered our car and Dad's car, so there is no need to look at the pass. Chang Xiaosong couldn't help but smile at Xiao Ting Tang's cute look and explained patiently. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiao Ting Tang nodded her little head and put the pass away again. Cullinan stopped in the garage of the villa. Chang Xiaosong asked Xiao Ting Tang to watch TV and play for a while in the living room, and the meal would be ready soon. Chang Xiaosong, who had learned the cooking skills from the god of cooking, was not in a hurry and prepared the meal before picking up Xiao Tung Tang. Anyway, he didn't need to cook a few home-cooked dishes too fast, and the taste was top-notch. With a burst of busyness in the kitchen, the knives flashed and the shovels were shadowed. If those so-called chefs saw this, wouldn't they be shocked and worshipped again? Maybe some of them would become his apprentices on the spot. Tang Tang, it's time to eat. Before Xiao Tang Tang finished watching an episode of TV, Chang Xiaosong had finished a lunch. Okay, Dad. Coming. Little Ting Ting quickly turned off the TV and ran over. She couldn't help smelling the aroma. Dad, today the beautiful teacher Ching Ching has assigned a task. Little Ting Ting, who was holding a small bowl of rice, raised her head and said to Chang Xiaosong. It wasn't like this before, but who can blame Dad for making such delicious food now? Ha! What task? Eat slowly, no one is going to it from you. Chang Xiaosong picked up the rice grains left on Little Ting Ting's face and asked with a smile. It's just that teacher Ching Ching said that you should go back and draw a picture with your parents today. Everyone can watch it together tomorrow, and the top 3 can be posted on the blackboard. Dad, you should be very good at drawing, right? Little Ting Ting said, looking at Chang Xiaosong expectantly. Ha ha. So that's the case. Don't think about it, eat first. After eating, take a rest for a while and go to bed. Dad will help you draw in the evening. Chang Xiaosong smiled and touched Little Ting Ting's head. So that's the case. I think, kids are kids, they can brag about their drawings. I just don't know if it's the same with Xiaoming this time. Chang Xiaosong gained abilities because Xiao Tangtang always boasted with this little boy. It's hard not to remember him. Chang Xiaosong loves and hates Xiaoming. Because of him, Chang Xiaosong gained many abilities and a house and car. It's also because of him that Xiao Tangtang always brags. Chang Xiaosong shook his head. Forget it, they are just kids. Let them be. After dinner, after cleaning up the dishes, he took Xiao Tangtang to walk around the villa. Wow! Dad, our house is so big. Ha, it's the castle of our little Princess Tangtang. It's just right to be a little bigger. Wow! Dad, what's in here? This is a gym. There are places for running and exercising. These are all running and muscle training equipment. Wow! Dad, this is such a big swimming pool. Let's go swimming together next time. Xiao Tangtang pointed to the indoor swimming pool that can be opened to the open air, and looked at Chang Xiaosong in surprise. Ha ha. Okay. You can come here anytime. But you can't come here alone. You have to ask Dad to come with you, otherwise it's too dangerous. Chang Xiaosong first smiled and touched Xiao Tangtang's little head, and then warned seriously. Oh. Okay, Dad, I know. I won't come alone. Xiao Tangtang replied obediently. This girl. Chang Xiaosong couldn't help shaking his head. Should I hire an aunt? It's still too troublesome to clean the whole villa, and there's also the water change of the swimming pool, the flowers and trees in the yard, etc. Well, but I still have to wait for a while and get the prize money of the competition. I can't afford it now. After walking around for a while, I took Xiao Tangtang back to sleep. After coming out of Xiao Tangtang's room, Chang Xiaosong didn't plan to continue working. I went back to sleep first, and then continued after sending Xiao Tangtang to school in the afternoon. Lying on the bed, I took out my mobile phone and talked to Lin about the cost. Just as I was about to put down my phone and go to sleep, the phone rang, and there was a message. He doesn't have many friends in his phone now. Excluding some unimportant people, there are only his parents, his younger sister, and Shang Haolong, Long Binger, and Lin who he just contacted. Thinking of Shang Haolong, he couldn't help but think of some things they talked about that day. Xiaosong, you are in Chaoyang City, right? I will come here in a while, let's get together then. Xiaosong, there will be a class reunion on the 20th of this month. You won't miss it. Most of the classmates in the class will come. I can just pick you up then. There will also be a special guest. Special person. Shaking his head, he threw all these things away. He took out his phone and took a look. It was his troublesome younger sister. Little sister Chang Musi, brother, I'm at school. Look at so many little brothers. And they are all so handsome. Love crazy. Then she sent several photos of handsome little brothers that she took secretly. This girl successfully broke the defense. Fingers typing quickly. Chang Xiaosong, are you itching for trouble? Hurry up and go back to the dormitory. If you keep doing this, I will tell my dad. Angry, little sister Chang Musi, no. Don't tell Dad. Scared, I'll go right away. Really, telling parents all the time is really boring. Chang Xiaosong couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was also helpless with this little sister. This guy is really. I replied, it's fine, don't make trouble. I didn't think much about it, turned off my phone and went to sleep. I got up on time at 1:50 p.m. and woke up little Tang Tang. Dad, I just had a dream. Little Tang Tang, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat of Cullinan, said to Chang Xiaosong mysteriously. That little expression was saying, Dad, ask me what I dreamed about. Oh, our Princess Tang Tang had a dream at noon. Was there something happy? Chang Xiaosong couldn't help but laugh at this little expression, and didn't let little Tang Tang down. I dreamed that my dad and I were painting together. It was my dad's big hand holding Tang Tang's little hand and painting together. We painted very beautiful paintings. The next day, the children must be very envious. Little Tung Tang danced with joy and gestured with her right hand holding her left hand. Is that so? Ha ha ha. Chang Xiaosong laughed happily. So cute. Still laughing. It's all Dad's fault. I'm about to be praised by teacher Qingqing, and Xiaoming will definitely not dare to speak anymore. It was Dad who woke me up. Little Tung Tang was unhappy when she saw her dad laughing. With a small pout, he said in a muffled voice. Ha ha. Daddy doesn't laugh anymore. Chang Xiaosong couldn't help laughing, but when he saw the resentful look in little Ting Ting's eyes, he quickly held it back. Well, wait until Ting Ting gets out of school in the afternoon, and Daddy will draw with Ting Ting. But is Ting Ting sure that he won't see Sister Xiaolan today? Chang Xiaosong held back his laughter and joked. No, Ting Ting will draw with Daddy today. Draw the best picture. Tomorrow we will open their eyes. Let them look down on Ting Ting and Daddy. Little Ting Ting clenched his fists and made up his mind with great momentum. Oh, what's wrong? Why do you look down on our little Ting Ting? Chang Xiaosong also frowned. Little Ting Ting also thought that Xiaoming had lost and refused to admit it, and always avoided him. Then after teacher Qingqing said that they would go home and draw with their parents, they would see who drew the best the next day. Then Xiaoming started to jump out again. He said that his father was better than Ma Liang. It's like this again. Are they really enemies? Chang Xiaosong also shook his head and smiled bitterly. These two little guys really can't get along. Dad, you must be very good at painting. You should be better than that Ma Liang, right? Little Tung Tang was a little uncertain after saying that, but still looked at Chang Xiaosong expectantly. Tang Tang said that Dad is as good as he is. Chang Xiaosong couldn't help but be a little stunned by the question. After thinking about it, he chuckled and said, Really? That's great. I said Dad is very good. I must surprise them tomorrow. Little Tang Tang no longer doubted and was very happy. Dad has never let Tang Tang down. This time will definitely be the same. Ha ha. Good. But Tang Tang still has to go to school well. Don't have conflicts with classmates, get along well. Cullinan stopped about 100 meters away from the school as usual, and Chang Xiaosong took Little Tung Tang to school. Hey! Ku Xin. Little Tang Tang held her father's hand and shouted loudly to a mother and daughter not far ahead. Tang Tang. The little girl in front heard the voice and turned around. Seeing her good friend, she also waved. She turned around and talked to her mother next to her, and the two waited there. Dad, let's go faster. Ku Xin is waiting for us in front. Little Ting Ting tugged at her father and pointed at the little girl waiting for her in front. Ku Xin. Great. Let's go to school together. As she approached, Little Ting Ting said happily. Yeah, okay. Ku Xin also looked back at her mother and saw her mother nodded with a smile. She also walked forward happily. Dad, the school is just ahead. I will go with Ku Xin, you go back. Mom, I'll go first. Then the two little girls walked away hand in hand. Chang Xiaosong and Ku Xin's mother also looked at the two little guys, jumping into the school before they felt relieved. You are Ting Ting's father, right? Our Ku Xin said that your cooking is delicious. Chang Xiaosong smiled and nodded at the mother of the little girl next to him, intending to go back and finish the design first. Ku Xin's mother suddenly said with a smile. It's okay. Chang Xiaosong didn't expect that they would suddenly start chatting. He didn't know what to do for a moment. He scratched his head and said awkwardly. Ha ha. It's okay. I mainly want to thank you and your Tang Tang. Our Ku Xin was too shy to speak. Her father and I were very worried. We were afraid that she would be bullied and dare not speak. Thanks to you Tung Tang, our Ku Xin is much more cheerful now. We are also relieved. Ku Xin's mother smiled first. Then she thanked her seriously. No, it's also very good for our Tang Tang to have another good friend. Chang Xiaosong also waved his hand quickly, no need to be so polite. In the end, Chang Xiaosong was helpless and agreed to take Tang Tang to their home to play when he had time. He also invited Ku Xin to come and visit him. Then he came to Cullinan and drove back. Tung, your father turned out to be a handsome guy. After the two little kids entered the campus, Ku Xin whispered to little Tung Tang. Ha ha, I think so too. But you little girl, you are not attracted to my dad, are you? Little Ting Ting laughed and joked, and stretched out her little claws to grab Kirsten's waist. Ah, no way, you. Kirsten's shy face turned red, and she clawed back not to be outdone. The two of them came to the class playing and fighting all the way. As soon as they sat down, someone next to them asked, Tung Ting, did you draw at noon? Ting Ting, how was your drawing? My dad said that I should have a good rest at noon. I will have energy for class in the afternoon. He will draw with me in the evening. Little Ting Ting frowned and replied. This group of people is so annoying. Ha! Who knows? Maybe your dad said that because he can't draw. Look at Xiaoyu, she and her dad had already finished drawing at noon. Xiaoming, who was sitting in front of him, frowned and said something out of the blue. You are not allowed to say that about my dad. My dad said he is very good at drawing. You will see tomorrow. Little Ting Ting was also very angry. This person was too bad, this time he must be taught a lesson. Xiaoming, how could you say that about Ting Ting's father? You've gone too far. Apologize to Ting Ting. Kirsten beside him also put aside her shyness and loudly helped little Ting Ting. Xiaoming is really getting more and more outrageous now. Humph. Then I'll wait and see tomorrow. If it's as bad as she said, I'll apologize again. Seeing that both of them were angry, especially Kirsten who usually spoke softly, she got furious. Xiaoming was also speechless and said stubbornly. Cullinan stopped in the garage of the villa, and Chang Xiaosong got out. He went directly to the study and started to work on the unfinished design drawings. He planned to finish the design for this competition in the next 2 days. There was not much time left later, as he would take Tang Tang to the amusement park the day after tomorrow. He was mainly drawing the first draft of the design and finding the most suitable clothing material based on his ability as a top designer. Then he would go to the company to make his own sample clothes, and finally perfect his design if there were no problems. If he wanted to finish it within these 2 days, he had to draw the first draft today. Picking up the pen, Chang Xiaosong first connected the previous ideas. He began to write according to his own creativity, unique style, and design ideas. Whatever he thought in his mind, his hands could do it. And he also had a magic pen like Ma Liang, which was enough to show everything vividly. It seemed that he was using divine power to express what was on the paper. Gradually, a set of bright and beautiful skirts for children was about to come out. Unconsciously, he had been drawing for more than an hour, and the alarm clock rang, and Chang Xiaosong came back to his senses. After getting the top ability, it was very easy for him to devote himself to it. Only in this way can he draw the best works. Looking at his almost finished design draft, Chang Xiaosong was still very satisfied. After packing up his things, he got up and went to the 9th primary school. Tung Tang, Dad? Just after parking the Cullinan in the old place, Chang Xiaosong heard someone calling him. Looking back, it was Ku Xian's mother who he had just met in the morning. Tung Tang, Dad, this car is yours? After Ku Xian's mother walked in, she pointed at this Cullinan. She looked at Chang Xiaosong in surprise. She had seen this car several times when she picked up Ku Xian, but sometimes she couldn't see it when she passed by. It can be seen that this car is not always parked here. It should also belong to the parents of a child in the 9th primary school in front. Because her husband is a senior car fan, she also has a little knowledge of cars. Knowing that this car logo is Rolls-Royce. The cheapest car of this brand is also several million. And the one in front of it obviously doesn't look like the cheapest one. For a car of this grade, and an SUV, the owner must be a super boss. She was also very curious about what this boss-level car owner looked like. She didn't dare to go back and tell her husband that there was such a car in front of her daughter's school. Otherwise, with her husband's temper, he would have come here to squat. This level of boss is not something that their family can offend. And she just finally saw that someone actually got off the car, but the more she looked at this person, the more he looked like the person she had just dealt with in the morning. It was the father of her daughter Ku Xian's good friend Tang Tang. It's mine. Is Ku Xian's mother also going to pick up her daughter? Chang Xiaosong smiled, and didn't have any idea of showing off. These were all given by his daughter in the system. What was there to show off? He just had to take these things and take good care of his daughter. It's really yours. This is too amazing. Even though Ku Xian's mother was a little mentally prepared, she couldn't help but be surprised. If anyone suddenly discovered a super talented and wealthy person, even an ordinary person who had just talked to him would be surprised. After carefully looking at Chang Xiaosong again, Ku Xian's mother was relieved again. The young man in front of her had a face as clear as a sculpture, but with a friendly smile. A pair of black and white eyes revealed a lazy atmosphere, just like a tiger squinting and resting, making it impossible to ignore his existence. He exuded a calm and easygoing temperament, but it was enough to reflect his excellence. Let's go to the school gate and wait. Ku Xian's mother? Chang Xiaosong saw that this person praised him and stared at him. A little embarrassed, he spoke out. Sorry. Okay. Ku Xian's mother also reacted and quickly retracted her gaze. She smoothed her bangs with her hand, nodded normally and agreed. Dad. Mom. It didn't take long before the children came out one after another. And Xiao Tang Tang and Kuo Xian also walked out hand in hand. Seeing their parents shouting loudly, Chang Xiaosong hurriedly went up to them, took the small school bag on Xiao Tang Tang's back, and put it on his back. "Dad, what delicious food are you going to make for dinner?" Xiao Tang Tang looked up at Chang Xiaosong expectantly. "Oh, is our little greedy cat greedy now? What do you want to eat for dinner? Dad can make it for you." Chang Xiaosong laughed softly. "I want to eat sweet and sour pork ribs." Xiao Tang Tang's foxtail was exposed directly. "You guy. Okay. Dad will make you delicious sweet and sour pork ribs for dinner. But you can't eat this every day. It's too sweet and it's not good for children to eat too much." Chang Xiaosong couldn't do anything with her, so he had to remind her. "Okay. I know, Dad. Tung Tang won't eat it every day." Seeing that her goal was achieved, Xiao Tung Tung happily agreed. "Tung Tung, we're leaving first. Bye, see you tomorrow." A voice came from Kuo Xian's side. She and her mother were about to go back. "Okay, bye. I'm going back too." Xiao Tang Tang also waved goodbye to her good friend. Then, teacher, who was following behind, said hello and left. Lin looked at Chang Xiaosong's back as he left, feeling a little helpless. It's not that she didn't want to go up and talk to him, but she didn't have any reason. It would be too abrupt to go over directly, and it would not be worth it. She always went out with Xiao Tingting and the others, under the pretext that she was worried about the children. But she never stood too far away from Chang Xiaosong and the others. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. But judging from the fact that they didn't even talk today, she still has a long way to go. After seeing Chang Xiaosong walk away and get on the Cullinan and leave, she turned around and concentrated on sending the other children away. The Cullinan drove all the way to the gate of the community. This time, Shoutingting didn't take out her pass, but she still greeted the security uncle who was outside the car to welcome them home. "Hello, security uncle. Bye," Shoutingting said loudly, shaking her little hand. "Dad, tell me, why does the security uncle always stand there and salute us?" After Shoutingting said hello, the car window closed again. A pair of big eyes looked at Chang Xiaosong with questions. "That's because the security guard's job is like this. And they like us, Shoutingting, very much." Chang Xiaosong smiled gently and explained to Shoutingting. "Oh, so that's it. But is the security guard's job to salute?" Shoutingting still didn't understand, and her face was tangled. "It's not like that. The security guard's job is to protect us. They will stop the bad guys and thieves from coming in." Chang Xiaosong drove slowly and explained to Shoutingting patiently. "Oh, is that so? So awesome." Cullinan gradually drove into the largest and most luxurious villa number 1 in the community. After stopping the car, Chang Xiaosong got out of the car. Then he helped Xiao Tang Tung unbuckle her seatbelt and carried her down. He took her small school bag. "Let's go, Tung Tang is home." He held Xiao Tang Tang's hand in one hand and carried a pink school bag with the transformation of Xiao Lan's sister in the other hand. "Tang Tang, you watch TV for a while. Dad is going to cook." Back in the living room, Chang Xiaosong put down the small school bag in his hand. "Okay, Dad. Go ahead, don't forget my favorite sweet and sour pork ribs." Xiao Tung Tang agreed sweetly, but still reminded her father again with concern. "Don't worry, little guy. Dad remembers it." Chang Xiaosong pinched Xiao Tung Tang's little face and said helplessly, "Oh, Dad, why are you pinching my face again?" "Really?" Being pinched, Xiao Tung Tang was unhappy, and said with a pout, "Dad always pinches my little face, really, and still treats me as a kindergarten kid. Ha ha. Okay, Daddy is wrong. I won't pinch you next time. Ha ha." Looking at the cute little expression of little Tingting, Chang Xiaosong was so cute. He came to the kitchen and started to prepare dinner for tonight. The first thing to make was the sweet and sour pork ribs that little Tingting loved the most. First, he took out the large pieces of pork ribs from the refrigerator and cut them into small pieces with his amazing knife skills. First, he blanched the pork ribs and cooked them over high heat for a while. With his cooking skills, he was able to control the heat firmly. After taking them out, he added sugar and vinegar and stir-fried them according to the taste that little Tingting loved the most. In his hands, the heat switched back and forth between medium and high heat. It's not easy for a chef-level chef to make such a simple home-cooked dish. Not long after, a plate of sweet and sour pork ribs with a fragrant aroma and golden color came out of the pot. Just looking at it is enough to increase one's appetite. Then Chang Xiaosong made another small green vegetable, a stir-fried potato shreds, and a fried egg with onions. Finally, I cooked a mushroom and shredded pork soup, and dinner was ready. Chang Xiaosong didn't cook too much, even though he was not as short of money as before. He would not deliberately waste it. Tang Tang, it's time to eat. Here I am, Dad. Little Ting Ting turned off the TV and ran over quickly, and saw that her father had already served all the dishes on the table. Wow! Dad, it smells so good. They all looked delicious. Little Ting Ting sat on a chair with chopsticks. Ha ha! If it tastes good, eat more. Come, try the sweet and sour pork ribs you've been thinking about. Chang Xiaosong directly picked up a piece of her favorite sweet and sour pork ribs for Xiaotingting, smiling slightly. Wow! It's so delicious. It's even better than the delicious sweet and sour pork ribs before. Little Ting Ting picked up the ribs and took a bite. Sweet and refreshing, crispy but not greasy, filled the entire taste buds. It's her favorite taste. Ha ha! If it's delicious, have another piece. And eat more rice and vegetables. Chang Xiaosong picked up another piece for Xiao Tang Tang, and then picked up some vegetables and put them in Xiao Tang Tang's bowl. Xiao Tang Tang happily finished the rice and drank a bowl of soup. He put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hand with a reluctant look. Dad, I'm full. I can't eat anymore. Ha ha. Okay, Dad, clean up. Chang Xiaosong also drank the soup in the bowl in one gulp and stood up to clean up the dishes. Chang Xiaosong went to wash the dishes, and Xiao Tang Tang wiped the table with a rag. Dad, when are we going to paint? After seeing Chang Xiaosong wash the dishes, Xiao Tang Tang looked at Chang Xiaosong expectantly. Dad has already cleaned up, let's go now. The father and daughter came to the living room and sat down on the carpet around the small table. Xiao Tang Tang took out the sketchbook and brush used in kindergarten from her school bag. Dad, what should we paint? Xiao Tang Tang turned around and asked Chang Xiaosong next to her. Well, what kind of painting can our Tang Tang? Or is there anything you want to paint? Dad can teach you. Chang Xiaosong smiled gently. Well, Tang Tang can only paint small flowers and carrots. Xiao Tang Tang took out her little hands and counted, saying tangledly. These are good paintings, but I definitely won't get first place tomorrow. No, I have to think of something awesome. Well, I got it. Dad, Tang Tang wants to draw the time when Dad and Tang Tang are together. When Dad sends Tang Tang to school. But Tang Tang can't draw. Is it okay? Little Tang Tang seemed to have thought of something, looking at Chang Xiaosong expectantly and a little embarrassed. Of course you can. Dad can teach Tang Tang to draw together. But to draw this, you can't use Tang Tang's pen. Dad will go get the pen. Chang Xiaosong smiled and touched little Tang Tang's head, explaining softly. Then he went upstairs to the study and took down the pen he used to draw the design. Tang Tang, you can't draw like this here. You have to draw like this. Chang Xiaosong instructed little Tang Tang from the side. Dad, I drew it wrong again. This is too difficult. Little Tang Tang said embarrassedly after accidentally drawing it badly. Well, this time, Dad will help you draw. Chang Xiaosong thought about it, got up and sat behind little Tang Tang. Come, watch carefully. You have to draw like this here, and you can draw like this here. He came behind little Tang Tang and held little Tang Tang's little hand. Driven by Chang Xiaosong's big hands, the tip of the pen jumped on the blank drawing paper. Little Ting Ting looked up at her father who was drawing with her little hands seriously, and smiled sweetly. Under this magical pen held by two hands, two figures gradually appeared. The image of Chang Xiaosong holding little Ting Ting and carrying a small school bag gradually appeared on the paper. From blurry to clear, from soulless to soulful. In the end, the two people seemed to appear alive on the paper. The two people were painted vividly, and the facial features and charm of the characters were vivid. Wow! Dad, it's amazing. This is exactly the same as us. Little Ting Ting said in surprise. The two bright big eyes were full of shock, as if they couldn't believe that this was drawn by their own pen. Don't worry. There's more. Chang Xiaosong made a quiet gesture, and then continued to write. Trees, roads, steps gradually appeared on both sides of Chang Xiaosong and little Ting Ting. The birds on the trees seemed to be calling softly, and every leaf seemed to be dancing in the wind. Cars, traffic lights, and zebra crossings gradually appeared on the road, and the cars seemed to be still moving. Until Chang Xiaosong stopped writing, a vivid picture of a father sending his daughter to school appeared in front of everyone. What's wrong with Tang Tang? Chang Xiaosong had already stopped writing, and seeing that little Tang Tang still had no reaction, he couldn't help but ask. Wow! That's awesome. Dad! This is too awesome. Little Tang Tang, who had recovered from the shock, was so excited that her body trembled. The high decibel and crisp voice echoed in the living room. Don't be impatient, it's not over yet. Next we're going to color it. Chang Xiaosong smiled gently, stroking Xiao Tung Tang's little head, signaling her not to be impatient. This. Dad. You're so amazing. Xiao Tung Tang was already a little incoherent with excitement. However, anyone who saw such a magical scene appeared in their own pen. It would be impossible to remain calm. Dad, how are we going to color it? I think it looks very good now. With the comfort of Chang Xiaosong, Xiao Tang Tang gradually recovered. She raised her head and looked at Chang Xiaosong's smiling and doting eyes, blinked her bright little eyes, and said innocently, "It looks good now. But Tang Tang's painting is incomplete now. The whole world is colorless." Chang Xiaosong's mood was also slightly fluctuating, mainly because he looked at Xiao Tang Tang's extremely happy smile, and he was also sincerely happy from the bottom of his heart. Tang Tang probably doesn't want the painting that Daddy and Tang Tang draw together to be an incomplete and colorless world, right? Chang Xiaosong caressed little Tang Tang lovingly, as if protecting his rare treasure. He slowly guided little Tang Tang. "Well, Tang Tang, don't. Tang Tang wants to draw the best painting with Daddy, and Tang Tang wants to give the best color to this painting with Daddy." Little Tang Tang's eyes were firm, and her little eyes were shining brightly. Turning around, he looked at the painting he had drawn. He was confused again, and what should he do? "Then what should we do, Daddy?" The image collapsed instantly, and little Tang Tang's painting style suddenly changed. The little eyes asked Chang Xiaosong with a little embarrassment. "Oh, really? You just said it so powerfully. Now you are scared in a second. It's so embarrassing. Ha ha. You little guy. It's okay, Daddy will draw with you." Chang Xiaosong laughed. He couldn't help but scratched little Tang Tang's little nose twice. "This is too cute." Chang Xiaosong held little Ting Ting's hand and picked up the small paintbrushes of various colors that Ting Ting had placed on the table. "Ting Ting, what color is the tree?" "Dad, it's green." Chang Xiaosong grabbed little Ting Ting's hand holding the small green paintbrush and gently painted the tree in the picture. Then Ting Ting, what color should Dad and Ting Ting's clothes be? "Dad, Ting Ting likes red and pink. Let's paint them red and pink." Ting Ting rested her chin on her other hand and thought for a while. She said to Chang Xiaosong happily, "This. No way. Tung Tung. You don't want to paint Dad's clothes red and pink, do you?" 3 black lines slid down Chang Xiaosong's head. He couldn't help but ask, "Yes. Dad, can't I? Ting Ting wants to paint the same color as Dad." Tang Tang replied happily, not realizing anything. She was still holding her little hand and whispering softly, "Ting Ting's skirt should be painted pink and her shoes should be red. Let's paint Dad's clothes pink and his pants red. Then the shoes should be red too." "Yes. That's right. That's it." Xiao Tang Tang shouted in surprise after thinking it all out. "Dad, let's paint it like this. It will definitely look good." Turning back, he looked at Chang Xiaosong with surprise and excitement. "This. What's the connection?" It sounded fine at the beginning, the skirt was pink and the shoes were red. But even though Chang Xiaosong was a little prepared, he was still confused. "My defense was broken. The clothes are pink. The pants are red? The shoes are also red." Chang Xiaosong couldn't help but feel a little numb just thinking about it. He really wanted to say to Xiao Tang Tang, "Tang Tang, Dad is a man. These colors are for girls. Isn't it not good for you to paint them on Dad?" Tug. Okay. But looking at Xiao Tang Tang's big eyes full of expectation and excitement, Chang Xiaosong changed his words. "Great. Dad, you are great. I love you to death." Xiao Tang Tang was so happy that she shouted. She let go of her hand and turned around and threw herself into Chang Xiaosong's arms. This girl. Chang Xiaosong was stunned for a moment. Looking at Xiao Tang Tang, who hugged his waist and buried her little head in his arms. Isn't it just for the sake of his daughter's happiness? It's just a coloring, what's the big deal? Chang Xiaosong smiled like an old father. "Dad, let me help you paint." "You help Tang Tang paint." Little Tang Tang held a small red paintbrush in her hand and handed Chang Xiaosong a small pink paintbrush. "Okay. Let's get started." Chang Xiaosong also said easily, and took the small paintbrush handed over by little Tang Tang with a smile. His daughter's happiness is more important than anything else, and nothing else matters. Both father and daughter started to act. "Dad, I'm done." Little Tang Tang painted Chang Xiaosong's pants and shoes in the painting red, and raised her little head. "Oh, really? Tang Tang is amazing. Dad is done too." Chang Xiaosong also put down the paintbrush in his hand and said with a smile, "Come on, Tang Tang, let's change pens. Give the red one to Dad." Chang Xiaosong handed the small red paintbrush to little Tang Tang, ready to exchange colors with him. Dad, how about you do it yourself?" Xiao Tang Tang was embarrassed and hesitated, so embarrassed that she didn't dare to look at Chang Xiaosong. Looking at the painting, Chang Xiaosong's upper body clothes have not been painted yet, wearing a pair of red pants and a pair of red shoes. It's so weird. Xiao Tang was painting very carefully, and the red color painted the pants and shoes completely, without any exposure. But look at the painting of herself painted by her father, wearing a pink skirt, youthful and lovely, like a fairy falling from the sky. Even if there is no need for other colors to embellish, it is still very beautiful, lively, and cute. Comparing herself with Chang Xiaosong, who was painted in an indescribable weird way, Xiao Tang's face turned red. Feeling very guilty. Dad painted himself so beautifully, but she painted Dad so badly. Chang Xiaosong also noticed himself after Xiao Tang finished painting. He touched Xiao Tang's head and took Xiao Tang's red brush. Then he put the pink paintbrush in his hand into Xiao Tang's hand, patted Xiao Tang's hand, and spoke softly but firmly. Look at how seriously our Tang painted. It looks so beautiful. Dad likes it very much. Great. Let's continue. There's still half of it left to paint. Really? Dad. Little Tang raised her head and looked at Chang Xiaosong's sincere eyes. Her bright eyes were filled with a layer of misty tears. She shook her head and nodded her little head vigorously. Dad is really the best dad in the world. In the summer evening, the sun was setting. From time to time, the lush trees on both sides of the road could hear the cry of a bird. In a luxuriously decorated single-family villa, a father and a daughter were gathered around a small coffee table next to the sofa. From time to time, the little girl's surprised voice and the adults' relaxed and happy voices could be heard. The flowers and plants outside the window swayed slightly with the breeze. It was indescribably warm. Dad, look at this yellow bird, isn't it beautiful? Xiao Tang pointed to a little bird she had just painted and called Chang Xiaosong happily. The crisp and lovely voice echoed in this huge home. It's very beautiful. Look at its beautiful wings. Tang is really amazing. Chang Xiaosong looked over. The bird on the tree was painted yellow, with little blue feathers on its wings. He gently touched Xiao Tang's little head and praised her generously. Chang Xiaosong and Xiao Tang colored this painting, which was enough to shock many famous painters. Dad, I'm done. Little Tang finished painting the last car, raised her head and shouted happily. Ha ha! It's a good painting. Tang is awesome. Chang Xiaosong had finished it a long time ago, and met the big eyes of little Tang. He gave a thumbs up and praised. Little Tang was very happy. She stood up and looked at the painting that was completed by her and her father. She couldn't help but frown and asked in confusion, Dad, why do I feel that it's not as good looking as before after we painted it? Ha ha! No, we still have the last step to complete. Chang Xiaosong smiled easily and said mysteriously. Isn't it finished? What else? Little Tang's brows also relaxed and asked curiously. Dad must be right, I said, why the painting is getting less and less beautiful. Although it looks good now, it just feels a little weird. Come on, Dad should take Tang with you. Let's finish it together. Chang Xiaosong came behind little Tang and held her little hand just like before. The small brushes of different colors were constantly changed, held by two hands, one big and one small. They were dotting and drawing on this painting that made the two of them extremely happy and joyful. The two hands, one big and one small, holding the brushes, passed through every place in the painting. It was as if the earth was reviving and all things were awakening, and the world in the painting was given life again. The trees were awakened by the spring breeze, spreading their tender branches and leaves, twisting their waists. The birds spread their wings again, soaring, and singing loudly. After the new decoration, Chang Xiaosong wore pink and red clothes and shoes, but it no longer looked out of place. Holding the little princess like little Tang, the smile on his face was full of love. Little Tang seemed to be immersed in the world of this painting, unable to extricate himself for a long time. It was so beautiful. Dad was so handsome too. And Tang became a real little princess. Tang, it's done. After a while, seeing that it was almost done, Chang Xiaosong chuckled and called little Tang back to his senses. The painting is finished. Wow. Dad's this. This little Tang came back to her senses and looked at her father's friendly smiling face. Looking at the finished painting, he pointed at it excitedly, and his words were a little unclear. This. It's so beautiful. So amazing. Ha ha. What's wrong with this? This is painted by our Tang himself. Chang Xiaosong smiled gently and accompanied Xiao Tang silently behind him. He expected Xiao Tang to have this reaction. But he was really happy that his baby daughter was so happy. It felt that the world was full of colors. Wow. It's amazing. Dad, I love you so much. Xiao Tungtung shouted and threw herself into Chang Xiaosong's arms. Her body was excited and trembling with joy. Xiao Tungtang was excited all night, and she felt sleepy when she came to her senses. Chang Xiaosong took her back to the room and waited for Xiao Tingtang to finish her bath. After accompanying Xiao Tingtang to sleep, he turned off the diamond-shaped chandelier above his head that emitted a faint light and gently closed the door. Return to your room and fill the large bathtub with hot water. Take off your clothes and reveal your strong and solid body. He slowly lay down in the bathtub, and a head emerged from the water. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his body gradually relaxed. It seemed that he wanted to wash away the long-term fatigue. After the divorce, he lived alone in this city with his daughter. He had to take care of Tang Tang and work to earn money to support the family and make rent. He was exhausted every day, but fortunately, he had Xiao Tang Tang's smile to support him. With Xiao Tang Tang, he lived a very happy life even if he was tired every day. For him, villas, luxury cars, and top abilities are all fine. But his daughter must be the most important. After a short nap, Chang Xiaosong got up and went under the shower head to take a cold shower. He walked out of the bathroom with a bath towel and came to the bed. After a busy day, he couldn't help but feel sleepy. He turned off the lights and fell asleep. The next day, he got up on time to prepare breakfast. Just as he was about to go upstairs to call Xiao Tangtang, he saw that Xiao Tangtang had already walked down the stairs by herself. Good morning, Dad. It smells so good. What delicious food did you make? Little Tingting rubbed her sleepy eyes and greeted lazily. Ha ha. Little greedy cat, you came down because you smelled the fragrance. I made sandwiches and grilled ham slices. You must be hungry. Come down quickly, brush your teeth and wash your face, and you can eat. Chang Xiaosong looked at the little guy with amusement and said softly, Sandwiches. Okay, I'll come right away. Little Tingting quickly brushed her teeth and washed her face. She sat at the dining table and came. Looking at the sandwich on her plate, the grilled ham slices, and a glass of milk. Dad, I'm going to eat. She picked up the sandwich and took a bite, and sure enough, he was not disappointed. The sweetness of the cream and the crispy taste of the chicken wrapped inside stimulated her taste buds. It lasted for a long time. Dad, it's delicious. Everything Dad makes tastes good now. Little Tingting praised generously while eating. Ha ha. As long as it tastes good, don't choke, and drink some milk too. Chang Xiaosong smiled gently, reminding Xiao Tangtang who was eating slowly. He even picked up his glass of milk and demonstrated to Xiao Tangtang. Xiao Tangtang replied vaguely. He put down the sandwich in his hand and took a sip of milk. Wow, Dad, this milk tastes good too. Little Tingting said in surprise, and couldn't help but take a big sip. Really? As long as we Tingting like to drink it, drinking more milk is good for children's growth. Chang Xiaosong looked at Little Tingting lovingly, and the smile on his face showed his mood at the moment. Is it true? Then Dad, I have to drink a glass of milk every day. This way I can grow up quickly. Then I can protect Dad. When Little Tingting heard that it was good for growth, her eyes lit up. She said firmly in a baby voice. This girl. Chang Xiaosong couldn't help but feel a little funny. But a warm current still flowed through his heart, warm and comfortable. Okay, Dad will prepare milk for you every day. Our Tingting must grow up quickly, and Dad is still waiting for you to protect him. After happily finishing breakfast, Chang Xiaosong cleaned up the table and dishes. Little Tingting packed up her school bag again, put away the small paintbrushes she took out yesterday one by one, and put them in the small school bag with Sister Xiaolan printed on it. Finally, he picked up the sketchbook as if he had found a treasure, and opened it to see if the painting he drew yesterday was still there. Wow! It's really beautiful. After confirming that it was correct, he carefully put it into the little school bag. Chang Xiaosong drove Cullinan with Xiao Tangtang, left the villa and set off for school. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan was parked not far from the 9th primary school as usual, and many passers-by around were also surprised to see this unusual car. After getting off the car, Chang Xiaosong took Xiao Tangtang's hand and walked towards the 9th primary school. Dad, our paintings are so beautiful. My classmates will be stunned. Xiao Tangtang looked up at Chang Xiaosong's tall figure and asked in a clear and affirmative voice. Ha ha. Yes. We Tangtang drew it by ourselves. Chang Xiaosong also smiled and rubbed Xiao Tangtang's little head. No. This is what my dad and I drew together. Xiao Tangtang corrected dissatisfiedly, shaking her little head, indicating not to touch it. Oh, good, good. It was drawn by Tang Tang and Dad together. Ha ha. Chang Xiaosong also laughed happily, his eyes full of the cute little man in front of him. Dad, bye. You don't have to pick me up at noon today. The father and daughter walked to the school gate, and little Tang Tang pointed to the small school bag on her back and said in a crisp voice, "Okay. Bye. Tung Tang, be good at noon today, Dad will pick you up after school in the afternoon." Chang Xiaosong also shook his hand and reminded him again with worry. It was agreed that little Tang Tang would stay overnight for one day and go home for the rest of the day. In the small school bag was a small lunchbox that Chang Xiaosong made early in the morning, which was reserved for little Tang Tang to eat at noon. Looking at little Tung Tang carrying the small school bag, walking happily to the classroom, Chang Xiaosong also turned and left. He had to go to the company today to see what materials were available, find the most suitable one, make the sample clothes, and perfect the design drawings. Little Tang Tang walked happily to the class with excitement. The little hand couldn't help but touch the small school bag behind him. "I will definitely surprise them today. Let's see what Xiaoming has to say. But what should I do if the painting my dad and I draw is hung on the blackboard?" Little Tingting looked conflicted. Originally, she wanted to surprise everyone including Xiaoming, and then the painting she and her father drew together could be hung on the blackboard. But now she thought that she couldn't take it down after hanging it up, and she was very reluctant. What should she do? "Tung Tung, you are here, come and sit down, class is about to start." Unknowingly, they had walked to class 1, grade 1. Ko Xin saw little Tingting and shouted happily. It also attracted the attention of other classmates in the class. Who made little Tingting become a celebrity in class 1, grade 1 because of painting? Okay. Little Tingting came back to her senses and hurried to her seat and sat down. She carefully put the small school bag into the drawer. Seeing that little Tingting was distracted when walking, other classmates thought that she must be so unhappy because she didn't draw a good painting. Maybe she didn't even have a painting. Ha. I wonder how our big sister Tang Tang is doing in painting. She can't have done anything at all. Ha. Xiaoming was relieved when he saw this, and couldn't help but sneer. Little Tang Tang's father looks like a really capable person. He was also worried for a while, fearing that he would fail again this time. I don't know what to do then. So many people saw it. It's impossible to call this mortal enemy big sister every time we meet in the future. It's a bit chilling to think about it. Now it's good, this Tang Tang must not have done a good job in painting. Maybe she didn't even paint at all. Although my own paintings are not particularly good, and my father is not very good at painting. But it must be better than little Tang Tang. As for hanging it on the blackboard, forget it, there is still some self-knowledge. You are nonsense. Little Tang Tang was just about to refute him and teach him a lesson. But when he saw Teacher Qingqing had walked in at the door, he quickly stopped. The other students were originally ready to watch a good show, but when they saw the teacher coming, they gave up first. However, this battle will soon come to an end, which everyone knows. So everyone is not in a hurry. The class bell rang at this time. Classmates, class. Hello, teacher. As Gu Qingqing said class, the students all stood up. Hello, classmates, please sit down. Thank you, teacher. The students also sat down and started the class formally. Okay. Then we will start the class now. I wonder if the students went back yesterday and completed the tasks assigned by the teacher with their parents. Gu Qingqing said in a gentle and generous voice, and her smile was also approachable. It looks easy to get along with and very gentle. It is easy to make others feel good. Finished. Teacher Qingqing, my parents and I have finished the painting together. Teacher Qingqing, I have finished the painting too. The students rushed to speak, and the atmosphere was driven by passion. They were all very interested. Oh, it seems that the students in our class are very good. Gu Qingqing praised with a smile. Which child wants to show your painting to the teacher first? After Gu Qingqing finished speaking, she was expecting the students to rush to grab it. After all, the atmosphere was so lively just now. However, the reality was completely different from what she thought. The students all quieted down, and almost no one took the initiative to be the first to see their paintings. Gu Qingqing was confused and saw that the students' eyes were all drifting to one place. She also looked over and saw that the students around her were looking at the two tables of Xiao Tung Tang and Xiaoming. Little Tong Tong was also a little confused. What was going on? Although she was prepared to surprise everyone, what the hell was going on now? At this time, Xiaoming, who was also stared at by everyone, couldn't help but said, Teacher Qingqing, let's look at my and Tang Tang's first. After Xiaoming finished speaking, he took out the sketchbook that he had prepared long ago from the drawer. Okay. Gu Qingqing took the sketchbook from Xiaoming in a daze, a little unresponsive. Who can tell her what happened? It's okay to look at yours first, but why did you mention Tang Tang? And what's going on with the other students? She was so active just now. How come now? There was no time to think about it. Gu Qingqing picked up the sketchbook in her hand and opened it. An animal that was not sure whether it was a cat or a tiger appeared in the sketchbook, but seeing the word on its forehead, Gu Qingqing judged that the painting should be a tiger. A tiger is enjoying the cool under two big trees. This is Xiaoming's painting. Come, everyone can take a look at Xiaoming's painting. The teacher thinks it's good, but there are still some areas that can be improved. Overall it's great, really great. Gu Qingqing passed the sketchbook around the classmates, then picked up a red pen. She gave it a good rating and praised Xiaoming. Xiaoming was also very happy to get the affirmation of Teacher Qingqing. He was not very confident about his painting before, but now it seems that he thought too much. Didn't you see that Teacher Qingqing said it was very good? Let's see what she will do now. Xiaoming looked at Xiaotingting in the back row with pride. Cut, that's it? What's so great about it? You'll cry later. Xiaotingting was also disdainful in her heart. She also saw Xiaoming's painting. To be honest, it was really average, and if she drew it by herself, it might not be inferior to his painting. Not to mention that she has her father with her. Thinking of Chang Xiaosong, Xiaotingting couldn't help but smile sweetly. Teacher Qingqing, let's take a look at mine for the second one. Little Tung Teng didn't hesitate any longer, and the classmates were still waiting. Gently taking out the result of her and her father's hard work from her school bag, Gu Qingqing also took the sketchbook handed over by little Tung Tung with a little curiosity. Is it these two children who make the classmates so strange? To be honest, Gu Qingqing was still very curious about these two children. But the first painting inevitably made her a little disappointed. Although it is also the normal level of children, this is not to let other children let them go first. With curiosity and exploration, she opened the sketchbook in her hand. With just one glance, she was immersed in it. What a scene! The trees spread their branches and leaves to their heart's content, and the branches and leaves danced with the wind. The birds flew towards the blue sky, chirping crisply. There were white clouds floating in the blue sky, as if welcoming this beautiful day. On the road, the car was driving slowly. Looking at the zebra crossing in front, it seemed ready to give way to the children passing by and preparing to go to school at any time. On the sidewalk, a father and a daughter, one big and one small, were holding hands, walking towards the school ahead happily. Both the father and daughter were wearing red and pink clothes, pants, and shoes, and they didn't seem to be a bit out of place. The little girl asked some questions from time to time, and the young father would smile and answer patiently. Everything seemed so harmonious and beautiful, like a real world. Teacher Qingqing? Teacher Qingqing, what's wrong with you? How is Tang Tang's painting? Xiaoming and Kuxian, who were next to Gu Qingqing, saw Teacher Qingqing standing there in a daze after looking at Tang Tang's painting. She called softly. Gu Qingqing came back to her senses and was called out from the beautiful world in the painting. Ah! The teacher is fine. She replied to her classmates, but didn't have time to pay attention to their curious eyes. She hurriedly came to little Tung Tang and asked as calmly as possible, Tung Tong, who did you draw this painting with? Dad? She couldn't hide her excited tone, which showed her restlessness and shock at the moment. She didn't doubt whether Tung Tung herself participated in the painting. It is not difficult to see from some details in the painting that there are traces of children. For example, the clothes of Tang Tang's father, the birds on the tree, the big tree and its branches and leaves, etc. All indicate that there are children participating in this painting. Yes. Teacher Qingqing, this is what my father and I painted at home last night. Little Tong Tang said with a little expression of as expected. When she saw Teacher Qingqing staring at her painting, little Tong Tang was not worried. Because she knew that Teacher Qingqing should be attracted by the world in the painting. Even though she knew that it would surprise everyone, this moment really came. She couldn't help but feel happy and proud. See, this is the painting that my father and I painted together. It's really your father. Gu Qingqing no longer doubted it, but she was too shocked for a while and didn't know what to say. Teacher Qingqing, what's wrong with Tang Tang's painting? How is it? It shouldn't be as good as mine. Xiaoming, who was sitting aside, felt more and more uneasy, and couldn't help asking. Gu Qingqing looked at Xiaoming deeply. She almost understood it. These two little guys were probably competing to see whose painting was better. She couldn't help but smile bitterly in her heart. This little guy was going to be hit hard this time. Well, there's nothing wrong with Tang Tang's painting. Not only is there nothing wrong, but the teacher also thinks it's very good. Even the teacher's painting is not that good. There's still a long way to go. Gu Qingqing also calmed down her excitement. She spoke. Stay calm. Calm down. We're still in class. Impossible. Teacher Qingqing, you can't be mistaken. Tang Tang's father shouldn't be able to draw. Before Gu Qingqing could continue to speak, Xiaoming couldn't help it. As early as when teacher Qingqing gave him a meaningful look, his anxiety had reached its peak. Impossible. How could her father still draw? He has a villa, a great car, and is so good at cooking. How could he still draw? How could there be such an amazing person? Teacher Qingqing must have seen it wrong. It must be. Gu Qingqing looked at Xiaoming with pity, but didn't care. She gently opened the painting in her hand to the classmates and said excitedly, "No way. You can also take a look. Tang Tang's painting is really amazing. Tang Tang is awesome. I wonder if Tang Tang agrees to hang this painting in the class. This painting will definitely win first place, but Gu Qingqing still has to ask for Xiao Teng's opinion. This painting is not that simple now. I wonder if the masters from the outside world will go crazy to grab it when they see it. Can't I take it down after the teacher hangs it up? Then I'd better not hang it up. I still want to keep it for myself. This is a painting that my father and Tang Teng painted together," Xiao Teng said with a tangled and embarrassed look on her face. She had been thinking about this problem before class, and finally decided to forget it. This is a painting that her father and Tang Teng painted together. Wow! This is too amazing. This is the first time I have seen such an amazing painting. This is so beautiful. The painting is so amazing. Gu Qingqing just slowly turned the painting around, trying to let all the classmates see it. The classmates were also attracted by the world in the painting, and their eyes moved with the rotating painting. It was not until they could no longer see it that they slowly came back to their senses. They said with admiration, "Wow! Tang Tang, you painted so well. It's amazing." Kuxin, a classmate, couldn't help but sigh. This can't be true," Xiaoming murmured with lifeless eyes. Teacher Qingqing was standing next to him, and when she showed the painting to the students, he was the first one to come over, just to verify that Teacher Qingqing must have seen it wrong just now. Who knew that he couldn't help but be attracted by the painting at a glance? The painting was so beautiful and lifelike. It made people feel relaxed and happy. He was also in a trance for a while. It was not until the painting turned to another direction that he gradually came back to his senses. Just then, he heard Xiao Teng actually said that it would be hung in the classroom. In an instant, it was like a thunderbolt, his face was ashen, and his eyes lost their color. Her father is really that powerful. He didn't even think of hanging the painting in the class, how face-saving. But others are not willing to hang it. But no one noticed his expression now. All eyes were attracted by Xiao Teng. Teacher Qingqing said to hang it in the class, and the other children had no objection. Look at other people's, and then look at your own. What else is there to say? No, the teacher will protect your painting. It won't be like in kindergarten where you can't take it down after it's been posted. The teacher helped you hang up the painting, and Tang can take it down anytime you want. Gu Qingqing explained patiently, dispelling little Tang Tang's worries. She also understood what little Tang Tang was worried about. It seems that Tang Tang has a very good relationship with her father. From the painting, you can see that Tang Tang's father loves Tang Tang very much. And Tang Tang is reluctant to finish the painting with her father now. Really? In this case. Then teacher, I agree to hang this painting in the class. Little Tang Tang said hesitantly after hearing Teacher Qingqing's explanation. It shouldn't matter if it can be taken down at any time. We also want to let more people see the paintings that my father and I drew. I said my father is very good. Little Tang Tang thought to himself, proud of his father. Well, okay, teacher, go back and cover it with something after class. Then you don't have to worry about getting it dirty. Gu Qingqing also carefully put the painting away. This is something that is enough to shock the entire painting world. She is also a top student who graduated from a prestigious school, and she has come into contact with countless famous paintings. In her opinion, this painting is not inferior to any famous painting she has seen before. Maybe even stronger. I have to ask my teacher later to see who this is. Next, I looked at the paintings of other children one by one. But the atmosphere in the whole classroom was wrong. Gu Qingqing also said some irrelevant words of praise. But everyone's interest was not very high. No child felt that his painting could compare with Xiao Teng's painting. A class slowly passed in this strange atmosphere. The bell rang. It pulled many people back to their mood. Gu Qingqing wanted to go back to the office quickly so that she could ask her teacher how good this work was. But Xiaoming was tormented, thinking about what to do later. Goodbye, classmates. Goodbye, teacher. Gu Qingqing left the classroom with Xiao Teng's painting and the paintings of two other children selected later. Wow! Did you see that just now? Tang Tang's painting is so beautiful. Yes. So beautiful. So amazing. As soon as Gu Qingqing left the classroom, the whole classroom was boiling. Most of the voices were talking about little Tang Tang's painting. Hey, Tung Tung. How did you draw it? It's so good. Koxian couldn't help but lean over and whispered. Ha ha. It's okay. My dad taught me to draw, and he even led me to draw some parts. Little Tung Tang was a little embarrassed by the praise, and her face was slightly red. Dad is so amazing. It's great to have a dad. Wow. Tung Tung, your dad is so amazing. He is handsome, cooks delicious food, and is so good at drawing. Kuxian's eyes were full of stars, and she was very envious. Her little face was flushed and she spoke more and more quietly. Unlike my dad, who only studies cars every day. I asked him to draw a car for me when I asked him to draw together. Really? Then she thought of her own dad, and couldn't help but feel a little speechless and complained helplessly. Ha ha. Kuxian's car painting is also very good. Your father is also very serious. Look, Teacher Qingqing said that the painting is very good, and it can also be hung on the blackboard. Xiao Tingtang also said happily. But what she said was not wrong. Koxian's painting was also very good. She drew a top luxury car of Rolls-Royce, and every detail was handled very well. It can be seen that she is very knowledgeable about cars. This is one of the other two paintings taken away by Gu Qingqing. Kuxian also smiled sweetly. Although she is not very interested in cars, that is what her father likes. And it is a painting drawn with her father, which can be recognized by the teacher and everyone. She is also very happy. Unlike the two little girls behind, who were chatting and laughing, praising each other. Xiaoming's table in front, however, did not say a word. The deskmate obviously felt something was wrong, looking at Xiaoming's sad expression. He wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he couldn't stay any longer, so he ran to other tables of children. What to do? I won't really be her little brother, will I? Xiaoming was very conflicted. Forget it. Never mind. Dad said, a real man should accept defeat. Tung Tung, I lost. I admit it, from now on I will be your little brother. After thinking it over, Xiaoming slowly turned around. In his heart, he kept saying to himself, Dad said, a real man should accept defeat. A real man. After he finally said it, a big stone in his heart fell. The suppressed emotions were released at once, and he breathed a sigh of relief and felt much more comfortable. Forget it. It's okay. Xiao Tungtang, who was still talking and laughing with Kuxian, was also startled. After thinking about it, he said it slowly. But she also changed her mind about Xiaoming. This kid, is it okay? Kuxian also looked at Xiaoming in surprise. Originally, they all thought that even if Xiaoming didn't play tricks, he would hide and not talk to them. Now, it really makes people look at him with new eyes. How can it be forgotten? I don't care, you will be my big sister in the future. Xiaoming had mustered up great courage to say it, and now heard Xiao Tengteng say this. I don't know what's wrong with my mind, and said angrily in rogue. This is that I don't even want to be a younger brother to others? Dad said that a man must be willing to accept defeat. I don't care. I've decided on you. What the hell is this? Xiao Tengteng also looked at Xiaoming strangely. Is this kid stupid? Xiao Tengteng wanted to touch his head to see if he had a fever. Then he thought about it and decided to forget it. It was too troublesome. Let's forget it. No matter what you say, I don't care. If I lose, I'll be your little brother. Before Xiao Tengteng could say no, Xiaoming interrupted him shamelessly. Xiao Tengteng couldn't help but be a little speechless. Puff, ha ha. Koxian couldn't help laughing and quickly covered her mouth. These two are so cute. You. Xiao Tengteng was about to speak. Lin walked in from the classroom door, and the class bell rang at this time. The classroom also became quiet. Xiaoming also turned around with a smile on his face. Ha ha. It seems that this is also quite interesting. Xiaoming's deskmate looked at him with strange eyes. What happened? What's wrong with this guy? He looked half dead just now. I was away for a while, and this change is too big. Could it be? The more she thought about it, the more scared she became. She couldn't help but move her out. Gu Qingqing hurried back to the office with a few paintings. The teacher next to her also looked at her strangely. She returned to her desk and simply dealt with the concerned greetings from other teachers. She put the 3 sketchbooks on the table, took out her mobile phone and started to contact her teacher. Gu Qingqing is a graduate of Jiangnan Academy of Fine Arts, and her teacher is a famous professor-level figure at Jiangnan Academy of Fine Arts. He is also one of the most senior figures in the entire Chinese art world. He is respected as Mr. Yuan by countless internationally famous painters. Gu Qingqing, teacher, are you there? Gu Qingqing, I have a painting that needs your help. After sending the message, Gu Qingqing waited anxiously, eager to know the details of the painting. It's not that she didn't call, but she was afraid that the teacher was busy. It would be bad to disturb him at that time. She didn't let her wait too long. About 5 minutes later, Mr. Yuan replied with a voice message. Gu Qingqing quickly clicked it and heard the kind and familiar voice. The general meaning is, Yuan Lao, Xiao Cheng. Didn't you go to Jianhai City to be a teacher? How are you doing? Are you happy? Did you encounter any problems? You can talk to the teacher if you have anything. What paintings do you want me to see? Gu Qingqing took out her mobile phone and sent the photos she took while waiting. Gu Qingqing, teacher, I am fine now. Please help me take a look at this painting first. After sending it, there was no reply for a long time. Gu Qingqing was not in a hurry. The teacher should not have seen the painting. With the teacher's experience and obsession with paintings, he will definitely contact himself. Look, about 20 minutes later, Gu Qingqing's mobile phone rang. It was a call from Yuan Lao. Yuan Lao, Xiaoqing, where did you get this painting? Gu Qingqing, what's wrong? Teacher, I am an art teacher in elementary school. This was drawn by a student in my class and her father. Yuan Lao, no wonder. I thought so. Qingqing, where are you now? Which primary school in Jianhai City? I want to see this painting with my own eyes. Gu Qingqing, I am in the 9th primary school in Jianhai City. Teacher, what do you think of this painting? I personally have never seen such a painting before, and I feel it is not inferior to any painting I have seen before. Yuan Lao, Qingqing. More than that, this painting can be called a masterpiece. I have never seen this unique style before. The world in the painting is perfectly presented with clever techniques, which is not reality but better than reality. The children in it also played a huge role. Yuan Lao, I can't finish it for a while. Are you sure this is the painting of a student in your class? Did she and her parents draw it by hand? Gu Qingqing was also extremely shocked. She knew that this painting should be very good. But she didn't expect that even the teacher would give such a high evaluation, a masterpiece. Thinking about it, Xiao Tang can almost confirm that it should be drawn by herself. The coloring on it is still the color of the child's brush. Gu Qingqing, teacher, I am sure that the students and parents in the class drew it together. She also agreed that I could hang this painting in the class. I teach in Class 1, Grade 1, Number 9 Primary School in Jianhai City. Mr. Yuan, okay? I see, Qingqing, you must keep it well first. This painting is good enough to be put in the Museum of Literature. I will come to Jianhai City tomorrow, and there are still some places and issues that I need to take a closer look. And I also want to meet the person who drew this painting. Gu Qingqing, teacher, you are coming to Jianhai City? Not really. Otherwise, I can just go and talk to that parent. Gu Qingqing was even more shocked. The teacher actually came in person. It seems that I still underestimated this painting. Mr. Yuan, don't. Generally, people who don't care about fame and fortune have their own pride. It's good for me to go over and meet them. In the end, Gu Qingqing didn't persuade the teacher until she hung up the phone. She had to say that she would pick her up at the airport tomorrow. Because of the classes around, other teachers also left. Otherwise, let them see the usually quiet and gentle Gu Qingqing so excited. It's going to knock my eyeballs out. Gu Qingqing looked down at the sketchbook on the table and couldn't help but be a little absent-minded. After leaving school, Chang Xiaosong did not return to the villa. He took the completed design with him and went straight to the company. The Rolls-Royce drove into the new city building and headed straight for the underground parking garage. Everyone who saw it couldn't help but look at it. Cars of this grade are very rare in their area. There are many people who know cars and are curious about who is in the car. Chang Xiaosong didn't know that other people thought so, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After parking the car in the parking space, he went to the elevator with a briefcase. He pressed the 12th floor and greeted the front desk lady passing by. He went straight to the president's office. He knocked on the door and heard the cold voice inside. He opened the door and walked in. A pair of slender legs under the desk were still slightly close to one side. But this time, they were not wearing black stockings. A pair of brown tights completely wrapped the pair of beautiful legs. Long Binger also raised her head, with a pair of black and shiny eyes that kept people away from her. Seeing that it was Chang Xiaosong who came in, Long Binger's eyes also showed a rare surprise. "What's the matter?" The voice was as brief as usual, but it was not without a trace of warmth, and there was no longer the feeling of rejecting people from 1,000 miles away. I need to know what materials are here. Chang Xiaosong also understood how to get along with this woman, that is, to talk less nonsense. He came to the seat opposite Long Binger and sat down, and got straight to the point. Have you finished the first draft? Long Binger asked in surprise. It's only been a few days, and he has finished the first draft? Impossible. Or did he just make it up to perfunctory me? Thinking of this, Long Binger's face was calm. But her tone was obviously much colder, and it also exuded a cold momentum. Chang Xiaosong also clearly felt the change of the icy beauty in front of him, although it felt a little strange. What's wrong with this daughter? Who has provoked her again? But he didn't care. Then he said, well, I need to see the existing materials before making a final decision. Long Binger frowned after hearing this. Okay, I'll have someone send the list over. You can take a look here. Long Binger took out her phone and sent a message, then looked at Chang Xiaosong with her cold eyes. I'll see what he can do for me. The four looked at each other. One side was indifferent and easygoing with a smile, and the other side had cold eyes without a trace of warmth. I want to remind you that the opponents in this competition are not weak. Many well-known designers have also participated. I hope you can go all out. Long Binger was the first to retract her gaze, with an expression that has never changed. With a hint of embarrassment, she pretended to be indifferent and spoke. Oh, ha ha. Don't worry. I know everything. Chang Xiaosong now understood what the woman was worried about, smiled gently, and said very confidently. Is it because I finished the first draft too quickly? This woman is really. She won't ask questions even if she has any. She is really arrogant. Long Binger didn't say anything, just sat there quietly, waiting for the list of materials to be delivered. Chang Xiaosong saw that the woman had no intention of continuing to talk, and he was too lazy to make himself unhappy. Thinking about the clothes he designed. What materials should be used to match the best, and if some materials are missing, what materials should be used instead? There is one more person in the office, and it is a man. Long Binger obviously felt that the atmosphere was a little different, and she felt uncomfortable all over. She secretly looked at the mysterious man in front of her. The man was about 27 or 28 years old, with short hair. His eyes were deep and bright, and he was thinking about things attentively. His high nose bridge and thin lips were slightly. His wheat-colored skin and the solid muscles were faintly visible under the white short-sleeved shirt. His tall and thin figure seemed to contain huge tenacity and strength. He exuded a mysterious masculine temperament. He sat casually and lazily, but he seemed easygoing and indifferent. It seemed that nothing could move him. Long Binger was a little stunned. Chang Xiaosong had almost finished thinking, and he always felt a little uncomfortable being stared at. When he came to his senses, he saw Long Binger staring at him straight. He was so scared that he almost got goosebumps all over his body. Boss Long, you. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by a knock at the office door. He also added, Boss Long, I have brought what you want. Long Binger suddenly came back to her senses, and her pretty face with light makeup also flushed. She quickly sat up and recovered her expression. A calm and cold voice said, come in. This scene also made Chang Xiaosong stunned. This? Can it be like this? A woman in a professional suit walked in from the outside and saw that there was another person in the office. She couldn't help but look at it again in surprise. Without thinking too much, she quickly stepped forward and put the folder in her hand in front of Long Binger. At Long Binger's signal, she put it down and retreated, gently closing the door. Take a look, everything the company has is in here. Long Binger pushed the file in front of her to Chang Xiaosong and said calmly. It seemed that nothing had happened just now. Chang Xiaosong didn't care, just pretended that he didn't see it. Although he was a little curious, he wouldn't embarrass everyone. Reach out and pick up the file in front of him. Look through it. After reading for nearly 3 minutes, Chang Xiaosong put down the document in his hand. His brows were tightly furrowed. It's not that there are too few materials on this list, but that the several main materials that Chang Xiaosong wants are not available. Chang Xiaosong also reacted and realized that he used the most suitable materials in his memory. Some of them he had never heard of before, which shows that they must be extremely precious. This is also his inertial thinking. He has the ability of a top designer. Most of the time he thinks about is how to do better, but he doesn't consider the problem of the materials he needs. It is also because he stops halfway through picking up and taking care of shouting every day and interrupts his inspiration. One is that the time is too short, and the other is that he didn't consider it carefully. Then it became like this. What's wrong? Is there no suitable one? You can tell me the materials you want, and I can find a way to get them for you. Long Binger has been paying attention to this side, and when she saw Chang Xiaosong like this, she also spoke. Well, Let's not use it. I have other ways. Chang Xiaosong thought about it and decided to forget it. Let's not talk about whether Long Binger can get the materials he wants. Even if she can, it will take time to get it. Not to mention the time issue of the competition, Chang Xiaosong himself is not willing to go through so much trouble. Other ways? I can find a way to get the materials, and I will definitely get them before the competition. Long Binger frowned and said. She realized that Chang Xiaosong probably didn't find the materials he wanted. She was also prepared to use her connections to find a way to get the materials she wanted. After all, she also attaches great importance to this competition. She is also optimistic about Chang Xiaosong. Chang Xiaosong returned to his seat, and on the table was his revised design. He introduced the fabric material and materials in detail. After a while, Long Binger came over with a big bag. When he opened it, he saw all kinds of clothing tools and a lot of materials and fabrics that Chang Xiaosong wanted. Are you really going to do it yourself? I can still think of a way to get the materials. Long Binger hesitated for a while, but still spoke. It's okay, just like this. Chang Xiaosong answered easily. When he was in the president's office, Chang Xiaosong explained his ideas to Long Binger. He also revealed to Long Binger a few of the materials he originally wanted to make. Then, Long Binger had to agree. She couldn't get the materials that Chang Xiaosong wanted. There were one or two of them that she could still think of ways to get, but some of them she had never heard of. Where should she get them? In the end, she was really worried, so Long Binger offered to help Chang Xiaosong. After all, she was also a problem here, because she couldn't provide the materials. She had to come to help, and the most important thing was to keep an eye on Chang Xiaosong, in order to prevent him from making something up to fool himself. Oh. Okay, then what are you going to do next? What should I do? Long Binger stopped persuading her and began to work. Otherwise. You should just help me thread the thread. Chang Xiaosong looked at her in surprise. After thinking for a while, he said, Is this woman serious? He thought she was just talking and would just sit next to him to supervise him. He was also very disgusted by this. After all, he would feel uncomfortable if others did not trust him. Okay, Oklahoma. Long Binger said nothing more and took out the things in her bag one by one and put them in place. She took the needle and thread and started to work. This is how she is. Once she decides to work, she will complete it meticulously. Chang Xiaosong was really surprised this time and looked at Long Binger again. This woman made Chang Xiaosong refresh his view of her. He retracted his gaze and started to work. After all, everything had to be completed before his daughter got out of school in the afternoon. Time was tight and the task was heavy. I told you not to call me Big Sister. Shouting Tongue scratched her hair and said helplessly, Okay, Big Sister. Xiaoming immediately obeyed, nodding in response. Shouting Ting also supported her forehead and was a little overwhelmed. Poochie. Ha ha. Curson next to her couldn't help laughing. This is too funny. After class, Lin walked out of the classroom. Xiaoming turned around and called her Big Sister. Well, Big Sister. And Curson, are you all going home at noon today? Anyway, Shouting Ting said not to call her, so he agreed. You still have to call her what you should call me. Shouting Ting has been helpless to complain, so just ignore him. I'm not going home at noon. And Tang Tang is not going home at noon today either. Shouting Ting didn't want to talk anymore, but Curson next to her thought, how interesting this is. And it's also good this way. Much better than before. Coxin thought so and sold Xiao Tung Tung immediately. Oh, really? Big Sister is not going home today? Xiaoming looked at Xiao Tung Tung in surprise. He just asked and chatted, and thought Xiao Tang Tang would go home. That's right, Big Sister's dad is so powerful. He should be very busy. Yes. Xiao Tung Tang replied unhappily, and gave Coxin, the fake sister, a fierce look. That's great. I'll call my dad and tell him not to pick me up. Xiaoming happily took out his watch and called his dad. Beep. Hello? Son, what's wrong? Did you finish school early again today? Dad will be here soon. A rough and bold male voice came from the other end of the phone, accompanied by a crackling sound. The person on the other end should have accidentally bumped into something. Dad, no need. I'll be at school at noon today. No need to pick me up today. Xiaoming was full of black lines. Dad is really something. Big Sister and Coxin are both next to him. Can't you be more stable? Son, didn't you say you wouldn't stay at school? What's wrong now? It's because Dad is busy. I must think about Dad, Xiaoming said hypocritically. He didn't blush or feel nervous. Coxin and Xiao Tung Tang beside him were stunned. Wow. Son, you are so sensible. Dad will contact teacher now. And you can send a voice message to Dad later to tell him what you want to eat at noon. Dad will order takeout for you. You can just go to the security room at the school gate to get it. Xiaoming's father on the other end of the phone was so touched. He said a lot of things excitedly. He felt like an old father whose son had finally grown up. Big sister, Xin. Is there anything you want to eat at noon? I can ask Dad to bring it over. After hanging up the phone with his father, Xiaoming came up immediately. No need, my mother made a lunchbox for me. You can try it together when the time comes. Seeing that Xiao Tangtang didn't speak for a long time, Xin was also considerate and came out to help. After saying that, the two looked at Xiao Tangtang. Okay, stop looking. I don't need it either, my dad also made a lunchbox for me. Being stared at by four eyes, Xiao Tangtang was also uncomfortable. She had to say it helplessly. This. Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, the four eyes lit up immediately. It was like a wild wolf seeing food. You. Don't look at me like that. What are you doing? Xiao Tangtang was a little flustered by the two stares. Well, he. Big sister, look, I can give you some drinks to drink together. Can you let us taste yours when the time comes? Xiaoming rubbed his hands and said embarrassedly. He hasn't tasted the dishes made by Tangtang's father yet. Last time, they were all taken away by the teacher. He heard other people spread it as magical. He has been greedy for a long time. And he saw it last time, but he couldn't let go of his face at that time. It's different now. Xin nodded frantically beside him. Xiaoming has never tasted that taste. But she has tasted it. That taste is simply amazing. She had never eaten anything so delicious. Thinking of the dishes cooked by Tangtang's father, she instantly felt that her mother's cooking was not delicious. Ah, that's it? We can all eat together then. Forget about the drinks, Dad said not to drink drinks randomly. It's not good for children's health. Little Tangtang was also relieved. She thought these two had done something weird. But thinking of the taste of the dishes cooked by her father, Xiao Tangtang was relieved. That's right, Dad's cooking is so delicious. Dad is really amazing. Then she couldn't help but feel a little proud. Great, big sister. That's right, the drink is not good. Then what should we drink? Xiaoming and Xin were excited, looking forward to what kind of delicious food they would eat at that time. But Xiaoming still didn't forget to order something for big sister. No, don't we all bring water? Xiao Tangtang pointed to the water cup on the table with Xiong air reflected on it. Big sister, no. Xiaoming wanted to say something, but the class bell rang and the teacher came in. He had to give up. After class, Xiaoming sneakily passed a note to the back. Xin opened it and saw that it said, since the drink can't be drunk, I asked Dad to order a milk drink. Xin looked at Xiao Tangtang, as if asking for her opinion. Xiao Tangtang also saw what was written on the note. After thinking about it, he nodded helplessly. If I don't agree, this guy might do something weird. It's class time now, the teacher is watching, it's hard to say. And my dad has also said that drinking milk is good for children's growth. Xin also wrote a few words on the note and was about to hand it back. Xiao Tangtang stopped her and took it and added a few words. Boy, you are not allowed to pass notes in class. Study hard. Then she handed it back. After Lin finished teaching the first grade class, she returned to the office. Thinking about how she still hasn't made any progress, she couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Lin, there were a lot of people chasing you in college. You didn't agree to any of them. What about now? You can't find a way to pay for it. When she returned to her seat, she seemed to see something out of the corner of her eye. She put down her textbooks and came to Gu Qingqing's desk. At a glance, she saw 3 paintings covered with plastic and placed together. But what attracted her was not the top one, which was a painting of a luxurious-looking car. She had seen Chang Xiaosong's truly luxurious and noble car. What really attracted her was the painting that was pressed at the bottom with only one corner exposed, which read, Tang Tang and Dad. This was after Chang Xiaosong and Xiao Tangtang finished painting, and Xiao Tangtang said that he would write the words Tang Tang and Dad in the upper left corner. Prove that the two of them painted together. Lin was also itching and uncomfortable at this time. She also heard that Gu Qingqing assigned this task to the classmates. But what she didn't expect was that Chang Xiaosong could also draw. He was even in the top 3 in the class. Gu Qingqing had classes in other classes this class, so she was not in the office. She also deliberately put Xiao Tangtang's painting at the bottom. I'll just take a look, it shouldn't be a big deal. Lin took out the painting at the bottom for some reason and looked up. The whole person was stunned there. The trees spread their branches and leaves to their heart's content, and the branches and leaves danced with the wind. The birds flew towards the blue sky, chirping crisply. There were white clouds floating in the blue sky, as if welcoming this beautiful day. On the sidewalk, a father and a daughter, one big and one small, were holding hands. They walked towards the school ahead happily. Everything was so beautiful and real, and the father and daughter were so warm. Lin's eyes moved to Chang Xiaosong in the painting. Slender figure, knife-like face with a calm and easygoing smile. Deep and bright eyes, people fall into it inadvertently. But the bottom of his eyes is full of love. Even if he wears red and pink clothes, pants and shoes, it will not make people feel funny. He is still so handsome and confident. Unique. As expected, handsome people look good in anything. Teacher? Are you okay? In the seat opposite Lin, another male teacher in the office asked worriedly. Oh, it's okay. Lin woke up instantly and quickly put the painting in her hand back in place. She replied in a panic, and then returned to her seat. The male teacher also looked at her strangely, asked again, and let it go. Continue to do your lesson plan. Lin returned to her seat, still couldn't help blushing. She buried her face in the table, feeling a little excited, stimulated, and a little guilty. After she gradually calmed down, she couldn't help but think of the painting. This is what he drew. This is too amazing. Is there anything he can't do? And he is so handsome. Lin thought about it like a fangirl, and she was more determined to win Chang Xiaosong. If she didn't act earlier, I don't know how many people would be staring at this good man. But in a blink of an eye, her heart was tangled again. I really want to see that painting again. Don't worry. Teacher Qingqing should be posted in the class soon. You can see it any time you want then. No. What if it's not posted by then? Then I won't be able to see it again? How about I take another look, or take a picture? Thinking of taking pictures, Lin's eyes lit up. Then her face flushed, and her slender hand reached out to Gu Qingqing's table next to her. She was nervous and excited, giving her the feeling of eating snacks in class when she was a child. She took it without anyone noticing and put it on the table with a book on it. I looked up and observed the surroundings, especially the male teacher opposite. I felt like a thief with a guilty conscience, excited and nervous. After seeing that nothing happened, I slowly moved the book on top. Wow! So handsome! So loving! Lin quickly shook her head to wake herself up. There was still something important to do. She slowly picked up the phone on the table, looking left and right. She was afraid that the teacher opposite would suddenly come over, or someone would come in at the door. She turned on the camera and aimed it at the painting on the table. Click! A sound seemed so abrupt in the quiet office. Lin was completely stunned. Wow! He didn't dare to take a second shot, hurriedly put away his phone, and used the book on the table to hold the painting firmly. Ha! Teacher, are you taking a selfie? The male teacher opposite said with a smile. Yes. Sorry, I forgot to turn off the sound. Didn't I disturb you? Lin also took it and apologized quickly, but his voice became a little too excited and loud. It felt like he was confessing. Lin was a little upset. What a broken camera. Fortunately, the male teacher opposite didn't say anything. He replied, "It's okay, don't bother me." Then he continued to do his own thing. Girls, it's normal to take selfies. It's okay to be a little embarrassed. Lin did not dare to take more pictures and put the sketchbook back to its original place. She got up and went to the bathroom. She could not stay here any longer. It was too awkward and nervous. She had to go out to get some fresh air and calm down. When she came to the women's bathroom, Lin stood by the sink. She held the water in her hands and didn't care about anything else. She splashed it directly on her face. After splashing cold water several times, Lin calmed down. She raised her head and looked at the slightly blemished, delicate face in the mirror. She laughed with a chuckle. Today was really crazy. But it was so exciting. Ha ha. Thinking of the photos in her mobile phone, Lin couldn't help laughing even more happily. Get out of class is over. Goodbye, teacher. Xiaoming and Kursin finally made it to the end of Get Out of Class. That is, school was over. At this time, Lin also walked in, carrying 2 large plastic bags in her hands. They were nutritious meals made by the school. At this time, she had returned to her original state. Classmates, those who don't go home at noon and those who don't bring lunch can come up and get one. Lin put 2 large bags of nutritious meals on the table and said loudly, trying to make sure that all the classmates could hear. Classmates can eat lunch in the classroom first, and don't throw garbage around. The teacher will be here soon. Okay. Teacher. Got it, teacher. Lin gave her instructions again, and then went out with the children who were going home. She was still worried about them. Before leaving, she glanced at little Tung Tung. Big sister, Xin. I'm going out with teacher too. The meal my dad ordered should have arrived. I'll go to the guard room to get it. Xiaoming turned around and said, and also hurriedly got up and followed Lin out. Then, Tung Tung, what should we do now? Xin didn't know what to do for a moment. Usually at this time, she would go out of the school gate with teacher, and her mother would pick her up outside. How about we eat first? Little Tang Tang looked around and saw other students either taking out their own lunchboxes to eat or going upstairs to get a nutritious meal to eat. After hesitating for a while, he spoke. There are quite a lot of students left in the class, so it's about half and half. Half of the students in the class went home, and almost half of the students stayed. But, aren't we waiting for Xiaoming? Xin also said hesitantly. The other children were also a few good friends, eating and chatting. So unhappy. Okay. Let's wait a little longer. Little Tung Tang also said helplessly, thinking of that little brat. He couldn't help but have a headache. Forget it, who let him be his younger brother? Oh, by the way, Tung Tang, tomorrow is the weekend. My dad is going to take me to the amusement park. I can ride the carousel again, that's great. After a pause, Xin thought of something. He started chatting with little Tung Tung again. As he talked, his little face smiled happily. Tung Tung, where is your dad going to take you tomorrow? Yes. Tomorrow is the weekend. It's all because of this brat, I forgot about it. Dad will definitely remember it. He said he would take me to the amusement park, my roller coaster, and bumper cars. Ha ha. My dad also said he would take me to the amusement park, but I almost forgot that tomorrow is the weekend. I have to tell my dad when I go back tonight. Xiao Teng Tang scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly. Wow. Really? That's great. I just don't know if we can meet each other then. It would be great if we can be together. Xin said with surprise, and then a little regretful. Yes. If we can play together. Big sister, Xin. I'm back. Before Xiao Tangtang finished speaking, Xiaoming ran in quickly. Before he arrived, the voice interrupted Xiao Tangtang. Great. Xiaoming is back too, let's start eating. Xin said happily, she was also a little hungry. She took out her own lunchbox from her drawer. Wow. Big sister, you are waiting for me? That's great. Xiaoming came to his seat and saw Xiao Tangtang and the other two were still waiting for him. He was so touched. He also ran to get it quickly. He was afraid that he would not be able to catch up with them when he came back. Okay, stop joking. Xiao Tangtang was helpless. Where was the original Xiaoming who showed off and looked down on others? How did he become the living treasure now, and shamelessly? He also took out the lunchbox that Chang Xiaosong carefully packed. The eyes of the two people next to him also lit up. Xiao Tangtang opened the lunchbox, which had 3 layers. All of them were opened and placed. Stir-fried pork with soybeans, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and braised spare ribs. The bottom layer was rice. Chang Xiaosong was afraid that Xiao Tingtang would eat too much and the sweet and sour spare ribs would be too sweet, which was not good. So he changed the general method. Wow! Big sister, it looks so delicious. This color. This fragrance. Xiaoming was stunned. Even other classmates in the class looked over. What are you looking at? This is my big sister. Her father made it himself. Xiaoming also shouted and said proudly. TSK, someone else's dad made it. What's it got to do with you? Really? What's there to be proud of being someone else's younger brother? The classmates turned their heads away complaining, not wanting to pay attention to this person. He also gave up a little and wanted to come over to talk to Xiao Tangtang, a little kid who wanted to try something. Xiao Tangtang couldn't help but cover his face, a little regretful. Why did he say that he would take this guy as his younger brother in the first place? What the hell? Xin also opened her own lunchbox. There was a layer of rice at the bottom, and various vegetables on top. It was obvious that Xian's mother made it carefully for Xin. Here, big sister, Xin. Look, this is the duck king my dad ordered for me. And this is the milk we want. Dad ordered Guangming milk. Xiaoming opened his 2 takeout bags like he was presenting a treasure. He took out a box of rice from it, and opened another box of fragrant roast duck meat. Then he took out 3 bottles of Guangming milk from another bag. He handed it over like he was presenting a treasure. The 3 of them started chatting while eating. After eating Chang Xiaosong's dishes, Xiaoming and Xin couldn't help but praise him. Xiaoming would act naughty from time to time. Hey! Big sister, Kuxin, did you know? My dad is going to take me swimming this weekend. It's so comfortable to swim in the summer. When they talked about where to go for fun on the weekend, Xiaoming suddenly said mysteriously, "How about I ask Dad to take you guys along? Do you know how to swim?" "Ah. Although I want to go too, I can't swim. And it's not good, Mom won't agree." Kuxin said with a tangled face. "Swimming? Yes, can't we swim at home?" You can come to my house to swim. That way your mom won't worry." Xiao Tangtung hesitated for a moment, but still said. She also wanted to play and swim with her friends. Your home? Kuxin was a little confused. "Yes. Big sister's family lives in a big villa. I heard from Dad that some big villas are very impressive, and they have their own swimming pools." Xiaoming slapped his head and remembered that Xiao Tangtung had said before that her family lived in a big villa. "Really? Wow. That's amazing." Kuxin stopped eating and looked at Xiao Tangtung in surprise. That's right, but it's not as exaggerated as you say." Xiao Tangtung was a little embarrassed and said with a slightly red face, "Well, Tung, can we really go? Big sister, can I go too?" The two of them didn't care. Now their minds were full of thoughts about the luxurious villa and the big swimming pool, for eager and expectant eyes looked at little Tung. "You can go. I'll tell my dad tonight, and he shouldn't have any problem." Little Tang couldn't stand the two of them anymore, so she agreed generously. "Kuxin and I are going to the amusement park tomorrow, so we can only change it to the day after tomorrow, Sunday." Little Tung thought for a while and said, "Wow, you two are going to the amusement park? Then I want to go too." Xiaoming successfully came back to his senses from the big villa and the swimming pool. Hearing that the two little friends were going to the amusement park, he was not to be outdone. "You guys, we are not going together. Kuxin was taken by her parents, and I was taken by my dad," Little Tang said unhappily. Okay then. Big sister, where is your home? How can we get there?" Xiaoming couldn't help but feel a little discouraged, but then he became excited again when he thought about going to the big villa to swim the day after tomorrow. "Yes, Tung. How can we get to your home then?" Kuxin also thought of this problem, and her little face was a little tangled. I don't know either. My dad usually comes to pick me up." Little Tung was also confused. She didn't think of this problem. She saw the watch on Xiaoming's hand from the corner of her eye. "We can call. Tell me your dad's phone number, and I'll go back and ask Dad to find a way." Little Tung quickly took out her little notebook and pen. She wrote down all the phone numbers reported by her friends, and the matter came to an end. After having a delicious lunch at school for the first time, the three of them drank some milk. They cleaned up the table and followed teacher, who had returned to the class, to the temporary dormitory area. "Children, we will rest here at noon today. Don't make a lot of noise at noon, and don't disturb other students' rest. The teacher will be here with you." Lin led the students to a large room with many small beds. It was enough to accommodate the less than 20 students in the first grade class. This was a large classroom that was cleared out after the school decided to have overnight stays. It was specially used for the children to rest at noon. Of course, the school will definitely not lose money, and these are definitely paid by the parents. However, it is really troublesome to pick up the children at noon, and there are still many parents who are willing to register their children for overnight stays at noon. "Look, Tang is our name. It seems that this is the bed for the two of us. After the children register, they will have their own small bed." The students are all looking for their own names. Kuxin found her name and Xiao Tang's name, and quickly called Xiao Tang. "Yeah, we are still together." Xiao Tang also replied happily. Of course, she also hopes to be with her good friends. Xiaoming was assigned to the other side and was not with them. They were all girls. Led by Lin, the students all found their own beds. They gradually fell asleep, and Lin also rested on a bed closest to the door. The children were almost all asleep, but she tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. All she could think about was the painting she saw in the morning and Chang Xiaosong, who was wearing unique clothes in the painting. She took out her mobile phone and gently opened the album. She saw the painting she had always been thinking about. Looking at the red and pink Chang Xiaosong in the painting, and the warm picture of the father and daughter, she smiled foolishly again. "It would be nice if I were in it too." Chang Xiaosong also stopped and went to a table nearby to prepare for lunch. Sitting opposite was Long Binger. After the two of them had a simple takeaway, they got up and started to get busy again. Long Binger was next to Chang Xiaosong, handing over materials, tools, and occasionally helping out. At the beginning, it was a bit easy and carefree to thread a thread, and I looked down on it a bit. Later, I was surprised and shocked, and then I became numb. In her eyes, a piece of clothing is gradually formed at a not-so-slow speed. Anyway, Long Binger is now completely convinced by Chang Xiaosong, and is willing to help on the side. The main thing is that she can't get involved in more important work. Look at Chang Xiaosong's technique and movements. He is very calm, just like a normal person, using techniques and speed that ordinary people can't imagine, and doing the work in his hands seriously and seriously. Okay. Following Chang Xiaosong's words, Long Binger also cast her eyes over a Chinese-style skirt with pink, white and red as a whole, while retro seems to have set off the trend of the times. Even if Long Binger has thousands of words to describe this little skirt, in the end she can't think of a word that can describe the unique and distinctive flavor of this skirt. This also confirms what Chang Xiaosong said before: create the future. Lead the trend of the times. This skirt will definitely lead the trend of the times. Long Binger is very sure about this. The fabric of this dress is not made of any precious and expensive fabrics. She was standing by and got the material by Long Binger, so she knew it clearly. Well, not bad. Chang Xiaosong carefully checked it and nodded. He was still very satisfied. This skirt was made according to Xiao Teng Tang's body shape. He would take it back and let Xiao Teng Tang wear it as a new dress. This was made by him. Chang Xiaosong, isn't this skirt you made a little small? This is for children, right? Long Binger asked weakly. She was completely conquered by Chang Xiaosong. Now she doesn't even know how to address him. Her personality was not like this before. Ha! Chang Xiaosong turned around. Yeah. That's right, I designed it according to my daughter's body shape. That's right. Looking at this originally cold and aloof woman like this, Chang Xiaosong couldn't help but feel a little funny. But now he has changed his mind about this woman a lot. Generally speaking, it's okay. This time she also helped a lot, otherwise Chang Xiaosong wouldn't have finished it so quickly. Children's clothing? This. Long Binger didn't know what to say. You know, there is a huge gap between the clothing market for children's skirts and adult women's skirts. If it was a normal skirt for adult girls, Long Binger would be full of confidence in this design competition, and it would not be impossible to win the first place. But now, this. Don't worry, I said. I'm sure to win this championship. Chang Xiaosong also smiled, but he was extremely firm and confident. This little girl probably hasn't figured out the real key point yet. But it's not her fault. Chang Xiaosong couldn't see it before. This skirt looks different when worn on a person. Okay. Long Binger was also a little unresponsive to Chang Xiaosong's confident look. This man is so flamboyant and confident for the first time. He is usually very low-key. No one knows about his luxury cars and mansions. But he is quite handsome. Long Binger smiled. Her cold face seemed to be illuminated by the sun, making people feel extremely comfortable. Okay. That's it. When the time comes, just upload the completed design draft and the introduction video. Long Binger also quickly returned to her original state, but her voice was a little gentler. After saying that, she left, leaving the rest of the time to Chang Xiaosong. This woman. Chang Xiaosong also laughed dumbly and shook his head. It's really cute. But she looks better when she smiles than usual. Without thinking too much, Chang Xiaosong took out his mobile phone and checked the time. It will take some time before Xiao Teng Teng finishes school. I took out the design drawing and made the last few minor modifications according to the actual situation. Then I folded the finished skirt and put it in a bag. I also cleaned up the slightly messy studio after work. It was almost time, so I picked up the bag and left the company. I drove Cullinan out of New Town Building and drove towards Xiao Teng Teng's school. Chang Xiaosong's mouth curled up slightly, as if he thought of something happy. I haven't seen this girl for a day. I miss her so much. I wonder how this little girl is doing at school at noon. She should have eaten. I heard from teacher that the children will have small beds for lunch at noon. I wonder if this little girl can get used to sleeping. And this girl may have forgotten that tomorrow is the weekend. I don't know if she remembers it now. She should know it. She will come to call Daddy later, to tell him that I agreed to take her to the amusement park tomorrow. Ha ha. Cullinan was parked at the old position, and Chang Xiaosong got out of the car and walked towards the school. Dad. Chang Xiaosong also saw Xiao Teng Teng, who was still some distance away from the school gate, and began to wave his hand at him. Xiao Teng Tang and Kuexayan walked towards the school gate hand in hand, and Xiaoming followed behind them and jumped around. After the three arrived at the school gate, they all ran towards their parents. Dad. Chang Xiaosong also came forward and took Xiao Teng Tang's small school bag and lunchbox in her hand. He said with a smile. Did our Tang Tang miss Dad today? How did you feel at school at noon today? Was you well behaved? Did you eat well? I missed Dad. I missed you so much. Tang Tang was so well behaved today. Xiao Tang Tang said sweetly, and then raised her little finger. Well, I had lunch with Coxin in Xiaoming at noon today. When talking about Xiaoming, Xiao Tang Tang couldn't help but pause. He met Chang Xiaosong's questioning eyes. He insisted on being my little brother. I told him not to, but he kept coming over, saying that a real man should admit defeat. I can't do anything about it. Little Ting Ting also waved his hands helplessly and started talking to his father. Chang Xiaosong couldn't help but find it a little funny. These two little guys are really like that. But this little boy is quite interesting. He couldn't help but look over at Xiaoming. Xiaoming was talking to his father about where to go tomorrow, and happened to meet Chang Xiaosong's eyes. He lowered his head quickly and pulled his father away. He didn't know what he was afraid of. He just felt a little guilty. Chang Xiaosong couldn't do this. He touched his face. Am I that scary? Dad, tomorrow is the weekend. Little Ting Ting looked at Chang Xiaosong expectantly, and almost said don't forget to go to the amusement park as agreed last time. Okay. Dad knows. I didn't forget. You clever little ghost. Chang Xiaosong also shook his head and laughed. This little guy really remembered it. Oh. Long live Dad, I knew Dad would not forget. Dad is the best. Xiao Tang Tang jumped up with joy, dancing with joy. Lin also came out with Xiao Tang Tang and the others, and was waiting not far away with some children whose parents had not yet arrived. From time to time, she glanced at Chang Xiaosong, thinking about the things she had done during the day, and her little face was still a little red. It was not until Chang Xiaosong and Xiao Ting Tang said hello to her and planned to go back that Lin came back to her senses. She wanted to call them, but she didn't know how to start. She could only watch the father and daughter walk farther and farther away, and only looked away after they got in the car and left. She shook her head and smiled bitterly. She still has a long way to go. But I won't give up. This is the man that I, Lin, like. How can I get him so easily? Lin's eyes gradually became firm. Dad, tomorrow I'm going to ride bumper cars and roller coasters. There's also a Ferris wheel, and many more. Xiao Tang Tang said happily in the car, thinking about the projects she was going to play tomorrow. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, two bright big eyes looked at Chang Xiaosong. Dad, you will ride with me tomorrow, right? This. Chang Xiaosong couldn't help but feel a little headache. He still kept his distance from roller coasters and pendulums. But his daughter just liked these things. Really? It's a bummer. But when he met Xiao Ting Tang's bright eyes, Chang Xiaosong had to go against his heart and say yes. Dad's favorite thing is to play these with Xiao Tang Tang. You know, when I took little Tang Tang to the amusement park before, we rode roller coasters and pendulums. Chang Xiaosong was watching from the side. Now what I fear is coming true. Cullinan drove all the way into Tianlan New Garden. Security uncle, thank you for your hard work. Thank you for protecting Tang Tang and driving away the thieves and bad guys. Little Tang Tang's little head stuck out of the car window, shaking her little hands, and shouted loudly and clearly. This little guy. Chang Xiaosong also laughed dumbly. And the security guard Xiao under the car window was also moved. This little girl is so cute and sensible. It turns out that she is not something that can be taught by ordinary families. His expression also became serious. This must stop the bad guys. This cute little girl must not be hurt. The sharp eyes patrolled everywhere, enough to deter some scoundrels with ideas. Dad, I have something to tell you. Hearing the voice, Chang Xiaosong gradually slowed down the speed of the car. Oh? What does our little Ting Ting want to tell Daddy? Daddy, can we go swimming the day after tomorrow? Of course you can. This is our little Ting Ting's home. We can go anytime. Chang Xiaosong said with a gentle smile, very doting. But seeing little Ting Ting's still tangled face, he couldn't help but ask in confusion. Ting Ting, is there anything else? You can tell Daddy. Daddy. Can I bring two good friends to swim together? They are Kirsten and Xiaoming. Little Ting Ting hesitated for a moment, a little embarrassed. When talking about Xiaoming, her face was a little red. Oh, it's all this little brat's fault. I told Daddy before that this person is annoying. Now he brings him to play at home. Really? Oh, ha ha. Of course you can. Of course, Tang Ting's good friends are welcome at home. So that's it. It seems that these little brats are having a good time. When you are tired from playing, Dad can make snacks for you. Oh, that's great. Long live Dad. Little Ting Ting was very happy, knowing that Dad was the best. But how will Dad pick them up then? Chang Xiaosong looked at little Tingting's happy dancing and smiled even more brightly. He asked a key question. Dad, we have each other's home phone numbers. We can contact each other. Little Tingting waved the school bag in his hand, and his expression was too proud. It was as if he was saying, Dad, I am awesome. Praise me. Ha ha. Our little Tingting is awesome. You are so thoughtful. Chang Xiaosong also laughed heartily, so cute. If he hadn't been driving, he would have wanted to pinch that little face. Cullinan stopped in the parking space in the garage, and Chang Xiaosong got out of the car with little Tingting. The two of them carried school bags and lunchboxes, and Chang Xiaosong also carried a bag with beautiful patterns. Dad, what is this? Xiao Tingting pointed at the bag that Chang Xiaosong was holding and asked sweetly. I can't tell you now. You'll know later. Chang Xiaosong said mysteriously, making Xiao Tingting itchy. Let's go home first. You must be hungry, little greedy cat. Daddy is going to make something delicious. Hearing her father say that he was going to make something delicious, Xiao Tingting couldn't help licking her lips. She didn't worry about what was in the bag anymore. She shouted happily. Okay. Let's go home. Daddy is going to make something delicious. The father and daughter held hands, and Xiao Tingting jumped up and down, looking very happy. Unlike before, Xiao Tingting didn't watch TV when Chang Xiaosong went to cook today. It's the weekend, and the teacher has assigned homework for the students to complete. Thinking about going to the amusement park and swimming in the next 2 days, Xiao Tingting can only hurry up to finish her homework. This is also one of the requirements for Chang Xiaosong to agree to take her out to play. The homework assigned by the teacher must be completed seriously. If you don't understand, you can ask Daddy. Fortunately, it's only the first week of school, and the teachers don't assign much homework. Xiao Tingting also listened carefully in class, so there is no problem in completing it. Chang Xiaosong was busy in the kitchen for a while, thinking that Tingting would also have a weekend off tomorrow, and he also completed the design, and he was quite satisfied. We have to make something good to celebrate. Fortunately, we bought a lot of things that day, which was enough for Chang Xiaosong to show his skills. After a long time of busy work, everything was finally completed. Chang Xiaosong clapped his hands and looked at the carefully prepared dishes on the table. He nodded with satisfaction. Then he came to Xiao Tingting and saw that Xiao Tingting was still doing his homework seriously and attentively. Dad, is the meal ready? After Xiao Tingting finished the question in his hand, he raised his head with a comfortable mood. It happened to meet Chang Xiaosong's satisfied eyes. Not bad. Tingting is very good. Let's go, Dad made delicious food. Let's eat first. Chang Xiaosong touched Xiao Tingting's little head and gave a thumbs up. Okay. Let's eat delicious food. Xiao Tingting quickly packed up, grabbed Chang Xiaosong's hand, and ran to the kitchen. He shouted, Dad, hurry up. I can smell the fragrance. Chang Xiaosong couldn't help but speed up his pace and followed with a wry smile. Slow down, don't be anxious. No one is snatching it from you. You little greedy cat. Wow. Dad, it smells so good. It looks so delicious. What are these? Little Tingting came to the dining table and looked at the exquisite and perfectly colored dishes on the table. With the aroma that whetted the appetite, her big eyes stared straight at them. Ha ha. Little greedy cat. Come, sit down first. Chang Xiaosong smiled kindly and took little Tingting to her seat. Pointing at the dishes on the table, he introduced them one by one. This golden-looking little meatball is called millet meatball. It is made of millet, quail eggs and meatballs. It's delicious. This one looks bright red, it's called chestnut roast chicken. It tastes a little sweet like sweet and sour spare ribs. It's very nutritious and delicious. Chang Xiaosong introduced the 4 dishes on the table: millet meatball, chestnut roast chicken, braised lion's head, and a vegetarian stir-fried 3-shred to little Tingting. Wow! That's awesome. I'm going to start eating. Xiao Tingting was so excited that she picked up the bowl and chopsticks in front of her. I picked up the chestnut roast chicken and heard that it tasted as sweet as my favorite sweet and sour spare ribs. Little Tingting's eyes lit up. She didn't pay attention to the other 2 dishes. Her big, bright eyes were focused on this one. She picked up a piece of chestnut and stuffed it into her mouth. She took a bite. It was soft, glutinous, sweet, fragrant, and fresh. It was delicious. Wow! Dad, this is so delicious. Little Tingting's eyes lit up and she shouted in amazement. Ha ha! Delicious. Try the others. Chang Xiaosong smiled gently, watching Xiao Tingting pick up another millet meatball and put it in her bowl. Dad, wait a minute before eating this. I want to eat another piece of chicken in this. Xiao Tingting was still not satisfied and picked up another piece of chicken in the chestnut roast chicken, and said to her father crisply. Okay. Our little Tung Tang can eat whatever he wants. Slow down. Chang Xiaosong looked at Xiao Tung Tang with a smile, and the love in his eyes was about to overflow. Xiao Tung Tang put the chicken to her mouth and couldn't wait to take a bite. Rich and tender meat. The fresh and tender chicken is matched with the rich and sweet soup, and it also has the aroma of chestnuts. It hits Xiao Tung Tang's taste buds. This. It's even more delicious. It's great. It's good to be delicious, and you should also eat more rice. Otherwise, you won't grow taller. Chang Xiaosong smiled gently, looked at Xiao Tung Tang, and patiently instructed. He picked up the blueberry juice on the table and poured a glass for Xiao Tung Tang and himself. Come, you can drink this drink today. This is blueberry juice. It tastes good. Xiao Tung Tang, take a look and see if it tastes good. Xiao Tung Tang, who was enjoying the food, took the drink handed over by Chang Xiaosong. He looked at Chang Xiaosong in confusion. Dad, didn't you say that children can't drink beverages? It's bad for the body. Ha ha. Don't worry, Dad said you can't drink too much. It's okay to drink a little when you are happy. Chang Xiaosong couldn't help but laugh a little, touched Xiao Tung Tang's little head affectionately, and said gently, Come on, celebrate our first weekend of school for Tung Tang. Let's toast together. Dad will have a gift for Tung Tang later. Chang Xiaosong raised the cup in his hand and looked at Xiao Tung Tang gently. He said with a hint of mystery, Wow! Great! There is a gift. What is it? Xiao Tung Tang also raised the cup in his hand, with surprise and confusion in his big eyes. What will Dad give me? I'm looking forward to it. Dad is so nice. I love my dad so much. Bang! Two small hands, one big and one small, each holding a glass cup, clinked together, reflecting the happy smiles on the faces of the father and daughter, and the love in Chang Xiaosong's eyes. Dad, I'm full. Little Tingting put down the bowl and chopsticks and touched her slightly bulging belly. She looked at Chang Xiaosong expectantly with shining eyes. Ha ha, Dad knows. Dad is full too. Don't worry, we have to clean up first. This girl. Everything is revealed in her expression. Chang Xiaosong also put down the bowl and chopsticks, smiled, and stood up to clean up the bowl and chopsticks. Okay. Dad, I'll wipe the table. Little Tingting also came down and ran to the kitchen. The father and daughter cleaned up together, and soon, they finished. Dad, you can tell Tingting now. What's the surprise? As soon as she came to the living room, Little Tingting couldn't wait to ask. Ha ha. You little guy, Dad knows. I'll bring it over right away. Chang Xiaosong also knew that this little guy had been waiting for a long time, so he stopped teasing her. He went to the cabinet nearby and picked up the bag he brought from the car. Dad? Is this the surprise? What is it? When little Tang Tang saw her father take out the mysterious bag again, she leaned over and asked curiously. Ha ha. You'll know after you take a look. Chang Xiaosong took out something from the bag, which looked like a piece of clothing. Spreading it out, there was a pink and white skirt. A unique, exquisite, and beautiful Chinese-style skirt appeared in little Tung Tang's eyes. At this moment, everything in her eyes disappeared, leaving only the little skirt in Chang Xiaosong's hand. It was all her favorite colors. It was the skirt that only the most beautiful princess in her dream could wear. Chang Xiaosong watched little Tung Tang quietly from the side, with a gentle smile on his face, but his eyes were full of the little person in front of him. Is this for me? After a long time, little Tung Tang murmured. It seemed a little hard to believe that such a beautiful skirt was for her. The little hand stretched out to touch it, but was afraid that it was not really hers. She wanted to touch it but didn't dare to. This is our little Tingting's. Tingting can try it on. Chang Xiaosong handed the little skirt directly to the little Tingting's arms, said softly, and touched the little Tingting's head lovingly. Looking at the little person in front of him, his eyes gradually became firm. You will definitely be a real little princess. Dad will definitely protect you. Will give you the happiest and best life. I will spoil my daughter. Really? Dad, can I try it? Little Tingting looked at the little skirt in her hand. Everything was so real. Looking up at her father, there was a little tear in her eyes. This is Tingting's. Come on, go try it. Little Tingting took the clothes to change. Chang Xiaosong looked at little Tingting, and some reluctance appeared in his eyes. Although Xiaotingting grew up under the love and care of Chang Xiaosong in the past few years, but she has only had her father since she was a child, and she knows that it is very hard for her father to be alone outside. So Xiaotingting never nags Chang Xiaosong to buy her new clothes. When you see what you like, you hide it in your heart. Chang Xiaosong clenched his fists. Don't worry. From now on, you will be a real little princess. Daddy is the knight who protects you behind you. Not long after, little Tung Tung came out again. Chang Xiaosong also relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face again. With a slight blush on his face, he walked over shyly. Dad, does it look good? Looks good. Our Tang Tang is the most beautiful in the world. Chang Xiaosong said gently, and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. The three colors of pink, red, and white are perfectly matched together, and they are specially made for Tung Tung. Not inferior to any princess in the fairy tale. Gorgeous and atmospheric, she is a beauty at first glance. I don't know how many men's dream lover, goddess, queen. It not only embodies the dignified atmosphere, but also reflects the innocence, liveliness, and cuteness of children. The serious sense of contrast is gathered in one person. Everything blends perfectly together, all in the little girl in front of him. Even though Chang Xiaosong knew that this dress must be extraordinary to wear. But now he couldn't help but be amazed. First, Xiao Tang Tang is very pretty and has delicate skin. Second, Chang Xiaosong is a top designer and knows his daughter very well. He magnified all of Xiao Tang Tang's advantages and made the most suitable skirt for Xiao Tang Tang in the world. Xiao Tang Tang is also the most suitable person for this skirt in the world. Other little girls look amazing when wearing it. But they are definitely not as natural and harmonious as Xiao Tang Tang. It's like they are a perfect match. Dad, thank you. Little Ting Ting also stood in front of the mirror and saw herself in the mirror. With mist in her eyes, she murmured in a low voice. How is it, little guy? Do you like it? Chang Xiaosong also came over and touched little Ting Ting's little head. He spoke softly. But seeing the little tears in little Ting Ting's big eyes, he couldn't help but frown. What's wrong, Tang Tang? Don't you like it? Or did someone bully you? Talk to Dad. No. Tung Ting likes it very much. Dad is so nice. Little Ting Ting turned her head away quickly, not wanting Chang Xiaosong to see the tears in her eyes. Just when she was about to wipe her tears, she found that she was wearing this unique and beautiful little skirt. She had to prepare to rub it with her hands. At this time, a big hand next to her handed over a tissue, and little Ting Ting looked up. It was Chang Xiaosong who was looking at her kindly and worriedly. Come on, wipe it quickly, you've become a little cat. Yeah. Little Ting Ting took it and wiped away her tears, looking back at herself and her father in the mirror again. What's the matter? Isn't this beautiful? Why is our little Tung Tung unhappy? Chang Xiaosong also looked at the little Tung Tung in the mirror and said softly. Poochie. Ha ha. Dad, Tung Tang is not unhappy. Tung Tang is very happy. I like this gift from Dad very much. I like it the most. Little Tang Tang saw his father's puzzled frown and worried tone. He laughed. The flowers bloomed again, so beautiful, glowing with infinite vitality. Chang Xiaosong was a little stunned, and came back to his senses. Okay. You little actually dared to tease Dad. See if Dad will not spank you when he catches you. Chang Xiaosong pretended to be furious and said, pretending to catch little Tung Tang. Seeing this, little Tung Tang naturally ran away quickly, and a clear and pleasant laughter came out. Stupid Dad. Ha ha. You can't catch me. You little girl, you dare to scold me. Don't let me catch you. Lululu, come and catch me. You can't catch me, hee hee hee. Little Tung Tang ran around the first floor, and turned back and stuck out her tongue provocatively. Maybe even Chang Xiaosong would not have thought that the first time he wore this gorgeous new skirt was to play a game of tag. But he didn't care. His daughter was happy, and he was happy too. Both father and daughter were happy. What could be more important than this? Chang Xiaosong was of course not really angry. He also knew that Xiao Tang Tang must like this little skirt very much. But it seemed that Xiao Tang Tang's mood was not right. He was teasing her. Look, how happy Xiao Tang Tang is now. The hall, living room, kitchen, corridor. On the first floor of the villa were all left with the footprints of the father and daughter. Wherever they ran, there was laughter. Ha ha. Don't run. Ha ha. The father and daughter chased and fled, and they had a lot of fun. Dad, you should go back and take a shower too. You are all sweaty, you must be feeling uncomfortable. Tang Tang knows that Dad is next to you, so she won't be scared. The two tired from playing went upstairs to take a shower and go to bed. Little Tung Tang saw that Dad was still waiting for her to finish taking a shower, so she spoke to him. It feels so good to be cared for. Oh, okay, Dad will go back and take a shower before coming over. Otherwise, Tang Tang will not be able to sleep later with all the sweat on his body. Chang Xiaosong also smiled and patted Xiao Tung Tang's little head. Call Dad if you have anything, Dad is right next to you. Chang Xiaosong also returned to his room and walked into the bathroom. Looking at himself in the mirror, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. After taking a shower, he chatted with Xiao Tang Tang and talked about what to play tomorrow. After Xiao Tangtang fell asleep, Chang Xiaosong returned to his room. Lying on the bed, his heart gradually calmed down. Looking at everything around him, Chang Xiaosong couldn't help but feel a little bit like a lifetime ago. Recalling the bits and pieces that happened recently, Chang Xiaosong couldn't help but smile bitterly. Such a magical thing happened to him, even though he had completely accepted it. He still felt a little emotional. However, maybe all this was brought by his precious daughter. Thinking of Xiao Tongtung, Chang Xiaosong was also full of warmth in his heart, and he didn't feel a bit cold. Even if there is none of these, it doesn't matter. As long as Dad has you, it's enough. Chang Xiaosong came back to his senses and shook his head. I failed once before for some reasons and failed to give you the best life. But since God has given Dad another chance, then you are the most dazzling and happiest princess. Chang Xiaosong also fell asleep gradually. That night, the window was dotted with stars, and the branches and leaves of the trees swayed gently with the breeze. There was a faint light at the door of the villa, and in the 2 rooms on the 2nd floor. One big and one small were slowly falling asleep. The same thing was that the corners of their mouths were slightly raised. It seemed that they were in a good mood and dreamed of something beautiful. Early in the morning, Chang Xiaosong got up on time. After washing up, he went downstairs and started busying himself in the kitchen. Xiao Tangtang didn't have to go to school today, and he also planned to make something new. It might take a little longer, just to let Xiao Tangtang sleep a little longer. Time passed little by little, and Chang Xiaosong made all the delicacies one by one. After finally finishing the work, when he was about to wake Xiao Tangtang up, a crisp and familiar voice came from outside the kitchen. Dad, is it ready? Chang Xiaosong was surprised to see a little head sticking out of the kitchen door, and then he laughed. What's the matter? Are you hungry? Why did the little lazy guy get up by himself today? Ha! Tung Tang is not lazy. Tang Tang has been up for a long time. Dad just didn't know. Tung Tang was just looking at Sister Xiaolan. Little Tang Tang walked in and picked up the plate of breakfast that Chang Xiaosong didn't take down, and said in a baby voice. She woke up early in the morning and kept thinking about going to the amusement park to play soon. She was so excited that she couldn't sleep. Oh, ha ha. Is it because you can't sleep because you keep thinking about going out to play? Chang Xiaosong also exposed it with one word, and little Tang Tang's face turned slightly red. A little embarrassed. Dad, what is this? It smells so good. Little Tang Tang began to be attracted by the food on the table. Sitting down, Xiao Tangting pointed to 2 rolled things on a plate on the table. It was the plate she had just brought out. She said to Chang Xiaosong, who had come back with milk, "This is a chicken roll. The glutinous rice chicken roll made by Dad." Chang Xiaosong put down the milk in his hand and handed a cup to Xiao Tangting. Here. The milk our Xiao Tangting wanted. Oh, great. Dad, I want to eat a glutinous rice chicken roll first. Dad, I'm done. After finishing the last sip of milk, Xiao Tangtang looked up at Chang Xiaosong. Ha ha. Good. You little guy. Chang Xiaosong said unhappily. He also knew what the little guy was thinking. Isn't it just thinking about leaving for the amusement park as soon as possible? He stood up and picked up the handkerchief on the table and came to Xiao Tangtang. Gently wiped the breakfast residue and milky white milk from the corners of her mouth. Girl, clean your mouth too. Little princesses don't look like this. It's okay. I have a dad, I'm my dad's little princess. Xiao Tangtang said like a child. After wiping, she quickly stood up and cleaned up the table. This girl. Chang Xiaosong also smiled gently. Dad, let's go. After the father and daughter finished cleaning up, Xiao Tangtang couldn't wait to call Chang Xiaosong. Okay. Let's go. Chang Xiaosong also responded and walked over with a smile. Carrying a bag and holding Xiao Tangtang's hand, he walked towards the garage. Little Tingting didn't even need Chang Xiaosong to open the door, she just let go and ran over in a hurry. Chang Xiaosong also smiled helplessly and unlocked the Cullinan. Little Tingting opened the passenger door and climbed up with her hands and feet. Dad, hurry up. Hurry up. Sitting in the passenger seat, a crisp voice urged Chang Xiaosong. This girl. Chang Xiaosong hurriedly replied and also sped up. Tingting, are you fastened your seatbelt? Chang Xiaosong opened the door, got in the car and put down his bag. Fastened. Dad, I know. You have to fasten your seatbelt when riding in a car. Little Tingting said in a baby voice, and was afraid that Chang Xiaosong would not believe it. She pulled the seatbelt with her little hand and motioned to her father to look. Ha ha. Our Tingting is really amazing. Chang Xiaosong said with a big laugh. It can be seen that both father and daughter are in a good mood. He touched little Tingting's head and praised her. Let's go. Oh, let's go. Let's go to the amusement park. Cullinan slowly drove out of the garage and walked towards the outside of the community. Dad, what should we play first later? In the car, little Ting was also restless, turned his head and looked at Chang Xiaosong and asked, "Ha ha, we Ting can play whatever we want to play," Chang Xiaosong said with a happy smile. "Well, how about we play the roller coaster first?" Little Ting put his little hand on his chin and thought for a while, thought of something and then said happily, "Okay. This, Tung. Roller coasters are usually played at the end. Who would go to play the roller coaster first?" Chang Xiaosong was about to agree, but he was stunned when he realized what he was doing. His tone stagnated, so he had to start to fool people. He persuaded softly, "This thing is already avoided, and you are going to be the first to ride it. If you do this, even if you don't vomit what you just ate in the morning, you won't be able to do the subsequent projects." "That's right. Then I'd better not be the first one to play. I need to think about it again." Xiao Tang was also fooled, leaning his head against the wall, thinking quietly. Chang Xiaosong also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Cullinan gradually drove out of Tianlan Xinyuan and came to the main road. Following the navigation, we drove towards the amusement park. On the way, Xiao Tang kept talking about what to play first and what to play later. Chang Xiaosong's heart trembled when he heard about the exciting projects. Anyway, it was just a scam. Try to avoid it as much as possible, or try to push it back. Chang Xiaosong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This little girl. Why does she always choose this kind of play? Children, especially little girls, don't they generally like to play carousels or something? How come this one at my house is completely different? Following the navigation, we gradually came to Hualong Amusement Park. Hualong Amusement Park is also a famous amusement park in Zhanghai City. It has a full range of entertainment facilities, both large and small. Because it is the weekend, there are more people coming here. Even at more than 8 o'clock in the morning, there are already many parents bringing their children out to play together. Fortunately, we came relatively early, otherwise it would take a long time to find a parking space. Chang Xiaosong parked the car, took Xiao Tang with him, picked up the bag and walked into the amusement park. Xiao Tang also had an excited expression on his face, looking left and right. "Wow! Dad, this amusement park is so big. There are so many people. It's bigger than the amusement park we went to before." Xiao Tang pointed to the amusement park in front of him and said to Chang Xiaosong excitedly. Chang Xiaosong smiled and calmed Xiao Tang's excitement. He led Xiao Tang and walked in with the crowd. He came to the ticket office and lined up for a while. When it was Chang Xiaosong's turn, he bought 2 tickets for a day of fun. Wow! When he came to the amusement park, he looked at so many large amusement facilities in front of him. Xiao Tang was a little dazzled for a while. He listened to the loud screams and happy laughter of the tourists. He looked in the direction where the sound came from, and saw a big hammer rotating 360 degrees in the air. It stopped at the highest point and rushed down again. The screams howled loudly again. Chang Xiaosong saw that Xiao Tang was attracted by the big pendulum and felt something was wrong. "Hey! Tung, look at this pirate ship. Let's go play with this first." Chang Xiaosong pointed to a large ship that was shaking back and forth and said in surprise. He successfully attracted Xiao Tang's attention and took a look. Xiao Tang frowned and pursed her lips. "But Dad, don't you think that big hammer is more fun? Tung, we just finished breakfast. We can't play with that directly." Chang Xiaosong said seriously, his tone a little more serious. "There's nothing we can do. This girl just stared at those things. Okay, let's play with this first." Xiao Tang agreed with a shake of her head, and dragged Chang Xiaosong to the queue for the pirate ship. "Hurry up, Dad. We have to queue up." The two came to the queue, and there were not many people in front. After waiting for a while, the people who had finished playing came down. When this group of people went up, Chang Xiaosong and Xiao Tang were in this group of people. Chang Xiaosong and Xiao Tang chose a seat close together, and after the staff checked that everyone had taken safety measures, the pirate ship began to sway slowly back and forth. "Dad, it's moving! It's moving!" Little Ting shouted happily, holding the handrail in front of him with both hands. "Ha ha! Don't worry!" Chang Xiaosong also laughed and looked at the excited little Ting next to him. The pirate ship swayed back and forth, getting higher and higher. "Oh, it's flying!" Little Ting shouted excitedly. The hair on his head fluttered in the wind, and his 2 little hands were open and dancing. From time to time, he shouted to Chang Xiaosong next to him. Chang Xiaosong also responded with a smile and looked at the scenery above. Looking at the happy little Ting next to him, he also smiled knowingly. "Dad, that pirate ship is also fun. but not as fun as the roller coaster. After getting off the pirate ship, Xiao Tungtung was still a little excited. Oh, right, why didn't I see the roller coaster? Chang Xiaosong was full of black lines. This girl. Really? Awesome, he said unhappily. Dad saw it, it's on the signboard. Come on, let's go over there and sit for a while and drink some water. It's still a little hot. Chang Xiaosong helped Xiao Tingtang wipe the sweat off her forehead and pointed to the stone bench not far away. The sun is still very hot in July, even though it's still morning. The weather is still a little sultry, but it still can't stop Xiao Tungtang's excitement. When they came to the stone bench, Chang Xiaosong took out 2 bottles of water from his backpack. The father and daughter drank some water, and Chang Xiaosong looked at the sun outside that was beginning to become scorching. Looking back at the sweat on Xiao Tungtang's cheek, he couldn't help but frowned. Dad, let's go to the roller coaster next. Xiao Tungtang still didn't forget her roller coaster. She drank some water and said to Chang Xiaosong. Just as Chang Xiaosong was about to speak, a voice came from a distance. Big sister. Big sister. Chang Xiaosong looked back and saw a pair of father and son casual clothes, one big and one small, walking towards them. It was this little guy. It was Xiaoming and his father. After Xiaoming returned home, he found out that he would go to the big sister's villa to swim the day after tomorrow. So where should he go tomorrow? After thinking about it, he decided to go to the amusement park as well. Maybe he could meet the big sister or Kuxin. Then he pestered his father, and he agreed after much persuasion. Ha! Xiaoming? He's here too? Xiao Tengtang also saw the big and one small walking towards them, and whispered in confusion. Big sister, you're here too. Hello, uncle. Xiaoming pulled his father closer and greeted Xiao Tungtung happily. He also greeted Chang Xiaosong very politely. Hello. Chang Xiaosong also smiled and said to Xiaoming, looking at Xiaoming's father. The 2 grown men also smiled and nodded to each other. After Xiaoming's father let go of Xiaoming and let him run towards Xiaotingting, he signaled Chang Xiaosong. He and Chang Xiaosong came to the other side of the stone bench and took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Brother, want one? Chang Xiaosong waved his hand, indicating that he didn't smoke. Xiaoming's father was stunned for a moment, then put away the cigarettes, and didn't plan to smoke himself. Well, brother. Our Xiaoming told me that he plans to go to your house to swim tomorrow. Well, I hope you can bear with it. If it's troublesome, forget it, it's okay. Chang Xiaosong also smiled when he heard it, saying that it was nothing. It's good for the children to play together. Everyone is very happy to play together. That's good. By the way, brother, that's Cullen and you're driving, right? Awesome. The 2 chatted casually, mainly because Xiaoming's father also wanted to make friends with Chang Xiaosong. After all, this guy who drives a luxury car and lives in a luxury house is definitely not an ordinary person. His daughter happened to be a good friend of his son, so he had to get to know him. Chang Xiaosong also responded with a smile. He didn't feel disgusted or hateful towards this man. This guy was very measured in his words. Xiaoming, you are also here at the amusement park. Xiao Tengtang saw this little brother he had just recruited running towards him, but it was still very good to meet a friend here. Yes. Big sister, I didn't know where to go today when I went back yesterday. I thought you and Kuxin said you were going to the amusement park, so I came here to see if I could meet you. I didn't expect to meet you. Xiaoming ran over and took a breath. He explained to Xiao Tungtang. By the way, big sister, did you meet Kuxin? I just came here not long ago. I just played one project. I didn't see Kuxin. Xiao Tungtang also understood, but it was still a coincidence to meet here. Okay. Xiaoming said a little disappointedly, thinking that the 3 giants would gather directly. I just played one project too. Big sister, what did you play? Forget it if you didn't meet, it's not bad to meet a big sister. In a blink of an eye, Xiaoming's mood became excited again. My dad and I played the pirate ship, that's the one. Xiao Tengtang pointed at the pirate ship that looked like a swing. Ah, you guys only played this. Big sister, you didn't play this because you were afraid. Xiaoming looked in the direction of Xiao Tengtang's finger and saw the pirate ship that Xiao Tungtung mentioned. He has been to the amusement park several times and has played almost every one of them. He also knew that this pirate ship was not exciting at all. My dad and I played the space shuttle first. It's the one that's so high and then falls down. It's so exciting. So fun. Xiaoming pointed in another direction, a cylindrical thing surrounded by a row of seats. He danced and explained to Xiao Tungtang and showed off. What are you talking about? Who's afraid? I was going to play the big hammer. If my dad hadn't said that you can't play it right after breakfast, I wouldn't have played the pirate ship. Xiao Tungtang looked in the direction Xiaoming said. It was so high. It fell down all of a sudden. It looks like it's quite exciting. Much better than this pirate ship. But this guy actually dared to say that he was scared. Xiao Tungtang looked at Xiaoming with a bit of bad eyes. I was wrong, the big sister will definitely not be afraid. But it seems that your father is afraid and dare not play the big pendulum. My dad has never heard of this. Xiaoming couldn't help but be scared when he was looked at, because he never won in front of the big sister. He was beaten to a pulp every time. He had to lick his face and change his words. Your father is scared. My dad is not afraid of this kind of thing. Anyway, he is definitely better than your dad. Xiao Tungtang was a little bit lacking in confidence at the end. It seems that his father doesn't like to play this kind of thing. Could it be? No. Dad just doesn't want to play, this kind of thing may be too simple for him. Anyway, she would never admit defeat in front of her younger brother. What's more, she was talking about her beloved father. That's not necessarily true. My father has played that too. But he doesn't let children play that, saying it's too dangerous. Xiaoming was not convinced now. Why must your father be better than my father? Even if you have won a few times before, you can't be better in everything. He stretched out his hand and pointed to the high place in the distance. There happened to be a person jumping down from it with a rope hanging on his body. That's nothing. My dad can do that easily, right? Even if my dad does something that's many times higher and more dangerous than this, he can do it easily. Have you seen the tightrope walking between buildings on TV? That's called extreme sports or something. My dad is much better than that. Xiao Tungtang looked in the direction Xiaoming said. She knew that it was called high-altitude bungee jumping. It's a very exciting, very fun, and quite dangerous project. Most people don't dare to go up and play it. Xiaoming's dad played that and was quite good at it. But so what? These are not easy for my dad. Even the roller coaster and the shaking hammer are too simple for my dad. I don't even want to play. This high-altitude bungee jumping must be nothing big for my dad. Ding! It has been detected that my daughter Chang Qingying successfully boasted once at Hualong Amusement Park. According to the host's situation, the host has been automatically matched with rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the top all-around extreme sports ability. Ding! The rewards are being prepared for distribution. Countdown, 1 minute. Warm reminder, because the reward covers too many areas. When the reward is issued, the host will be in a coma for 10 minutes. Please arrange it reasonably. Chang Xiaosong, who just felt that he had rested enough, was planning to take Xiao Tungtang to play the next project. Since he was here, he would just accompany his daughter to go crazy. Chang Xiaosong was also mentally prepared to play roller coasters and pendulums. Suddenly, this familiar electronic synthesized sound came into his mind. After being stunned for 3 seconds, he saw that there were only 57 seconds left in the countdown. He said in his heart. Without time to think about it, he ran directly to Xiao Tungtang. Tung, look after the bag. Don't run around here, just wait for Dad here. Dad is going to do something and will be back in about 10 minutes. After explaining it, he looked at the countdown in his mind. Without time to say more, he ran to the hall where he came from. While running, he shouted in a worried voice, Tungtang, don't run around. Dad will be back in 10 minutes, you must wait for Dad here. Even though he was really worried about Xiao Tungtang being alone there, Chang Xiaosong had no other choice. He couldn't just faint in front of Xiao Tungtang and the others. Xiao Tungtang would be so anxious, I don't know how scared he would be at that time. And there was another little boy and his father there. 10 minutes shouldn't be a problem, they just chatted for a while. Chang Xiaosong, the father of this little boy, could still make him feel a little more at ease. The main thing was that there was no other way now. He didn't have time to think about it, the countdown in his mind kept reminding him. He had to find a place where there was no one, or a place where he fainted without being suspected. Otherwise, if he fainted here, he didn't know what would happen in 10 minutes. Fortunately, Chang Xiaosong, who had obtained several top abilities, had a memory and brain thinking that were not ordinary people. He ran out frantically along the way he came. The road to this large amusement park was still very wide. Even though there are a lot of people in the amusement park now, the road doesn't seem crowded. Ignoring the surprised and strange looks of the passers-by on both sides, Chang Xiaosong ran all the way out of the amusement park. When he came to the hall, he finally saw his target. There was a row of automatic massage chairs in the corner. Only this one could make people unconscious within 10 minutes without attracting the attention of others. After Chang Xiaosong heard the electronic sound prompt, his mind turned quickly. He locked on this target that he had seen from the corner of his eye not long ago. If it weren't for the fact that several top abilities brought more or less enhancements, he really didn't know what to do. There were only 10 seconds left in his mind. It took him less than 50 seconds to run here from the stone bench where Xiao Tang was. I have to say that his potential has really exploded. There was no time to think about it, and he rushed to the massage chair in one step. Fortunately, there were many people queuing up to buy tickets and check tickets in the hall, and the sound was still very mixed. Chang Xiaosong rushed to the corner from the inside, and not many people noticed it. Even those who noticed it didn't take it seriously. A row of massage chairs were all empty. Chang Xiaosong randomly chose the second massage chair on the right and lay down on it. Running fast on a hot day caused him to sweat profusely, even though there was air conditioning in the hall. For a while, the sweat could not be stopped. He didn't care, and after lying down, he looked at the last 2 seconds left and breathed a sigh of relief. 21-0. Ding! Reward has been issued. When the time was up, Chang Xiaosong didn't feel anything, and his head sank directly and lost consciousness. In the lively ticket hall, on a row of massage chairs in the corner, Chang Xiaosong just lay there quietly, without any extra movements, motionless. But no one cared, and when they saw him, they just thought he was resting his eyes or sitting there waiting for someone. At this time, Chang Xiaosong looked quiet and calm on the surface. But it was different inside his body. All the cells in his body seemed to be injected with vitality, beating wildly. A white light flowed in his body, transforming his internal organs and all the organs of his body. At this time, Chang Xiaosong was emitting great heat all over his body, and the massage chairs were all hot. After 5 minutes, the cell beating began to slow down slowly, and the white light had already merged into the body. The body was still slowly changing. The body's surface temperature also dropped, otherwise the leather cushion of the massage chair might be burned. "Hello, sir. Are you waiting for someone here?" A female employee in work clothes came to the massage chair and asked, "Sir? You are not allowed to sit idle in the massage chair here. If you are waiting for someone, you can go over there are seats too." She saw that Chang Xiaosong had been sitting here for a while, and the massage chair company stipulated that people should not sit idle as much as possible. She pointed to a place with a stone bench and said politely, The female employee frowned and began to look carefully at this guy who ignored others. Under the long eyelashes, there is a pair of completely relaxed and closed eyes. A handsome face gives people a feeling that cannot be underestimated. Even breathing, as if asleep. Asleep? The female employee couldn't help but be a little surprised. There is no way, there are regulations. Otherwise, she would let this handsome guy sleep here for a while, which would be pleasing to the eyes, right? She was about to go forward and wake up the handsome guy in front of her. Chang Xiaosong's eyes moved and slowly opened his eyes. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. What came into view was a hand. The hand was obviously stiff, and it was awkwardly placed in the air for a while, and then quickly retracted. In front of her was a female employee in work clothes, her face flushed with embarrassment, with a hint of embarrassment. This should be the owner of the hand just now. Sorry. I'm here to remind you that you can't sit here for a long time. The company has a rule. Facing Chang Xiaosong's puzzled look, the female employee hurriedly explained. She couldn't say that she had the idea of touching this handsome guy just now. Chang Xiaosong also understood and nodded to the female staff member. He smiled apologetically, said sorry, and got up and walked into the amusement park. Okay, Dad. Xiao Tungtang agreed instinctively, and didn't react for a while. Chang Xiaosong had already run away. Then he heard a familiar voice coming again, asking her to wait for him there. Don't run around. Dad? Xiao Tungtang was confused. What happened to her dad? Hey, big sister, what happened to your dad? Why did he run away suddenly? Xiaoming next to him was just immersed in what Xiao Tungtang said. My dad is much better than people who do extreme sports. Although I don't want to believe it, it was the same in the previous few times, and he lost every time. He was a little confused. And then Xiao Tangtang's father suddenly ran away? It also interrupted Xiaoming's shock. I don't know. What happened to Dad? Xiao Tungtang shook his head and said, feeling a little depressed. Could it be that your father heard what you just said and got scared? That's why he ran away? Doesn't he want to be the big sister? Impossible. Xiaoming first guessed, and he just couldn't believe that Xiao Tangtang's father was so powerful. Otherwise, how to explain this? Then he whispered to himself, as if he was overturning his own guess. However, the two were close to the ground, so Xiao Tangtang naturally heard it. His body trembled obviously, and he looked unbelievable. No! Dad will not abandon Xiao Tungtang. Xiao Ming, don't talk nonsense. Tang Tang's father just has something urgent. Xiao Ming's father stepped forward and seriously interrupted Xiao Ming, who was still guessing. He was also very surprised why Chang Xiaosong suddenly ran away, but he couldn't hit this kid at this time. He glared at Xiao Ming, turned around and squatted down to look at Xiao Tung Tung gently. Tang Tang, don't worry. Don't listen to Xiao Ming's nonsense. Your dad just had something urgent to do and left for a while. Didn't he say that he would be back in 10 minutes? Uncle and Xiao Ming are here to wait for you, don't worry. Yeah. Dad won't abandon Tang Tang. Thank you, Uncle. Xiao Tung Tang was also relieved a little, and said firmly on her face. That, big sister. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it just now. Xiao Ming also walked up and said embarrassedly. It's rare to see my dad glare at me like this. But he was shocked. Then he realized that the big sister was a little uncomfortable. How could he say that just now? If it were me. He didn't dare to think about it. It's okay, you didn't mean it. Xiao Tang Tang shook his head and waved at Xiao Ming. He said that he didn't blame him. However, his eyes would still look from time to time towards the place where Chang Xiaosong had just left. Xiao Ming's father frowned and winked at Xiao Ming. Big sister, let's go play together when your father comes back. Xiao Ming understood immediately when he saw his father's gesture. After all, the father and son play together every day. Okay. Xiao Tang Tang was called and turned around to agree. Then what are we going to play later? Xiao Ming lowered his head and thought for a while. Thinking that Xiao Tang Tang just said that the first thing she wanted to play was the pendulum, she should be like him and like to play something more exciting. Big sister, let's go play the pendulum later. There is also a roller coaster. And the space shuttle I just played. I can go play with big sister later. Xiao Ming said happily. Well, let's go play together when dad comes later. There are also bumper cars, which are also fun. Xiao Tung Tang was successfully attracted and nodded. The two little guys were chatting about what to play later. Xiao Ming's father was also relieved when he saw this scene. What's the matter with Tang Tang's father? I don't understand it a little bit. Forget it, never mind. It seems that he cares about his daughter very much. Maybe there is something urgent, and he said he would be back in 10 minutes. However, these two little guys can chat quite well. Uncle, how many minutes have passed? Time passed slowly, and Xiao Tang Tang's heart was no longer chatting with Xiao Ming. From time to time, he looked back at the place where his father left, always feeling that his father would come in the next second, and he could rush over directly. It's been 10 minutes. This is not the first time that Xiao Tung Tung asked. After 6 minutes, Xiao Tang Tang asked every once in a while, and the frequency became faster and faster. After asking, he would look expectantly at the direction where Xiao Xiaosong left. Xiao Ming's father was helpless, and it was not that he didn't ask Xiao Tung Tang for a shorter time. The main thing is that little Tang Tung has been asking about the time, and he can figure it out by himself. He can't fool this little guy at all. He can't do anything about this thing. This little girl is smarter than his own little devil. Tang Tung. Don't worry, it's only been 10 minutes. Dad may be back soon. Yes. Big sister, my father and I will wait with you, don't worry. Xiao Ming also chimed in. He didn't want the big sister to be like this. Yeah. Uncle, and Xiao Ming. I'm not in a hurry. Dad will definitely come back. Little Tang Tang also smiled obediently, indicating that the father and son should not worry. She is fine. But the look that kept looking at the place where her father left revealed that she might not be as calm as she seemed at this time. Dad will be here soon. Yes. There must be something that delayed him. Uncle, how long has it been now? Time passed slowly, and Chang Xiaosong still didn't show up. Little Tang Tang asked unusually calmly. Xiao Ming's father didn't know how to start. This little girl was not what she seemed to be. She must be feeling very upset. Uncle, I want to know the truth, just tell me. I'm fine. Xiao Tang Tang turned around and looked at Xiao Ming's father. He said seriously. 18 minutes. Looking at the little girl, with a straight gaze. With calm words, Xiao Ming's father was helpless. Brother, where have you been? Why haven't you come back yet? I can't stand it anymore. Your daughter is too fierce. After 18 minutes, Chang Xiaosong still hadn't come back. Little Ting Ting's eyes darkened, and her heart was surging. Dad, don't you want Ting Ting? Did Ting Ting do something wrong? Why doesn't Dad want Ting Ting? And Mom too. Why don't you want Ting Ting? Little Ting Ting's face was gloomy, and her mood was extremely unstable. Big sister. Xiao Ming called softly. But there was no response. Little Ting Ting was still standing there with her eyes dull and her body trembling slightly. Xiaoming and his son were also anxious, not knowing how to persuade little Tingtung. Suddenly, Xiaoming's father seemed to see something, with surprise in his eyes. He also breathed a sigh of relief. He was about to call little Tingting, and then his hand stopped in mid-air and put it down. "Girl, what's wrong? Who made you unhappy?" A calm but extremely familiar voice pulled little Tingting back from the darkness. Gradually she came back to her senses, looking at the man in front of her with beads of sweat on his face, smiling at her calmly. "Dad?" Little Tung Tang rubbed her eyes and looked again. It was the same person as before. "It's me." The man was Chang Xiaosong, and seeing little Tung Tang like this, he was also heartbroken. "Dad!" Little Tung Tung believed it now, and threw herself into Chang Xiaosong's arms. After holding back for so long, she couldn't stop her tears, and they flowed down. "Dad, where have you been? Didn't you say you would be back in 10 minutes? Tung Tang thought that Dad didn't want Ting Tung anymore. "It's okay. Dad is back. Dad was wrong." Chang Xiaosong patted little Tung Tang's back gently and said gently, "Well, Dad, Tung Tung only has Dad left, and Mom doesn't want Ting Tung anymore. Tung Tang will be obedient in the future. Dad, don't want Ting Tang." Little Tung Tang said with a sob, and her thin little body trembled slightly. Don't worry, Ting Tung. Daddy won't abandon you. You are Daddy's little princess. How could Daddy not want you?" Chang Xiaosong's eyes froze for a moment, then he quickly recovered. Looking at the little Tingting in his arms, his heart was twitching, and he felt so distressed. The father and son next to him were also shocked when they heard it. The big sister's mother didn't want her anymore? Xiaoming was about to speak, but fortunately his father was quick to cover his little mouth. He took him aside. After he woke up, he rushed in directly. But it was okay to go out of the hall, but if he came in, he needed a ticket. But his tickets were all in his bag and with Xiaotingting, and he had no way to contact Xiaotingting. He hadn't had time to save the phone numbers of Xiaoming and Kirsten's parents that Xiaotingting gave him. Now he had to go back and queue up again to buy the ticket, so he was several minutes late. "Really?" Xiaotingting raised her head, her face full of tears, and looked at Chang Xiaosong hopefully. "Really?" Chang Xiaosong nodded firmly and took the tissue handed over by Xiaoming's father. He gently wiped Xiaotingting's little face. "Then Dad, let's make a pinky promise. I will believe you." Xiaotingting stretched out a little hand and looked at Chang Xiaosong expectantly. "Oh, ha. Okay, pinky promise." Chang Xiaosong smiled and stretched out his hand. "Pinky promise, I'll make you a promise. Don't change for 100 years." The little fingers of the two hands, one big and one small, hooked together, and Xiaotingting's crisp voice mixed with Chang Xiaosong's loving voice. Finally, the two thumbs touched each other, and Xiaotingting pressed hard. "Dad, it's a pinky promise. Liars are dogs." Xiaotingting smiled again, and said mischievously against Chang Xiaosong's thumb. "Okay. My little princess, what are you going to play next?" Chang Xiaosong rubbed Xiaotingting's little head and said with a chuckle. "Well, Dad, I just talked to Xiaoming. We'll go play together when you come back." After Xiaotingting recovered, she also came out of Chang Xiaosong's arms. Pointed to Xiaoming on the side. "Yes. Uncle, the big sister and I have already agreed that we will go to the big pendulum first, then the bumper cars and roller coasters." Xiaoming, who was standing next to him, had been warned by his father not to talk about Xiaotingting's mother. But since they were already talking about themselves, he happily stepped forward and said, "Oh, is that so? Okay. Let's go." Chang Xiaosong smiled when he saw this. It seems that this kid was pretty good just now. The four of them came to the entrance of the big pendulum together and lined up here. The big pendulum project can be said to be a hot project in the amusement park. There are many more people in the queue than in the pirate ship in front. While waiting in line, except for being a little stuffy, everything else was fine. The two little guys kept talking about how fun the big pendulum is. How exciting it is to swing to the top. The two little guys became more and more excited as they talked, and they listened to the people on the big pendulum above, who were excited and screaming, not knowing whether they were excited or scared. They both couldn't help but want to try it. Chang Xiaosong and Xiaoming's father also smiled at the two little guys, and would occasionally interject a few words. After waiting for the big pendulum to start 3 times, the two little guys talked about the big pendulum, roller coasters, and bumper cars. Finally, seeing that it was almost their turn, they talked again. The two of them followed the staff to open the door with the two little kids and walked in. Looking at the huge round hammer in front of him, Chang Xiaosong was also a little dazed. If it was before, he would have been a little repulsive, but now he didn't feel anything. The cells in his body were also a little boiling, as if he was eager to try. But he felt that it was meaningless, this feeling of being half up and half down. It was really a bit awkward. Dad, hurry up. There is a seat here. It's time to start. Xiao Tongtang was already sitting in a seat, calling Chang Xiaosong. Oh, good. Here I come. Chang Xiaosong also adapted and walked up quickly. First, he put safety measures on Xiao Tongtang and fastened it. He also pulled it to try, and when there was no problem, he sat down next to Xiao Tongtang. The four of them sat together, and the big pendulum was surrounded by a circle of seats. There were about 20 people. Xiao Tongtang and Xiaoming sat together in the middle, and Chang Xiaosong and Xiaoming's father sat next to them. The staff began to check the safety measures of the tourists one by one, and tied them for those who didn't know how to tie them. Big sister, are you scared? I've ridden this once, it's awesome. Xiaoming rubbed his hands nervously and excitedly, and said to the little Tongtang next to him. It's a little bit now, but it feels so exciting. Xiao Tongtang was a little better, but her muscles were still slightly tense. She was also very excited. Right. I'm a little panicked too. Especially when it stops in the air and then swings up. It was really exciting last time. Hearing that the big sister was as scared as he was, Xiaoming seemed to have found resonance. A lot of words burst out. But my dad is not that scared. He didn't even shout last time. He couldn't help but show off his dad. Chang Xiaosong also looked in the direction of the voice, only to see Xiaoming's dad nodded to him with a wry smile. That tense body, how could it look like he was not afraid at all? This. Another dad who was cheated by his son. It's moving. It's moving. Before Xiao Tongtang could reply to him, the big pendulum began to move slowly. Xiaoming shouted excitedly. The big pendulum began to swing slowly amid the excited shouts of the two little guys. It swung higher and higher, and the speed also became slightly faster. A female voice sounded, as if breaking a curse. Shouts came one after another. However, Chang Xiaosong calmed down. The slightly surging blood in his body, after feeling that this project was like this, was no longer active and fell silent again. After relaxing his body, Chang Xiaosong just enjoyed the scenery. The whole amusement park was still very large, and the view was constantly changing in the air. This feeling also made Chang Xiaosong feel novel. Here it comes. Xiaoming shouted even louder, because at this time the pendulum had completely turned over. It stopped at the highest point, and everyone in the seat was upside down, enjoying the quiet before the storm. Dad! It's so exciting! The pendulum began to rush down quickly, and Xiaoming shouted even more excitedly. Xiao Tongtang also shouted excitedly and called Dad. Turning around, Chang Xiaosong was sitting there calmly. It seemed that he was not affected at all. Chang Xiaosong also smiled at Xiao Tongtang and reached out to hold Xiao Tongtang's hand that was so nervous that it was tightly grasping the handrail. Xiao Tongtang was infected and relaxed a little, although she was a little confused about what was going on with her father. But when the big pendulum swung back and forth, it would rotate 360 degrees at the highest point and rush down. Xiao Tongtang also shouted excitedly, and there was no time to think about it. As the shouts gradually weakened, many tourists shouted tired. The big pendulum also gradually slowed down, and finally stopped slowly. Chang Xiaosong loosened the safety handrail and safety belt and came down, and helped Xiao Tongtang to loosen them as well. Dad, it's so exciting. It was too fierce when we were on it just now. Xiao Tongtang still looked like she hadn't recovered. That's right. Dad, why weren't you excited at all just now? Aren't you afraid? Xiao Tongtang came back to her senses after successfully coming down. She asked happily. This girl, Dad is not afraid because of you. Really, this amusement park can also boast so much. Top extreme sports. You little guy really dared to say that. Yeah. Tongtang said that Dad is not afraid, so Dad is definitely not afraid. Chang Xiaosong looked at the instigator and asked him in return, and he was also very upset. Oh, I know these things, but Dad thinks they are too simple and doesn't want to play. Xiaoming still doesn't believe it. Humph. Xiao Tongtang was even more excited now, and his father was really so awesome. Dad? What's wrong with you? Help me quickly, I want to get down. Chang Xiaosong and Xiao Tongtang heard the sound and turned their heads to look. Xiaoming couldn't get it open for a long time, and his father was still sitting on it. Oh, okay. Xiaoming's father also came back to his senses and resisted the feeling of dizziness and vomiting. He got up and untied the two of them. Here, drink some water and take it slowly. The four of them also came down from the exit, and Chang Xiaosong took out a bottle of water and handed it to Xiaoming's father. Xiaoming's father also smiled bitterly and said thank you, and took it. After a sip, he felt much better. Seeing the two little brats still discussing fiercely how exciting and amazing it was just now, he couldn't help but shook his head. Big sister, I said my dad is awesome. Look, he's fine, he didn't even scream when he was on top. As the two chatted, Xiaoming talked about his dad again, pointing at his dad and showing off proudly. Ha ha. Okay, what are we going to play next? Xiao Tongtang was about to speak, but Chang Xiaosong interrupted him. Didn't you see that his dad already had a bitter face? He successfully attracted the attention of the two little guys and stopped staring at Xiaoming's dad. Xiaoming's dad also looked at Chang Xiaosong gratefully, and then looked at his son, who was a scumbag. He was helpless. His own child. What can he do? In the end, the two of them also discussed and decided to go play bumper cars first. Let's put the roller coaster aside for now. There are many people now, and they just finished playing the exciting project of the big pendulum. It's a bit overwhelming to go directly to the roller coaster. Dad, shall we take the same car or one each? When we arrived at the bumper car waiting area, we saw many people driving bumper cars. They were shouting happily, bumping into each other. It was so fun. Does Tong Tang want to drive a bumper car by herself? Chang Xiaosong looked at little Tong Tang with amusement and saw her nodded shyly. He understood it too. This little girl also wanted to play. Tong Tang will drive, and Dad will sit next to you. Yeah. Okay. Dad, I'm very good. Don't worry. Little Tong Tang also said happily, she wanted to be with her dad again. She wanted to drive a bumper car again. This is the best. After waiting for a round, the four of them, 2 adults and 2 children, went in to play. Chang Xiaosong and little Tong Tang took a bumper car together, while Xiaoming and his father took a bumper car each. Big sister and dad, you guys have to be careful. I'm a very capable driver. I'm an experienced driver. After Xiaoming got on a bumper car, he said arrogantly to Xiao Tong and his dad beside him that he would not show mercy. This kid. Now even his dad is trying to show off. Xiaoming's father couldn't help but hold his forehead. He felt very tired. Humph, come on. I won't admit defeat. Xiao Tong also snorted and said unceremoniously. Coming to the playground, she met her friends and let go of her nature. The two of them sprayed each other arrogantly, and neither of them would admit defeat first. After everyone got on the bumper cars and got in position, the staff also started the countdown. There were a total of 16 or 17 bumper cars on the field, in a small arena. Dad, I'm going to start. As soon as the countdown ended, all the machines started. Everyone started excitedly. Xiao Tong also took the lead and stepped on the accelerator. The bumper cars started to move. Dad, look, I told you I'm awesome. Xiao Tong said proudly to Chang Xiaosong. Ha, awesome, awesome. Our Tong Tang. Chang Xiaosong also smiled. Before he finished praising her, he saw the front and quickly reminded her. Be careful in front, turn. Ah. Xiao Tong hurriedly tried to turn the steering wheel, but it was still a step too late. The front of the bumper car hit the edge of the field directly. Fortunately, the outer circle under the bumper car and the edge of the field were all soft rubber-like things. It was not a big problem. Ah, Dad, mistake, mistake. The father and daughter were both shaken by the collision. They had just finished pretending. This is what happened. Xiao Tong was also a little shy and embarrassed. Girl, it's okay. Go back out. Chang Xiaosong thought it was nothing, just a little funny. He patted the little girl and signaled her to back out. Then he gave Xiao Tong some guidance on the side. This is to accelerate, this is to decelerate. Pay attention. Don't hold the steering wheel so hard. Your hands will be sore and you may get cramps. Xiao Tong nodded seriously and started again under Chang Xiaosong's guidance. Big sister. I'm here. Xiao Tong, who was trying to adapt to the bumper car, heard the sound and looked back. Xiaoming was shaking his hands and shouting loudly not far behind. Bang! Xiao Tong, who had just turned around and didn't pay much attention, accidentally bumped into someone else's bumper car. The other party was a little boy and a woman. After being hit by Xiao Tong, he also looked back. He didn't say anything, just smiled. He drove the car forward. After all, bumper cars are just you hitting me and I hitting you. Xiao Tong was a little annoyed. Her father was still sitting next to her. She quickly followed the method just now, and just when the car was about to drive out again. Bang! The two of them leaned forward involuntarily, and Chang Xiaosong also hurriedly supported Xiao Tong. The bumper car that was about to start was hit and stopped again. Ha ha! Big sister. Am I very powerful? Xiao Tung Tung, who was already in a bad mood after being hit and stopped, heard arrogant shouting from behind. My skills are okay. Ha ha. Looking back, it was Xiaoming who hit her, and she was still sitting in the bumper car behind and shouting arrogantly. This time, she was furious, and she wanted to smash the arrogant head flat. Ha ha. I'm leaving first, big sister. I won't stay here with you. Go hit my dad, big sister, you don't know how to drive a bumper car. Xiaoming shouted loudly and started the bumper car to the side, bypassing Xiao Tang Tang and drove forward. Gone? What Xiao Tang Tang was about to say was swallowed back by his words. This guy. Just wait for me. This time, little Tung Tung couldn't stand it anymore. She was already upset to see him being so arrogant. The little brother climbed over the big sister's head? What's more, Dad is still next to him. He can't be let off. Little Tung Tung was also holding his breath. He started the car and ran after Xiaoming. Ha ha. These two little guys are really enemies. Chang Xiaosong also smiled, but it was very interesting. Don't worry if he doesn't laugh. Tang Tang was even more angry when he smiled. This kid must be taught a lesson. Dad was sitting next to him, and little Tang Tang was very concerned about him. He was embarrassed to look at his father just now. But he was always observing Chang Xiaosong from the corner of his eyes. Seeing that Chang Xiaosong laughed, the little guy misunderstood. He kept staring at the back of Xiaoming, ready to sneakily give him a powerful blow. But this technique is a bit worrying. In addition, there are many other bumper cars on the field. This has greatly increased the difficulty for little Tung Tung. From time to time, he would bump into other people's cars, or be hit by other bumper cars. Or he would accidentally miss the turn and directly hit the edge maintenance. But Xiao Tang Tang did not give up, and his little arms tightly grasped the steering wheel. It seemed that this would make it faster and more stable, and his eyes were always fixed on the direction of Xiaoming. This kid drove pretty well. He should have come to play many times. Finally, he found an opportunity, and Xiaoming bumped into his father's bumper car. Ha ha. Dad, I caught you. I let you run. Xiaoming said arrogantly, but he didn't know that the danger was slowly approaching. You kid. Xiaoming's father was helpless. Isn't it because his son is afraid of his father? Why is our son either cheating his father or chasing his father to bump into him? I really am drunk. Hey. Xiaoming, behind. Bang. Before Xiaoming's father finished speaking, a huge collision sounded. Xiaoming was hit hard from behind, and even his father in front of him had a second collision. Xiaoming, who was so arrogant just now, was stunned all of a sudden. He almost got knocked over, and was so scared. Humph. Are you comfortable? You are still arrogant. Xiao Tang Tang's crisp voice came over, and her tone was full of pride. Xiaoming also came back to his senses and looked back quickly. It was Xiao Tung Tung who hit him, and he was not calm now. You, big sister. You sneak attacked me. You wait for me. After saying that, he was ready to start his bumper car and start revenge. Ding! But at this time, the bell rang in the venue, and the playtime was up. All the bumper cars were closed, and they couldn't be opened now. Xiaoming was dumbfounded. What the hell? There was no other way. No matter how unwilling he was, he could only hold it in. He looked at the ghost car he was sitting in with hatred, and got up to get off. Ha ha ha. Dad, look at this guy, I am laughing to death. Xiao Tang Tang also laughed, and was just about to drive away. Now it's okay, it's not necessary. But Xiaoming made her laugh. Ha ha. You two little guys, okay. Get off the car. Chang Xiaosong also smiled helplessly and patted Xiao Tung Tang. He stood up and picked her up and got off the bumper car. When the four of them gathered together, the little brat's eyes were full of fire. They were all secretly competing with each other. Big sister, you are lucky this time. Humph. You are the lucky guy. The two big men looked at each other and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. They smiled bitterly and shook their heads. Big sister. Let's go to the roller coaster next. No. Let's go to the more powerful roller coaster. Do you dare? The four of them walked out of the bumper car position, and Xiaoming became more and more angry. He is such a veteran, and even his father is not his opponent. He actually fell into the hands of the big sister. He directly took out the trump card. This roller coaster is the most exciting project in the amusement park besides the high-altitude bungee jumping. He knows this very well after being here several times. He was a little scared the first few times. Although he proposed to try it, he was rejected by his father. In addition, after seeing that many people vomited after sitting down. This has become the only entertainment facility in this amusement park besides the high-altitude bungee jumping that he has not played yet. TSK. What's there to be afraid of? Just play this. Xiao Tang Tang was not to be outdone. This kid made her embarrassed in front of her father. It won't be so easy for him. And Xiao Tang Tang has never played this roller coaster. I don't know how exciting this is, but according to Xiao Ming, it's just a little more exciting than a roller coaster. Thinking of this, she also became excited and eager to try it. She wanted to sit on it and experience it directly. Hey, you two. Aren't you hungry? Let's go eat first. Come back to play in the afternoon. Chang Xiaosong said unhappily. These two little guys are really tireless. Yes. Let's go eat first. Xiao Ming's father also quickly agreed. He didn't know how to refuse just now. He didn't dare to run to ride this roller coaster. This would cost him his life. When he heard his son say he wanted to play this, his face changed. Just thinking about how to fool this wave. This pit father's child. I really owed you in my last life. The resentful eyes looked straight at this rebellious son. Xiao Ming unconsciously felt a little panic in his heart and looked around. Not finding anything, he had to run to his father's side, as if it would be safer to get closer to his father. The two little brats didn't have any objections. They just wanted to play in the afternoon. The four of them went directly to a restaurant in the amusement park. It was mealtime, and people who came here to play on weekends were almost all ready to play all day. The restaurant was unusually popular, and the prices inside were much more expensive than outside. But now both of them were not short of money, so they wouldn't care about this. After finding an empty seat, Xiao Ming's father quickly scanned the QR code on the table. Let me do it. It's okay, I'll do the same. Our Xiao Ming will have to go to your house to trouble you later. Seeing this, Chang Xiaosong gave up and let him go. Besides, he didn't have much money now, excluding immovable assets. He had advanced a month's living expenses, and there was not much left after the high consumption in the past few days. And the prize money for the competition would take a few more days. So now he was a poor guy who drove a luxury car and lived in a mansion. What do you want to eat? Dad, I still want the children's meal. Xiao Ming, a regular customer, didn't even think about it, and ordered a meal that he had eaten very well before. Then she continued to argue fiercely with the big sister. I'll listen to my dad. Xiao Tang Tang had never eaten here before, so she didn't know what was delicious. I was still busy, so I asked Chang Xiaosong to make the decision for me. These two guys. Chang Xiaosong also saw the same thing in the eyes of the man opposite, his father's helplessness. Then he took the phone and looked at it, and ordered one for himself and Xiao Tang Tang. After ordering, it took a while for the food to come up. After all, it's the weekend. There are still a lot of people. Okay. Eat first, and don't talk while eating. These two guys couldn't stop eating, and they just got into a fight. After being taught a lesson, they ate their meals peacefully. But I don't know when it started, but these two started to compete with each other when eating. You take a bite, I take a bite. They eat very fast, and look at each other provocatively from time to time. Chang Xiaosong and Xiao Ming's father had no choice but to shake their heads helplessly. Just let them be. Dad, I'm done. In the end, Xiao Ming finished his food first, raised his head and shouted loudly. He looked at Xiao Tang Tang proudly. People around who were still eating or sitting for a short break were attracted by the sound. Xiao Ming's father was also full of black lines, and nodded slightly apologetically to the people around him. He scolded the little guy unhappily. Xiao Tang Tang also finished it soon, but didn't shout loudly. He shook his head slightly depressed, but saw Xiao Ming's proud and provocative eyes. The anger rose again. You two don't want to go to play that roller coaster now, do you? Seeing that the two looked at the adults after eating, Chang Xiaosong asked in surprise. Seeing the two little guys nodded, he couldn't help but support his forehead. Wouldn't this be tiring? And if you go to play that right after eating, isn't it a waste of food? No. Before Chang Xiaosong could continue to speak, Xiao Ming's father on the opposite side couldn't hold it back. He refused loudly. The three of them, 2 children and 1 child, turned around and looked at him in confusion. Why are you so excited? We can't go play now. How can we go to play the roller coaster after just having lunch? Xiao Ming's father also blushed, but he didn't think so much. You just dodged it and you're going. This won't do. He said it tremblingly at first, but later he became more confident and his voice got louder. As if he was standing on the commanding heights for everyone's sake. No, I'm thinking about everyone. It's not that I don't dare to sit. Looking at this guy's familiar expression, the same excuse. Chang Xiaosong understood. Isn't this the same person who fooled Xiao Tang Tang before? It's really a case of sympathy. In the end, the 2 little guys also agreed reluctantly to rest for a while. Then go to play the roller coaster. There's no way, it's not up to them. The dads have decided, and what they said makes so much sense, so what else can we do? Led by Xiao Ming and his father, two old customers, the four of them also came to the rest area and planned to take a break. Tang Tang, stop chatting. Others are taking a break here. Come and rest for a while with Daddy. Chang Xiaosong interrupted the two who were still chatting along the way. He didn't know where these two guys got so much to talk about. After sitting down, he motioned for little Tang Tang to come over. Okay. I'm going to rest. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Humph. Hearing her father's voice, little Tang Tang left a harsh word and came to Chang Xiaosong's side. In the lounge of the amusement park, Chang Xiaosong was sitting on a sofa against the wall. There was a little head on his thigh. Little Tingtung rested her head on Chang Xiaosong's thigh. She was tired after a whole morning, and because she was so excited, she woke up early in the morning and kept playing until now. Not long after she lay down, she smelled the scent of her father and fell asleep peacefully. Ting Ting, it's time to wake up. Chang Xiaosong gently patted little Tingting lying on his lap. Ha? Dad? Little Tingting rubbed her confused eyes and looked at Chang Xiaosong sleepily. She looked around again, as if wondering why she was here. Little fool. I forgot, we are in the amusement park. Chang Xiaosong laughed softly, and nodded little Tingting's little head with a soft look. Oh, yes. We are in the amusement park. Little Tingting reacted all of a sudden and spoke excitedly. Dad, that's not right. Where are Xiao Ming and the others? After thinking about it, little Tingting looked around again. But he didn't see Xiao Ming who played and boasted with him in the morning? And his dad. Ha ha. Little lazy bug, I finally found it. You. Chang Xiaosong shook his head with a smile. It seemed that the little girl was really tired. Then he explained to the confused little girl. It turned out that after Xiao Tang Tang fell asleep, Xiao Ming had almost rested. He recovered. This was not his first time here. If he hadn't had the opportunity to meet the big sister or Kuxin, he would have planned to go swimming. The big sister said that he would go to her house to swim tomorrow, and then he had no other plans to go anywhere this week. Finally, he decided to come to the amusement park. After waking up, he was going to wake up Xiao Tang Tang. Let the big sister go out with him to play the roller coaster. But Chang Xiaosong saw that Xiao Tang Tang was sleeping very soundly, and he must have been really tired in the morning. So he stopped Xiao Ming who was about to wake up Xiao Tang Tang. In the end, the group decided that Xiao Ming and his dad would go out to play first. After Xiao Tang Tang woke up, he called them to contact them. After all, the two children were having a lot of fun playing together. They also agreed to go on the roller coaster together. Oh, so that's it. Dad, how long have they been out? Xiao Tang Tang also understood and nodded his head. Not long. They were out for about 20 minutes. Chang Xiaosong smiled slightly and replied gently. Ah, so long. That guy wouldn't go on the roller coaster alone. Don't worry. They agreed to wait for you to go on the roller coaster together. Chang Xiaosong couldn't help but say with a smile. He picked up the phone and dialed the number they had just exchanged. Beep beep. The phone rang for a long time, and Chang Xiaosong thought that the two of them would not be able to answer it. Just when he was about to hang up, the call was connected. Hello? Is this Tingting's dad? Is Tingtung awake? We just came down from the sky. Let's go, Tingtung. Let's go out too. They just finished playing an entertainment project. Let's come over to our place. After contacting each other, they knew where each other was. After agreeing to meet up first, Chang Xiaosong hung up the phone. With the small bag that Xiao Tang Tang brought on his back, he walked out of the rest area. Big sister. Here. We are here. Xiao Ming saw Xiao Tang Tang and the other person coming from a stone bench not far away. He waved his little hands and shouted loudly. Dad, I saw them. They are there. Xiao Tang Tang raised his hand and pointed to the place where Xiao Ming and the other person were in front of him, and said to Chang Xiaosong happily. Good. Dad saw it too. Chang Xiaosong said helplessly. The two little guys couldn't calm down again when they met. Xiao Tang Tang pulled her father's hand and sped up, walking towards the two people opposite. Big sister. You finally woke up. I played a fun one, the one that slowly swung up. It's called Straight Up to the Sky. It's fun. As soon as Xiao Tang Tang approached, the two little guys came together. Xiao Ming pointed to a project he had just played and said to Xiao Tang Tang proudly. Dad said that we should have a good rest at noon so that we can have energy to play well in the afternoon. What's your thing? We will go to play the more powerful roller coaster later. Xiao Tang Tang looked at the place where Xiao Ming pointed, and saw a large round thing. There were many seats hanging on it, and then the people on it slowly rose from fast to slow. Xiao Tang Tang had played in other amusement parks before, and it was very good. She played with her father. It was very fun. They were all very happy at that time. But she can't say that now. She can't let this kid get arrogant, otherwise his tail will be up to the sky. It's hard to tell who is the eldest sister, right? Dad, let's go to play the roller coaster now. After the two little guys discussed it, they came to Chang Xiaosong and the others. Chang Xiaosong didn't have any objections, and looked at Xiaoming's father who was standing aside. Okay. What you fear will come true. You can't hide. Xiaoming's father's face changed again and again, but when he saw that the three of them were looking at him, especially the look of his beloved son who admired him, as if he thought that it was a piece of cake for his dad to ride this, he was really under a lot of pressure. My son, Dad is really not omnipotent. Forget it, never mind. Let's go for it. He had no choice but to agree against his will. When he came to the registration area for the roller coaster, it was really crowded. There were all kinds of people. There were parents with children, and there were couples who came out to play. There were heated discussions everywhere, coupled with the straight up and down, winding track of the roller coaster, and the extremely deafening screams of the passengers sitting on it, shouting. The whole atmosphere was even more intense and exciting. Well, there are so many people. Why don't we go play something else? I don't know how long it will take to queue here. Xiaoming's father couldn't help but say. He finally mustered up the confidence to fight back, but when he saw the spectacular track scene that was enough to discourage most people, coupled with the panicked and exciting shouts from above, this reminded him of the nightmare that had troubled him for many days. Just after he had endured the roller coaster ride last time, he couldn't show it in front of his son. When Xiaoming wasn't looking, he vomited countless times. He almost vomited bile. After I went back, I relived it countless times in my dreams for several days. He was not in the right state for several days. It was really horrible. No. Dad, it's okay. We just need to queue up, it's okay. Yes. Uncle, let's play this. Xiaoming and Xiao Tangtang were not calm when they heard this. It was the first time that the two of them united their front. This. Xiaoming's father didn't know what to say. Facing the two little guys, what could he do? It's okay. Let's go and have a look first. It was Chang Xiaosong who spoke up and winked at Xiaoming's father. He took the two little guys inside. What does this mean? Dad, hurry up. We are going to sign up and queue up. Xiaoming's father hadn't reacted to what Chang Xiaosong meant by that look. Was he asking him to go in first? He was brought back to his senses by Xiaoming, who walked to the front and saw that his father hadn't come yet, and shouted loudly. Seeing two children and one big waiting for him in front, and his precious son shouting and waving, he had no choice but to follow him quickly. No matter what, let's die. This scene of a brave man cutting off his arm, plus the expression of Xiaoming's father who looked at death with indifference. Chang Xiaosong couldn't help but feel a little funny. But thinking about himself before, wasn't it the same? He couldn't laugh anymore, but felt a little sympathetic. But fortunately, this time he had a way to help this guy escape. Now the four of them had no objection and lined up in a long queue. But don't say it, standing far away, there are really a lot of people here, which is the most crowded place in the whole amusement park. But there are not many people queuing up to play, most people just watch the excitement. Or they are hesitant in place, some of the accomplices want to go and some dare not go. As a result, the number of people standing by and watching is still very large. The four people lined up not as slowly as imagined. Because there were people in front of them who were afraid and panicked when it was their turn, so they had to leave. Some of them walked alone, but some of them took a few friends to run away. As a result, Chang Xiaosong and his friends had to line up for at least 4 rounds, but it was their turn at the end of the second round. Dad, it's our turn. Seeing that the train above was slowly coming back, Xiao Tingtang rubbed her hands back and forth. She said to Chang Xiaosong excitedly, "Yes. We can play soon." Chang Xiaosong also smiled, turned back and touched Xiao Tingtang's little hand, telling her not to be nervous, relax and have fun. "No way, so soon. Forget it, I have to die sooner or later." "I thought so," but my slightly trembling body and trembling intense facial expression revealed how nervous he was at this time. Especially at this time, Xiaoming ran up and said to Xiao Tungtang, "It's coming soon, just watch. My dad is very powerful. Last time I did this, I didn't shout at all. That tone, don't mention how confident he is in his dad." Looking back, Xiaoming's dad had an expression of pain. Chang Xiaosong really wanted to laugh, and it was a bit uncomfortable to hold it back. This kid really wants to trick his dad, showing no mercy at all. Little Tingting was not convinced and was about to retort. However, the entrance was opened by the staff at this time, and the crowd quickly rushed forward. She let it go, saying just wait and see, and ran to the front. In addition to Dad and his friends, there were others waiting in line further back. Dad, come up quickly. Here. Little Ting ran up to take the last few remaining seats, and called Chang Xiaosong behind to hurry up. Chang Xiaosong smiled, walked over to fasten the seatbelt handrail for Little Ting, and checked it again. He smiled and touched Little Ting's little head and said, Ting, Daddy won't play with you. Daddy is watching you from below. Come on. After that, he walked to the side to fasten the seatbelt of Xiaoming, who ran over to sit down in a hurry, and also called Xiaoming's dad, who was walking slowly and timidly. He smiled at Little Ting's incredulous look. Tung and Xiaoming. You two play this project. Xiaoming's father and I will not accompany you. You two should have a good competition. We will see who wins and get rewards later. You said so. Xiaoming's father. Chang Xiaosong pulled Xiaoming's father, who was still in a daze, and said to the two little guys in front of him. At the end, he smiled mysteriously. Yes. Xiaoming's father responded quickly after he reacted. He nodded his head very quickly. This. Okay. Little Tung Tang was a little confused at first and didn't know what to do. But seeing that Xiaoming's father didn't come up to play, she was fine and could barely accept it. No way. Dad, you don't play either. I'm waiting for you to show off. Let the big sister see it. As soon as Xiaoming spoke, Xiaoming's father shook his head quickly. What are you playing for? Xiaoming, didn't Daddy tell you that the game must be fair and just? You two are just right for 1 versus 1. We, the kids, won't participate. Look at Tang, what a jerk. These words were said righteously, and he also gave a lecture in awe-inspiring manner. Not to mention how majestic it was. In the end, Xiaoming reluctantly agreed. Chang Xiaosong and Xiaoming's father also left in a hurry, one because they were afraid of disturbing others, and the other because they were afraid that he would be called back again, so they had to run away quickly. They found the staff and explained that they were not going to sit anymore, and they felt very sorry. They had seen a lot of staff members who came up and then went down, but it was a bit strange to see two grown men. After taking a few more glances, they opened the door and let them go out. Let the team get on again. Awesome. Brother. You are amazing. I am convinced. As soon as he came out, Xiaoming's father came over quickly. He gave a thumbs up and said excitedly, Ha. It's okay, just let the kids play. Chang Xiaosong smiled kindly. This guy is pretty good, and he's the father of his daughter's classmate. It's okay for him to help him a little. Don't thank me for your kindness, brother. If you can help me in the future, just let me know. I will definitely help if I can. Xiaoming's father said excitedly, even using common underworld jargon. Although in his opinion, Chang Xiaosong was just like him, and was a little panicked about this roller coaster. But this didn't affect him. He had been planning to send Yipo off. He didn't expect this reversal. He was really excited. And Chang Xiaosong was not an ordinary person. He had been planning to make friends with Yipo. This opportunity was just right. What's wrong, little girl? Are you unhappy? Chang Xiaosong took Little Ting's hand and walked down the roller coaster platform. He asked softly. No. Dad, that was too exciting. It was amazing. You don't know, I just rushed down from the highest point, it was amazing. Little Ting came back to her senses and said excitedly. Her two little hands gestured back and forth, as if to show Chang Xiaosong the feeling of being on top. Ha. Good. Dad knows. Our Ting is the best. Chang Xiaosong looked at the excited Little Ting lovingly and rubbed her little head. But our Ting is really amazing. I was a little dazed after I came down, nothing else happened. Looking at the other people around, many of them ran to the side and vomited while holding the trash can. Xiaoming's father also met Xiaoming, who came down from the top. He quickly reached out and picked up his son. Son, how are you? Are you okay? He hugged Xiaoming and stuck to him affectionately, seeing that his baby son was a little upset. He was also very worried. Are you okay, son? What's wrong with you? Unexpectedly, Xiaoming's face turned red, and he quickly clapped his hands to signal his father to let him down. After falling off his father, he quickly ran towards the trash can. He put his head on the trash can and vomited directly. Then he couldn't stop and vomited non-stop. Xiaoming's father hurried to catch up, and he was relieved to see that his son was just going to vomit. Just now, his son didn't speak, and his little face was tense, which scared him half to death. He gently patted Xiaoming's back when he was almost done vomiting. He handed him water and tissues, and waited for Xiaoming to clean up. He looked up at his father with a pale face, his eyes full of resentment. Dad is really, he was about to vomit. It was not easy to hold it back, and now he was held and rocked. It has become like this now. Looking at Xiao Tang and Chang Xiaosong who were walking by, his pale face became even uglier. It's all Dad's fault. This time, the eldest sister didn't vomit. I vomited. I lost again. What a fool is my dad. When Xiaoming looked back and saw his father's worried look, he felt warm in his heart, and the resentment in his eyes faded a lot. Forget it, it's my dad's fault. If I lose this time, I lose. I still have a killer weapon that I haven't used yet. Xiaoming, are you okay? Xiao Tang came over and asked worriedly. It would have been fine if she didn't ask, but when she asked, Xiaoming couldn't hold it anymore, and was hesitant to speak. Okay, let's go and take a break first. Let you two little guys take a break. Chang Xiaosong couldn't help but support his forehead, a little helpless, and spoke to help. My little girl. You are really heartless. I didn't expect that the last thing he wants to see now is you. The four of them didn't have any objections, especially Xiaoming, who seemed to have seen a savior. He quickly dragged his father to the stone bench where he could rest. Let's go. Big sister. And uncle, hurry up and catch up. Xiaoming's father was dragged forward by his son with a confused look on his face. What's wrong with this kid? He looked half dead just now, how come now? Let's go, Tung. I'm going over too. Chang Xiaosong walked forward, stretched out his hand, and said to Xiao Tung with a chuckle. Oh, okay. Xiao Tung also came back to his senses and looked at Xiaoming's back in confusion. Grabbing Chang Xiaosong's hand, the two followed him. Dad, what's wrong with him? Xiao Tung still couldn't help it, pointed at Xiaoming in front of him with her little finger, raised her head and looked at Chang Xiaosong in confusion. Ha ha. It's okay. You will be almost there in a while. Chang Xiaosong shook his head with a chuckle, and said mysteriously. Oh. Xiao Tang nodded as if he understood. Xiaoming, are you okay? After the four people came over, Xiao Tang came to Xiaoming and asked tentatively. It's okay. Big sister, you win this time. Xiaoming waved his hand quickly, and he almost figured it out. If you lose, you lose. Anyway, you will win it back later, so let the big sister be happy for a while. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Xiao Tang said embarrassedly, waving her hands. Dad, I want ice cream. It's so hot. The scorching sun outside didn't seem to be noticeable when playing. My heart was pounding, so who would care about this? Now that I was free, I felt it, it was so hot. Xiaoming shouted to his dad. Oh, okay. Dad will buy it for you. What flavor do you want? Dad, I'm still the same as before. I want chocolate flavor. Xiaoming shouted loudly, and turned around to talk to Xiao Tang. Big sister, what flavor do you want? The ice cream here is delicious. This. Then I want strawberry flavor. Xiao Tang looked at Chang Xiaosong, smiled and nodded. She also chose a favorite flavor. Dad, big sister wants strawberry flavor. Xiaoming spoke loudly to his dad like a microphone, fearing that his dad couldn't hear him. Hey, big sister, what are we going to play later? After Xiaoming's father left with the ice cream mission, Chang Xiaosong also received a call. Walking aside, Xiaoming came up and said to Xiao Tang. I don't know what to play, how about going to play the Ferris wheel? After riding the roller coaster, Xiao Tang didn't plan to go to the roller coaster again. I didn't think about what to play later, so I said tentatively. No. What's fun about the Ferris wheel? Let's do something exciting later. Look, just now we two went up to play. Let's let Dad and the others play later. Didn't you say that Uncle is also very powerful? Xiaoming quickly rejected Xiao Tang's proposal. If he went to play the Ferris wheel, how can he get his own place back? He came over and winked and said, and even used the method of provoking. Xiao Tang thought it was quite interesting, and she didn't worry about her father. Daddy rides the pendulum like he is walking on the road. Is there anything else that can stump Daddy? Especially the sentence that we both ride it, let Daddy and the others ride it later. She thinks it makes sense. Humph. I will let Dad go up and play one by himself later. Little Tang thought proudly. She still remembers that Dad suddenly threw her up and didn't play the roller coaster with her. I have to get it back if I have a chance, so that Dad can also know how powerful I am. So when Chang Xiaosong came back with the phone, he saw the two little guys gathered together and whispered to each other. They were whispering about something. Especially when they saw him coming over, the two stopped immediately. They sat upright and looked at Chang Xiaosong, as if they had just done something wrong. These two guys. I don't know what they are doing. What are you two little guys doing? So mysterious? Nothing. Dad, what's wrong? Who called just now? Xiao Tang Tang replied quickly and changed the subject. She was still a little guilty, and it would be bad if her father saw it later. Oh, it's like this, Grandpa and Grandma called. They said they wanted to talk to Tang Tang. Chang Xiaosong didn't ask any more questions, just let these two guys go, let them be happy today. But thinking of the dog blood sprayed on the phone just now, he couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly. But it's not others' fault, who made him forget it. When his parents called that day, they agreed to let Xiao Ting Ting call back and talk to them the next day. He forgot about it the next day. After sending Xiao Ting Ting home from school that day, he had to go to the company to draw designs. All kinds of things piled up together. He forgot about it. Today, his parents still thought it was the weekend, so they shouldn't be very busy. They just called to ask what happened, but he forgot it as soon as he said it, and the two of them mixed up and sprayed. It made him a little overwhelmed. After handing the phone to Xiao Tung Tung, Chang Xiaosong sat next to Xiaoming. Take a break, it's still very hot today. It made him want to go back and swim. Dad, this way. Xiaoming saw his dad coming over with a bag, stood up and waved his two short hands. Here. This is your chocolate ice cream. Xiaoming's dad came over and wiped the sweat off his face. He opened the bag, took out an ice cream and handed it to Xiaoming. Ha ha. Dad, Grandpa said you are a big fool. Xiao Tung Tung also finished the call and came to Chang Xiaosong with a smile. You little girl. Are you itching? Eat ice cream. Chang Xiaosong said unhappily, tapping the girl's forehead and pointing at the bag in Xiaoming's father's hand. Wow. Thank you, uncle. Xiao Tang Tang took the ice cream handed over by Xiaoming's father and called out sweetly. Big sister. It's delicious. I said it's good. The two little brats ate ice cream without stopping. Yeah. It's delicious. Really good. Xiao Tang Tang also nodded and praised. Chang Xiaosong and Xiaoming's father didn't eat ice cream. They drank water and chatted. Two little guys, what are you going to play? The four of them had rested for a while, and Chang Xiaosong saw that the two little guys were a little restless. The two were discussing who should speak, and heard this. They looked at each other. Xiao Tung Tung spoke. Dad, Xiaoming said he would take us to have fun. Oh? Is that so? Chang Xiaosong looked at Xiaoming with amusement, wanting to see what these two little guys could do. It's like this. Uncle, my dad has been there too. Let's go. Xiaoming also stood up quickly and said quickly. He pulled up his dad and told the two to follow. Ah? What's that? Xiaoming's dad was confused. What's going on? How did it happen to him? What is this kid doing? Ha ha. Okay, let's go, Tung Tung. Follow us. Chang Xiaosong also chuckled to see what they can come up with. With the slightly embarrassed little Tung Tung at the side, he followed the two people in front. No, son. What are you going to play? I know everything? Xiaoming's dad couldn't help asking. He couldn't let his son lead him by the nose. I don't want to save face. What's more, this guy is a professional pit father. We have to be on guard. It's the one that my dad had the most fun and the most when we came here. Xiaoming also explained hopefully. Dad will definitely understand. Ah, the happiest? Xiaoming's dad couldn't help but think of the time when he took his wife and son to ride the carousel together. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, as if he thought of something happy. Dad, look, that's it. Surprise! Suddenly Xiaoming shouted, pointing to a huge bungee jumping platform in front of him, with a large lake underneath. Xiaoming's father looked forward along the finger, but there was no carousel as he had imagined. There was no laughter of children and parents riding the carousel together. There was only a large lake in sight, and the most conspicuous thing was a super high platform. There were several figures moving on it. Son, this is not the most exciting thing you said to play? This is a surprise? It's more like a shock, right? Xiaoming's father was dumbfounded. He pointed to the bungee jumping place on the high platform in front of him and asked in disbelief. No way. It shouldn't be this. Yes. Dad, this is it. The most exciting high-altitude bungee jumping in the whole amusement park. You played it last time. It's amazing. Xiaoming said as a matter of course, and turned around and waved to Xiao Tang Tang and Chang Xiaosong behind him, asking them to catch up quickly. It really is this. Xiaoming's father was shocked. He was in a state of panic. He was dragged forward in a daze and came to the bottom of the bungee jumping platform. Little boy, children are not allowed to play here. Xiaoming came up to the staff, who smiled and pointed to the sign on the side and said, Uncle, hello. I know. It's not me who wants to play, it's my dad who wants to play. He's very good. He played it last time. And that uncle also played it. Xiaoming pointed to his father and Chang Xiaosong behind him and explained. No. This guy. Xiaoming's father finally came to his senses and saw that his son was about to sell himself out. He quickly stepped forward and pulled Xiaoming over, saying sorry to the staff. He quickly took his son aside. Xiaoming, you can't do this. Let's play this next time. And you can't say that without your uncle's consent. Xiaoming's father said earnestly. I wanted to struggle. No. Dad, Tung Tung, and Uncle Chang have talked about it. They should have agreed. Both the father and the son looked at Chang Xiaosong, who was with Xiao Tung Tang. Dad. Xiao Tung Tung also called softly. On the way here, Xiao Tung Tang told Chang Xiaosong a little bit. Chang Xiaosong also understood that these two little guys were plotting against it. This little girl. She still holds a grudge. He also knew that these two little brats just wanted the two adults to go up and play. Xiaoming's father winked at Chang Xiaosong frantically, signaling him to refuse quickly. Just like the roller coaster before, otherwise the two of them would be in trouble. Xiaoming looked at Chang Xiaosong hopefully, hoping that Tang Tang's father would be more powerful, otherwise there would be no way to take revenge. And Xiao Tung Tang looked at Chang Xiaosong tangled, hoping to see her father in the limelight. But isn't it not good to mess with Dad like this? Otherwise, Dad. Let's forget it. Seeing that Chang Xiaosong didn't answer after a while, Xiao Tung Tang said hesitantly. If Dad doesn't want to go, she won't force Dad to go. Hearing this, Xiaoming and his son's faces changed. Ha! This is stable. Fortunately, there are the two of them, otherwise I will be pitted to death by this kid. Xiaoming's father breathed a sigh of relief and looked at his son, who made him worry with resentment. No way. Big sister, don't let down at the critical moment. Xiaoming couldn't help it and was about to speak when Chang Xiaosong spoke. Well, it's okay, it's good for us to go and have some fun. It just so happens that Dad wants to go and have some fun too. Chang Xiaosong smiled and touched Xiao Tung Tung's head. Looking at the 60 or 70 meter high bungee in front of him, he was also a little excited. As for Xiaoming's father, he couldn't care less, so he let him experience it with him. Xiao Tung Tang was slightly surprised and nodded his little head. But the father and son here suddenly changed their faces again. One was so surprised that he gave the big sister a thumbs up. The other was stunned and looked at Chang Xiaosong in disbelief. Big brother, don't you understand the situation? You said it the other way around. This is high-altitude bungee jumping, and you're still playing? It's deadly. Chang Xiaosong didn't care what the few people thought now, and turned to look at the introduction board on the side. While on high-altitude bungee jumping. Make men's hearts beat. Make women scream. Challenge 63 meters, do you have the courage? Be fully prepared and wait for you to fight. This introduction is quite good, and Chang Xiaosong is a little excited. To be honest, Chang Xiaosong didn't mean to trick Xiaoming's father. It's just that he just got the all-around extreme sports, and now he sees these extremely exciting projects. The cells in his body will start to get excited. Just like when he was doing the big pendulum before, he was a little excited at the beginning. But after finding that the project was just like that, he cooled down again. After that, the roller coaster didn't stimulate him, and now he started to get a little excited again. Although these are all controllable, he doesn't think it's necessary. Just let it go. It just so happens that he also wants to see how far he has reached now. But he has a hunch that this 63-meter high-altitude bungee jumping is not his limit. It should be far away. But this doesn't prevent him from wanting to try it, so he can only wrong Xiaoming's father. Let's go! Chang Xiaosong glanced at Xiaoming's father with a little apology, and told Xiao Tung Tang not to walk around. Just watch here. No way. Brother, we are really having fun. It's more than 60 meters. Led by the staff, the two walked up. Xiaoming's father came over and whispered. Ha ha. It's okay. You won't die. Chang Xiaosong smiled and said. No, brother. Even if you won't die, you'll lose half your life. Ha ha. Aren't you up here? It's okay. It's different. Xiaoming's father was embarrassed to say anything more. It was hard to say to his son who had cheated his father. Let's go. If it doesn't work, just go down. It's okay. By the way, you can still take care of the two children. Chang Xiaosong said calmly, motioning to follow. He climbed up faster. Didn't he see that the staff had to wait for them after walking for a while? How can I go back here? Xiaoming wanted to cry but had no tears. He looked back at his son's confident eyes, and then looked at Chang Xiaosong who was walking in front. He made up his mind and walked forward. Forget it. No matter. Tang Tang's father can do it. I have nothing to fear since I have played it once. But thinking about the result of his last play, he felt depressed again. Son, Dad has been hurt by you. The two climbed up the platform one after another. Standing on it, they could see the whole picture of the amusement park. Chang Xiaosong stood on it, and his mood instantly became much more open. He looked around and waved to Xiao Tungtang below. "Xiaoming, look! My dad waved to me, he's up there." Xiao Tungtang was also excited and dancing with his hands. What's the big deal? My dad will definitely be even better later. Xiaoming thought to himself and looked up expectantly. "Who will go first, you two?" asked the staff member who was responsible for installing and inspecting the equipment. Let me do it." Chang Xiaosong looked back and saw the look of resistance in Xiaoming's father's eyes. With a slightly trembling body, he decided to go first. After coming up and installing the equipment with the staff, Chang Xiaosong also checked it carefully. These things are all knowledge gained from all around extreme sports. He is much more professional than this professional staff. "Wow! Brother, you are an expert." "It's okay," the staff member couldn't help but say in surprise. "Ha ha! Not bad. Is it okay?" Chang Xiaosong also smiled and stretched his body. "It's okay. You can jump directly." After the staff member finished the final inspection, he put down his hands and said. Chang Xiaosong walked forward and came to the edge. Looking down, the blood in his body began to boil. It was an indescribable feeling, but it felt great anyway. It seemed that he was born for this. He shook his head and cleared his mind. He looked at the excited little Tungtang below and smiled. He turned around and turned his back to the back. Xiaoming, Xiaoming. Look, my dad is going to jump." Little Tungtang shook his hands excitedly and shouted to Xiaoming next to him, "Look, what is dad doing? Why doesn't he jump first?" "Really?" Looking at Chang Xiaosong above, Xiaoming frowned. "Wow, what is this? Is dad going to jump like this? So amazing." Little Tungtang also stopped and stared blankly at Chang Xiaosong with his back to the back and lightly jumped. "This? No way." Xiaoming was also stunned. "So awesome?" Looking at the world gradually retreating, his body fell rapidly. The blood in his body also slowly heated up. Chang Xiaosong's heart gradually emptied. This feeling. It's really good. He slowly turned his body in the air and looked at the rapidly approaching water surface. He gradually calmed down. This was not what he expected. This kind of high-altitude bungee jumping did not challenge him at all. Although Xiao Tangtang had a bit of a show-off meaning at first to let his dad go bungee jumping. But when Chang Xiaosong really jumped down, Xiao Tangtang was so scared that he covered his mouth with his hands. He even regretted why he let his father do such a dangerous thing. Although Xiaoming is a little boy, he was also very scared. Xiaoming's father was even more exaggerated, because he was standing on the bungee jumping platform, and this feeling of horror was more intuitive. Now his hands were tightly grasping the railing, fearing that he would fall from here if his feet were weak. Whoosh! Chang Xiaosong could no longer notice the situation above. When the rope was stretched to the limit, a pulling force quickly lifted Chang Xiaosong up again. Suddenly, a strong feeling of overweight arose. To be honest, this feeling is not so easy for an ordinary person to adapt to and bear. But Chang Xiaosong is a person who has won the all-around extreme sports. For him, this feeling of overweight cannot be said to be nothing, that would be too crazy, but it can only be said to be so. During the whole process, Chang Xiaosong's expression basically did not change, if he had to say there was any expression. That is the feeling of enjoying it a little bit. "Wow, Xiaoming, look at my dad, he didn't even scream, my dad is so awesome." Seeing Chang Xiaosong's calm face, Xiao Tangtang instantly changed his face, pointed at Chang Xiaosong, jumped up and down, and shouted excitedly. "Awesome, awesome, your dad is so awesome." Seeing this, Xiaoming was completely convinced. "I work here, and there are at least 800 people who bungee jump every day. It's rare to find someone as calm as you." After pulling Chang Xiaosong up, the staff said with some admiration, "Tangtang's dad, are you okay?" Seeing Chang Xiaosong's face was normal, Xiaoming's father thought he was scared silly, and asked in a worried tone. There was no way, in his cognition, as long as he was a normal person, it would be impossible for him to have no emotional fluctuations. In a case like Chang Xiaosong, he must have been scared. "Hey, I'm fine, it's just that the bungee jumping height is not good enough, not exciting enough." "Okay, it's your turn now, it'll be quick, come on." Chang Xiaosong took off his bungee jumping equipment, patted Xiaoming's father on the shoulder, and said earnestly. Xiaoming's father looked down and immediately showed an expression that was uglier than crying, or forget it, this thing is really deadly. "Come on, Dad." As soon as Xiaoming's father finished speaking, he heard Xiaoming shouting at him not far away. "Come on, uncle." Seeing this, Xiao Tangtang also followed to cheer him up. Alas! This is a pitfall. Looking at the expectations of these two children, Xiaoming's father was speechless. As a grown man, he couldn't let his son down, right? Don't worry, the height is not high, it will be over soon, I'll wait for you here. Seeing the funny look of Xiaoming's father, Chang Xiaosong almost laughed out loud. Then, okay. There was no other way. It had come to this point. If he gave in, it would be unreasonable. Relax, it's okay. Look at your friend. Nothing happened to him. When helping him put on the bungee jumping equipment, the staff couldn't help but find it funny to see him shaking with fear. He looked like a big man about 18 meters tall, but he was so scared. In fact, many people have acrophobia. If it were normal, the staff would definitely not say this to him. The main reason was that Chang Xiaosong, who came with him, performed too well, so he unconsciously compared him with Chang Xiaosong. It's okay. It's okay. Ah! At the moment of jumping, Xiaoming's father was still comforting himself, but when he was pushed down by the staff, he still made a pig cry. Ugh! Dad, what's wrong with you? Why is Tang Tang's father fine, but you vomited like this? Xiaoming wanted to brag about his father in front of Tang Tang, but he didn't expect that the difference was too big in comparison. You also said that if it weren't for you, I would have jumped. Ugh! After resting for more than 10 minutes, Xiaoming's father recovered. Hey, Ku Xin? Big sister, Ku Xin is here too. At this moment, Xiaoming saw Ku Xin not far away, and excitedly pulled Xiao Tongtang to find her. Children are like this. As long as they are not in school, they will feel that they are destined to meet anywhere else. Hello, Tongtang's father. Hello, hello. I thought you guys were not coming. I have been looking for you for a long time. Ku Xin was very happy to find the two friends. She held their hands and told them what project she had just played. Ku Xin, let me tell you, Uncle Chang is so awesome. He didn't even scream when we were bungee jumping just now. Wow, Tang Tang, your father is so awesome? Of course, my father also said that bungee jumping is not exciting enough. At this moment, Xiao Tang Tang's face was tilted to the sky at a 45-degree angle, and she was so proud. I've been playing for so long, I'm a little hungry, how about we go eat? Xiaoming touched his belly and suggested. Okay, it's really noon, let's go eat first. Xiaoming's father quickly took over and invited everyone to have lunch first. For him, as long as he doesn't play the projects in the amusement park, he can do anything. Not to mention eating, even if he goes back immediately, he can agree with both hands and feet. God knows what exciting projects are waiting for him to try later. Okay, then let's go eat first. Most of the amusement park is fast food. After all, everyone comes here to play, and fast food is also fast. Can you not be so formal with me? What's the point of arguing about this meal? If you do this again, I will be angry. When paying, Xiaoming's father said to Chang Xiaosong and Kursan's mother righteously, I couldn't show off when playing projects in the amusement park, and now you don't give me a chance to show myself for a simple meal? Don't go too far in life. After saying this, Xiaoming's father deliberately glanced at the three children to see if they noticed him. Okay, then you will pay for this meal today. That's what good friends are like. Come on, just order whatever you want. After asking for the opinions of the two parents, Xiaoming's father instantly became a big shot, dragging the three children to order food, not to mention how arrogant he was. Don't mind, Xiaoming's father finally got such an opportunity to show off, let's not ruin his stage. Seeing that Ku Xian's mother was still a little embarrassed, Chang Xiaosong smiled and said, Thank you uncle. Xiao Tang Tang and Ku Xian really fell for this trick, and ran over happily. You guys come too. At this moment, Xiaoming's father finally regained his confidence and called to Chang Xiaosong and the others. Goodbye, Kursan. You must come to my house to swim tomorrow. I know. I will definitely go there tomorrow. At the entrance of the parking lot outside the playground, Xiao Tang Tang shouted loudly to Kursan. Dad, let's go back. Xiao Tang Tang wiped the sweat from her forehead with her hand, and pulled Chang Xiaosong to find the car. Tang Tang, did you have fun today? I have fun. I wish I could come here often in the future. After lunch, with Kursan's participation, they did not play those scary and exciting projects, but found a children's park. There were climbing, trampoline, building blocks and other things for children to play. Seeing them playing these, Xiaoming's father was overjoyed. He was afraid that they would get tired of playing, and he specially bought a lot of water and snacks for them to eat while playing. Okay, when Tang Tang wants to come and play in the future, just tell Dad. Yeah, Dad is too good to Tang Tang. After getting Chang Xiaosong's promise, Xiao Tang Tang pulled him down and gave him a big mua on the face. After getting in the car, the two chatted about the fun things that happened in the amusement park today, and then returned home. Dad, Tung Tang is hungry. Back at the villa, little Tung Tang seemed to have discovered something, touched her belly with her hand, and grumbled. I knew you were such a glutton, go watch some TV, and Dad will make you a delicious dinner right away. Okay, Dad loves you. I don't know if Kuxin taught her today, but she even made a heart gesture to Chang Xiaosong. After playing all day, it's most comfortable to eat some light soup. Chang Xiaosong decided to make a fried egg with loofah and a small green vegetable in the evening. It just so happened that I was tired of eating big fish and meat a few days ago, so I supplemented some vitamins. Tung Tung, it's time to eat. Wow, these two dishes look so delicious. Looking at the two emerald green dishes on the table, little Tung Tang grabbed her small bowl and began to eat heartily. Maybe she was really tired from playing today, and little Tung Tang ate the meal so fragrantly. Dad, can you swim? After eating, taking a bath, and watching TV for a while, Xiao Tang Tang's eyelids couldn't help but close. Of course, I'm a great swimmer, but it's a pity that there are no fish in the swimming pool at home, otherwise I can catch fish while swimming. Chang Xiaosong was really not talking nonsense about this. When he was a child, there was nothing fun in the countryside, and taking a bath in the pond became one of Chang Xiaosong's few joys. At that time, there were many friends, and there were all kinds of water play. Wow, so amazing, you can catch fish while swimming, then I will feel relieved tomorrow. Maybe it was too tired. Xiao Tang Tang closed her eyes while talking, and fell asleep with a face full of longing. Early in the morning, Chang Xiaosong made breakfast and called Xiao Tang Tang. Dad, I want to sleep a little longer. Xiao Tang Tang turned over and muttered with his eyes closed. If you don't want to swim today, you can continue to sleep. Chang Xiaosong didn't urge him, and left this sentence and went to eat breakfast by himself. Well, sure enough, as soon as she heard that she was going to swim, Xiao Tang Tang's sleepiness was swept away, and she rolled over and climbed out of bed. Dad, we must swim today, but there is no need to get up so early for swimming, right? Then do you want to wear a swimsuit when you swim? Yes, Tang Tang wants to wear a very nice swimsuit. Why don't you hurry up and eat breakfast? If there is not enough time, you won't be able to pick a nice swimsuit. Hearing what her father said, Xiao Tang Tang didn't care about anything else, holding the bowl and burying her head to start eating. After breakfast, Chang Xiaosong hadn't even cleaned up yet, but was pulled out of the villa by Xiao Tang Tang. Dad, there is a swimsuit store over there. When she came to the familiar commercial street, Xiao Tang Tang's eyes were like radar scanners. When she found the store, she was so excited that she pulled her father. Maybe swimming is really tempting enough for children. Okay, let's pick a swimsuit that suits you best today. In fact, if there was enough time, Chang Xiaosong wanted to make a swimsuit for her himself, but that was too troublesome, and most importantly, there was not enough time. Anyway, he already had the most awesome designer skills. As for aesthetics, he was not invincible, but at least he had few rivals. Tang Tong, how about this one? Chang Xiaosong saw the small swimsuit hanging on the wall at first sight based on Xiao Tang Tang's figure, appearance, and aura. Beautiful. This one looks so beautiful. With Chang Xiaosong's current perspective, it would definitely satisfy the aesthetics of most people, and Xiao Tang Tang was no exception. Seeing the loving father and filial daughter in front of him, the shop owner knew that he had come to do business, and quickly took the swimsuit down with a rack. This customer has a good eye. She picked out the best swimsuit in our store right away. This swimsuit is very good in both style and material. After handing the swimsuit to Chang Xiaosong, the shop owner began to promote it, praising it in every word. Dad, this swimsuit is so beautiful. After touching the swimsuit up close, Xiao Tang Tang's love for it became even more obvious. Boss, how much is this swimsuit? This swimsuit was originally supposed to be sold for 95 yuan, but seeing that you like it so much, you can take it for 90 yuan. 90 yuan? Boss, you are being too rude, aren't you? Although Chang Xiaosong, a designer, has never worked in retail, this price is a bit too outrageous. If it wasn't for the need today, a swimsuit for children like this would never cost more than 30 yuan, and Chang Xiaosong would not bargain even if the price was below 50 yuan. Let me tell you, this swimsuit of mine is this year's model, and the material is different from other swimsuits. Alright, I was planning to buy more things in your store, but let's just forget it. Seeing that he was so determined, Chang Xiaosong pulled Xiaotingting out. Ha? Just leaving like that? I wonder if your daughter will get angry with you. Based on the boss's own judgment, Xiaotingting looked like she was going to make a deal, so how could she leave so easily? Hey, don't leave, the price can still be negotiated. Although she thought so in her heart, she saw that the two of them actually left without looking back, and the little girl didn't even say a word. The shop owner finally got anxious and ran out of the shop, holding Chang Xiaosong's hand and said, "After all, he just said that he wanted to buy more than one piece. If this business was blown, where would he find a? Then you name a price yourself. If it doesn't work, don't drag me down. 40 per piece is okay, at least let me make some money. 35. Originally, Chang Xiaosong would not bargain, but when he thought of her face just now, he bargained for another 5 yuan. Okay, I'm afraid of you. Dad, you are so good at bargaining. The little trick succeeded, especially when she was involved in it. Xiao Tang was so happy that she held Chang Xiaosong's hand and kept asking for credit. Oh, your daughter is too well behaved. Seeing the cute look of little Ting, the shop owner said nothing. The prices of the things sold in the back were reasonable, and a swimming cap was even given as a gift. Dad, I can't wait to go back and swim. Looking at the back seat filled with swimming rings of various sizes, little Ting was full of expectations. Okay, the swimming pool is yours anyway, you can swim whenever you want in the future. Chang Xiaosong was happy to hear about this. You know, swimming is a very important skill for people. And swimming is also very good for physical exercise. I heard that people who exercise by swimming have very smooth and beautiful muscles, which are much better looking than those trained in the gym. When the two were about to enter the villa, Chang Xiaosong suddenly stopped the car at the guard post. Hello, owner, is there anything I can help you with? Seeing the only Cullinan in the community parked in front of him, the security guard did not dare to neglect it. He hurriedly ran to the car window and asked in a low voice. Hello, security guy. It's nothing serious. My daughter's classmates will come to my house today. When the time comes, as long as they mention Xiao Tang, you can let them in directly. Don't worry, sir. I will personally let your daughter's classmates in and show them the way. Hearing this, the security guy actually stood up straight and saluted. Then thank you for your help. Seeing his attitude, Chang Xiaosong was not used to it. Yes, he was just a poor boy before, and now he has crossed so many classes at once. It is normal to be uncomfortable. The first thing we have to do now is to clean the swimming pool. Okay. I will clean it with my dad. Putting down the things, the father and daughter began to clean up the swimming pool again. It's good if you don't say that you spent money. Although no one lived in this villa before, in order to sell this villa, the real estate company basically hired someone to clean it from inside to outside every few days. In order to show the nobility of this villa, the whole villa is not only finely decorated and ready for move-in, but also the materials used for decoration are all top-notch. Even the cleaning tools for this swimming pool are complete sets. So Chang Xiaosong doesn't need to go out to buy them separately, he can just pick up the nozzle and start working. Zizizi. Since the materials used to build the swimming pool are very good, the water shot out from the high-pressure gun can basically wash away all the debris and dust on the tiles. Dad, I want to play with it too. Seeing Chang Xiaosong playing with a water gun, Xiao Ting's heart was itching, and she grumbled that she wanted to play with it too. The impact of this high-pressure water gun is too strong, you can't hold it alone, but we can do it together. Okay. It must be said that it is really a pleasure to clean things with this high-pressure water gun. Chang Xiaosong was responsible for stabilizing the water gun, and Xiao Ting was responsible for the flushing position. They had so much fun playing. This is not work at all, it's clearly a game. After flushing the swimming pool, Chang Xiaosong filled the swimming pool with water. Wow, Dad, I want to go swimming now. Looking at the clear swimming pool, coupled with the already scorching weather, Xiao Tang looked up pitifully and said, Not yet, although the water looks clean, there are still many bacteria in the water. We have to kill the bacteria before we can play in the swimming pool without restraint. Not to mention Xiao Tang, looking at the large pool of clear water in front of him, Chang Xiaosong couldn't help it. After all, which ordinary person can refuse to play in the swimming pool in summer? Okay. There is no way, even if I really want to go swimming, what my father said is not wrong. Anyway, Xiaoming and Kuxian haven't arrived yet. Let's go, let's make a hearty lunch to entertain your friends. After putting the disinfectant, Chang Xiaosong took Xiao Tang back to the kitchen to start cooking. After all, it's not early now. Although Xiao Tang's friends are only in the first grade, they can't be vague about treating guests. After all, as soon as you enter the door, you are a guest. If you pay enough attention to it, you can also show your attention to Xiao Tang. The most important thing is to let Xiao Tang learn how to behave in a subtle way. Hey, Dad, when Xiaoming and the others come later, they will definitely eat until their stomachs burst after eating the dishes cooked by Dad. Sure enough, although the child does not understand what is the sophistication of the world now. But seeing Chang Xiaosong so serious for his friends, she felt an indescribable joy in her heart. That's not possible, because after lunch, you still have to swim, and eating too full is not suitable for exercise. Okay, you go watch TV, they will be here soon. Thank you, Dad. After giving Chang Xiaosong a hard kiss on the face, Xiao Tungtung walked out of the kitchen. My goodness, Xiaoming, your classmate's home is really here? Although Xiaoming's father drives a small Mercedes-Benz and has a good income, when he really drove the car to the villa area, he couldn't help but feel a little weak in his heart. You know, a villa here starts at 40 or 50 million. What is the concept of 40 or 50 million? Even if an ordinary person works for 10 lifetimes, he may not be able to earn so much money. The most important thing is, to be able to buy such an expensive house, how much money does one have to be worth? Yes, the address Uncle Chang said is here. Xiaoming is not very old, and he has no specific concept of these things, but he is relaxed. Stop the car. Excuse me, who are you looking for? Hello, I'm here to find my son's classmate. Seeing that the security guards here are all energetic young men, Xiaoming's father lowered his posture and said quickly, What is the name of your son's classmate? Tang Tung, Xiao Tung Tung. Xiaoming interrupted. Oh, it turns out that you were Mr. Chang's guest, please come in. Mr. Chang's home is on the left side of the villa area. You go in and turn left. The largest villa is Mr. Chang's home. Okay, thank you, brother. It's okay, you are Mr. Chang's guest, you don't have to be so polite to me. Okay, I'll go in. Have a good time. Wow, are all the security guards in the villa area so well-mannered? Or is it that Tang Tang's father's influence is so great that the security guard is so polite? Looking at the security guard who was still waving in the rearview mirror, Chang Xiaosong's position in Xiaoming's father's heart became even higher. As expected of Mr. Chang's friend, he is so well-mannered. When the car was no longer visible, the security guard put down his hand, and recalled Xiaoming's father's performance just now, and couldn't help but muttered softly. Oh, it looks like Xiaoming's father is here. Tang Tung, go open the door. Hearing the engine sound outside the door, Chang Xiaosong turned his head and saw a Mercedes parked at the gate of the yard. Okay, I'll go open the door. The gate of the villa yard is quite large. If compared with a car, it can almost accommodate 2 cars at the same time. And the gate of the yard is also equipped with verification methods such as scanning license plates, scanning faces, and fingerprints. In addition to these methods, the gate also has a remote door opening remote control and a manual door opening button. Uncle, in order to respect the guests, Chang Xiaosong still let Xiao Ting run to the door and manually press the door opening button. Squeak! Soon, the 2 huge iron doors opened and made the sound of the motor running. Uncle, Dad said that you can park the car in the parking lot, so that the sun can't shine on it. Although the villa yard is very large, why not park it if there is a parking lot? Okay, Xiaoming, why don't you get off first, I will park the car myself. After putting Xiaoming down, Xiaoming's father drove to the parking lot alone. Is this how rich people enjoy themselves? Xiaoming's father drove the car to the parking lot and couldn't help but beep when he saw the empty parking spaces. Xiaoming's father also made a little money, and the community he lived in could be considered upper middle level. Among them, the basic facilities are all there, such as swimming pools, gymnasiums, etc. Although they are basically shared by everyone, at least they are there, right? When chatting with others, he still has a lot of superiority when talking about where he lives. But today, when he saw the single-family villa where Chang Xiaosong lived, the superiority in his heart disappeared instantly. Let's not talk about anything else, just a parking space. I usually go home a little late, and my parking space is either occupied by some blind people, or the 2 female drivers next to me are not good at driving, so I can't park my car. Because of the parking space, he doesn't know how many times he got angry and how many things he has delayed. But Chang Xiaosong is so good, he can park in any of the parking spaces at home. Park wherever you want, and others can't park. Huh, there's a whole set of car washing tools here? TSK. I'll talk to Tang Tang's dad later and see if I can wash a car in his garage. Looking at the complete set of car washing tools, Xiaoming's dad suddenly felt itchy. Some people are like this, they especially like to wash their cars, or they love to take care of their cars. If conditions permit, these people would like to wash their cars every day. Coincidentally, Xiaoming's dad is such a person. Unfortunately, it's good for an ordinary commercial house like that to be equipped with an ordinary parking space. How could there be extra space to install other things? After parking the car, Xiaoming's dad opened the trunk. Oh my god, it's a good thing that the mutai I bought yesterday hasn't been given away yet, otherwise it would be embarrassing today. Originally, he bought some fruit as a gift for Chang Xiaosong, but after seeing how magnificent the villa was, he replaced the fruit with 2 bottles of mutai. Xiaoming's father is here? Come sit down and have some snacks on the table. I still need to work in the kitchen. You can sit down by yourself. Seeing Xiaoming coming to the villa hall, Chang Xiaosong brought out a plate of fruit and said politely, Tang Tang's father, you are too polite. I don't know if you drink or not, but I really don't know what to bring. Don't mind. Xiaoming's father knew at a glance that he was a man who knew how to deal with things, and quickly handed the bag in his hand to Chang Xiaosong. Chang Xiaosong looked down and saw 2 bottles of mutai. To be honest, although Chang Xiaosong now lives in a villa worth tens of millions or hundreds of millions, and drives a top luxury car like Cullinan, but if you talk about drinking, he has never drunk a bottle of liquor worth more than 300 yuan. Drinking with others does not count, and drinking 1 or 2 glasses does not count. It means drinking alone or as the main drinker. Tisk, Xiaoming's father, you are too polite. No, you should take it back. To be honest, these 2 bottles of mutai cost at least several thousand yuan. Xiaoming just came here to swim, so this gift is relatively too expensive. Even though Xiaoming's father lives a good life. Tang Tang's father, do you think my wine is not good enough? If you don't accept these 2 bottles of wine, I will take Xiaoming back. Seeing this, Xiaoming's father pretended to pull Xiaoming back. The gift has been taken out, so how can it be taken back? Xiaoming's father is still okay in terms of being a person, after all, he is a businessman. Okay, then we will drink this wine at noon. You can arrange it. By the way, I see you have a complete set of car washing tools in your garage, why don't I go wash the car first? Chang Xiaosong was busy in the kitchen, and Xiaoming's father was bored to be alone, so he simply expressed his thoughts. There is no way, it's all because the set of car washing tools in Chang Xiaosong's garage is so complete and advanced. Xiaoming's father found excuses for himself in his heart. Wash the car? It's up to you. Wash it however you want. No one uses it except me anyway. Wait a minute, I just saw that your car seems to be a little dusty. How about you give me the key and I'll wash your car? Seeing Chang Xiaosong agreed so readily, Xiaoming's father said again. That's so embarrassing. No, to be honest, I really like washing cars, it's just a matter of convenience. Okay, then I'll trouble you. As he said that, Chang Xiaosong handed him the car keys. No trouble. After taking the car keys of Cullinan, Xiaoming's father couldn't help it anymore and walked directly to the garage. Cullinan. This is a top luxury car. Today I finally have a chance to touch it. Arriving at the garage, Xiaoming's father couldn't wait to walk to Chang Xiaosong's Cullinan and touched the front hood with his hand. So cool. To be honest, a luxury car of this level is really unreal for ordinary people. Who would spend 6 or 7 million to buy a car? Unless money is just a number to them, even ordinary rich people would not buy such a luxury car. It shouldn't be too much to take a photo and post it on WeChat Moments, right? Xiaoming's father is the kind of person who particularly likes cars, otherwise he wouldn't like washing cars so much. Now that such a good opportunity is in front of him, how could Xiaoming's father give up? After unlocking the car, Xiaoming's father stamped the dust off his feet, and then carefully sat in the main driving seat. TSK, a luxury car is a luxury car, the space is big, and this configuration, TSK. After groping for a while, Xiaoming's father took out his mobile phone and took a photo of himself sitting in the main driving seat. My friend's luxury car, it feels really good. After taking the photo, Xiaoming's father posted this photo on WeChat Moments, and added this text by the way. Let you envy me. After posting to WeChat Moments, Xiaoming's father got out of the car and started washing the car. Just after Xiaoming's father had washed the 2 cars, a Volkswagen slowly drove in. You are Tang Tang's father, right? You are really extraordinary. After the Volkswagen parked, a man wearing glasses got out of the car and said to Xiaoming's father. No, I am Xiaoming's father, you are Kuxian's father, right? Hello, uncle. Kuxian got out of the car and shouted to Xiaoming's father. Kuxian, you are here. Hello, it turns out to be Xiaoming's father. Let's go, Tang Tang's father is waiting for us upstairs, and you just happen to be here. Okay. Hearing this, Kuxian's father quickly took a bag of fruit from the trunk. Xiaoming's father, how about I share the fruit in my hand with you? It seems a bit embarrassing to be empty-handed. No, I have already taken my gift upstairs. Oh, that's fine. Tong Kuxian. You are here, the children shouted when they met, not to mention how happy they were. Is that Kursan's dad? You've come just in time. Lunch is ready. Hello, Tung's dad. I didn't expect you to be so handsome. You're cooking for me? That's too polite. No problem. I have nothing to do at home anyway. We are so lucky today. Mr. brought 2 bottles of mutai here today. We can have a taste of them. Hey, you're welcome. Come and eat. My dad's food is delicious. Don't eat too much later. My dad said that if you eat too much, you won't be able to swim later. Hearing that dinner was about to start, Tang Tong walked towards the dining table with Xiaoming in person like a hostess. Wow, Uncle Chang's food smells so good. It looks so delicious. I can't help it. I'm drooling. When the three children saw the table full of food, they all came around like pigs released from the pig pen. So, if you have something to do in the afternoon, don't drink. If you don't know how to drink, don't force it. What is Mr. Chang talking about? You are such a big boss and you are fine, so what can we ordinary people do? We just need to have a small drink, as long as we don't get drunk. I have no objection, it's a good opportunity to benefit from it. 3 men together, with meat and wine, basically everything is fine. Even if there are things, they have to be put aside. Wow, Dad, the braised chicken made by Uncle Chang is so delicious. And these cola chicken wings are so much better than Grandma's. Tang Tang, your dad cooks such delicious food, you are so lucky. As soon as the food entered their mouths, the children screamed immediately, eating and envying little Tang Tang. Hey, I told you, my dad's cooking is the best. The kids eat theirs, and we adults eat ours. Come on, pick up your chopsticks, or the food will get cold. While Chang Xiaosong was pouring the wine, he saw that Xiaoming's father and Kursan's father had both drooled several times, so he quickly entertained them. Then we won't be polite. Xiaoming's father thought he had seen a little bit of the world, but when he saw the dishes on the table, he was already very greedy. If he hadn't been afraid of being embarrassed in front of Chang Xiaosong, he would have eaten them up in a hurry. Delicious, this dish is really well cooked. Xiaoming's father said incoherently after a piece of beer duck went into his mouth. Tang Tang's father, the dishes you cook are too delicious, the ones made by ordinary star-rated hotels are even better. After tasting a few bites, Koexayan's father said the same thing. Everyone just eat and drink well. I didn't plan to drink at first, but if I don't drink with this dish made by Mr. Chang today, I would be sorry for Mr. Chang's kindness. When several grown men started drinking, the basic process was the glorious deeds of the past, such as pretending to be cool, bragging, and shooting, etc., which was very harmonious. These children were also free. After eating, they watched TV on the sofa, or played with toys. This meal took nearly 2 hours, and everyone was full of wine and food. Dad, can we swim now? We've been waiting for a long time. Seeing this, Tang Tang, as a representative of the children, couldn't wait to come over and ask. Well, it's almost time. The water temperature has been slightly warmed up now, so it's not that cold. Brothers, help me put up the tent for the swimming pool. Okay, it's time to work after eating and drinking. Where is the tent? I have experience in this area. The 3 grown men blushed and their voices were louder than each other, but fortunately no one drank too much, otherwise Chang Xiaosong really didn't dare to let them help. Go to the bathroom and change your swimsuits. The tent will be set up soon. Yeah, we can swim soon. Hearing that they had to change their swimsuits, the 3 children were so excited that they stood in line at the door of the bathroom to change clothes. There were 3 people setting up the tent, and the speed was still very fast. When the children changed their clothes, the tent was set up. The swimming pool is divided into shallow and deep areas. For safety, Chang Xiaosong found several long sticks to separate the 2 areas. Okay, you can come down now. After tidying up, Chang Xiaosong threw in a few swimming rings that he had bought in the morning. Dad, I'm a little scared. Tang Tang sat by the swimming pool, put her 2 little feet in the water, and said hesitantly, Okay, I'll teach you. Children are not afraid of playing in the water for the first time. Chang Xiaosong took a swimming ring and put it on her body, and then carried her into the water. Is it cool? Although Xiao Tang Tang's 2 hands were still tightly holding Chang Xiaosong's arms, she was still very happy when her entire lower body was immersed in the cool water. Cool, so comfortable. Gradually getting familiar with the state of being in the water, Xiao Tang Tang slowly relaxed her grip on Chang Xiaosong's hand. The other 2 parents also learned Chang Xiaosong's method and let Xiao Ming and Ku Xian go into the water. It's fun, it's so fun in the water. Wow, it's so comfortable. Hee. The shallow water area is in the form of a slope, so in the shallowest place, children can stand up and expose their necks. With the help of the swimming ring, the 3 children gradually relaxed their nervousness and started a water fight in the water. Don't stand there, guys. If you want to take a bath, go in. It's a waste if you don't play in this pool of water. On such a hot day, there is a swimming pool in front of you. Who doesn't want to go swimming? Anyway, they have played to this point. Chang Xiaosong is not a stingy person. He called everyone to go down and take a bath. Just be careful not to drown the children. Mr. Chang, you have a fairy life. If I had such a villa, I would stay at home every day. Who would go out to earn a mortgage? Don't say such a big villa, even if it is an ordinary commercial house without a loan, I would be thankful. After enjoying the happiness of living in a big villa with Chang Xiaosong, the two of them couldn't help but say to Chang Xiaosong with envy. Yes, in today's society, houses and cars are like two mountains, pressing on ordinary people. Let's not talk about Xiaoming's father, at least he is driving a Mercedes-Benz now. Take Kuexayan's father for example, a standard college student, a formal white-collar job. Because of the mortgage and car loan, he is tortured by life. If it weren't for the inconvenience of Kuexayan's mother coming to the villa today, Kuexayan's father would have to go to the company to work overtime. So, if the house and car are solved, won't it be so hard? When the pressure is not so great, just find a job you like, how happy is it? There will be bread, and there will be milk. Seeing that they envy him so much, Chang Xiaosong couldn't find words to comfort them for a while. After all, not long ago, he was still renting a house and was even at risk of being driven out by the landlord at any time. Time passed quickly, and they were going back in a blink of an eye. Mr. Chang, thank you for your hospitality today. Come to my house when you have time, have a good meal and chat. Tung Tang, I had a lot of fun today, thank you. Big sister, your house is really fun, can I come to play again in the future? Okay, but I can't come every day, after all, my father is very busy. After greeting each other, they left Chang Xiaosong's villa. Tung, did you enjoy swimming today? Yes, but I haven't learned how to swim yet. It's okay, just treat it as getting familiar with the water today, there will be plenty of time in the future, and Dad will definitely let you learn to swim. That's great, thank you, Dad. Xiaoming and Koxian had a lot of fun playing at home today, and little Tung Tang was so satisfied. In fact, sometimes children's happiness is so simple. The next morning, Chang Xiaosong made a lunchbox for little Tung Tung with the leftover ingredients from yesterday's cooking. Let's go to school. Dad, my hands and feet seem to be a little sore. After putting on her clothes, Xiao Teng Tang raised her little hands and said aggrievely, have you forgotten how happy you were playing water fights with Kuexin and the others yesterday? Seeing this, Chang Xiaosong touched her little head, it's okay, it's normal, it will be fine in a day or two, and you will be even better at playing water fights in the future. Really? Hearing the previous words, Xiao Teng Teng didn't react, but when she heard that playing water fights would be even better, her eyes suddenly lit up. Of course, when has Dad lied to you? The two chatted while driving, and soon arrived at the school gate. Tung Tang Dad, you came quite early today. Seeing Chang Xiaosong walking over with Tung Tang, Lin greeted him enthusiastically. It's true that today you're a little earlier than usual. Do you have something important to do today? Yes, teacher has noticed it. Then go quickly, I'll take good care of Tung Tung. Thank you teacher, Tang Tang, remember to listen to the teacher. I know, Dad. After saying this, Chang Xiaosong drove towards the company. Well, I performed well today, and I seem to be a good wife and mother. Looking at the taillights of Cullinan and the little vine in her hand, Lin automatically put herself into the role of a wife who sees her husband off to work at home. I have to seize the opportunity to perform more in the future. It would be best if Chang Xiaosong noticed me first. Thinking of this, Lin stood there and laughed foolishly. Boss Long, designer Chang is here. As soon as Chang Xiaosong's car was parked, Long Binger's secretary walked into the office and said, oh, you came early today. Call him up. Okay, Boss Long knock. After a while, there was a knock on the door of the office. Long Binger quickly put down the makeup mirror in her hand and tidied her hair and collar again. Boss Long is not here? Not hearing any sound, Chang Xiaosong frowned and knocked on the door again. Come in. What are you doing? You are obviously inside but you are silent. Chang Xiaosong pushed the door open and walked in front of Long Binger. Please take a seat. I wonder why Mr. Long asked me to come here. Chang Xiaosong looked at his expressionless and cold boss and asked, tomorrow is the designer competition. I want to confirm your work with you again. Also, are you sure you want to use children's clothing to participate in this competition? Of course, I'm just suggesting it. The main decision is in your hands. Long Binger took a deep breath, as if she had considered this for a long time. It's strange to say that if it were someone else, Long Binger would not speak in this tone. Okay, I'll think about it again. There is no way. For now, Long Binger is still her boss. Although what she said is quite tactful, she can't ignore it at all, right? Come on, I think with your level, as long as you perform normally, the first place is indeed not a problem. But you can't take it lightly. Don't worry, Mr. Long, if there is nothing else, I will go to work first. Go. It's really inexplicable. Didn't you agree not to interfere with my work a few days ago? What suggestions are you giving me today? Forget it, I did have some more ideas. This Chang Xiaosong, he's not afraid of me. Thinking back to his performance in the office just now, Long Binger pondered silently in her heart. Why should I care about him? He's just a designer with some talent. Tisk, why are you getting involved with him again? After Chang Xiaosong left the office, Long Binger shook her head a little, and then tried to concentrate on her work. Big sister, why did you come so early today? As soon as Xiaoming walked into the classroom, he came up to her enthusiastically. My dad has to go to work today, so he sent me here early. Shouting sat in her seat and packed up her things, saying disapprovingly, Big sister, swimming in your villa yesterday was so much fun, much more fun than in those swimming pools. As the two of them chatted, many classmates came to the classroom one after another. Xiaoming, what's so great about Chang Tungtung? Do you have to follow her around? It's really embarrassing for us boys. The other boys in the class couldn't stand Xiaoming's behavior and sneered at him. After all, Xiaoming was considered a capable guy in the boys' group before. Now he is willing to follow a little girl, which makes them lose face. I can do whatever I want, what's your business? Besides, what's so great about you? Why do you say that to me? Although Xiaoming is very polite to Xiao Tang, it doesn't mean that he is someone who can be easily messed with. Who is not a little prince at home? TSK, then tell us, what's so great about Chang Tungtung? Don't look at them as children, but when it comes to comparison, they are very knowledgeable. Even if they don't want to compare at first, for the sake of face, they can blow things up even if they don't have them. I won't say anything else. I swam in Tang Tang's private swimming pool yesterday. Do you have one? At this point, Xiaoming raised his chin and said arrogantly, as if the big villa and private swimming pool belonged to them. What's so great about a private swimming pool? It's just a place to take a shower. Yes, I can swim, it's not a big deal. I have a swimming pool at home too. Wow, Xiaoming's performance immediately united most of the boys in the class. They started to refute him one by one. Chang Xiaosong is not the only one who has a villa. There are so many people in the class, and there must be a few people from extraordinary families. The food cooked by Tung Tang's father is delicious. I have eaten a lot of restaurant dishes that are not as delicious as his father's. When children quarrel, no matter whether they win or not, the most important thing is not to be weak in momentum. What's more, for Xiaoming, there are still a few points in bragging about Chang Xiaosong, and he is not panicked at all. Wow, as soon as Xiaoming said this, these people immediately had nothing to say. After all, they knew that Chang Qingting brought the lunch from home last time. When the lunchbox was opened, the whole classroom was full of fragrance. If these boys were not unfamiliar with Tang Tang, they would have come over to taste it. Tisk, what's so great about being able to cook? Tang Tang's dad is so good, so can he drink? A little boy couldn't stand the passive situation and said with a slightly red face, Who can't drink? Tang Tang's dad drank yesterday. Right, Tung Tung. Yeah, not only my dad drank, Xiaoming and Koxian's dad also drank. Xiaoming defended himself so much, so Tung Tang naturally regarded him as a member of his camp and walked up to him and said, TSK, who can't drink? My dad fed me wine when I was a child. I mean I won't get drunk when I drink. Do you know the idiom 1,000 cups without getting drunk? My uncle is a person who can't get drunk after 1,000 cups. When it comes to his uncle's alcohol tolerance, the little boy is so proud. Because the sentence he hears most at home is to ask his uncle not to drink. And his uncle is really awesome when it comes to drinking. Anyway, he has never seen him drunk since he was a child. Tisk, what's so great about being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk? My dad can drink 10,000 cups without getting drunk. Seeing his arrogant look, Chang Qingying also raised his chin and said, Who can't brag? And he can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Unfortunately, just after she finished bragging, the class bell rang. Ding! It has been detected that my daughter Chang Qingying has successfully boasted once in the classroom. According to the host's situation, the host has been automatically matched with rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability to drink 10,000 cups without getting drunk. Ding! The reward is being prepared for distribution. Countdown, 1 minute. Warm reminder, because the reward requires body transformation. The host will be unconscious for 30 minutes when the reward is distributed. Please arrange it reasonably. Oh my god, why did I drink 10,000 cups without getting drunk? Chang Xiaosong, who was working, couldn't help but mutter when he suddenly heard the electronic synthesized voice prompt in his mind. Fortunately, he is in the company now, otherwise he really can't find a suitable place in these 30 minutes. Hey, I have something to do in the lounge. If someone wants to see me, let him wait for half an hour. Okay, Manager Chang, don't worry. Long Binger's company is relatively wealthy. When the company was first established, it had all the necessary and unnecessary equipment. There was a lounge, a fitness room, and even a smoking room. Host has 20 seconds left. Please find a good seat as soon as possible. After entering the lounge, Chang Xiaosong locked the door of the room and lay down on the sofa peacefully. Hello. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I don't have time tonight. What did you say? Okay, I'll think about it. After hanging up the phone, Long Binger slowly put the phone on the table, as if thinking about something important. After thinking for a moment, Long Binger pressed the landline phone on the table. Go call Chang Xiaosong over. Okay, Chairman. Hey, where's Manager Chang? The secretary came to the design department as soon as possible, but saw that Chang Xiaosong's seat was empty, so he asked. Oh, Manager Chang seems to have something to deal with, so he went to the lounge. He said it would take about half an hour, but now more than 10 minutes have passed. Okay, I got it. Hearing this, the secretary walked towards the lounge without looking back. Oh my god, who is this Chang Xiaosong? He has only been in the company for a few days, and our chairman has summoned him several times. Not only that, a few days ago I saw the chairman holding a piece of cloth and following him to help. Is this true? With the chairman's cold appearance, would he do such a thing? Why would I lie to you? I wasn't the only one in the company who knew about it at the time. Chang Xiaosong didn't sneak our chairman into his hands, did he? Impossible. Although Chang Xiaosong is really good looking, and even a little handsome, our chairman is not such a superficial person. When other people in the office saw this scene, they all gossiped like paparazzi. Sometimes people are just so idle. Of course, this kind of rumor is only limited to Chang Xiaosong. After all, in the entire company, only his looks can create such a possibility. Knock. Is Manager Chang here? The chairman wants to see you. Manager Chang? What's going on? Seeing the locked door, the secretary shouted for 2 or 3 minutes, but there was no response. There was no choice but to go back to the office to explain the situation first. You said he was in the lounge and didn't come out? Yes, Chairman, I knocked for several minutes, and there was no news from inside, but the door was indeed locked. Okay, then notify him to come in half an hour. Okay. In the lounge. Chang Xiaosong slowly opened his eyes. Transforming my body, it won't turn me into a freak, right? Thinking of the system saying that it would transform me into the ability to drink 10,000 cups without getting drunk before I fell into a coma, I felt a little panicked. But after checking my body, it seemed that there was no problem. Forget it, the system should not harm my body. After a little entanglement, Chang Xiaosong returned to his office area. Manager Chang, the chairman just wanted to see you, and the matter seems to be quite urgent. Really? Okay, I'll go over now. Please come in. Boss Long, do you have something to talk to me about? Yes, I do have something to talk to you about. Several fabric suppliers are organizing a party tonight and want to invite us to dinner. I saw that you had such high requirements for the materials last time. Maybe we can ask them to solve the problem. Long Binger said directly. Dinner? I'm afraid I don't have time for that, because I have to pick up my daughter from school after get off work. You can ask your family to pick her up, or ask your family to take care of her after you send her home. After all, it's not that easy to organize this dinner party. If it weren't for the designer competition, I really wouldn't have found so many bosses together. In this regard, Long Binger said disapprovingly. In her mind, it doesn't matter who takes care of the children, it's just dinner. Well, this is really inconvenient. How about I make a list? If there is something available at that time, it will be convenient. Chang Xiaosong said directly without any hesitation. This. Okay, you make a list and we'll talk about it when it's convenient. Okay, then I'll go to work first. Is his daughter so important to him? Looking at Chang Xiaosong's back, Long Binger was a little speechless. Other people in the company couldn't even beg for such a dinner party, but he didn't even want the opportunity when it was presented to him. Go investigate the situation at Chang Xiaosong's home again, and remember, don't let him find out. Don't worry, Chairman, I will be careful. For some reason, Long Binger became more and more concerned about his affairs. Finally it's done before the end of get off work. Looking at the finished clothes on the table, Chang Xiaosong breathed a sigh of relief. Then pack these clothes and send them directly to President Long's office. I have something to do and I'll leave first. Tang Tang will be out of school soon, and if he doesn't go there, he will probably have to let her wait. Anyway, he has designed the clothes and made the finished products, and the rest is what he, Long Binger, should do. Dad, how much alcohol can you drink? After climbing into the car, Xiao Tang asked Chang Xiaosong with a guilty conscience. After all, she had boasted at school, and she felt a little uneasy. As for my alcohol tolerance, I can drink 10,000 cups without getting drunk. Seeing Xiao Tangtang's guilty look, Chang Xiaosong couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth a little. Really? Dad's alcohol tolerance is really that great? Of course, you didn't expect it, did you? I really didn't expect it, I just said it casually, but I didn't expect Dad to really drink so much. After making sure that she was not bragging, the guilt in Xiao Tangtang's heart disappeared immediately. She even shook her head in the car and sang the nursery rhyme she had just learned today. She seemed to be in a very good mood. No words all night. Tang Tung, get up. Early in the morning, Chang Xiaosong prepared breakfast. Haven't you gotten up yet? If you don't get up, you'll be late. After calling out twice, Chang Xiaosong heard no response. He felt nervous and quickly put down his work and walked towards the room. Dad, I feel so bad. Little Tang Tang's face was red, and she lay on the bed weakly without moving. What's wrong? Seeing this, Chang Xiaosong quickly touched her forehead with his hand and found that the temperature was very high. It was obvious that she had a high fever. Don't worry, Tang Tang. Dad will take you to the hospital now. At this time, he was in no mood to eat breakfast. He helped Tang Tang change her clothes, then carried her directly into the car and drove towards the hospital. Seeing that little Tang Tang had a high fever, Chang Xiaosong was very anxious, but he was not panicking. After all, when little Tang Tang was still young, he took care of her alone, and there were too many cases of illness and fever. Now he is used to it. Hello, is this teacher? I am Tang Tang's father. While driving, Chang Xiaosong called teacher. Hello, Tang Tang's father, what's going on? Tang Tang has a high fever today. I need to take a day off. I want to take her to the hospital. Ah, you have a fever, are you okay? No, it should be a common fever and cold. Okay, then be careful. After hanging up the phone with teacher, Chang Xiaosong called Long Binger again. Hello, President Long, go ahead. Are you so pretentious? Hearing only a cold word coming from the microphone, Chang Xiaosong couldn't help but roll his eyes. It's like this, my daughter has a cold and fever, I have to take care of my daughter today, so you can handle the designer conference. What did you say? This is the competition you participated in, and there will only be works but no people? It doesn't matter, you can go in the name of the company anyway. Anyway, my manuscripts and finished products are handed over to you. It doesn't matter who receives the award, what's important is that the first prize is very important. I really admire you. After a long while, Long Binger replied with this sentence. Before Chang Xiaosong could say anything else, the phone was hung up. This little girl has such a bad temper? Forget it, who cares about her, my daughter is the most important. Half an hour later, little Tingting sat quietly on the bench in the hospital with an 4 drip. It's a pity that little Tingting didn't brag about my medical skills, otherwise I would be able to easily cure this minor illness. Looking at Tingting's cute little hand being a little purple due to the needle, Chang Xiaosong muttered with some heartache in his heart. When I think of the miracle doctor novels I read before, wow. As long as the head is still on the neck, there is no disease that they can't cure. And it's always easy to cure, easy and calm. It's a pity that I can't induce Tingting to brag, otherwise she can really take off. Dad, did I delay you from work? When Chang Xiaosong was on the phone in the car, little Tingting heard the whole process. Long Binger's character that kept people at a distance was felt by Tingting just through a phone call. No, Dad finished all the work yesterday, so it doesn't matter whether I go today or not. Dad, you are lying to me. I clearly heard your boss being very dissatisfied just now. Dad, go to work. I will go to school by myself after the injection. Little brat, you are so young, why are you going back to school alone? I'll take a taxi. Can't I just tell the driver the name of our school? That won't work. There are so many bad people in this world. What if Tingting meets a bad guy? No, Tingting will be very careful. Be obedient. Dad has already taken leave. You don't have to worry about this matter. Just get the injection here with peace of mind. Not wanting Tingting to have wild thoughts, Chang Xiaosong took out his mobile phone and turned on a cartoon. Today's designer conference is so lively, many famous designers are here. Wow, this can be considered a feast in the fashion industry, right? Unfortunately, manager Chang can't come. The company group took a lot of photos and sent them to the group, but Chang Xiaosong didn't know anything about it. He was concentrating on watching TV with Tang Tang in the hospital. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Tang Tang had already been taken back to the villa by Chang Xiaosong and was lying on the bed to rest. The designer conference was almost over. As for the first place, it was undoubtedly won by Chang Xiaosong. Are you kidding? The design ability given to him by the system is the best in the world. If he can't get a good result in such a small designer conference, isn't that a joke? In fact, if it was in the past, it would depend on whether Long Binger was willing to spend money. If you are not willing to spend money, don't say that your design ability is the best in the world. Even if it is the best in the universe, you can't get the first place. Now, due to the rise of self-media from all sides and live broadcasts on several platforms, these judges have to be more restrained in what they say. Manager Chang, you are so amazing, aren't you? You didn't even show up at the conference, but you got the first place. Now the organizer is looking for you everywhere. What's this called? You leave after the work is done, and hide your merits and fame. Oh my god, why do I think Manager Chang is so handsome at this moment? After the event was almost held, even though Long Binger explained again and again, the organizer still insisted that Chang Xiaosong attend the party. Otherwise, they would use the bonus as an excuse. Just after Chang Xiaosong coaxed Ting Tang to sleep, Long Binger called. No matter what, I have to come here tonight. You have to come over tonight no matter what. After the call was connected, Long Binger said straight to the point without any nonsense. Tisk, didn't I say I don't have time today? Then do you want the bonus? Are you threatening me? It's not me who is threatening you, it's the organizer who is threatening you. Okay, I'll go over later. Oh my. If I wasn't short of money now, would I be so wronged? And the organizer is too naive, isn't he? Oh, do you have to see me to give the bonus? Although Chang Xiaosong thinks this is unlikely, he doesn't dare to gamble. Although he drives a luxury car and lives in a mansion, it would be embarrassing if he really had so much money. Forget it, Xiao Tang Tang just has a minor cold anyway. After the injection, the situation is much better. It shouldn't be a big problem to take her out at night. People who are sick usually don't have a good appetite. Let's make her favorite pastry first. Ha! I'll make a fortune even if I don't go to work. I can still make a fortune just by making dim sum in a tea restaurant, right? Looking at the dim sum that had just come out of the pot, Chang Xiaosong couldn't help but secretly eat two to taste it. Ring, ring, ring. Just then, the phone rang. Hello, teacher. Is that Ting Tang's father? Yes, teacher, what's up? Nothing else, is Tung Tung okay? I've always wanted to make a home visit, but now Ting Tang is sick, so why don't I go over now, so that I can do the home visit and give some care to little Tung Tang? Okay, then thank you teacher for your concern. Okay, send me the address on WeChat, and I'll come over now. Hearing Chang Xiaosong's agreement, Lin's tone became much happier, and she hung up the phone right after saying this, fearing that he would regret it. TSK, if teacher saw that our family had such a big villa, wouldn't it be a bit bad half an hour later? Sorry, taxis can't come in. Oh, it's okay, this is my guest. Chang Xiaosong estimated the time and hurried to the gate to greet Mr. He didn't expect to see this scene as soon as he came out. So you are Mr. Chang's friend? I'm sorry. Seeing this, the security guard bowed and apologized to Lin. It's okay, it's my fault for not knowing the rules. When had Lin ever received such treatment? She hurriedly got out of the car. Okay, it's okay, let's go in. After a few pleasantries, Chang Xiaosong took her to the villa. Tang Tang Dad, is this really your home? Looking at the excellent environment around and the attitude of the security guard at the door just now, Lin suddenly became a little restrained. She never thought that Chang Xiaosong, who looked ordinary, was so rich. My god, isn't this a little too perfect? Against the backdrop of the villa, Lin was a little afraid to look into Chang Xiaosong's eyes for a while. Well, I am lucky to have this villa. Chang Xiaosong perfunctorily handed the freshly made cakes to Lin. Try it. I made it myself. It should taste good. Did you make this? It's almost as good as the snacks on TV. No, it's even prettier than the snacks on TV. Looking at the rose-red pastry in front of her, and the pure white tray that looked very high quality, she immediately looked more stylish. If this wasn't Chang Xiaosong's home, Lin would have taken out her phone to take a photo. Where's little Tong Tang? Lin didn't eat for the first time, but looked around. Tong Tang is sick, she's feeling a little uncomfortable, so I let her lie on the bed. Is that teacher? Just then, little Tang Tang's voice came from the room. Yeah, Tang Tong, how do you feel? I got an injection, I'm fine now. Were you scared when you got the injection? I was quite scared at first, but with my dad by my side, I was only a little scared. Seeing that teacher actually came to her home to care about her, little Tong Tang was so happy. If it weren't for the teacher's majesty, little Tong Tang would have wanted to run into her arms. Come over and have some snacks, and take your temperature. Oh, our little Tong Tang is really brave. 362 degrees, it should be fine. While chatting, Chang Xiaosong took the temperature again. Teacher, have some snacks and taste it. I just made it. Okay, then I won't be polite. Lin was a little embarrassed by what he said, so he picked up a piece of cake and took a bite. Wow, isn't this delicious? Soft, sweet, and there is a unique rose fragrance that goes straight to the taste buds. After Lin tasted it, his eyes opened as big as copper bells as if he had discovered a treasure. Hey, if you like it, eat more. I cooked a lot today. How about this, teacher, you chat with Tang Tang, I'll go cook 2 dishes now, and we'll eat here tonight. No, Tang Tang's father, really no need. Teacher, my father's cooking is delicious, you must not miss it, otherwise you will regret it. Seeing this, little Tang Tang seemed like a little adult, and quickly got up and pulled Lin, saying, Teacher, Tang Tang is right, the food I cook is really delicious, so don't be polite. Then. Okay. Seeing Chang Xiaosong say this, he directly closed the kitchen door. After hesitating for a moment, Lin agreed. Wow, Tang Tang's father is too handsome. While chatting with Tang Tang, Lin's eyes occasionally glanced at Chang Xiaosong in the kitchen. It was sunset at this time, and a warm sunlight shone through the glass window on Chang Xiaosong's face. It actually made Lin feel a little confused. Wow, this picture is too handsome, isn't it? Almost all women are very obsessed with appearance, and they can even pay things that ordinary people dare not even think about just for appearance. What's more, if they own a luxury house and have a very good character, it is even more exaggerated. Teacher, does my dad look very handsome like this? Just as Lin was still immersed in his appearance, Xiao Tang Tang took a bite of snack and said disapprovingly, Ah, yes, your dad does look very handsome. Hearing this, Lin's face instantly turned red as if she had been caught with something. But when she turned around and saw Xiao Tang Tang's harmless look, she quickly adjusted her state and said as generously as possible, Hey, actually I think dad is handsome too. What are you two talking about? At this time, Chang Xiaosong came out of the kitchen with 2 dishes. Nothing, just talking about the recent study situation. Dad, I told the teacher that you are very handsome. They both answered at the same time. But Chang Xiaosong and Lin looked at each other awkwardly as if they were cast a tight spell. Well, it's okay if they don't look at each other, but once they look at each other, their faces are turning red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Oh my god, this is a bit too embarrassing. Let's eat, come and try the fish I made. Chang Xiaosong laughed dryly and put the dishes on the table. Did you make all this? Lin couldn't believe her eyes when she saw the boiled fish slices that looked so good. Because the appearance was so good, this dish looked very classy. And as soon as the dish was served, a fragrant aroma penetrated her nose, and her saliva was secreted instantly. It looks good, wait a minute, I'll get you the bowl and chopsticks. No, you've already made 2 dishes, and I'll feel bad if I ask you to do anything else. Seeing this, Lin also followed him to the kitchen to get the bowl and chopsticks very tactfully. Come on, try it quickly. After the rice was served, Chang Xiaosong greeted him and started to eat the dishes, otherwise Lin would really be embarrassed to be the first to pick up the chopsticks. Tang Tang, eat some bitter melon, it's good for your health. I don't want to eat bitter melon, it tastes bitter and not delicious at all. You'll know if you try it. This bitter melon is not only not bitter, but also very sweet. Is it true? You'll know if you try it. Hey, it's really not bitter, and it's very sweet. It's delicious. Seeing Chang Xiaosong's serious look, little Tang Tang picked up a chopstick to taste it. Unexpectedly, it was not bitter at all. Tang Tang Dad, how did you make this bitter melon? How come it's not bitter but sweet? Lin was also attracted, took a small bite, and asked in surprise. When I fried the bitter melon, I deliberately added white sugar, so each piece of the bitter melon is covered with a layer of syrup. You are too amazing, right? For Lin, who only knows how to cook home-cooked dishes, Chang Xiaosong's operation instantly made him admire him. Ring, ring, ring. Hey, Mr. Long, how long will it take you to get here? The banquet is about to start, and I haven't seen you yet. I'm having dinner. I'll take my daughter with me after I finish my meal. TSK, I specially invited you to dinner here, but you didn't come. You have to eat at home? I didn't kidnap you. It's just a meal. Why do you have to bring your daughter? You can bring your daughter, but you have to come now. We can't keep everyone waiting. Hearing that Chang Xiaosong was actually having dinner at home, even though Long Binger had controlled her temper for a while, she almost couldn't help but burst out. But after saying a few words, Long Binger seemed to realize that her tone was a bit heavy. After adjusting it, she said again, Okay, I'll go over now. There was no other way. After all, he did promise Long Binger before, and it would not be good to stand her up at this time. Tang Tang's father, do you have something important to do now? Yes, there is no other way. The company has to invite me to a social event. But it's okay. Let's eat slowly and then go over slowly after we finish eating. After all, it was Lin's first time to come to his house, and she just picked up the bowl. You can't let her hurry up and eat now, right? Tang Tang's father, how about this? I see that your matter is also very urgent. If you trust me, let me take Tang Tang to eat here. After you finish your meal, you can come back to take over from me. After all, little Ting Ting just got sick today, and the dishes you cook are really delicious. Lin would never let go of such an opportunity to show himself, and quickly expressed his thoughts. He even used greed as an excuse. Maybe this is really an important factor. This is too much trouble for teacher. No trouble, no trouble. Anyway, I have nothing to do all day long, so I can just help Ting Ting catch up on today's class content. Oh my god, the teacher is here. As long as it is a request made by the teacher, most people really can't refuse it. Then Ting Tung. Go ahead, the teacher can just give me a lesson. Then. Okay. Teacher, don't worry, I will come back as soon as possible. Don't worry, I will take good care of Ting Tung. Half an hour later. At the door of a 5-star hotel, Chang Xiaosong calmly got out of the car. Manager Chang, why are you here just now? The banquet has already started, hurry in. When Chang Xiaosong walked in, he was immediately spotted by the company's staff, who hurriedly stepped forward and pulled him in. In fact, there was nothing special about this banquet. It was a bit like an ordinary cocktail party on TV. The table was filled with all kinds of food. What Chang Xiaosong couldn't understand was that in addition to red wine, champagne, cocktails, etc., there was actually white wine. Oh my god, it's not that white wine is bad, but shouldn't this occasion be for everyone to drink something similar to a beverage, chat, and build relationships? White wine is a powerful weapon on the wine table, and it's really not appropriate to put it here. Where is President Long? Walking into the hall, Chang Xiaosong looked around, but he couldn't find where Long Binger was. President Long is drinking in the box upstairs with the organizer and several big guys. Come quickly. As if he had been told, the colleague took him to an extra large box with ease. Knock knock knock. President Long, Manager Chang is here. Come in. Pushing the door open, a table that can seat more than 30 people appeared in front of him. The box is very large. In addition to the dining table, there is also a tea table for making tea and a medium-sized KTV next to it. Oh my god. This is not a meal at all. Is this how rich people enjoy themselves? Are you Manager Chang? It's really a long-awaited appearance. I just want to ask you one thing, can you drink? As soon as Chang Xiaosong walked in, a big man with a big face and thick neck stood up and asked, well, I can drink a little. Okay, brother, with your words, your visit today is not in vain. Come on, give me a seat. This middle-aged man who looks like a big boss has a loud voice and hurriedly greeted Chang Xiaosong. Although his voice is loud, I don't know why, but it gives people a kind of cordial feeling. This is Mr. Zhang, who is also one of the organizers. Don't look at his big belly. Let me tell you, his design ability is very powerful. Let me put it this way, he used to win the championship, and now it's taken away by you. But you don't have to worry about anything. Mr. Zhang is very straightforward and hates people who are shy. You should pay attention. Taking advantage of the time to change seats, Long Binger quickly told him the situation. No way? Mr. Zhang, who looks like a gangster, is actually a top designer. Hearing this, Chang Xiaosong suddenly felt that his 3 views were overturned. After all, being a designer is a more elegant and mental job. If this big and strong guy designs for others, I guess others will be afraid, right? No wonder he strongly asked me to come over. Looking at the guizhou mitai on the table, Chang Xiaosong sat down at the wine table calmly. Brother, I didn't expect that the one who snatched my championship was such a handsome guy. Okay, after seeing the clothes you designed, I am willing to lose. But if you lose the game, you lose, there is nothing to talk about, because you will lose to me at this wine table today, hee hee. After saying this, Mr. Zhang did not hide it, and turned around and picked up 2 bottles of mutai and placed them in front of Chang Xiaosong. Brother, I am not a bully. So, since you can drink, let's drink the penalty first. After drinking the penalty, you say you can't drink anymore and let's forget it. Mr. Zhang put one hand on Chang Xiaosong's shoulder and said, Brother Zhang is right. We don't force you to drink, but you have to drink the penalty. That's right. As soon as Mr. Zhang finished speaking, everyone present began to make a noise. In fact, in Chang Xiaosong's eyes, drinking is not so unforgivable. As long as the person drinks happily and doesn't cause trouble afterwards, Chang Xiaosong thinks it doesn't matter how much he drinks. But it's hard to drink until everyone is satisfied and everything is in place. Because some people like to pretend to be cool, like to suppress others in everything, and make themselves look awesome. Especially when drinking, he doesn't drink when everyone is drinking in the early stage, and when everyone is almost drunk, he comes out and acts weird. Of course, there are also some people who are good at drinking, who will compete with you and force you to admit defeat and raise the white flag. We are all men, how can we bear such provocation? The final result is predictable. Since Mr. Zhang has said so, how can I refuse? As the saying goes, different people belong to different circles. If you can fit in, you will naturally get benefits. Oh, Brother Chang, I like what you said. Seeing that he behaves like a man of temperament, Zhang Chang immediately changed his eyes and looked at him. Let's get started. Don't let some people wait until they are thirsty, that would be bad. Chang Xiaosong took off his coat, rolled up his sleeves, and showed a look of going to work hard. Okay. Zhang Chang personally picked up the mutai and poured wine for Chang Xiaosong. Let's not talk about being late, 3 cups at least. Let's take it slowly, 1 or 2 cups is not too much, right? Soon, 3 cups of mutai were placed in front of Chang Xiaosong. I accept the punishment. Chang Xiaosong said nothing and poured the 3 glasses of wine into his mouth neatly. As the main person in our banquet, you must drink 3 more glasses. Soon, Zhang Chang filled 3 more glasses. Okay, thank you for your kindness. As soon as the wine was filled, Chang Xiaosong didn't even stop and drank it directly. Oh my god, brother, I really didn't realize that you can drink a lot. Don't look at these 6 glasses of wine, 1 or 2 glasses, you can drink more than half a caddy in less than a minute. To be honest, with this speed and courage, ordinary people really can't do it. What's the situation? Is it necessary to pretend to be so generous? Who will take you home later? Long Binger didn't want to care about him at first, but seeing Chang Xiaosong like a fish in water between them. I don't know why, I feel a little unhappy. Brothers, I've met my match today. This Brother Chang not only crushes me in design, but he's also good at drinking. Well, Brother Chang, today I really want to compete with you in drinking. Well, I won't force you. If you compete with me in drinking today and beat me, you can ask for any conditions. Of course, if you don't want to drink, I won't force you. Let's eat and drink. After hearing Zhang Chang's words, everyone focused their eyes on Chang Xiaosong's face. He even showed an intriguing expression. Just kidding, don't think that the conditions proposed by Zhang Chang seem to be very loose. But in the drinking contest, no one has ever seen him lose among so many people present. Hey, I say, don't disturb the morale of the army. Chang Xiaosong could see the reaction of everyone. Especially Long Binger, who kept winking at him, afraid that Chang Xiaosong would not see it. Since Mr. Zhang said so, I won't be polite. Frankly, just ask for anything, Brother Chang. Seeing the fish take the bait, Zhang Chang waved his hand, that was so domineering. How about this, if I beat you, the first prize will be doubled for me, how about it? Chang Xiaosong hesitated for a moment and said, competitions like this are mainly to give everyone a chance to show themselves. This is a prize of 1 million. Chang Xiaosong has been poor recently, eating a lot of fish and meat every day, and the fuel consumption of luxury cars is high, not to mention the property fees of the villa. To be honest, even if he could save some face, Chang Xiaosong would not talk about the triple bonus at the wine table. Shame. But a penny can make a hero fall, you like to show off, so you can't blame me for being ruthless. Oh my god, I didn't expect that Brother Chang is still a real person. Triple bonus, right? I agree. After the conditions were negotiated, Zhang Chang rubbed his hands, a little excited. Brother Chang, how do you plan to drink? Do we set a rule for each round, or just drink it like this? You say how to drink, then drink it, okay. Brother, I am fearless. Okay, I haven't heard this kind of thing for a long time. So, brother, I will show you a unique skill to show you the world. After saying this, Zhang Chang immediately picked up a brand new bottle of mutai, removed the lid, and actually twisted it directly against the bottle mouth. My goodness, this is a pound of white wine, not beer taken out of the refrigerator. To be honest, there are many people who can drink a whole bottle of Xian beer, but Chang Xiaosong has never seen anyone who can drink a whole bottle of Xian white wine. Gurgle, gurgle, tsk tsk tsk. Let alone Xian's bottle of white wine, the people present all felt their tongues bitter just by watching Zhang Chang drink it. Not long after, a bottle of mutai was drunk clean by Zhang Chang. It's great. Zhang Chang wiped his mouth. Brother, I won't force you to drink it in one gulp, but no more than 3 sips, isn't that too much? Zhang Chang said proudly while chewing a mouthful of meat. To be honest, he was really afraid that Chang Xiaosong would be scared by him, so he relaxed the conditions a little. This unique skill of his was just for show. It's okay, Brother Zhang, the rules are the rules. You finished it in one gulp, how can I drink it in 3 sips? Chang Xiaosong didn't hesitate, he also picked up a bottle of mutai, put it to his mouth, and drank it. I didn't expect Mr. Chang to be so awesome. I don't know if he is acting on impulse or if he really has the ability. Oh my god, I won't say anything about Mr. Zhang, but Mr. Chang is also so awesome? Awesome, these two are really awesome. Long Binger was chatting with the women at the table, but when Chang Xiaosong picked up the wine and drank, her eyes never left him. Hey, Mr. Long, this guy in your company is amazing. Not only is he a top designer, but he is also so handsome. I'd like to ask, does he have a girlfriend? He has a family, don't worry about him. Seeing them looking at her, Long Binger replied expressionlessly. Ah, he has a family? Forget it, it's a pity. Hearing this, no matter how much they liked Chang Xiaosong, they all waved their hands at this time, indicating that they were not interested. Just when everyone thought that Chang Xiaosong was suppressing the urge to vomit and drank the whole bottle of mutai. Chang Xiaosong, however, looked calm. After all, compared to being able to drink 10,000 cups without getting drunk, this was nothing. P.S. I remembered the amount of the bonus wrongly, and now I have changed it back to 1 million. Not 100,000, sorry. Burp. Brother Zhang, is this your unique skill? It doesn't seem that great. After a burp, Chang Xiaosong put down his glass and smiled faintly. Zhang Chang never thought that Chang Xiaosong would not only finish a bottle of white wine easily, but also challenge him. As Zhang Chang, who is used to being a big shot at the wine table, how could he bear such grievances? Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. Tell me, how do you drink next? Drinking, if you don't know how to do things, it's boring to drink more. Obviously, although Zhang Chang knew that this was a deliberate provocation by Chang Xiaosong, but in the face of powerful strength, he really fell for it. Since Mr. Zhang's unique skill is to show off a bottle of white wine, why don't we just show off 2 bottles this time? Chang Xiaosong hesitated for a moment, looked at Zhang Chang with a soliciting look, and asked, "There is no way, Xiao Tung Tang is still at home." Even though Lin was accompanying her in the villa, it was not a good thing to bother others. Chang Xiaosong wanted to leave early. Did I hear you wrong? Drink 2 more bottles of liquor? Mr. Chang, you must not be kidding. That's right, we are sitting together to eat and chat, there is no need to do this. No more playing, Mr. Zhang, Manager Chang, you two are both wine gods in my heart, we are willing to admit defeat, you should stop competing. Oh my god, hearing this, everyone present hurriedly spoke out to stop him. Just kidding, drinking a bottle of liquor does sound exaggerated, but there are still many people who can do it. Drink 2 more bottles, that's 3 bottles in total. Not to mention seeing it, I've never even heard of it. Besides, what if there is an accident after drinking so much wine? You have the guts. You can. Zhang Chang turned a deaf ear to what others said. In this way, everyone is my friend, and everyone can know my alcohol tolerance. After a little hesitation, Zhang Chang looked at Chang Xiaosong with concern. Brother Chang, there is a long time to come. Don't try to show off. After all, your body is your own. Chang Xiaosong smiled and said, "Indeed, a little drinking can make you happy, but excessive drinking is not good. Brother Zhang, I have a suggestion. How about we change to a more elegant way of playing? How do you play?" Zhang Chang smiled. Chang Xiaosong was calm and said, "I am the junior, so I should drink first to show my respect. I will drink a bottle first, and you, Brother Zhang, will drink 1 bottle. If I get drunk first, I lose, and you don't have to drink. If I don't get drunk, you drink again, how about that?" Everyone exclaimed. Long Binger's beautiful eyes widened, and her face was full of worry. Sitting aside, desperately hitting Chang Xiaosong's legs with her legs, Long Binger was anxious. Is this for a banquet or for a fight? Chang Xiaosong is a capable person in the company. If something happens at the wine table, it will be a major loss. As a boss, she, Long Binger, cannot escape responsibility. Others also spoke up to stop him. Everyone was scared. Are you playing for your life? Zhang Chang was dumbfounded. No one had ever dared to act so arrogantly in front of him. However, Chang Xiaosong suggested that he drink first, which made Zhang Chang look at this young man with new eyes. He has a vision. Interesting, Brother Chang, I'll make friends with you. Ha ha, but what's the point of drinking alone? Let's drink 300 cups today. Zhang Chang is also a generous person, and he won't take advantage of this. Chang Xiaosong picked up the bottle and started drinking, and he followed suit. There was complete silence around. This scene was terrible. If he drank this bottle of mutai again, it would be 2 bottles. And Chang Xiaosong was fined 6 taels for being late, which added up to a little more than 2.5 bottles. This is not a drink. Not beer. This is white wine. Just drink it into your stomach like this. Aren't you afraid of catching fire in your stomach? Chang Xiaoson finished drinking first. He looked very happy, and he even blew and wiped his mouth. Long Binger asked in horror, "Are you okay?" It was the first time that Chang Xiaosong saw this cold woman showing nervousness and concern. "It's okay, it's nothing." "Then hurry up and eat some food to fill your stomach." "Yeah." Chang Xiaosong glanced at Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang's drinking speed was obviously much slower. His breathing was also obviously heavier. Chang Xiaosong estimated that the other party's alcohol tolerance might be at most 3 bottles. Chang Xiaosong couldn't help asking others, "How much can Brother Zhang drink at most?" One person answered, "I haven't seen Brother Zhang drunk." "Yeah, I haven't seen it either. Brother Zhang can drink a lot." Chang Xiaosong laughed. Tong Teng boasted that I can drink 10,000 cups without getting drunk, and Chang Xiaosong had no idea about 10,000 cups. But after drinking these 2 bottles of white wine, Chang Xiaosong had a bottom line in his heart. Because after 2 bottles of white wine, Chang Xiaosong not only didn't feel uncomfortable, but on the contrary, he felt quite comfortable. Chang Xiaosong didn't wait for Zhang Chang to finish drinking, and opened another bottle, and drank it down without any hindrance. In front of everyone, it was like drinking mineral water, and his face didn't change. After finishing the drink, he put the empty bottle on the table. At the same time, Zhang Chang also finished his drink. Seeing Chang Xiaosong put the empty bottle, Zhang Chang thought that he had just finished the second bottle like himself. He smiled with a flushed face. "Not bad, not bad. Brother Chang, we are really a match for each other. It's great, it's great. Come on. Another bottle." The atmosphere on the scene was a bit awkward. Everyone looked at Zhang Chang with a strange expression. Someone couldn't help but remind him, "Brother Zhang. Manager Chang has finished 3 bottles." Zhang Chang was stunned. He took a closer look at the bottles on the table. Exclamation point. Zhang Chang exclaimed. "Really? Brother Chang, this is..." Zhang Chang gave a thumbs up. I admit defeat. This is really awesome." 3 bottles of white wine, and he didn't change his face, his expression was calm, and his eyes were clear. This is not drunk at all. Zhang Chang can still drink another bottle, he knows his alcohol tolerance. But if I finish drinking, I will probably be at least 70% drunk. There is no way I can compare with others. I lose with all my heart. Chang Xiaosong smiled and said, "Brother Zhang, you are too polite. Brother Zhang is letting me drink. I have already reached my limit. If I drink anymore, I will really get drunk. Young people know how to be humble. Very good, very good. I am willing to accept the loss. President Long, Brother Chang's first prize is 1 million. I will double it to 2 million. It will be deposited into your account tomorrow morning. I will never break my promise." Long Binger smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Zhang." Chang Xiaosong smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Zhang." Zhang Chang smiled and gave a thumbs up, saying, "Brother Chang, I am very happy today. Not only are you good at design, but you are also good at drinking. Knowing you as a friend is my biggest gain today. Let's leave our contact information. I will go to you for a drink next time. Ha ha ha. I couldn't ask for more." Tianlan New Garden, Villa Number 1. It was the first time for Xiao Teng Teng to spend time alone with the teacher. It was fresh, interesting, and exciting. After teaching today's class, Lin cleaned up the table, and Xiao Teng Teng sensibly took a bottle of juice from the refrigerator. "Teacher, drink this." Lin took it with satisfaction. "Thank you, Xiao Teng Teng. Xiao Teng Teng is so good." Xiao Teng Teng's eyes narrowed after receiving the teacher's praise. "Can you show the teacher around your home?" "Sure." Xiao Teng Teng was in high spirits. "This villa is very large and the decoration is also very good. It is a masterpiece of Tianlan New Garden. The high-ceilinged living room is particularly grand. There are many rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors. If you look carefully at each one, you can see the designer's attentiveness." Lin was a little excited. Chang Xiaosong is not only handsome, but also has a lot of advantages. Yes, and he cooks delicious food. A man who is careful and considerate to his daughter can't be too bad. And he has money, lives in a big villa with a swimming pool, and drives a Rolls-Royce. In addition, Teng Tang is well-behaved, sensible and likable. His ex-wife didn't want such a perfect man. She was so blind. It just happened that I got a good deal. Teng Tang, if the teacher often comes to your house in the future, would you welcome it? Teng Tang blinked her bright eyes and nodded repeatedly. "Welcome, I like teacher to come to my house." Lin happily touched Teng Tang's little head. Her heart was full of joy. Teng Tang is so good. Then, Lin wanted to ask Teng Tang if she wanted to be a mother. But when the words came to her lips, she swallowed them back. Tang Tang is not an ignorant child, she is very smart. Maybe she will tell Chang Xiaosong when she turns around. That would be embarrassing. Then the teacher will test you. Do you know what kind of girl your father likes? Is it quiet? Or cheerful and lively? Or something else? Tang Tang looked at the teacher suspiciously. Teacher, do you want to marry my father as your wife? Ah. Lin's face suddenly turned red. No, I don't mean that. The teacher is just curious. How can children nowadays be so smart? After all, Tang Tang was just a 6-year-old child, and soon she put the matter behind her. My dad is amazing. In addition to cooking delicious food, he is also very good at painting. Whoever marries him will be very happy. She looked at Lin with her big eyes, as if hinting at something. Lin was stunned. Little Tang Tang is so sensible. She is so precocious. Then, has your dad ever said that he wants to find a new mother for you? Tang Tang shook her head. My dad said that if he raises me well in the future, he won't consider finding a new mother for me, but I hope he will find one. Lin was surprised to hear this coming from a first-grade girl. Why not consider finding a new mother for you? Tang Tang said seriously, Dad said that he doesn't want to find someone who is not good to me, but I think that I am so well-behaved and cute, the new mother will definitely like me. Teacher, am I right? Oh my God. Lin was stunned. Clear thinking, well-organized. This child is not only good at studying, he can learn it after saying it once, and his emotional intelligence is also very high. How can a 6 or 7-year-old child say this? Lin couldn't help but like Xiao Tang Tang more and more. Lin said softly, you are right, you are so sensible, who would not love you? Then, where is your original mother? As soon as she said this, Lin regretted it. This is someone's privacy, how can she ask it? The teacher just asked casually, if you don't want to answer, you don't have to answer. A trace of sadness flashed in Xiao Tang Tang's eyes. She doesn't want me and my dad anymore. Lin wanted to slap herself in the face. Teacher, can you teach you to sing? Hotel parking lot. The banquet has ended. Several colleagues from the trendy fashion design company also followed the boss out. Long Binger looked at Chang Xiaosong, who was walking easily and not drunk at all, in surprise. Chang Xiaosong, take my car and I'll take you home. She seemed to feel a little embarrassed and explained. You are the #1 contributor to our trendy design today, I should send you off. Chang Xiaosong smiled and nodded. Thank you, boss. Chang Xiaosong drove here, he could have called for a designated driver, but he didn't want his colleagues to see that his car was a Rolls-Royce. It's better to be low-key. Long Binger didn't react much, as always, cold as ice, walking towards the parking lot with long legs. Chang Xiaosong shrugged, turned around and said goodbye to his colleagues with a smile. He caught up with Long Binger. Colleagues watched them walk away and talked about it. Manager Chang drank 3.5 bottles of mutai today. Did you notice that he was fine and walked very steadily? I'm so envious. A male colleague was full of envy. A female colleague smiled and said, no matter how good he is at drinking, he can't match his design skills. The highest award. $1 million in prize money. What 1 million? Just now, Mr. Zhang made a bet and lost an extra 1 million to Manager Chang. He is really handsome, capable, can drink well, and can make money. He is really a perfect man. Hey, Xiaoli, you are attracted to Manager Chang. No, it's not possible. A gentleman is a good match for a lady. Such an excellent man, I want him to be healthy, okay? Everyone started to make a noise. Long Binger was driving an Audi Q5. Chang Xiaosong got on the passenger seat. Where is your home? Tianlan New Garden. Long Binger took out her mobile phone and set the navigation. The car drove out of the parking lot of the 5-star hotel. Suddenly, Long Binger's expression changed. He blurted out, Tianlan New Garden is a villa community. Where do you live? Chang Xiaosong was a little embarrassed, but he had to admit it. Yeah. Long Binger asked curiously, the house you bought? What's wrong? The house in Tianlan New Garden, even the most ordinary townhouse, cost several million or even tens of millions. I can't tell that you are a rich person. If I say I bought it with a mortgage, would you believe it? Pretending to be low-key? Long Binger rolled her eyes while driving. Even if it's a mortgage, a 50% down payment is not a small amount of money. Chang Xiaosong cleared his throat. Now that things have come to this, there's nothing I can do. I won't pretend anymore. In fact, I'm a rich man, so what? The more he said this, the less curious Long Binger became. Okay, rich people are good. Long Binger couldn't help but smile. She thought of something else and asked, if you can afford to live in a villa, there's no reason you can't afford a car. You didn't drive here today? Ha, the boss will drive me there personally. What's the problem if I leave the car in the hotel parking lot for one night? I'll take a taxi here first and then drive the car away when I go to work tomorrow. Yeah, that's right. After a while, the car stopped at the traffic light. Chang Xiaosong, you drank so much tonight, can your body handle it? Don't worry, no problem. I have a special physique, and the alcohol turns into water before entering the stomach, so it's no problem. He was just casually fooling the beautiful boss. Suddenly, a familiar ding sound came from his ear. Ding! My daughter Chang Qing Ivy has been detected to have successfully boasted once in Tianlan Xinyuan No. 1 Villa. Based on the host's situation, the host has been automatically matched with a reward. Congratulations to the host for having a world-class voice and singing skills. Ding! The reward is being prepared for distribution. Countdown, 1 minute. Warm reminder, because the reward covers too many areas. When the reward is distributed, the host will be muted for 30 minutes. Please arrange it reasonably. Chang Xiaosong was stunned. Xiao Tangtang was bragging at home. To teacher? World-class voice and singing skills? What a cool ability. But what the hell is it that he can't speak for half an hour? Chang Xiaosong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Without time to think about it, Chang Xiaosong glanced at Long Binger who was driving. Boss, my throat is a little uncomfortable. Chang Xiaosong coughed dryly a few times. He said, maybe I drank too much. I'll take a rest and won't talk to you anymore. Long Binger asked with concern, do you want to drink some water? No, it will be fine in half an hour. The 1 minute buffer time was up in a moment. Chang Xiaosong instantly felt that his throat was like. It was like a layer of something was suddenly laid on it, refreshing and cool, not very uncomfortable, but a little foreign body feeling. He opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came out. At this moment, there was a sudden buzzing sound in his mind. It was as if something was instilled into it. After a moment, Chang Xiaosong returned to normal. Chaoyang City is not a first-tier city, and it was night, so the road conditions were good. After driving for 15 minutes, we arrived at Lantian Xinyuan. Chang Xiaosong, I'm very curious about your home. You wouldn't refuse me to come to your home, right? Long Binger said with a smile. Oh my god. What time is it? How can you be so shameless to go to someone's house in the middle of the night? However, Chang Xiaosong lost his voice. He could only wave his hands repeatedly to refuse. Long Binger was really very curious. This subordinate, who had an extraordinary design talent, had already made her want to explore. The strong drinking capacity shown tonight, and the fact that he was neither humble nor arrogant when facing the organizer Zhang Chang and other industry leaders, that kind of aura was definitely not that of an ordinary person. What does waving mean? Oh, I understand, you mean don't be polite, right? Long Binger smiled like a fox. Chang Xiaosong rolled his eyes. I didn't expect that this beautiful boss had a thicker face than a city wall. The young security guard came to the car. Long Binger lowered the car window. Before she could speak, the security guard recognized Chang Xiaosong in the passenger seat. Good evening, Mr. Chang. I'll open the door for you right away. Chang Xiaosong was unable to speak, so he could only give the security guard a bright smile. The car drove into the community. Oh my god. Xiao Chang, didn't you see that the female driver who sent Mr. Chang here just now was so beautiful? Like a big star. Another security guard was speechless. Is it that exaggerated? Really, it's true. She's really beautiful. Wow, rich people are rich people. The happiness of rich people is unimaginable to poor people like us. The courtyard door clicked. In the living room of the villa, Xiao Tangtang heard the sound and said excitedly, Teacher, my father is back. Xiao Tangtang rushed to the door and opened it. Lin also hurriedly stood up, tidied her clothes, and followed to the door. A silver-gray Audi Q5 drove into the courtyard gate. Lin was full of expectation, but suddenly saw a slim and radiant long-legged beauty coming out of the cab. She was stunned on the spot, and her heart skipped a beat. At the same time, Long Binger also saw Lin. The two women looked at each other for a second. Chang Xiaosong, this is? Long Binger asked in surprise. She felt that the other person's eyes were hostile. Chang Xiaosong breathed a sigh of relief. The cool foreign body feeling in his throat disappeared. He could speak. Let me introduce you, this is my daughter's homeroom teacher, Lin. While introducing, he walked towards the gate. This is the boss of my company, Long Binger. Hello. Lin hesitated. She was very nervous about a beauty of Long Binger's level. She was beautiful, had a good figure, and was Chang Xiaosong's boss. Hello. Long Binger smiled elegantly. Chang Xiaosong smiled apologetically. Teacher, I'm sorry. I rushed back just after the dinner. I'm really sorry to have wasted so much of your time. Mr. Chang, you're welcome. I usually don't have anything to do at night. I have a good time with Tang Tang. I enjoy this kind of relationship. Lin glanced at Long Binger. What would Mr. Long like to drink? Juice or water? Lin enthusiastically let Long Binger in. Long Binger didn't intend to go in, but somehow, she walked in. You are Tang Tang. What a pretty girl. Tang Tang is a cow, not afraid of strangers at all, and sweetly called Long Binger auntie. She is pretty, cute, and polite, and everyone loves her. So good. Long Binger immediately liked little Tang Tang. Living room. Boss, sit for a few minutes and go back to rest early. You still have to go to work tomorrow. Long Binger glared at him, thinking to herself, I am such a beautiful woman, and I am your boss, how can I be so unwelcome? Teacher, did you drive here? Lin was stunned and shook her head and said, I took a taxi. Chang Xiaosong smiled and said, that's great, I'll ask my boss to take you, otherwise I won't be at ease, after all, it's so late. Lin's heart skipped a beat, is he caring about me? Chang Xiaosong apologized, I'm sorry. I couldn't drive after drinking tonight. I parked my car at the place where I drank and didn't drive it back. Otherwise, I would have taken you home myself. Lin waved her hands repeatedly, don't bother Miss Long. I can call an online taxi. It's very convenient. Long Binger smiled and said, what's the trouble? I'll take teacher home with just one step on the accelerator. I'm sorry, it's too late today. Tang Tang would have gone to bed at this time. I'll invite you two to dinner at my humble home another day. The two girls suddenly realized. This guy was not polite because he was afraid of disturbing his daughter's rest. Those who were a little unhappy at first were relieved on the spot. This guy is just a crazy demon who dotes on his daughter. Understand. Even in the minds of Long Binger and Lin, Chang Xiaosong's image has improved a lot. A man who loves his children can't be that bad. Then we'll leave. Tung tung, bye. The Audi Q5 drove out of Lantian Xinyuan. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Along the way, the two girls chatted for a while and then naturally turned the topic to Chang Xiaosong. Teacher, do you know why Chang Xiaosong got divorced? Long Binger was very curious. She was shocked today. She didn't expect that the houses her employees lived in were much more luxurious than hers. Such a single-family villa, with such a high-level decoration, would never cost less than 50 million. It can be called the top luxury house in Shaoyang City. The monthly property fee is estimated to be more than 10,000. I'm afraid that applying for this job is just a game. Handsome, capable, and rich. What kind of woman can abandon such a high-quality man? Lin smiled bitterly. Coincidentally, I am also confused about this, but it is not convenient for me to ask. The two women are smart people. They can test each other with a few simple words. In fact, they are not familiar with Chang Xiaosong. However, Long Binger only developed a little affection and interest in Chang Xiaosong, which is far less urgent than Lin. But she didn't know that because of her appearance, Lin had a huge sense of crisis. The car slowly stopped at the gate of Lin's community. We're here, teacher. Lin hesitated for a moment and did not unbuckle her seatbelt immediately. Instead, she looked at Long Binger. Long Binger was startled. What's wrong? Do you have something to say? Lin smiled bitterly, pondered for a moment, and said, Miss Long, I want to ask you a favor, but I'm just too embarrassed to ask. Long Binger frowned slightly. It's been less than an hour since they met, and they just chatted for a few words. It shouldn't be the case that one person asks the other person for something. Long Binger was a little unhappy. If you're embarrassed to ask, then don't ask. Lin didn't seem to notice the other party's displeasure, and smiled to herself. Miss Long, you are beautiful, capable, and your family should be very wealthy. You are such an excellent girl, there must be many outstanding men pursuing you. Teacher, what do you want to say? Lin smiled. Actually, I have a good impression of Tang Tang's father. I thought I still had a chance, but when I saw Miss Long today, I was scared. Compared with Miss Long, I am far behind, so Miss Long Binger understood instantly. Teacher, you don't mean to ask me to give Chang Xiaosong to you, do you? Lin waved her hands quickly. No, Miss Long misunderstood. How could I say such shameless words? I want to say that if Miss Long also likes Chang Xiaosong, I want to compete with you fairly. I hope Miss Long will not laugh at me for overestimating my own abilities. Long Binger breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, she really thought that teacher wanted to ask her to give way. If that happened, Long Binger would really look down on her. Teacher, you don't need to feel inferior. You are young and beautiful, and you have a good temperament. You have a good figure, and you are also a teacher who teaches and educates people. You are more than qualified to be with Chang Xiaosong. Besides, you got one thing wrong. The most important thing is that you said you would compete with me fairly. Long Binger smiled. I really admire Chang Xiaosong. He is the most outstanding designer in our company. My contact with him is only limited to work. If you want to pursue him, go ahead. I don't mind. Lin was overjoyed. Really? That's great, I thought. Long Binger smiled and said, are you not worried now? Lin smiled and shook her head, no. Okay, it's past 10 o'clock, go back and rest early. Lin hurriedly unbuckled her seatbelt, and suddenly thought of something, and smiled embarrassedly, Miss Long, can I add your Weixin? Maybe I will ask you to help me with some advice in the future. Long Binger shrugged and picked up the phone. After refueling Weixin, Lin got out of the car, said goodbye, and Long Binger drove away. For some reason, Long Binger always felt weird. Wake up, lazy boy. Chang Xiaosong made sandwiches and squeezed kiwi and apple juice. Came to Tang Tang's room. No, I want to sleep a little longer. Give you 5 more minutes. Thank you, Dad. Chang Xiaosong looked at Tang Tang lovingly, opened the sliding door leading to the balcony from the bedroom, went to the balcony, and breathed the fresh morning air. There will be an income of 2 million today. Thinking of this, Chang Xiaosong couldn't help but curl up his lips. To be honest, although this villa is comfortable to live in, the property fee is also high. The property fee of tens of thousands per month is several times more expensive than renting a house before. And that Rolls-Royce is indeed very impressive to drive out, but the fuel consumption is also high. The company paid a month's salary in advance when I first went there. There is no money in my pocket. If the property fee could not be paid every 3 months or even a year, Chang Xiaosong would have wanted to set up a night snack stall to make money. Turning back to look at the little Tung Tung who was sleeping soundly, I thought to myself, why doesn't this little girl brag about a room full of money? How cool it would be if she brags about such a thing. Then why go to work? Just enjoy life every day. Dad will retire next year. When the students in his class are promoted to junior high school, they will live in Chaoyang City with Mom. My sister is studying in Jianhai City. If she can't find a job in Jianhai City after graduation, she can come to Chaoyang City. It's even better if the whole family is here. Chang Xiaosong suddenly thought of his best friend Shang Haolong. He suddenly remembered the message he sent a few days ago. The class reunion on the 20th, isn't it today? I have forgotten it. The class reunion of their class is not held every year. Sometimes it is once a year, and sometimes every 2 years. The main thing is to see if they can get together. Chang Xiaosong still values the friendship between classmates. The past scenes came up one by one. With a crash, Chang Xiaosong returned to the room. Little lazy pig, get up quickly. I didn't drive the car back yesterday, we have to take the subway. After sending Xiao Tangtang to school, Chang Xiaosong went to the hotel to pick up the car and drove directly to Xinqing building. He parked the car and got on the elevator. The time was just right. Good morning, Manager Chang. Brother Chang is awesome. Manager Chang is mighty. On the 12th floor, the trendy design. Everyone rushed to greet Chang Xiaosong. The legend that Chang Xiaosong finished 3.5 bottles of mitai in a row last night had already spread in the company group at that time. Everyone knew it. Only Chang Xiaosong, who was too lazy to check the group, didn't know. Came to the office of the first design department. Brother Chang, I heard that you drank 3 bottles of mitai at the dinner last night. It was so domineering. Chang Xiaosong asked curiously, you all know so soon? Of course, how could I not know about such an awesome thing? Several colleagues gathered around. Boss Long personally sent you home last night. How was it? Is there any progress? The fat old Sue asked in a low voice with a sly look. Yes, no one has ever gotten into President Long's Audi Q5. Brother Chang, you are the first one. Did anything happen? Brother Chang, tell us about it? Chang Xiaosong said unhappily, stop being so gossipy, okay? I just drank and couldn't drive, so President Long gave it to me. Don't make up your own mind. Old Sue was stunned. You didn't miss such a good opportunity, did you? Cough, cough, cough. A few coughs were heard. Chang Xiaosong turned around subconsciously. He saw Long Binger standing at the door of the office, with a cold face. Are you all idle? The employees of the design department were all silent and immediately returned to their workstations. You have time to gossip but no time to work? Is this the working style of your design department? The strong sense of pressure made everyone dare not breathe loudly. Chang Xiaosong was the only exception. He laughed and changed the subject, asking, Boss Long, has Brother Zhang's money arrived? I'm waiting for the money. Long Binger hummed coldly. Come to my office. Oh, Mr. Shang's money has arrived. 2 million in total. According to our previous agreement, the company does not want a cent of this money. It's all yours. Thank you, President Long. Chang Xiaosong smiled. 2 million, Chang Xiaosong had never seen so much money. What are you thanking for? This is your money. In addition, in view of your outstanding performance this time, the company decided to give you a raise to 30,000 a month, and promote you to vice president, with full management of the company's 3 design departments. 30,000, if there was no system that made boasting come true before, Chang Xiaosong would have laughed to death at a monthly salary of 30,000. But now it's different. Top fashion designer, god-level cooking skills, super painting skills, top all-around extreme sports ability, a drinking capacity of 10,000 cups without getting drunk, world-class voice and singing skills. If he wants to change his job, Chang Xiaosong feels that he can make more money at any time. Should he change to another job? Chang Xiaosong hesitated. Long Binger thought it was too little, and suddenly became a little anxious. I know that 30,000 yuan a month is indeed a little low, but I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. Our fashion design company was established not long ago and is not well known in the industry, so Long Binger knew the value of Chang Xiaosong. Chang Xiaosong made a gesture. Boss Long, I'm not considering how much salary I have. What I'm considering is that the more salary you give me, the more work I need to worry about. The salary doesn't need to increase, and I don't need to be the vice president. What I want is to have enough free time. After all, Boss Long knows that I have to take care of my daughter. I hope to invest more energy in my daughter instead of work. Please understand. Long Binger was startled. Isn't Tong Tong in school? This doesn't conflict with your work. Chang Xiaosong moved away from her legs wearing black silk stockings. The beautiful boss seems to prefer black silk stockings. Boss Long, I know you want to keep me. I'll tell you a shameless truth. With my strength in fashion design, if I change jobs, I can get several times the salary. But I need a more relaxed environment. As long as you meet this condition, I will stay. Long Binger's expression was uncertain. This is a threat. Being threatened by a subordinate is so embarrassing. However, Chang Xiaosong is really talented. With a subordinate like him, the company's prosperity is just around the corner. Okay. That's it, the salary is still 30,000. You are still the vice president of fashion design, you only need to give pertinent opinions on the general direction and guide their work. You don't have to do it yourself for ordinary small orders, just direct the people below to do it. Do you think this is okay? This is the best. Chang Xiaosong was very satisfied. Oh, and don't disturb me on weekends or holidays. Yes. Okay. Long Binger felt like she couldn't tell who was the boss. By the way, I have to get off work at 5 o'clock in the afternoon to pick up my daughter. I can't work overtime. No problem. If I have something to leave early. Long Binger gritted her teeth and said, you can use your time freely. Chang Xiaosong couldn't help laughing when he saw her cute constipated look. Boss Long, don't worry, I'm a kind person. I will show my value. You don't have to make that expression. It's funny. It's like I'm a heartless man who abandoned his wife and children. Long Binger blushed. She said angrily, you still think you're kind? You're so slick. This iceberg beauty actually has a shy side? It's incredible. Chang Xiaosong laughed. It's just a joke. Look how good you are like this. Keep smiling often. It's good for your body and mind. This beautiful boss is really beautiful. Although Chang Xiaosong doesn't have that kind of idea about her, it doesn't prevent everyone from loving beauty. Long Binger's eyes moved, looking at Chang Xiaosong with scrutiny. Does this count as teasing the leader? Chang Xiaosong immediately said seriously, how dare I? Everyone in our company is trembling when they see Boss Long. I'm so excited about the promotion and salary increase. Ha ha ha. Long Binger rolled her eyes. Okay, go and do your own thing. I'll transfer the 2 million bonus to your card later, and then announce your promotion to vice president. Chang Xiaosong was in high spirits. Okay, then I'll go fishing. Long Binger was so angry that she picked up a folder and threw it at Chang Xiaosong. Chang Xiaosong was agile and caught it easily, and left the general manager's office with a smile. After a while, the bank sent a text message. 2 million yuan arrived. It was the first time in his life that he saw so much cash. Chang Xiaosong was a little excited. When he got the money, the first person Chang Xiaosong thought of was his parents. If he gave them the money directly, they would definitely not be willing to spend it. Most of them would keep it in the bank. It's better to buy some food, clothes, and daily necessities. Even if they don't want it, it's impossible. Chang Xiaosong picked up his mobile phone and searched online. He entered an online shopping platform, selected for a long time, bought a small box of expensive cherries, and filled in his home as the delivery address. I bought 2 more boxes, one to Tianlan Xinyuan and the other to Chang Muzi's school. Then, I picked out a few pairs of shoes and clothes. I sent them to my parents and my sister. I was about to pick out other things. Wei Xin's voice answering prompt came. It was Sheng Haolong. Chang Xiaosong smiled and swiped to answer. Haolong, I haven't contacted you for so long. What are you busy with? What's there to be busy about? It's just useless. By the way, Xiaosong, did you receive the announcement message from our class group? I don't have time to read it. What's the matter? What else can it be? It's a class reunion. It will be at 6 o'clock in the evening at the Peony Banquet Hall of Wuhu Hotel. They said that you can bring a family member, so you can bring your daughter. Chang Xiaosong laughed dumbly. It's normal to bring your husband or wife to a class reunion, but why bring the child? We are just reminiscing and chatting. What else can we do with the child? You are divorced. Who else can you bring if not the child? Do you have a target? Chang Xiaosong's eyes rolled, and 2 women suddenly appeared in his mind. Lin, teacher. Long Binger. Chang Xiaosong thought that he might have to trouble teacher again today. He was a little entangled. It's not good to trouble teacher all the time, and it is easy to cause misunderstandings from others. Thinking of this, Chang Xiaosong suddenly thought of Long Binger. Yes. You can ask the beautiful boss for this matter. I'm making money for her in her company. What's wrong with letting a beautiful boss help take care of things? If she doesn't want to, I'll quit tomorrow. Okay. It's her. Free labor, it's a waste if not used. Make up your mind. Chang Xiaosong smiled and said, Haolong, I don't plan to find a stepmother for Tang Tang, so I'll go alone. Shang Haoren responded. Okay, see you then. Chang Xiaosong put away his phone and walked towards the general manager's office. Do you have something to ask me? Seeing Chang Xiaosong coming over, Long Binger stopped what she was doing, raised her eyes, and asked. Actually, it's nothing, I just want to ask if you have time after get off work. Chang Xiaosong rubbed his hands and asked. What do you want to do? Seeing him like this, Long Binger slightly adjusted her sitting posture and asked with some vigilance. Hey, didn't you go to my house last night? After you left, my daughter kept telling me. Dad, your beautiful boss is so beautiful. Big eyes, long eyebrows. Chang Xiaosong pinched his throat and imitated Chang Tingting's voice. Chang Xiaosong, do I look like a girl who just graduated from college? Looking at his exaggerated performance in front of her, Long Binger immediately knew that she had misunderstood, and questioned with a serious face. It turns out that women who can be capitalists are not easy to fool. Seeing that his little preparation was discovered, Chang Xiaosong couldn't pretend anymore. In this case, he had to change another way to achieve his goal. Boss Long, what you said is serious. If we only look at your appearance, it's not an exaggeration to say that you just graduated from high school. Chang Xiaosong looked at her seriously, his eyes full of sincerity, as if what he said was true. To be honest, with her appearance, this sentence is really not that exaggerated. Good guy. Even though Long Binger was prepared, she was still touched by this flattery. And the corners of her mouth curled up as if she couldn't control it. While I'm in a good mood now, tell me if you have anything to say. It's like this, I have something to do in the evening, so I want to ask if you have time. Are you willing to take my baby daughter to play? Take your daughter to play? Hearing this request, Long Binger didn't react for a while. Why? Actually, it's not impossible. Seeing Chang Xiaosong's constipated look just now, Long Binger's mouth curled up slightly, as if she thought of something good. But she didn't want Chang Xiaosong to find out, so she picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip. Do you have any conditions? You still get paid for working here. Thinking of Chang Xiaosong's arrogant face in the morning, Long Binger finally found the opportunity to fight back. Okay, just mention any conditions, as long as they are not too excessive. I haven't thought of it yet. I'll tell you when I think of it. Okay. In fact, last night, Tang Tang really told him several times that Long Binger was pretty. So Tang Tang still has a lot of good feelings for her. Then when you get off work, will you go with me to pick up the person, or should I pick him up and hand him over to you? We'll go together then. Then let's do this. Because Long Binger agreed to this, Chang Xiaosong designed and completed a lot of work in excess of the quota in the limited time in the afternoon. At 4:55, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan and an Audi Q5 stopped at the place where Chang Xiaosong often parked. Go pick up the person, I'll wait for you here. Okay. Dad. Tang Tang saw Chang Xiaosong from a distance and trotted towards him. Tang Tang, run slowly, be careful not to fall. Seeing this, teacher hurriedly chased after her and held her hand. Tang Tang's father, Tang Tang was very well behaved in school today, and her physical condition is also good. The illness should be completely cured. Thank you for your concern, teacher. It's okay, this is what I should do. Come on, say goodbye to the teacher. Goodbye, teacher. Goodbye, Tung Tung. Goodbye, Tung Tang's father. After saying hello, Chang Xiaosong hugged Tung Tang and turned around and left. The first reason was that he was in a hurry. After all, there were people waiting for him at the parking lot. The second reason was that he felt that teacher's eyes were looking at him more and more obviously, and he was a little overwhelmed. Dad, why are you so fast today? Tung Tang asked, obviously feeling the speed of Chang Xiaosong's steps. Because Dad has something to do later, we have to hurry up. Dad, are you going out again tonight? Yeah. Who will accompany me then? It's like this, my boss liked you very much after seeing you yesterday, and she wanted to be friends with you, but she didn't know how to ask. So, she told me that she wanted to take you out for dinner and play today. Tung Tung, will you refuse her? Chang Xiaosong said the lines he had prepared while hurrying on his way. Really? That beautiful sister boss really likes me? Then I will definitely not refuse. Can I lie to you about this? And she came with me to pick you up today. But she just called when you got out of school, so she is waiting for you in the car now. When you see her later, just call her beautiful sister, do you hear me? Okay, don't worry, Dad. Soon, the two walked to the parking lot. Hey, little Tung Tang, you are dressed so beautifully today. Seeing Tung Tang coming, Long Binger squatted in front of her and touched her little face with her hand. Pretty sister, you smell so good. Hee hee, do you want to smell as good as me? Yeah. Come on, come to my car, I'll make you smell as good as me. As she said that, Long Binger naturally took Tang Tang's hand and took her to the car. Seeing her smooth operation, Tung Tang was taken away by her silently? Really? When Long Binger was in the company, she looked like a stranger. Why does she look so much like a neighbor's elder sister at this time? Okay, as long as you can lead people steadily, why do you care so much? Tung Tang, remember to accompany your pretty sister well, call Dad if you have anything, do you hear me? Just after getting in the car for a while, little Tung Tang took a Barbie doll in her left hand and a rag doll in her right hand. I know, Dad, you can do your own thing. Then Dad will leave. Goodbye, Dad. Maybe she has been spoiled a lot during this period, or maybe Chang Xiaosong has given her a lot of security. So now that Chang Xiaosong doesn't have time to accompany her, she won't feel scared. After arranging everything here, Chang Xiaosong drove straight to Wuhu Hotel. On the other side. Hello. Long Binger and Tang Tung had just started driving when a phone call came in. Gossip, what are you doing? Let's go out for dinner. Go away, I don't have time now. How can a barren woman like you not have time? Who are you kidding? I really don't have time today, go eat by yourself. No, did you find a man? Do you think everyone is the same as you? So casual. Then tell me, why don't you have time? Yawn. For some reason, little Tang Tang suddenly felt a little itchy in her nose, and couldn't help coughing. Who? Hearing the cough, the other end of the phone suddenly asked loudly. The phone was originally connected to the car stereo, and scared little Tung Tang and quickly covered her mouth with her hands, looking at Long Binger with a frightened expression. It's okay, this is a friend of my sister. Sister? You are so good, Long Binger, you are an old cow eating young grass. Tisk, there's a child in the car, don't talk nonsense. If I don't stop her from talking, I really don't know what she will say. Child? What child? Long Binger, if you don't explain this to me today, I will call your mother now and tell her that you are feeding an 8-month-old child. I really admire you. Long Binger knew that as long as she knew something, there would be nothing to be at ease. There was no way, Long Binger had to simply tell the story again. Oh, so that's the case, then why don't you call me for this kind of thing? I'm bored. Okay, I'll go find you. Tung Tung, the one who just called my sister was my sister's good friend. She has a good personality, but she is a little outspoken when she speaks. You don't mind, do you? Long Binger knew how important Tung Tang was in Chang Xiaosong's heart. After all, I am her person now, so I have to give her some respect. I know, sister. Actually, there is such a person in my class, Xiao Ming. Although he talks. Xiao Tung Tang is also a good chatterbox. She talked about everything in the class in a flash. 5:45 p.m. Rolls-Royce Cullinan? This is a real luxury car. Seeing such a top luxury car driving to the hotel, the security guard who arranged the parking space instantly perked up. He hurriedly ran into the lobby and called out his manager. Then, the security manager and his younger brother hurried over. Are you here for dinner, sir? Yes, is there any space in the underground parking lot? Sir, there are parking spaces in the underground parking lot, but do you mind parking your car at the entrance of our hotel? This way you don't have to find a parking space, and it will be very convenient when you leave later. Don't worry, we will definitely send someone to take good care of your car and won't let your car get hurt," the security manager asked respectfully and pleadingly. Because the hotel owner has instructed that if there are customers driving luxury cars, they should try to let customers park their cars in a conspicuous place in the hotel. This is not only cool and handsome, but also makes their hotel look tall and noble. You see, people who drive such awesome cars are eating in our hotel, you will know how awesome our hotel is. That's fine. Normal Xiaosong just wanted to be convenient, and he didn't really think much about other things. Thank you, boss, thank you, boss. After getting the consent, the manager quickly ordered his younger brother to remove the ice cream cones on the most conspicuous parking space. He turned into a parking commander, standing straight, commanding Chang Xiaosong to park with standard and serious movements. In fact, for a luxury car like the one Chang Xiaosong drives, 360-degree panoramic images without blind spots are the minimum standard configuration. There is no need for people to command outside or anything. But there is no way. People are enthusiastic to help you watch, you can't let them not watch. Turn left a little bit, back a little bit, you can get back to the right, back, stop, stop, stop. When they were about to hit the obstruction, 2 or 3 security guards shouted hurriedly. They were afraid that Chang Xiaosong would rub his car under their command, and that would be the end of him. My goodness, this parking space is not as good as parking by yourself. Being commanded by them, Chang Xiaosong, who was not nervous at first, became nervous. As soon as Chang Xiaosong got out of the car, the other 2 security guards surrounded his car with a dozen ice cream cones. Seeing them busy for a while, even sweating a little, Chang Xiaosong felt a little embarrassed. No wonder the big bosses on TV like to give tips. At that time, I was young and ignorant, and I thought those big bosses were too stupid and didn't treat money as money. But when I received such extraordinary treatment, I finally understood the behavior of those big bosses. How about giving some yourself? But how much should I give and how should I give it? Forget it, anyway, I just received 2 million today, so I will treat it as a wedding money. Chang Xiaosong took out his wallet and finally drew out 3 red ones. Because there are only 3 of them, 200 each, a total of 600, I can't bear to part with it, 100 each is just right. Everyone has worked hard. Buy a bottle of water later. Oh, thank you, boss, thank you, boss. Seeing the tip, the security manager immediately became more respectful. Before he could say anything else, Chang Xiaosong left here quickly. For some reason, he felt a little embarrassed. He always felt like he was giving them alms. Chang Xiaosong didn't like this feeling. He walked through the hotel lobby and came to the private room area on the 2nd floor. Brother Song, here. Hey, Brother Chow. When they were in school, especially in their class, it was popular to call each other brothers, such as Brother Chang, Brother Chow, Brother Song, etc., which can be regarded as memories among students. Brother Song is here, how come you still look so handsome? That's right, my brothers are all balding, and you still look like a young man. Sit down, sit anywhere, who else hasn't come yet? As soon as Chang Xiaosong entered the door, those who had good and average relationships greeted him, shaking hands or patting shoulders, and the atmosphere was very good. In fact, if a class has no feelings, this kind of class reunion will basically not happen again after the reunion after graduation. If it can be held several times, it means that the atmosphere of this class was pretty good before. You are finally here. As soon as Chang Xiaosong sat down, Shang Haolong punched him on the shoulder. Tell me, what have you been doing during this period of time? You haven't even borrowed money from me anymore. What's the matter? Did you get rich? Shang Haolong knew Chang Xiaosong's situation very well. It is not an easy thing to raise a child alone after a divorce. So at the beginning, in order to help him, Shang Haolong often helped buy some milk powder, diapers and other daily necessities. But Chang Xiaosong is also a face-saving person. Although he didn't say anything on the surface, he kept a full account in his heart. I did make a little money. Why didn't you tell me about this? Hearing the 2 key words get rich, Shang Haolong's eyes lit up and he was excited. Didn't I tell you? Let's talk about it in detail after dinner. Okay, I want to know how you can make a fortune raising a daughter alone. This private room is a large one, with 2 large tables that can seat more than 20 people. Usually the girls' table is not full, so there are often thick-skinned boys who go there to use the table. Squad leader, Chen Jianpain and the others said that the intersection over at Haishang Road is very congested, and asked us to eat first. Haishang Road intersection? Didn't I say that place would be very congested during the rush hour? It's so fast to take the subway, directly there. Okay, let's eat first, or it will get cold if we don't. Eat, they are close anyway, it probably won't take long. Everyone had been waiting for a long time, and the food was really going to get cold, so they didn't hesitate, since they were not outsiders anyway. He told them to take the subway but insisted on driving, as if no one knew he just bought a new car. That's right, I don't know how many photos he has posted in the group. Look, he's showing off. Now he can't even eat. Ha, let him show off. Everyone was eating and drinking while chatting about ordinary things. The atmosphere was very relaxed and pleasant. P.S. Thanks to Mr. Pang Ji, who loves Jinshin tea, for the flowers and urging for more chapters. This chapter is specially for him. Oh, isn't this little girl so cute? Outside a large shopping mall, a girl dressed up in fancy clothes hugged a little girl and pinched her little face excitedly. Sister. Hello, sister. Even though little Tung Tang is not afraid of strangers, this enthusiasm came too suddenly. Especially the eyes of this sister, they look so big. And the eyelashes look so long. Well, good, polite, sister will reward you with a bag of small jelly. As she said, the girl rubbed Tang Tang's little head and took out a bag of jelly that looked very delicate from her handbag. Thank you, sister. You're welcome. Oh my, this old man's girlish heart. Tell me the truth, where did you kidnap this child? Do you mind letting me play with you for 2 days? Song Yi pulled Long Binger and questioned. This Song Yi was the best friend who called Long Binger in the car before. You think too much, she just asked me to help take care of her. Besides, she values her baby daughter more than her life. But now she is with you, playing all the time. If having a baby is not for playing, it will be meaningless. Come on, Tung Tung, let's go play. Song Yi ignored her and dragged little Tang Tung towards the mall. Hey! Watching them walk forward, Long Binger sighed and could only follow them helplessly. Tang Tang, if you want to eat or play anything, just tell me. Song Yi usually dealt with those boys too much and was tired of it. Suddenly a little girl came, which immediately aroused her desire to be a big sister. Is there anything delicious and fun here? Tang Tang is now a child who has been to an amusement park, and ordinary small games can't tempt her. As for food, let alone, she has a father who is a chef. How about we eat first? Have you ever had malatang? Seeing that it was time for dinner, Song Yi made her own suggestion. Bringing a child to eat malatang? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? If there were only 2 people, Long Binger would not care. But how old is Tung Tang? And malatang is so spicy. How can she eat it? What's the big deal? Malatang is not poison. If she really doesn't want to eat it later, we can just buy something else. When she thought about eating malatang, Song Yi's feet were almost as light as Tung Tang's. Click! The door of the box was opened, and several men appeared at the door. Who did I think it was? Isn't this our brother Ping? I thought you were still stuck in traffic after we finished eating. Don't mention it. There was a young man in front of me who liked to cut in line. He was hit by someone, but he was still not convinced. He didn't move his car and insisted on waiting for the traffic police to come and deal with it. What an idiot! After a simple greeting, Chen Jianping explained the cause of the traffic jam. Hearing this, Chang Xiaosong laughed. In the past, when he was riding in a relative's or friend's car, he often saw people cutting in line. Not to mention the driver, Chang Xiaosong was also angry. Why can everyone queue up? But you are the only idiot who is smart enough to cut in line, right? But no matter how angry they are, most people will choose to hold back. After all, if someone really hits someone with a foot on the accelerator, although the fault is entirely theirs, their own car will also have to be repaired, which is time-consuming and unnecessary. But since Chang Xiaosong got in the car, no one has cut in on him so far. Others either cut in on the car in front of him or the car behind him, but no one really dares to cut in front of him. If someone really cuts in front of him and makes him unhappy, he will just step on the accelerator and hit him. Who the hell can afford to pay for it? This is also an invisible deterrent. Thinking of this, Chang Xiaosong sighed in his heart. What? Rolls-Royce Cullinan? Parked downstairs in the hotel? Really? Would I lie to you about this? That's awesome, this car must be worth at least 5 or 6 million, right? 5 or 6 million. Let me tell you this, don't even think about 5 or 6 million, and this kind of car is a real luxury car, not many of them are produced. You may not be able to buy it in China even if you have money. At this time, a classmate who was selling cars in a forest store chuckled twice and said in a pretentious manner, "There is still a car that you can't buy with money? Is there a car in the world that you can't buy with money?" Some people saw his pretentious look and immediately felt a little unhappy. You want to argue with me that you have tens of thousands of billions, right? Then let alone cars, I can buy you an aircraft carrier, awesome, right? If you are even more awesome, with billions and billions of billions, let alone aircraft carriers, I can buy you a spaceship. The key is, do you have it? The classmate who was selling cars was immediately very unhappy with his argument and said directly, "Who told you to say that you can't buy this car even if you have money? What I'm saying is that if you just happen to have this much money to buy a car, you can't buy this car. Why is that?" Seeing that letting them continue to argue would hurt the feelings of their classmates, someone quickly interrupted and gave the person who was arguing a way out. Chang Xiaosong, who was sitting next to them, never thought that they would quarrel over their cars parked downstairs. Is there any point in chatting these days? You don't know because you haven't entered this industry. If you buy a top luxury car like Cullinan in China, you need an additional service fee. Seeing that there were classmates trying to smooth things over, the classmate who was selling the car didn't care and focused on showing off. Service fee? We really don't know about this. Tell us about it. Sure enough, when that classmate was showing off, he instantly attracted all the boys present. There was no way. Young people like them who had just entered society for a few years were extremely eager to own a small car of their own. And most boys like cars. First, these cars are basically imported, so it's not too much to charge a large amount for shipping, right? As for the service fee, well, it's the reward the car dealer asks you for. You can understand it as a premium purchase, as well as high-standard services from the car dealer, etc. After all, this classmate is a car seller, and he will not explain the service fee too clearly. Otherwise, if a classmate comes to him to buy a car in the future, he will not benefit at all. Yes, when I bought the car, I spent 8,000 yuan on the so-called service fee. When it comes to this, Xinjiang Pain immediately has something to say. That's it, then according to what you said, the service fee should not be much, right? That's right, at most 30,000 or 40,000? 70,000 or 80,000? It can't be more than 100,000, right? Hearing the 8,000 here, and thinking that it is just a service fee, the total price of the car is 7 or 8 million, and adding a few 100,000 is not a big deal, right? Haha, a few 100,000? You may not be able to stop it even if you add another zero, I tell you. Sure enough, when he saw that everyone present looked like they didn't have much money, the classmate who sold the car knew that his time to have fun had come. Add a zero, more than 1 million? Just a service fee? Are you kidding? The service fee you mentioned alone is more than 1 million? Are you kidding me? Do you really think those rich people are fools? Who would buy it? Good man. The service fee of more than 1 million immediately blew them all up. Hey, don't believe me, I'm telling you. For people who can afford this kind of car, money has long become a number to them. An extra 1 or 2 million is just a drop in the bucket. Seeing that this guy was pretending well, the student who was selling the car took a bite of the food and was in a very happy mood. I'm so impressed. This is not what being rich means, right? The service fee is so much money. If you add the purchase tax and other things, then this car will cost tens of millions when it lands? That's right, rich people want this status, otherwise who would buy this car? The student who was selling the car said again. Then, everyone sighed again. Sometimes the content of men's chats is often so simple and boring. I wish I was the kind of rich person they talk about. Hearing that the money of the person driving the car became a number, Chang Xiaosong lowered his head silently, thinking that he had embarrassed the person driving the car. After the topic of the car was over, several other interesting topics arose. From astronomy to geography, from national affairs to the price of pork kidneys in the vegetable market, they can talk about everything. Chang Xiaosong had never realized before that these classmates in his class had such a wide range of knowledge. Soon, the meal was almost finished. In fact, it was mainly because of the presence of girls, otherwise these men could have talked for hours at the table. Let's go sing, it's not easy for everyone to get together. I agree. Now we have to squeeze out time to play. In 2 years, we won't be able to squeeze out this little time. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Before, men and women were separated for meals, and there was no chance to chat and reminisce. Now that singing is proposed, basically no one will refuse. It's fun to go out and have fun. If it's just a meal, it would be too boring. Just when they were discussing how to go to karaoke, Chang Xiaosong called Long Binger. Hello, President Long, is Tung Tung okay? I had a lot of fun. What? Are you done over there? Long Binger asked breathlessly, holding a string of spicy chicken feet in one hand. No, I mean if you can't stay, I'll go over now. No, she's doing well with us. Looking at little Ting Ting eating fried sausage happily, Long Binger said quickly. Is it convenient for Ting Ting to answer the phone? I want to tell her something. Okay, wait a minute. Dad, I'm eating, have you eaten? I've finished eating, did you have fun? Happy, beautiful sister and sister took me to play with many things. Then do you want to go back now? No, Ting Ting wants to play for a while, and tomorrow is the weekend, I can sleep in, hee. Okay, if you want to go back, or the two sisters want to go back, you have to call me immediately, do you hear me? Okay, Dad, don't worry, if we want to go back, Ting Ting will definitely call. Okay, that's it for now, bye. Bye, Dad, love you. How are we going? Seeing that most of the students had almost left, Shang Haolong took out a cigarette from his pocket and asked, "Wait until they are all gone, then we will go." After taking the cigarette, Chang Xiaosong found a step and sat down. In fact, he really wanted to get on the car, but there were still many students around his car discussing it. I didn't brag just now, did I? Is this a Rolls-Royce Cullinan? Is this the Rolls-Royce logo? It looks so domineering. This car really costs so much money. Do you think I'm lying to you? One of them opened his mobile phone, searched it, and found that the price was indeed ridiculously high. Okay, go and do your own thing, don't get too close. The security guard saw that these people were getting more and more excited about the car and getting closer and closer, so he hurried forward and said something. The task that the manager gave him today was to keep an eye on the car and not to worry about other things. See, luxury cars are luxury cars, and the security guards here dare not take it lightly. After being told by the security guard, these people didn't complain and walked to the roadside to wait for a taxi. Xiaosong, there's no one around now, tell me how you got rich. If I say I won the lottery, do you believe it? Chang Xiaosong asked Shang Haolong half-jokingly. Do you think I will believe it? Okay, then I'll tell you the truth. I participated in a designer competition yesterday, won the first place, and got a bonus of 2 million. Ha, with your level? And you're the champion? This is even more far-fetched than winning the lottery. Just when Shang Haolong was still comparing, Chang Xiaosong threw the text message on his face. Tens, hundreds, thousands, millions, hundreds of thousands. Exclamation point. Is this true? After he counted a series of zeros, Shang Haolong snatched his phone with a look of disbelief. It's real. You got rich. Seeing the calm expression on Chang Xiaosong's face, Shang Haolong was so angry that he wanted to punch him in the face twice. When did you become so awesome? You know how to design things. I won the first place by accident. I don't know how I got the first place. What the hell? No, I can't let you go like this. You have to treat me to a meal. The most expensive meal. If you really want to talk about Shang Haolong's family background, it is even a little worse than Chang Xiaosong's. But this kid is naturally cheerful and open-minded about many things, so he lives a very chic life. But judging from his current performance, he doesn't seem to be very open-minded. Okay, I'll treat you to a good meal in a few days. One meal? How many meals do you say? That's okay, right? That's about right. Hearing this answer, Shang Haolong's heart calmed down a little. Let's go, let's take a taxi. Originally, Chang Xiaosong wanted to drive his own car to KTV, but seeing this situation, he thought about it and gave up. If Shang Haolong got too excited, it would be over. Anyway, there is a long way to go, and there will be plenty of opportunities to tell him slowly in the future. When the two of them arrived at the KTV, the students who had arrived earlier had already started singing and drinking. In the past, Chang Xiaosong would sit in the corner and listen to the songs, while Shang Haolong would play dice and drink with everyone. But today was different. Chang Xiaosong had a world-class voice and singing skills. He used to think that the songs sung by his classmates were pretty good, but now they sounded like a drake opening its throat, extremely noisy. It felt like someone in the silver and gold ranks had to show off his skills and understanding in front of a top king. He kept asking you if his skills were cool. How could you tolerate this? Even if this king had a good character and a good mentality. But after being shown off by these people too many times, it was really hard to stand it. I can't let them defile the music like this anymore. Chang Xiaosong, what are you doing recently? Just when Chang Xiaosong couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to get up and grab the microphone, a female voice came from the side. Chang Xiaosong looked up and saw a tall figure in front of him. Zhou Qingying, the class flower in the past. When he was still in school, Zhou Qingying took the initiative to contact him several times. But at that time, Chang Xiaosong was like a steel-straight man, and even deliberately avoided her. Because she was too beautiful at that time, she was the white moonlight of many people's student days. At that time, Chang Xiaosong was in love for the first time, and felt that he was not worthy of her, and even felt that he was making excuses for himself. He said that she was just a little bit friendly to him and asked him not to think too much. But when he entered the society, he reacted. But that time had long become a memory. Hey, isn't this Joe the class flower? I didn't see you at dinner just now, and we all thought you wouldn't come today. You are too biased, we all look forward to you coming, but you went straight to Chang Xiaosong. So sad. Xiaosong, look how good your buddy is to you. Sheng Haolong blinked at him at this time, indicating that she was the mysterious guest of today. That's right. Zhou Qingying rarely came to class reunions before. She was either busy with exams or work. Now that she finally came for a while, she naturally became the focus of the scene. Hello, everyone. Long time no see. Seeing the boys so enthusiastic, Zhou Qingying greeted them generously. Tisk, isn't this too boring? That's right, you are too perfunctory to us, right? So in your eyes, there are only a few boys in the class? Seeing Zhou Qingying greeted so casually, some of the boys were immediately unhappy. What? Bullying our Qingying? No way. It's good enough to greet you, what else do you want? Good guy. Maybe seeing that Zhou Qingying attracted the attention of most boys at once, two girls came over and said, how about this, I'll drink this bottle of wine as an apology, okay? Zhou Qingying didn't give them a chance to refuse. She picked up a newly opened bottle of beer, raised her neck and started drinking. Everyone knows how big the beer in KTV is. In order to make money, 330 milliliters is considered standard, which is the size of a bottle of Wanleji. Even those who can't drink can basically finish it in one gulp. Burp. Is this okay? After Zhou Qingying finished drinking, she directly turned the bottle upside down and handed it to everyone. Awesome, class flower Zhou is awesome. We are convinced. Okay, we have nothing to say. Oh my god, it turns out that class flower Zhou has such a good alcohol tolerance? She is so hidden. When they saw that Zhou Qingying actually finished a bottle of beer to show her respect for them, this made them feel so proud. Then, can I take care of my own things now? Putting down the beer bottle, Zhou Qingying said lightly. You are busy. The buddy in the front quickly made a gesture of invitation. You go sing first, I have something to ask Chang Xiaosong. Oh, then come quickly after you ask. Don't worry, I will accompany you well today. Then we are leaving. The two girls left reluctantly. Long time no see, how have you been lately? After sending away the people around, Zhou Qingying looked at Chang Xiaosong and asked. Wow. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were focused on the two of them. At this moment, Chang Xiaosong felt a heat rushing from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Not bad. Why are you still so shy? Looking at Chang Xiaosong's slightly red face, Zhou Qingying smiled and sat next to him generously. Suddenly, a fragrance penetrated into Chang Xiaosong's nose. No way, maybe the temperature in the box is too high. Chang Xiaosong picked up a bottle of beer a little unnaturally and took a sip. Suddenly, a strong aroma of wheat filled his mouth. I heard you're divorced. Yeah. You still have a little daughter? Yes. Will you die if you say two more words? No. Chang Xiaosong, go to hell. Ha! Hearing Zhou Qingying scolding him, Chang Xiaosong looked at her face in surprise, as if he couldn't believe that these were the words she said. You know, Zhou Qingying is a gentle and intellectual queen-type woman in his heart. And she doesn't look like someone who would swear. Anyway, they studied together for so many years, and he had never heard her swear. Poochie. Why are you still so cute? Looking at Chang Xiaosong's somewhat dull face, Zhou Qingying chuckled, as gentle as the sound of the sun. Where am I cute? Besides, don't you think it's inappropriate to use the word cute on a big man like me? Fortunately, with his experience in society over the years, Chang Xiaosong has slowly changed from a somewhat inferior and introverted little boy to the mature and stable man in front of him. Well, I've made a lot of progress compared to before. What do you mean by that? Oh my god, this sentence immediately ignited Chang Xiaosong's fighting spirit. Is the goddess of school days so great? Just because she's pretty, you can bully me? I'm just giving the shy-me a little face. Don't think I'm really easy to bully. Can you sing? Go sing a song. I've never heard you sing before? Zhou Qingying's two phoenix eyes were clear and bright. She looked into Chang Xiaosong's eyes and said. To be honest, Chang Xiaosong wanted to refuse at this moment. But, her attitude was simply not allowed to be refused. I was planning to go. Putting away his phone, Chang Xiaosong walked to the song request station and started requesting songs. Brother, how is it? Is this surprise enough? You are divorced and she is single. Don't blame me for not creating opportunities for you. You have to seize them yourself. Sheng Haolong took advantage of this opportunity to get close to Chang Xiaosong and whispered proudly. Let's order a song by Beyond. If I remember correctly, she said Wong Ka-Kuei was her idol. Sheng Haolong said as he ordered a classic song by Wong Ka-Kuei, Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies. Please be quiet and listen to Mr. Chang Xiaosong singing Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies for Miss Zhou Qingying. Applause. Pa oh awesome. No one expected Shang Haolong to say this so bluntly, and it immediately caused cheers from everyone present. Shang Haolong, you! Chang Xiaosong was so angry that he cursed at him. But at this point, Chang Xiaosong had to take the microphone and wait for the prelude of the song to come under everyone's gaze. Today, I watched the snow drifting in the cold night with a cooled heart, drifting far away in the wind and rain, chasing in the fog and unable to distinguish the shadow. Wow! Is this the original singer? No, this is not the original singer. How come this voice sounds more melodious than Huang Jiaju's? Is this the voice that Chang Xiaosong can sing? He installed a $1 million sound card, right? When did Chang Xiaosong become so awesome? Didn't you notice? Xiaosong's voice is even better than the original singer. As soon as Chang Xiaosong opened his voice, the first sentence stunned everyone present. There was no way this voice that was more Huang Jiaju than Huang Jiaju came out. How could they not be stunned? Especially when they saw the display on the karaoke screen. Everyone was stunned when they saw that every time Chang Xiaosong sang a line, a perfect score appeared below. Forgive me for being uninhibited and free-spirited in my life, but I am also afraid that one day I will fall and abandon my ideals. Anyone can do that, but I am afraid that one day it will be just you and me. Chang Xiaosong was holding the microphone at this time, and he was completely immersed in the ocean of music. To be honest, this song is the most enjoyable song Chang Xiaosong has sung since he was a child, and he has never sung it so heartily. Ha! Didn't I sing it well? When he slowly opened his eyes and saw that everyone present was looking at him with monster-like eyes, Chang Xiaosong suddenly felt a little unconfident. Sorry, I was too excited when I sang just now. Just as Chang Xiaosong finished speaking, the KTV rating system gave a rating of 9,999. In addition, the screen also gave various screaming special effects voices. A score of 9,999? We have to record this right away. Brother Song. A score of 9,999, are you using cheats? I didn't expect you to be so secretive. Brilliant, I've been to KTV so many times, and I've never seen anyone sing with such a high score. It's so impressive to post it on WeChat Moments now. When the score of 9,999 appeared on the screen, many people quickly took out their phones and took pictures of it. On the contrary, Chang Xiaosong was left out by them. Only Zhou Qingying looked at him with a gleaming gaze, as if he was glowing. I didn't expect you to sing so well. Seeing Chang Xiaosong put down the microphone and sit down, Zhou Qingying handed him a bottle of beer. Hey, just sing randomly, I didn't expect it to get such a high score. Chang Xiaosong didn't want to show off, but after having a world-class voice and singing skills, his strength didn't allow it. Chang Xiaosong, you have to sing another song? We didn't record the whole process of the previous song. Yeah, sing another song. After the scoring was over, other students nagging him to sing another song. Knock knock knock. At this time, there was a knock on the door, and several staff members came in with a cart. Hey, our food has been served, right? What are you doing? Seeing this, the monitor in charge of ordering hurried forward and said, I know, I'm the lobby manager of the KTV. Just now we learned from the system that a guest in this KTV sang a song with a score of 9,999. I wonder who is this great god? After explaining, the lobby manager asked everyone. Now, everyone's eyes were focused on Chang Xiaosong. It's me. Chang Xiaosong touched his nose and stood up from the sofa with some surprise. Hello, the song you sang has a really high score. We have been running the KTV for such a long time, and the highest score is only 97. So you broke the record, and our KTV will give you 2 boxes of bottles of wine, 2 fruit plates, and a bottle of red wine. I hope you can accept them. Oh, that's fine, thank you. It turned out that he came to give gifts, and naturally no one would refuse the gifts. Brother, how about this? Our KTV wants to cut down your songs and play them in the hall on a loop. Please rest assured that we will never disclose any of your information. If you agree, we will give you a VIP membership card worth 1,000 yuan. What do you think? Looking at the handsome Chang Xiaosong, the lobby manager said again. It's okay to play it in a loop in the hall. Anyway, people who hear it don't know who sings it. Chang Xiaosong didn't care about this, because there was no clip of him singing. Okay, please register a little bit, and we will give you the membership card now. Chang Xiaosong looked at the registration column and saw nothing else except his name and phone number. He didn't hesitate, probably thinking that he had to record information on the membership card. Okay, this card is yours, sir. Sorry to bother you, I hope everyone has a good time. After doing all this, the lobby manager left the box. This is the first time I've been given something when I came to sing. Brother Son, you're awesome. Awesome, really awesome. Whatever happens, you have to sing another song. Seeing so many fruit beers being delivered, everyone's mood was ignited at once. Okay, then you guys order some songs. Singing only one song, let alone them, Chang Xiaosong himself felt a little uncomfortable. How about Love Until Death? Just when everyone was worrying about what song to order, Zhou Qingying suddenly said, Love Until Death? But, I don't know if our brother Song can sing the pitch of this song. Oh, order this song, it's interesting. I agree. Anyway, what they want now is Chang Xiaosong to sing. As for what song to sing, they don't care. Okay. Thinking of Ashen's high voice, Chang Xiaosong's throat began to itch. It's ordered, everyone stop arguing now. I want to record a pure version of music. After ordering the song, the squad leader raised his mobile phone and shouted, You can take pictures of the song, but don't take pictures of my face. I don't want to appear in your circle of friends and become famous. Oh, don't worry, just sing your song. That's right, you're a grown man, what's there to be shy about? As the prelude music sounded, everyone began to hold their breath and remain silent. I'll love you until I die, it won't be satisfying if it's not thorough and to the fullest, no matter how deep the feelings are, only this is enough to express it. I'll love you until I die, and I won't cry until I die, and I won't be satisfied if I smile, even if the universe is destroyed, my heart will still be there. Wow. Everyone exclaimed wow. This was just the prelude. Chang Xiaosong's high notes that went straight to the soul, burst out in an instant at this moment. Wow, why does my throat hurt when I hear this sound? Isn't this note too high? Don't talk. Record the song well. Sweet, your smile is so sweet, I'll love you until I die. Which box are you in? Why are you turning the volume up so loud? If you can, don't play the original version. In a box next to them, they were singing well, but Chang Xiaosong's high notes were too penetrating, and most importantly, they sounded nice. This made them sound like a drake opening its voice, which was extremely unpleasant, and his anger immediately rose. Go find them. This guy no longer had the heart to sing and drink. He threw the microphone on the sofa, and walked to the side aggressively. But when they walked out of the box, they saw that the door of the box next to them was opened, and several people were standing there. What happened? Let's go and take a look. What happened next was that after seeing the scene in Chang Xiaosong's box, this group of people who were originally aggressive also stood there motionless, just like the people who were originally surrounding the door. Love at the end of the road. It's not romantic. It's not happy. It will snow and the earth will bury the longing. It won't rot until the end of the road. Love must be eternal. It's not happy. It's not afraid of passion turning into a sea of fire. Love until it boils, then it's wonderful. Okay. Pa, oh my god, this handsome guy sings so well, right? Awesome, awesome, this high note, even if the original singer is called over, it can't be better than this, right? This little brother is really amazing. What's going on? After Chang Xiaosong finished singing, he found that his KTV box was surrounded by people. Brother Song, these are the audiences attracted by your high notes. Oh, so that's how it is. Thank you all for your support, I've finished singing, thank you all. After all, they just applauded him enthusiastically. Chang Xiaosong could only greet them politely. Sorry, everyone, please disperse, we still need to continue singing and drinking. Seeing that there were too many people and there was no room for his group of people, the squad leader began to evacuate people. After a few minutes of busy work, all the outsiders in the box were cleared out. TSK, Chang Xiaosong, we really didn't realize that you were so talented. That's right, drink, drink. After singing this song, Chang Xiaosong was pulled to the table by these men. There's nothing I can do. Singing is really a natural thing. I can't help it. These people are not others. In front of them, Chang Xiaosong sometimes still takes advantage of them. Brothers, this guy is too arrogant. Not only is he in the limelight, but he is also so pretentious. 3 bottles of beer as punishment. I agree. Seeing him pretending to be so pretentious, everyone couldn't stand it, and they wanted him to drink one by one. Okay, we have a deal. After 3 bottles, you can't bother me again. Hurry up. After saying that, Chang Xiaosong stopped nagging and picked up a bottle of open beer and poured it directly into his mouth. Gulp, gulp. As soon as he finished this bottle of beer, Chang Xiaosong picked up another bottle of beer with his other hand and poured it into his mouth nonstop. Before, Chang Xiaosong didn't frown when blowing a bottle of white wine, let alone this low-alcohol beer in KTV, which was easier than drinking water. Burp. Okay? Can you let me go with these? Chang Xiaosong put down the 3 empty bottles and said to them. Awesome, I have nothing to say. Okay, you are really awesome. You can go now. The people who were waiting to catch the wrong person were convinced when they saw Chang Xiaosong's beautiful 3-bottle beer. Then you guys play, I'll take a break. After that, Chang Xiaosong sat back on the sofa. Do you want to eat something spicy to sober up? At this time, Zhou Qingying came over and asked. It's okay, it's just 3 bottles of beer. When did you become so drunk? Why didn't I know it before? Actually, you can't drink much. Don't you know that the beer in KTV has a small capacity and low alcohol content, which is better than boiled water? That's right. Then, the two fell into a brief silence. Wow, what the hell is Zhou Qingying? She doesn't want to pursue Chang Xiaosong until now? Who knows, but judging from Chang Xiaosong's performance today, I don't think there is any problem. Can you give ordinary people a way to survive? When everyone saw Zhou Qingying actively looking for Chang Xiaosong to chat, many people felt jealous and held the beer bottle to force themselves to drink. By the way, what's your WeChat number? I only added Penguin before, but not WeChat. I didn't expect that Penguin would be stolen by someone else after not being used for a few years. Zhou Qingying took out her phone and opened the Add Friend function. Chang Xiaosong immediately gave her his phone number. Why are you looking at me? Just pass me by. Okay. Hearing this, Chang Xiaosong smiled helplessly. Too proactive. It doesn't make sense. She doesn't know my current wealth. At least in the circle of classmates, no one knows that I am doing well now. Could it be that my charm that has nowhere to go has worked? Buzz buzz buzz. The phone vibrated, and Chang Xiaosong looked down and saw that it was Mr. Long calling. Sorry, I have to answer the phone. After saying hello to Zhou Qingying, Chang Xiaosong hurriedly walked out of the box and found a slightly quieter place to answer the phone. Where are you? It's past 9 o'clock in the evening. Aren't you going to pick someone up? Sorry, send me the location on WeChat, and I'll come right over. Looking at the time, it was already 9:15 in the evening. Chang Xiaosong apologized in the class group, and quickly took a taxi to the door of the hotel where he had dinner before. Oh, boss, you're finally here. If you don't come, we'll have to go off work. Seeing Chang Xiaosong himself, the security guard who was watching the car stood up and said, Sorry, I kept you waiting for a long time. After getting the car, Chang Xiaosong ran straight to his destination. Sister E, I see you're eating so deliciously, can you let me taste it? In a snack bar, Xiao Tang licked her lips and said to Song Yi in an innocent voice. Hiss. Ha. It's not that I don't want you to eat it, this thing is not for children to eat, look, how many peppers are on it. Song Yi wiped the sweat from her forehead with a tissue and panted heavily. I'm not afraid of spicy food, my family puts a lot of peppers in the dishes every day. Watching Song Yi chewing chicken wings, Xiao Tang was really tempted by her, mainly because this time was indeed a midnight snack. Really? Does your father eat spicy food well? Hearing her say this, Song Yi asked with some surprise. Of course, my dad is the least afraid of spicy food. He can eat the hottest peppers in the world. Ding! It is detected that the host's daughter Chang Tang has successfully boasted at the night market. According to the host's situation, the host will be automatically matched with rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability to be the least afraid of spicy food in the world. The least afraid of spicy food? What the hell is this? Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Chang Xiaosong, who was driving, suddenly felt a little speechless. Don't lie, I don't believe it. Song Yi knew that Tang wanted to eat chicken wings, but she just wouldn't give it to him. She thought it was too interesting to tempt her like this. I'm not lying, how about I make a bet with you? Being tempted by her all the time, little Tang also got angry and said with a pout. Okay, what do you want to bet? How do you want to bet? Or you can tell me. Little Tang thought for a long time, but couldn't say anything. How about this, if your dad can eat 3 perverted spicy chicken wings without drinking a sip of water within 10 minutes, I will consider you the winner. Otherwise, I will consider you the loser, how about that? Song Yi thought for a moment and said seriously. Okay, it's a deal. Whoever cheats is a puppy. What if your dad doesn't want to eat the chicken wings later? No, I'll ask my dad to eat it. Oh, your dad listens to you so much? Of course, my dad likes me the most. When talking about Chang Xiaosong, little Tang's little chin couldn't help but lift up. Ha, did you see that? She's so cute. I'm looking forward to her expression when she loses to me later. Seeing little Tang's arrogant look, Song Yi thought she was particularly cute. I really admire you. You've teased her all night. Isn't it enough? Ting, let's ignore her. She's a crazy woman. Long Binger moved the stool where Ting was sitting to her side. Hello, Mr. Long, I'm already at the mall. Are you still in the snack street inside? Yes, that's right. Okay, I'll come to see you now. Or you better not come in. Beep, beep, beep. Before Long Binger could finish her words, Chang Xiaosong hung up the phone. Okay, you asked for this. Don't blame me if you end up in the hospital tonight. Hearing the dead tone on the phone, Long Binger was so angry that she threw the phone on the table. According to the address sent to him before, Chang Xiaosong quickly found this special perverted spicy chicken wing shop. Dad! As soon as Chang Xiaosong saw the sign of the shop, Xiao Tang Tang turned around as if she had a telepathic connection. When she saw Chang Xiaosong walking towards the side, Xiao Tang Tang excitedly shouted, "Hey!" Chang Xiaosong opened his arms, hugged Xiao Tang Tang in his arms, and kissed her several times. "I'll go." Seeing this, Song Yi, who was eating with a mouth full of oil, quickly took 2 napkins to wipe her mouth and greeted him. The two exchanged names, and Chang Xiaosong glanced at Long Binger again, and found that she was eating the chicken wings in her hand as if she didn't see him. "Ah, Mr. Long, thank you for today." "You're welcome, Tang Tang, and I have a good time." Long Binger didn't even raise her eyes. "What's going on? Wasn't it pretty good when I called just now? You told me to drive slower. Are you ignoring me now?" Seeing her look as if he owed her 5 million, Chang Xiaosong suddenly felt that she was a little weird. "Dad, I want to eat this chicken wing too, but Sister E said that this chicken wing is very spicy and that children can't eat it. Is that true?" Looking at the 3 or 4 red perverted spicy chicken wings on the table, Xiao Tang Tang still said with reluctance, "Sister E is right. This chicken wing is indeed not for children to eat. If you want to eat it, Dad will make it for you tomorrow without spicy food." Oh my god, are these two people sick? They have nothing to do and eat this kind of thing to hurt themselves? Perverted spicy chicken wings were popular for a while when they first started. Chang Xiaosong was not a person who couldn't eat spicy food before. At the instigation of his friends, he also bought a medium spicy perverted spicy one. Good guy. If I remember correctly, Chang Xiaosong only ate half of it at the time, and he was so spicy that he drank 5 bottles of mineral water directly, which slightly stopped the spiciness. They were so good, apart from being out of breath from the spiciness, they could still continue to fight. Awesome. Little Ting Ting, you won't forget the agreement between you and Sister E, right? Long Binger was eating, and suddenly glanced at Little Ting Ting and said, "Agreement? What agreement?" "Oh, it's okay, I was just teasing Ting Ting, don't take it seriously." Song Yi never thought that Long Binger would actually tell the joke just now. "What are you doing? It's so embarrassing to say such a thing." Because it's hard to say it clearly, Song Yi directly gave Long Binger a killing look. "Ting Ting, you didn't lie to us just now, did you? Your dad can't eat any chili at all?" But Long Binger turned a blind eye to Song Yi's threat, and instead kept asking Little Ting Ting. "No, at home, the chili I don't eat is eaten by my dad." "Dad can eat spicy food, right, Dad?" Little Ting Ting was a little anxious when asked, and hugged Chang Xiaosong's neck with both hands, and said, "That's right, Daddy is the best at eating spicy food. He's not afraid of anything spicy." "That's what you said." After Long Binger got Chang Xiaosong's words out, she shouted directly to the store owner, "Boss, someone here wants to challenge the hottest perverted spicy food. Please arrange it." "Okay. What? You want me to challenge the hottest perverted spicy food?" Seeing her in the boss's smooth operation, Chang Xiaosong was confused. If the challenger can eat the 3 hottest perverted spicy chicken wings in this store in one breath and does not drink a sip of water within 10 minutes, the challenge is successful and you can get a free 100 yuan bill. Seeing the challenge rules posted on the wall of the store, Chang Xiaosong called it perverted. "Oh my god, I have been eating chicken wings for so long. Today I met a challenger for the first time. I wonder if he can succeed in the challenge. Impossible, I don't know how many people have challenged the store since it opened, and I have never seen a successful one. That's right, the hottest perverted spicy food here, whoever eats it knows. Those who can eat in this store are basically people who love spicy food." After a while, the boss came to Chang Xiaosong with an iron plate. "Young man, it's been a long time since anyone has come to my shop to challenge the hottest perverted spicy. Do you want me to open a few bottles of iced beer for you first?" The shop owner patted Chang Xiaosong on the shoulder and reminded him in a low voice. "It's okay, it's just 3 chicken wings, it's fast." Although he didn't know why Long Binger didn't like him so much tonight, she helped take care of Xiao Tang Tang anyway. "You just want me to be embarrassed by the spiciness. Hey, I'm really not as good as you want today. Hey, young man, don't brag, my perverted spicy is not ordinary." Before the shop owner finished speaking, Chang Xiaosong put on disposable gloves, picked up the chicken wings and put them in his mouth. If it were in the past, Chang Xiaosong would probably not dare to move when he saw the chicken wings covered with red chili powder. But when he drove here, he got the ability to be the least afraid of spicy food in the world. What a pity! When Chang Xiaosong read the Guinness Book of Records before, he saw a person who was the least afraid of spicy food in the world. Do you know how they do it? Crush the bright red chili pepper and drip the chili water directly into the eyes. Oh my god, Chang Xiaosong's eyes hurt so much when he saw it at that time. He finally understood what it means that there are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. In fact, Chang Xiaosong also felt very strange at that time. Is the person on TV really not afraid of chili peppers? Or can he not feel the existence of the spicy feeling of chili peppers at all? After getting this ability, wouldn't he lose the sense of spiciness directly? When the chicken wings covered with chili powder were put into his mouth, Chang Xiaosong clearly felt the presence of the spiciness. Ha! It's okay as long as I don't lose the sense of spiciness. But although I can feel the spiciness, I can also clearly distinguish that the spiciness is very strong and very spicy. I can even clearly feel that I have never eaten such spicy food before. But I can really bear it. This ability seems to be pretty good. After Chang Xiaosong carefully tasted the spiciness, he continued to eat. Ha! What's wrong with this young man? He didn't take the chicken wings out of his mouth at the first time? Seeing Chang Xiaosong's current performance, the shop owner was very surprised and asked questions in his heart. Ha! He didn't jump because of the spiciness? Oh my god, who is Tung Tang's father? He is so calm? Long Binger and Song Yi were also waiting to see the show, but they didn't expect this to happen. Wow! That big brother is too fierce, right? He can even eat 2 of the spiciest perverted spicy chicken wings? The most important thing is that his face is not red or out of breath, and he doesn't even sweat much. Is it true? Could it be that the boss took the wrong one? This store is not big to begin with, and everyone in the store knows about Chang Xiaosong's challenge. At first, no one took it seriously, but now seeing that he is so calm, everyone can't sit still and gather their eyes here. They want to see how awesome he can be. Sizzle. Under the gaze of everyone, Chang Xiaosong not only ate 3 super spicy chicken wings with an expressionless face, he even sucked the chili powder on his fingers. Boss, this is not as spicy as you said. After sucking the last finger, Chang Xiaosong said to the store owner with a normal expression. How is it possible? Seeing Chang Xiaosong's calm appearance, the store owner's eyes almost popped out. Then what will make you believe it? Chang Xiaosong was amused by the boss and couldn't help asking a question. Not to mention him, Long Binger, Song Yi, and everyone present were all confused by him. Brother, I'll make you 2 more chicken wings. If you can still eat like this, we'll waive your bill. I'll also give each of you a bottle of drink, how about it? The store owner seemed a little unconvinced and expressed his thoughts. Okay, but I want 2 chicken wings without chili for my daughter. Isn't that too much? Not too much, not too much. I'll get it for you now. With that, the shop owner rushed to the back kitchen. Hey, that's really strange. Could it be that this extra spicy chili powder is expired and no longer spicy? Forget it, I'll add some chili essence to you now. I'll see if you can still hold on. After that, he took 4 marinated chicken wings from the refrigerator and started to grill them. Chang Xiaosong, are you really not afraid of spicy food? Although Song Yi often came here with Long Binger to be tortured, she would have a stomachache for several days after eating every time. She didn't believe that Chang Xiaosong was really that afraid of spicy food. Of course I'm afraid of spicy food, but the chicken wings just now really didn't taste spicy. Maybe I put the wrong chili powder. So that's it. After being explained like this, Song Yi felt a little better. But Long Binger seemed to be still angry and didn't say anything. TSK, this little? How did I offend her? Next, Chang Xiaosong asked Tang Tan what she had played with today. After a while, the shop owner brought 4 chicken wings and placed them in front of Chang Xiaosong. Brother, these 2 chicken wings are the top-notch spicy ones in our shop. If you can eat them, I will be really impressed. These 2 are without chili, right? Yes, these 2 are without chili. Come on, Tung Tang, I see you have been craving for it all night, come and try it. Although Chang Xiaosong said that he would make it for her when he got back, children are like this. If she didn't eat it at the time, even if she ate it later, they would remember it for a long time. Mua, thank you, Dad. Unexpectedly, there was still a portion for herself. Little Tung Tung happily patted Chang Xiaosong on the face and started to eat the chicken wings. The spiciest one, right? I want to try it. Is this the spiciest thing? Wearing 2 new disposable gloves, Chang Xiaosong picked up a chicken wing covered with chili and put it directly into his mouth without hesitation. From a sensory point of view, it is indeed much spicier than the previous ones, but for the person who can eat the most spicy food in the world, it seems to be just that. Brother, you are really not afraid of spicy food? The shop owner saw that Chang Xiaosong's face didn't change at all, and he finally gave in. It's okay, I'm enjoying the food. Okay, I admit defeat today, I lost, I'll give you this table. Seeing Chang Xiaosong eating the chicken wings so slowly, the shop owner suddenly felt that it was meaningless, and left directly after saying a word. This is not spicy? Song Yi was a little unconvinced this time, pointing to the chicken wings covered with chili powder, and asked again. I told you, but you don't believe it. So, I'll cut this chicken wing in half, and you can taste it yourself and know if it's spicy or not. After that, Chang Xiaosong tore the chicken wing with a normal expression and gave each person a little. Long Binger didn't want to take it at first, but seeing that he looked fine, she thought about it and took it. TSK, try it, it's not spicy at all, didn't I just eat one, nothing happened to me. Chang Xiaosong took off his disposable gloves, hugged Xiaotingting, and said with a relaxed look, let me try it. Out of strong curiosity, Song Yi opened her mouth and took a bite. Seeing this, Long Binger licked the chili powder on it with her tongue, wanting to see if it was really not spicy. But when her tongue touched the chili powder, a burning breath from her tongue instantly ignited her whole body. Ah, Tuesday ha. Hiss. Ha. Water. Water. Just like that, Long Binger threw the chicken wings in her hand to the ground, and quickly swept her hands across the table, trying to find a bottle of water to quench her thirst. Ha ha. Seeing that the two of them were so spicy, Chang Xiaosong couldn't help laughing twice, and quickly took 2 bottles of Coke and handed them to them. Guliolu. Ha. Hiss. Chang Xiaosong. You liar. I didn't expect you to be so bad. The two drank Coke to relieve the spiciness while cursing at Chang Xiaosong. After more than 10 minutes of tossing, the two people's degree of spiciness was slightly better. Oh my god, why is your face scratched? Chang Xiaosong looked at Long Binger seriously and said, what's wrong with my face? If there's something wrong with my face, I'll kill you. Scared, Long Binger quickly took out a small mirror from her handbag and checked it up and down to see if there was really any problem. I lied to you, there's nothing wrong with it. You. Good guy, if he hadn't been holding a little tongue in his arms, Long Binger would have kicked him. Let's go. Long Binger didn't want to see him now. Seeing him made her upset. Out of sight, out of mind. Tongue, don't learn from your dad, he's a bad guy. Song Yi also cursed and walked out of the store. Dad, did you make your 2 sisters angry? Little Tang finished eating the chicken wings in her hand and looked at her dad blankly and asked. In her heart, her father is not a bad guy. And this chicken wing is not spicy at all. Chang Xiaosong packed up the clothes, toys and other things they bought for Tang and wanted to chase after them. But their cars were parked in the underground parking lot, while his car was parked on the side of the road. Forget it, if you want to apologize, you can say it tomorrow. It was getting late now, and the right thing to do was to go back early. Long Binger, what's the situation with Chang Xiaosong? What else could it be? We lost more than we gained. I really didn't expect that he would be so fearless of spicy food. Originally, Long Binger wanted to make Chang Xiaosong look bad, but he counterattacked her. The anger in my heart could not be relieved. He is not your employee, why are you making things difficult for him? Don't worry, I won't let this matter go. Come on, is there any water in your car? I can't stand it anymore. Yes, but you go drive later. Hey, Xiaosong, you just left like that last night, what happened? Early in the morning, Shang Haolong called. What can I do? This is not my daughter. Okay, are you going to work today? If not, let's have a meal together. Okay, I'll send you an address, and you can come directly later. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Chang Xiaosong called Xiao Tang again. Dad, isn't today Saturday? Why did you wake me up so early? Xiao Tang was dazed and couldn't even open her eyes. Your Uncle Shang is coming to eat today, we have to prepare a sumptuous lunch. Uncle Shang is coming to play? That's great. Xiao Tang, who was still dazed, suddenly woke up. When Chang Xiaosong was down and out, Shang Haolong, as his buddy, did help a lot. Not to mention the clothes and toys, even the diapers that Xiao Tang used when she was a child were bought by Shang Haolong. It was because of this period of time that work became busy, and Xiao Tang started school, so we contacted each other less. It can be said that Shang Haolong can be Xiao Tang's godfather. So for this meal, we must show our sincerity. After a simple breakfast, Chang Xiaosong took Xiao Tang to the largest seafood market in the city. Wow! Dad, this lobster is so big. As soon as he entered the seafood market, Xiao Tang was immediately attracted by the dazzling and colorful seafood. In the past, Xiao Tang had only eaten spicy crayfish in small rivers and ditches. When had he ever seen an Australian lobster as big as a wash basin? Hey, this lobster is beautiful, right? Chang Xiaosong took Xiao Tang to the stall and took a closer look. The big lobster is green in color, with stars on the head, which is particularly beautiful. Especially its two long dragon whiskers, it looks particularly majestic. Boss, one? Seeing the customer bringing his daughter to buy things, the stall owner asked enthusiastically. According to his many years of experience as a boss, generally, those who bring daughters are willing to spend a lot of money. As for those who bring sons, it is not necessarily the case. How much do you sell this lobster for? This is an authentic Australian giant lobster. If you are sincere, it is $350 per catty. Can it be cheaper? I'll pick a big one. Then $330. Okay, give me this one. Chang Xiaosong picked a big one. After weighing it, it was more than 3 catties, $11.79. Little Tingting quietly pulled Chang Xiaosong's clothes. What's wrong? Little Tingting put her little hand to her mouth and made a trumpet shape. Dad, this big lobster is so expensive, let's not buy it, okay? The store owner chuckled. Your child is really sensible. Chang Xiaosong touched her little head lovingly. Your Uncle Shang is coming to our house for dinner, we have to buy something good to treat him. Little Tingting nodded. Then she said to the store owner in a baby voice, Uncle, can you make it cheaper? The store owner laughed. Who wouldn't like such a cute girl? Okay, then I'll give you a 0 and make it 1,100 yuan, okay? Xiao Teng smiled and said, Thank you, Uncle. After paying the money and thanking him, Chang Xiaosong took the lobster. Dad, why don't we go back and raise this lobster? This big lobster will give birth to many lobster babies. In the future, we can not only eat lobsters every day, but also sell them for money. I don't know if Xiao Teng watched cartoons from other places or something, but she actually came up with the idea of raising lobsters. Actually, I have this idea, but the lobster's hometown is the sea, and it can only live in the sea. I thought we just need to buy a bigger fish tank to raise it. Hearing that it can't be raised, Xiao Teng was like a deflated ball. I finally came up with such a great idea, but I didn't expect it to be rejected all of a sudden. Hey, Dad, is that a starfish? And what is this? It's like a hedgehog, with thorns all over its body. The child's emotions come and go quickly. Soon she was attracted by strange things such as starfish and sea urchins. Yes, this is a starfish. How about it? Does it look like a 5-pointed star? Dad, is it called a starfish because it looks like a star? Yes. Then why is this thing covered with thorns not called a sea hedgehog, but a sea urchin? I really don't know. After visiting the seafood market, not to mention Xiao Teng, even Chang Xiaosong has gained a lot of knowledge. Yes, an inland person like Chang Xiaosong has never seen so many strange and bizarre seafood products. After buying seafood worth 2,000 or 3,000 yuan, Chang Xiaosong took Xiao Teng to buy some other hard dishes, and then returned to the villa. Chang Xiaosong, what kind of location is this? It's located in the villa area. It was almost 10 o'clock, close to 11 o'clock, when Shang Haolong took a taxi from the rental house and prepared to find Chang Xiaosong. When he told the driver the location, he found that the location he sent was in the villa area. Hey, where did you move to? Do you know where you moved to? I know, Tianlan Xinyuan Villa District. Have you arrived? I'll come out to pick you up now. Just after putting the lobster in the steamer, Chang Xiaosong received a call from Shang Haolong. What's going on? You live nearby? In Shang Haolong's impression, young people like them who have only been in society for a few years basically live in urban villages in the city. If the industry is better and they make more money, they will move to a slightly better community. As for things like villas, forget it. This thing is born with you in this life. If you don't have it, you really don't have it. If you want to work and earn tens of millions to buy a villa, it sounds unrealistic. Yes, I live here now. Okay, then I'll wait for you at the gate of the villa area, come quickly. After hanging up the phone, Shang Haolong took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit one. No, there is no community nearby, where can he rent it? Shang Haolong looked around. He didn't see any ordinary residential area within 100 meters. He couldn't help wondering where he lived. How long? This way. Just when Shang Haolong was wondering, Chang Xiaosong's voice came from behind him. Looking at Chang Xiaosong inside the wall, Shang Haolong looked at the sign next to him, Tianlan Xinyuan. That's right, Chang Xiaosong is now in the villa area. Brother, what's going on with you? Shang Haolong quickly threw away the cigarette in his hand, changed to a portable fruit, and asked Chang Xiaosong in shock. Nothing, I'm the owner of this place now. Are you kidding me? Others don't know Chang Xiaosong's background, but Shang Haolong doesn't know it? He borrowed half of the rent for last month. It's been a short time since we last met, and not only does he have 2 million in his savings, but he also lives in a big villa now? I wouldn't dare to do this in my dreams. It's hard to explain in a few words. Let's go in first and talk while we eat. After opening the electric door, little Ting Ting was watching TV in the living room. When she saw her father and Shang Haolong coming in, she trotted over from the sofa. Uncle Shang, you're here. Oh, little Ting Ting, you've grown taller again. Seeing little Ting Ting running over, Shang Haolong didn't care about anything else and picked her up. Uncle Shang, you're in for a treat today. My dad bought you a super big lobster. Really? How big is it? It's as big as a wash basin. You stay here with Ting Ting first. The food will be ready soon. There were still lobsters and abalone steaming in the steamer. He didn't have time to talk nonsense with him here. Putting little Ting Ting back on the sofa, Shang Haolong observed the interior of the villa. In the end, he came to a conclusion that Chang Xiaoson was really rich. Make way, here comes the lobster. Chang Xiaoson, who has the ability of a top chef, not only makes the dishes perfectly, but also displays them beautifully. The majestic lobster head was steamed red and placed on a large white plate. As for the lobster tail, Chang Xiaoson made it into lobster sashimi. Oh my god, this lobster is not cheap, right? Shang Haolong had never seen such a scene before, and hurriedly got up from the sofa. More than 1,000, how about it? Does it look good? It's good. When did you hide this trick from me? Don't worry, there are more good things. There are more good things? Oh my god, that's enough, you can't finish it if you make more. The big lobster on the table already made Shang Haolong feel valued. As for the other dishes, it was really unnecessary. When you know what it is, you will think it's too little. Really? I don't believe it. Stir-fried bull whip with sea cucumber, do you want it? This. Then hurry up. When Shang Haolong heard about bull whip and sea cucumber, he immediately changed his face. When he was still in school, Shang Haolong didn't know what stimulated him. He said this to nourish the kidneys and that to nourish the kidneys every day. But there was not much money at that time, but even so, whenever he went out to eat with him, scrambled eggs with chives were never missing. Now the conditions are better, and my cooking skills are also awesome, so I have to compensate him in this regard? Little guy, I knew you were just this much. Come and serve the dishes. Here I come. 10 minutes later, all the dishes were served on the table. Big lobster, stir-fried bull whip with sea cucumber, stir-fried kidney, mutton offal soup, stir-fried beef, and 2 home-cooked dishes for the little ones, all done. It's mainly for 2 people to drink and eat. It doesn't matter if you make too much at one time and can't finish it. Don't let Shang Haolong, the idiot, eat too much, that would be bad. Are you drinking beer or baijiu? Let me tell you, this baijiu is a tonic wine soaked with Chinese medicinal herbs such as wolfberry and angelica. Baijiu. How can I enjoy beer today? I must drink baijiu. Okay, then let's have some baijiu. As he said that, Chang Xiaosong took out a transparent glass bottle of wine soaked with medicinal herbs from the wine cabinet. Tang Tang, go to bed after you finish your meal. Uncle Shang and I will probably have a long meal. Okay, Uncle Shang, don't drink with my dad. My dad is a heavy drinker. Ha, I don't know your dad's alcohol tolerance, so don't worry. What are you still standing there for? Eat your food, then I won't be polite. To be honest, Shang Haolong has never had such a sumptuous meal since he was a child. The most important thing is that this table of food is made for him, which makes Shang Haolong very moved. But no matter how moved he is, when such a large table of food is placed in front of him, his first target is still the big bullwhip. There is no way the kidney tonic has penetrated into his brain. He picked up a small piece of bullwhip and put it into his mouth impatiently, as if eating this piece of bullwhip would achieve immediate results. Delicious, I've been thinking about it for so long, and finally I get to taste what bullwhip tastes like. Shang Haolong chewed it with big mouthfuls, as if he was fulfilling a wish, and he chewed it very hard. Chang Xiaosong had been pressing the bullwhip in a pressure cooker for a long time, because he knew that Shang Haolong would definitely eat it. Don't worry, there are so many good things. Finish these dishes at noon today, and there will be more in the evening. Seeing how he was eating so happily, Chang Xiaosong also took a chopstick to taste it. Not bad, chewy and chewy, paired with some seafood, it is so delicious. Come on, let's have one. TSK, this wine is good, with a strong medicinal aroma, good stuff. Shang Haolong took a sip of the wine, and a medicinal aroma rushed straight to his forehead. He probably couldn't taste anything, but just kept saying it was good. Of course, regardless of whether the wine is good or not, at least we have to respect the various medicinal herbs soaked in the bottle, right? What's wrong with you, kid? How come I almost didn't recognize you in the blink of an eye? After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Shang Haolong told him about his doubts. Don't ask if you are a brother. This thing is not easy to explain, but you just need to know that I got it all from the right way. Chang Xiaosong really couldn't find a better excuse to explain these things. You can't just say that you got the system, right? Okay. Hearing this, Sheng Haolong hesitated for a long time and nodded. In fact, he also had some thoughts in his mind. After all, the brothers who used to hang out together are now doing so well in the blink of an eye, while he is still a social animal with a monthly salary of a few thousand yuan. This feeling is hard to accept all of a sudden, even if they were good friends. He wanted to ask Chang Xiaosong how he made so much money all of a sudden. See if he can get some benefits from him with his relationship. But now he keeps silent. Alas! Sheng Haolong suddenly felt that the wine in his glass had no taste. Haolong, I know what you are thinking, but you can't replicate the path I've taken. And even though I live here now, the cash I have in my hand is really only the prize money I won from winning the designer championship a few days ago. Seeing Sheng Haolong's dejected look, Chang Xiaosong felt bad too. He cherishes the friendship between friends. To be honest, if he was really the president of a group with a net worth of over 100 million, he would be very willing to arrange a decent job for this one of his few good friends. After all, for some positions, you really don't need great ability to be competent. But he is not like that. In addition to a house, a car, and a savings of 2 million, what else does he have? He also wants all his relatives and friends to make a fortune. Wouldn't it be nice for everyone to have fun together? Don't say anymore. What is the relationship between us? I still believe what you say. Let's drink. Sheng Haolong felt the sincerity shown by Chang Xiaosong. Besides, he has only one miserable life, and he is already very satisfied to be able to get a little bit of light. Well, I won't say anything else. Didn't you always want to open a small store? Don't go to the class now, it doesn't have any future anyway. You spend your time looking for a store. When you find a suitable store, I will invest and you will be the store manager. We will split the income 50-50. But my investment cannot exceed 500,000 yuan, after all, there will be many places that need money later. What do you think? Chang Xiaosong said after a moment of silence. In fact, Chang Xiaosong had thought of this idea last night. The class he is in now really has no future. It is just an ordinary sales job that anyone can do. The most important thing is that it is really difficult to see the prospects. And he has said before that he wants to open a supermarket. The most important thing is that the business of opening a supermarket is not risky, that is, it is a matter of how much you make. Because Sheng Haolong's family also has relatives doing this kind of business. 500,000 yuan? Aren't you afraid that I will lose money? Friends are friends, but Sheng Haolong can still realize the seriousness of the matter for the promise of 500,000 yuan. I still have some trust in you. In response, Chang Xiaosong smiled and said. It was 2:30 in the afternoon. Little Ting opened his eyes drowsily from the bed and stretched comfortably. Dad should be taking a nap at this time, right? Little Ting climbed up from the bed quietly, looked at the living room, and found that his father and Uncle Shang were not there. He walked towards Chang Xiaosong's room secretly. Sure enough, Chang Xiaosong was lying on the bed sleeping, and Uncle Shang must have gone home. Little Ting was bored, so he picked up Chang Xiaosong's mobile phone and opened the short video to kill time. Chang Xiaosong heard the music drowsily and thought that his mobile phone had a call. But when he opened his eyes, Little Ting seemed to be a thief, and quickly turned off the screen of the mobile phone and hid it under the mattress. Dad, you're awake. Hey, Ting, what are you doing here? Looking at Ting sitting in front of his bed, Chang Xiaosong asked with some surprise. Tong Tang didn't know what to do, so she played with Dad's phone. Little Tong Tan was still not used to lying in front of Chang Xiaosong. After a little questioning, she took out the phone hidden under the mat. Oh, Tong Tang is bored, so she played with Dad's phone, right? Yeah, it's just too boring. Yes, although the villa they live in is quite big, there is no one except herself and Tong Tang, and the whole villa looks empty. Now is the time when children need to play. If she is locked up at home, even if it is a villa. But for little Tong Tang, it is still boring. Why don't we go to the mall to play now? Okay. Hearing that her father said he was going to the mall, little Tong Tang cheered immediately. Let's go, let's hurry up and change clothes, and go straight to the mall in 5 minutes. When it comes to going to the mall, little Tong Tang is so active. She went to the bathroom to wash her face and changed into the clothes that Chang Xiaosong personally designed for her. She waited for Chang Xiaosong in the living room beautifully. In the current city, many large shopping malls have been built to promote the steady growth of the real estate industry. For example, the villa where Chang Xiaosong lives was relatively remote in the past. However, with the expansion of the city, this villa area has unexpectedly occupied a good location in the city. Apart from other things, There are several shopping malls built next to the villa. After getting on the car and passing several traffic lights, we arrived at the Wanda shopping mall closest to the villa. Let's go shopping. As soon as he got off the car, Xiao Tang ran down the car with his small water bottle on his back. The two took the elevator to the ground floor, and suddenly, beautiful and fun things appeared in front of them. Since it is the weekend, many parents don't know where to take their children to play, so there are only young lovers in the mall. Basically, they are like Chang Xiaosong, who takes their children out to play. Dad, that squid looks so big and delicious. When Xiao Tang passed by the fried squid, he pulled Chang Xiaosong's hand and swallowed his saliva and said, "Then let's buy 2 skewers. Dad is hungry too." Really? That's great. Hearing this answer, Xiao Tang's little face smiled happily. It is normal for children to be greedy. Not to mention children, sometimes adults will be tempted by these street snacks. As long as she is not indulged in eating snacks without any bottom line, Chang Xiaosong thinks it is alright. It's not like when I was a child, watching others eat while I silently swallow my saliva, right? After buying squid and a cup of Mishui Ice City, Xiao Tang was so impressive walking in the mall that she didn't even need Chang Xiaosong to hold her hand. Dad, come and see, there seems to be a ring toss here. Xiao Tang was walking and saw a large group of people gathered in the open space in front to watch the fun, so she quickly came over. There were many people and they were quite mixed. Chang Xiaosong didn't dare to be careless and followed her and held her hand. Chang Xiaosong saw that the stall owner here was really a ring toss. Maybe the stall owner also knew what kind of people came here to play, and the goods on the ground were basically all things that girls like. What little dolls, cute little ornaments, and in the front were some little turtles and goldfish. Chang Xiaosong looked at the sign next to him, which said 5 small rings for 10 yuan, and 10 large rings for 50 yuan. This is a sure win. Not only is the price of the ring high, but the diameter of the small ring is probably only about 11 or 12 centimeters. Not to mention putting on dolls, even the success rate of putting on goldfish and turtles is not high. In just a few minutes of watching, some people have put on dozens or hundreds of rings, but they didn't catch a hair. Oh, just a little bit more. Xiao Tang was watching others put on the rings, and she was even more excited than she was. Hey, big sister, why are you here? Just when Xiao Tang put all her energy on others putting on the rings, Xiaoming came out from the side and patted Xiao Tang on the shoulder. Hey, what a coincidence, you are here to play in the mall too. Yeah, it's not fun at home. Not only me, many people from my class are here to play in the mall, look, they are here too. Xiaoming pointed to several classmates gathered on the other side. Yes, the school is not far from here, and most people who can study in Tang school live nearby, so it is normal to play in the mall nearby on weekends. Hey, Zhang Zixuan, let's play together. Xiaoming pulled Xiao Tang to the boys. I won't play with you, you are Tang's little brother, we are not Tang's little brothers. Zhang Zixuan is the leader among these boys, and he doesn't give Xiaoming and Xiao Tang any face. What are you talking about? Xiaoming is not my little brother, we are friends and classmates. Seeing Zhang Zixuan talking like this, Xiao Tang said quickly. TSK, we don't care. Anyway, Xiaoming is your little brother, we won't play with him. Not only will we not play with him, we won't play with you either. Zhang Zixuan, what are you doing? At this time, a middle-aged man came over with dozens of hoops in his hand, pretending to be unhappy and said, I didn't do anything. I heard it all. We are all classmates, how can you say such things? It's okay, it's normal for children to have some conflicts. At this time, Xiaoming's father, who was talking to Chang Xiaosong, came over and said something. I'm sorry, Xiaoming's father, these children are forming cliques at such a young age. What will happen when they grow up? Take it, share it among the classmates, everyone should get one, do you hear me? In order to apologize, Zhang Zixuan's father stuffed all the rings in his hand into his hand. Share it. You know what, Zhang Zixuan is still very brave at a young age. Here, 5 for each person, that's enough. Zhang Zixuan gave 5 to everyone present, and when it was Xiao Tang's turn, Xiao Tang looked back at her father. Chang Xiaosong smiled and nodded, motioning her to take it. Okay, let's play ring tossing. After Zhang Zixuan distributed the rings, he took the remaining rings and started throwing them. 1, 2, 3, 4, he had almost thrown all the rings in his hand, but he still couldn't throw any. After a while, Zhang Zixuan got a little anxious. Oh, let me do it. Seeing this, the remaining children volunteered to go up and throw rings, but it was not that easy. While these children were throwing rings, parents such as Tang's father, Xiaoming's father, and Zixuan's father stood aside and chatted. What I fear most now is the weekend. The kids are making a fuss at home, and I really don't know where to take them to play. Who said it wasn't? I took Xiaoming to the amusement park last week and he had a lot of fun, but I can't take him to the amusement park every day, right? Well, I do have a place to go. A new park has been developed in the north of the city recently. It should be pretty good. I heard that there are a lot of people flying kites there. How about we take them to fly kites tomorrow? That's fine. It's better than playing with mobile phones and watching TV at home. No way, we spent so much money and put so many rings, but now we haven't caught anything. I'm so angry, this vendor must be a profiteer, the rings he gave us are too small. Scam boss, we've been watching here for so long, and no one has caught anything. These children were very excited at first, and came to put rings with full confidence. Who would have thought that after so many rings, they didn't catch a single one? Suddenly, several children became angry and even felt very wronged. Hey, what are you talking about? I clearly marked the price here. I'm doing honest business. You didn't get it yourself, so you say I'm a liar. Isn't that too bad? If you think the ring is too small, can't you buy a bigger one? I have big rings here. Seeing these kids getting angry, the vendor owner was so happy. Just in that wave, these kids gave more than 100 yuan. If I can trick them into buying more big rings, I can call it a day. Humph, we won't be fooled by you. Xiao Tang pouted and was about to pull her companions away after saying this. If you don't have the skills, then you don't have the skills. What's the point of saying it's a scam? Just as they were about to leave, the vendor owner lazily added a sentence. Who said we don't have the skills? We just don't want to cheat you. Zhang Zixuan was originally a proud and spoiled person. How could he stand such verbal provocation? He was so angry that he asked his father to pay for the ring on the spot. If you can catch whatever you want, just keep catching it. I welcome you. If you can catch it, I'll give you as much as you want. I don't know if the vendor wanted to play a trick on them or really wanted to make money through them. He actually got into a quarrel with these kids. Humph, I'll let my dad do it. Zhang Zixuan was still a kid after all. He couldn't help but get angry and had to go over to ask his dad to catch the ring. Because in the hearts of kids at this time, dads are always so omnipotent. Dad, we've run out of traps. We didn't catch anything. Go buy us some more rings. That's right, the boss also said that our skills are not good and we can't put things on. You go and help me put some things on. Dad. Who can bear these 5 or 6 children acting like spoiled children together? If it were just 1 or 2, he could still scold them, but the key is that there are other children next to him, so he can only let them do what they want. Okay, everyone, stop arguing. I'll take you to buy rings and I'll put toys on you, okay? This is what Xiaoming's father can't stand the most. Amid their shouting, he quickly raised his hands in surrender and took them to find the boss like a big man. As long as they are happy, a few hundred yuan is nothing. But after 5 minutes, Xiaoming's father was like a defeated rooster, and he came over with the group of children in a dusty faced it. This vendor boss is really a traitor. I'm not as cunning as him when doing business. What's the matter? Another one didn't get put on? Zhang Zixuan's father knew something was wrong when he saw the situation, and asked with a smile. Don't mention it. I spent 200 yuan, but I didn't even catch a small goldfish. I'm so embarrassed. Poochie. Is it that difficult? Watch me. Seeing the expression on Xiaoming's father's face, the parents couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hey, don't laugh at me. If you are good, go ahead and catch it. Go, I don't believe it. These parents also got angry and walked over with their children. It seemed that they had to show their faces in front of the children today and get something back. TSK. Is there something wrong with this ring? It didn't catch it? Is it true? Not good, the dads are not good, and they haven't caught anything so far. In the process of catching the ring again and again, these children were full of hope at the beginning, but became more and more disappointed in the end, and even began to doubt whether their fathers were omnipotent. Don't worry, Tang Tang's father hasn't caught it yet. Tang Tang's father is very good. Yes, my father is very good. Hearing Zhang Zixuan say this about the fathers, Xiao Tang immediately refused to do it. Because in her mind, her father is really omnipotent. There is nothing he can't do. TSK, if your father is really good, then just put the ring on. If you can put something on, I will admit that your father is good. That's right, haven't you always said that your father is good? Now the chance to prove yourself is here. Could it be that your father is afraid that he can't put it on, so he won't put it on? Oh my god, Xiao Tang's words instantly became the target of public criticism. In addition, she often talks about how good her father is at school, which makes everyone's expectations of her father very high. No, my father is also very good at putting rings on, and he never misses. Ding! It has been detected that my daughter Chang Tang Tang has successfully boasted once in won them all. According to the host's situation, the host will be automatically matched with rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ring tossing master skill. Rewards are being issued to the host. Ding, the ring tossing skill has been sent successfully. Just when Chang Xiaosong was about to spend money to buy some rings and put them on for everyone, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. A master of hooping? What kind of funny skill is this? To be honest, since the rise of short video platforms such as Douyin, Chang Xiaosong has indeed seen talents in all aspects. Among them is a master of hooping. As long as he wants to hoop, there is nothing he can't hoop. At that time, Chang Xiaosong was thinking that if this kid lived in a war-torn era, he would definitely become a master of bomb throwing. While Chang Xiaosong was still thinking about it, all kinds of throwing skills suddenly appeared in his mind. No more hooping, this is just a lie. Just when Chang Xiaosong had just absorbed all the knowledge and skills of throwing, Zhang Zixuan's father finally couldn't stand it. Let's go, what the hell is this? It's so annoying, I don't want to play anymore. Before, it was the children who had a mental breakdown, and now it was the turn of the adults who couldn't hold it anymore, and they started to curse one by one. Dad, are you good at throwing rings? Under the urging of many children, Xiao Tang Tang stepped forward and pulled Chang Xiaosong's hand with a guilty conscience. Although in Xiao Tang Tang's heart, her father may not be good at throwing rings. But what if? Who doesn't want their father to be omnipotent? Even if he can only throw a small thing, it's okay. How about Dad try it? Seeing Xiao Tang Tang's expectant eyes, Chang Xiaosong was instantly melted by her. Forget it, Tang Tang Dad, this thing is a lie, it can't be thrown at all. That's right, why waste this money, it's better to play something else. Just now I threw more than 10 rings together, and I couldn't throw one. This is a pure waste of money. Seeing Chang Xiaosong still want to buy rings, other parents persuaded him. Dad, just throw a few rings. Xiao Tang Tang looked back and found that many children were focusing their eyes on her. Xiao Tang Tang couldn't stand this situation, and said like a spoiled child again. It's okay. If the child likes to play, just buy a few more circles. Seeing this, Chang Xiaosong hugged Xiao Tang Tang in his arms and said to everyone with great pampering. Everyone has come from the era of children. Children basically respect the strong. If he can show his skills here, Xiao Tang Tang will have some benefits in the class in the future. Muah! I know that my father is the best to me. Seeing that Chang Xiaosong actually went against the crowd for her, Xiao Tang Tang held his face with both hands and kissed him hard. Oh my eyes are blind. Are you lying to me about giving birth to a daughter? My goodness, this affection, I'm jealous! Exclamation point. When the parents saw such a cute little Tang Tang, they all felt so jealous. When they thought of their own sons, they would make trouble, and they wished they could slap them twice now. After the kiss, they found that everyone was making fun of her. Xiao Tang Tang's face turned red, and she embarrassedly buried her little head in Chang Xiaosong's arms. Ha, if you want to envy me, go home and envy me. Chang Xiaosong rubbed little Ting Ting's head with his hand, and then walked to the vendor's boss. Give me 10 big circles and 10 small circles. Okay, 70 in total. After paying the money, he got 20 circles. Ting Ting, is there anything you want? Daddy will help you catch it. Dad, catch a little turtle first. Little Ting Ting looked at the things on the ground, and only the goldfish and the little turtle were the closest. In her mind, it must be the easiest to catch the little turtle and the goldfish. Yes, catch the closest one, otherwise everyone will go back empty-handed, which is too ugly. Don't look at the turtle and the goldfish. It's not easy to catch them either. Be careful. Do you think Ting Ting's father can catch anything? Of course he can't catch it. So many of our fathers can't catch it. Why can his father catch it? Now everyone has caught all the circles in their hands, and only Chang Xiaosong has some newly bought circles in his hand. Everyone naturally focused their attention on him. Okay, let's catch a little turtle first. Chang Xiaosong took a small circle and weighted in his hand. Suddenly, a very familiar feeling came over him, as if he had practiced it countless times before. Aiming, Chang Xiaosong moved his wrist, and everyone saw the small circle in his hand spinning and flying towards the fish tank not far away. Ding! There was a sound of hitting the glass, and the small circle actually accurately caught the small fish tank with the little turtle in it. Hit it? Dad, you got it. Yeah! Xiao Tang Tang, who was a little afraid to see the result, was so excited when she saw that the circle had hit it. She hugged Chang Xiaosong's neck with both hands and shook it nonstop. I told you, my dad is super awesome. After saying this, Xiao Tang Tang turned around and shouted to several boys in the class. Awesome, it's really awesome. Tisk, what's so amazing about that? It's just a small turtle that's nearby. If you're really awesome, you'd just catch a big doll. That's right, what's so exciting about a small turtle? These kids felt sour when they saw how excited little Tang Tang was. But this is also normal. After all, they are all children, and they grew up with praise. They all think they are the best, so it's not surprising to have such emotions. Oh, Tang Tang's dad is awesome. He said he would catch a small turtle, so he caught a small turtle. That's great. He finally caught something. Boss, bring this little turtle over here. Chang Xiaosong and the others finally helped them vent their anger. These parents felt so happy. That's right. I can see that this guy has practiced before and caught it in one go. Having made so much money today, the vendor boss was in a good mood. It's just a small turtle, and the cost is not high. What's wrong with saying something good to them? Big sister, don't pay attention to them, they just can't afford to lose. Seeing that they were still being stubborn, Xiaoming couldn't stand it anymore and said something in a sarcastic tone. Who said we can't afford to lose? If you are really good, just put a doll farther away and let us learn more. Zheng Zixuan took the lead. What if Uncle Chang can put it on? If he can, I will say he is good. Okay, you said it yourself. Xiaoming was already very upset when they said he was Xiao Tang Tang's younger brother. Now that he finally had a chance to teach them a lesson, Xiaoming would naturally not let it go. Uncle Chang, put another doll on and show them, so that they won't scream there. You are the one who was screaming. It's not difficult to put a turtle on. Okay, then which one do you think is good? Looking at these kids who were fearless and refused to give in to anyone, Chang Xiaosong suddenly found it quite interesting. Uncle Chang, if you are really good, you can take down the biggest doll, and we will respect you. Zhang Zixuan was also very brave. He stood out from the crowd and pointed at the doll as big as him in the distance. TSK, Zixuan, how can you talk to your Uncle Chang? Zhang Zixuan's father saw this and quickly stood up and scolded Zhang Zixuan. It's okay, it's normal for a child. Okay, then Uncle Chang will help you put the doll down. Chang Xiaosong stopped Zhang Zixuan's father and spoke to him like an older brother. Don't look at them as children now, but they also long to be respected. Just like Xiao Tang Tang, although she couldn't explain many things, as long as Chang Xiaosong treated her well, she understood in her heart. Hee, that doll is not as easy to put as the little turtle. Seeing that Chang Xiaosong spoke as if drinking water, the vendor sneered and said something sarcastic. Although Chang Xiaosong said good things for Zhang Zixuan, who was more arrogant, would not say thank you in person. But he also understood in his heart, but he was embarrassed to speak now. Zhang Zixuan, watch it. Chang Xiaosong changed a big circle in his hand, waited, and threw it directly at the doll in the distance. Watch this. Chang Xiaosong shouted, and threw the big circle in his hand into the distance. Hee. Seeing this, the vendor boss chuckled, took the hook in his hand, and was ready to go over to collect the circle. But the next second, the smile on his face froze on his face. How is it possible? The big red circle was firmly put on the head of the extra-large doll and did not move. This doll cost 70 or 80 yuan, and it's gone just like that? Yeah. Dad, you are really awesome. Compared to the paralyzed expression of the vendor boss, Xiao Tang Tang was as excited as if he had won 5 million, hugging Chang Xiaosong and kissing him non-stop. Wow, this is too awesome. Is it true? Tang Tang's father is too awesome, right? Awesome. I am convinced. When these children saw that the big doll was really caught by Chang Xiaosong, they were also excited and couldn't help themselves, and kept screaming. Oh my god, Tang Tang's father, I didn't expect you to be so good at hooping, it's great. Ha, I didn't lose out today, at least I caught the biggest doll. Awesome. The parents were very happy to see this scene. Although the doll is only worth so much, it was not bought, but obtained with their own skills. This is enough to make them a little excited. In fact, although these parents look quite old, who doesn't have the heart of a teenager? Good skills, here. The vendor boss had no choice but to take off the big doll and hand it to Chang Xiaosong. Give it to me, give it to me. Xiao Ting Ting opened her hands very wide, hugged the doll that was bigger than her, and even kissed it a few times. Uncle Chang, can you help me put on a minion? I want a minion so much. Seeing Xiao Ting Ting holding such a big doll, Xiaoming was immediately envious and ran to Chang Xiaosong and whispered. Among so many people, only Xiaoming dared to stand up and talk to Chang Xiaosong. After all, he had gone to Xiao Ting Tang's house to swim before, and they had also gone to the amusement park together. In addition, he was a cheerful person. If it were any other kid, they wouldn't have the courage to ask for this. Sure, which minion do you want? I want the one with glasses. Okay, wait. Chang Xiaosong took out another ring, waited, and threw it out. Snap. The ring just happened to hit the top of the minion's head. Yeah, Uncle Chang, you're so awesome. Seeing that the minion he wanted was really caught, Xiaoming was even more excited than Xiao Tungtung, and he kept jumping around on the spot. Here. The vendor was a little unhappy now. After taking off the minion, he threw it directly at Xiaoming. Hey, what are you doing? Seeing this, Xiaoming's father couldn't stand it. After helping to take over the minion, he shouted at the vendor in dissatisfaction. What did I do? I just gave him a doll. Forget it, why bother with him? Seeing that something was not right, other parents stepped forward and pulled Xiaoming's father. No, boss, it's just 2 dolls, isn't it? At this point, Chang Xiaosong was also a little unhappy. What are you doing? It was supposed to be a happy thing, do you have to make everyone unhappy? Besides, we spent so much money on the rings before, not to mention anything else, 700 or 800 yuan, right? Oh, you were smiling when you made money, but now you are not happy because you bleed a little? I am like this, you can choose whether to use it or not. The boss didn't know what was wrong with him, and he left this sentence and walked to the side. Hey, I've been doing business for so many years, and I haven't seen such a person who can't afford to lose. Tang Tang's father, put more things, I have to teach him a lesson today. The attitude of the vendor boss instantly made everyone furious, but they had no choice but to pin this opportunity on Chang Xiaosong. Okay, there are so many kids today, so it's not too much for each of them to have a doll. Come on, Uncle Chang. Catch all his dolls. Come on, Daddy Tang Tung. These kids also shared the same hatred and cheered for Chang Xiaosong. Come on, Daddy. Okay. Putting down the little Tung Tung, Chang Xiaosong packed up the rings in his hand and prepared to do something fierce. Originally, he was going to catch a few and forget it, but the vendor's heart was so broad that it didn't matter if he caught a few more, anyway, he wouldn't lose much money. But he couldn't help but be angry. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 rings were used, and 3 dolls were caught in an instant. Wow, Uncle Chang is so amazing. Really amazing, whoever he says he can catch can be caught. It would be great if he could catch all the dolls here. Wow, Daddy Tang Tang is really amazing. After a while, all the 10 dolls on the field were caught by Chang Xiaosong. Although he made 2 mistakes, it was already considered very amazing. After putting the dolls on, Chang Xiaosong started to put the toys on. Transformers, excavators, Barbie dolls, etc. But soon, Chang Xiaosong had used up all the hoops in his hand. Yes, at the beginning, he just wanted to play, so he bought 10 big hoops and 10 small hoops. Boss, another 50 yuan for the big hoops. I admit you're awesome, but I won't sell you this hoops anymore. The vendor boss just sat there motionless, but his heart was bleeding, constantly calculating how much money he had been trapped today. Now that Chang Xiaosong had finally finished trapping all the hoops in his hand, how could he possibly sell him another hoops? Hey, you're still afraid of losing money as a businessman? Then why don't you just stop doing this business? That's right, if you can't afford to lose, close the stall as soon as possible. You were so happy to make money from us before, but now you can't stand losing a little? What a moral! Before Chang Xiaosong could say anything, the other parents couldn't help it and started to fire at him from all directions. Yes, I won't set up the stall today. Can I go home? The stall owner did not argue with the parents' accusations. He piled up the things that Chang Xiaosong had caught, threw them over, and then started to pack up his own things. There's really nothing I can do about him. Zhang Zixuan's father was so angry that he didn't know what to say when he saw that he was so indifferent. Forget it, why bother with him, we won't lose anything. Seeing that the other people were so angry, Xiaoming's father came out to make peace. Tang Tang's father, thanks to you today, otherwise I would be so angry that I couldn't sleep tonight. Turning around, Zhang Zixuan's father said to Chang Xiaosong politely. You're welcome. I just stumbled upon it by accident. I feel great, otherwise I wouldn't be able to get so many things. Okay, let the children share all these things. I want this, and I want that too. You've already taken a Transformer, why are you taking Ultraman? Don't move, these are all collected by Tung Tang's father, isn't it too much to let Tung Tang divide them? With a pile of toys in front of them, the children immediately went crazy and started fighting for them, almost causing a fight. It was still Xiaoming who stood up to preside over justice. After hearing what he said, everyone immediately focused their attention on Xiao Tingtung. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on her, Xiao Tingtang suddenly became a little nervous. Yes, she had never stood in such a C position before. Dad, how do you say we should divide it? Maybe she was a little nervous. Xiao Tingtang pulled Chang Xiaosong's hand and asked for help. How about this, except for the doll in your hand, you let everyone play rock paper scissors, whoever wins can choose the toy first. Okay, that's it. Hearing this method, Xiao Tong said. No, I said this, but you are the one who distributes the toys, so you should say this to everyone. It's a rare opportunity. Chang Xiaosong wants Xiao Tong to grasp it himself. After all, there are not many such opportunities. For Xiao Tong, it is also convenient for her to establish a good image in front of these children in the future. Okay then. This toy is mine. You play rock paper scissors, whoever wins will choose the toy first, and you can only choose one. Maybe with Chang Xiaosong as a backing, Xiao Tong was not so nervous. She walked in front of everyone and repeated the rules. Well, this is fair. I agree. When this rule was said, everyone was quite convinced, because it was relatively fair. Come on, rock paper scissors. Hey, I won. In fact, these children don't need very good things, they just need playmates and an atmosphere. After distributing these toys, little Tang was like a little leader among these little brats, jumping around in the crowd, not to mention how happy he was. This kind of satisfaction of a leader is of great benefit to the child's future. It's almost time, we have to go back to eat. Come on, thank you Uncle Chang. Uncle Chang is so awesome, thank you Uncle Chang. After the children played for a while, it was getting late, and one by one they began to say goodbye and go home. Goodbye, Tang. Tang, your dad is really awesome, goodbye. Tang, thank you for your toys. When the children were leaving, they all said hello to little Tang. Goodbye. It was the first time that little Tang was so valued by everyone, and she was naturally very happy. Dad, I'm so happy today. After everyone left, Xiao Tang pulled Chang Xiaosong's arm and asked him to hug her. Hey, as long as you have fun, let's go out and play more often next time. That's great. After saying that, Xiao Tang kissed Chang Xiaosong on the face again. Dad, they all went back to eat. When are we going back to eat? We're not going back today. Let's go to a restaurant. Eat out? Yes, I'm tired of eating at home every day. I want to enjoy myself today. Let's go. Although Chang Xiaosong's cooking skills are now at the world's top level, he can't stand cooking every day, right? Occasionally going out to a restaurant will make you feel better. Let's go. Under the leadership of Chang Xiaosong, Xiao Tang's short legs stepped up very high, and he walked very vigorously step by step. Let's have 3 cups chicken, steamed mandarin fish, boiled pork slices, and a little internet celebrity yogurt. Okay, wait a minute. Dad, this place is so big, so many people eat here. After ordering the dishes, Xiao Tang's eyes never stopped. This is an internet celebrity restaurant with a large storefront, and in order to attract customers, many sculptures that children like are made. To be honest, before becoming rich, Chang Xiaosong had never brought her to such a big restaurant for dinner. So it is normal for Xiao Tang to be a little curious. Because this is where we eat. Why don't they eat at home, but all run out to eat? Because cooking at home is very tiring, and you have to buy vegetables, wash vegetables, and cook, so many people eat out for convenience. And the food cooked in the restaurant is better than the food cooked by many people. No, I think the food cooked by my father is the best. Originally, Xiao Tang was listening very enthusiastically, but when it came to the deliciousness of the food, Xiao Tang immediately disagreed. Well, not everyone's cooking is as delicious as Dad's. That's true, because I've eaten the lunchbox that Xiaoming brought from home, and it's really not as delicious as Dad's. While they were still chatting, the dishes they ordered were served one after another. Come, try the difference between the dishes in the restaurant and the dishes made by Dad. After serving a bowl of rice to Xiao Tang, Chang Xiaosong picked some good ones and put them in her bowl. Well, it's delicious, but it's still a lot worse than what Dad cooks. After eating a few dishes, Xiao Tang gave a fair evaluation. In fact, if you don't drink in a restaurant, you can still eat very quickly. Dad, this meal is so comfortable, you don't even have to clean up. After eating the last bite of yogurt, Xiao Tang took Chang Xiaosong's hand and walked out of the restaurant. Yes, many people come to the restaurant to eat because they don't want to clean up. Dad, if you don't want to clean up the dishes in the future, just tell Tang, and Tang will help you clean up the dishes in the future, okay? Seeing the happy expression on Chang Xiaosong's face, little Tang seemed to realize something and said in a baby voice. No, Dad just doesn't want to clean up occasionally, but most of the time I'm happy to clean up. No, I will help Dad clean up the dishes, okay. Then next time when I have time, I will leave it to you to clean up, that's okay. Well, that's more like it. Seeing Chang Xiaosong succumb to her coquetry, little Tang was like winning a small victory, and she hummed a song briskly. I love you walking alone in the dark alley, I love you not kneeling. Well, this song of the lone hero has completely become a song for elementary school students. Dad, are we going back now? After strolling around the mall for a while and digesting the food, little Tang Tang was in a good mood. There are no classes tomorrow anyway, so why don't we go watch a movie before going back? Watch a movie? Okay, I've never seen a movie before. When she heard that they were going to watch a movie, Xiao Tang Tang jumped up excitedly again. In fact, watching movies is not considered a high consumption, but most parents now work 996 hours a day, and they finally have a day off, and they all want to lie at home for a day. After all, it is really tiring. So even if it is such a small form of entertainment, many children have not tried it. In the minds of adults, watching movies is indeed not a novel thing, but for children who have never seen a movie, that kind of yearning cannot be expressed in words. Let's go to the cinema to see if there are any good movies today. Seeing Xiao Tang Tang's happy look, Chang Xiaosong felt very satisfied. He walked through the crowd and took the elevator to the 5th floor cinema. As soon as he got off the elevator, various movie posters appeared in front of him. Dad, there is a big bald Chang here, and there are also Big Bear and Little Bear. In recent years, Boonie Bears has been popular, so the cinema has made a three-dimensional propaganda sculpture of Boonie Bears. But where has Xiao Tang Tang seen such a realistic bald Chang? So he quickly pulled Chang Xiaosong to the front and wanted to touch it with his hand. Don't touch it, because it was made by the staff with great effort. It would be bad if you damage it, but we can take pictures. Then Dad, please take some pictures for me. Make them prettier. Little Tang Tang stood in front of the sculpture and made a cute expression. Well, it turns out that loving beauty is a girl's nature. Even though little Tang Tang is still so young, she knows to take prettier pictures. Pretty, right? After taking a few photos, Chang Xiaosong showed them to Xiao Tang Tang. Yeah, not bad, thank you, Dad. Then he kissed Chang Xiaosong on the face again. Let's go to the sofa and choose a movie. While sitting in the waiting area, Chang Xiaosong opened Taobao to check out today's movie schedule. The first time he took Xiao Tang Tang to see a movie, it had to be IMAX 3D, that kind of huge 3D movie. Both the picture and the sound effects were pretty good. Luckily, there was a movie called Boonie Bears tonight. Dad, when I was watching TV, I saw other people buying popcorn and Coke when they watched a movie. Why don't we buy some too? Maybe because it was the first time to watch a movie, Xiao Tang Tang had a strong sense of ritual. Okay, then you wait here, Dad will buy some snacks. Anyway, the counter was very close to the sofa and he could see it when he turned his head, so Chang Xiaosong had nothing to worry about. Give me a bucket of large popcorn and 2 cups of Coke. Okay, wait a minute. Although Chang Xiaosong and Xiao Tang Tang had just finished their meal, Chang Xiaosong still chose a large cup for this kind of thing. How should I put it? Even if I can't eat it tonight, I can take it back and eat it tomorrow. But if you only buy a small cup, it may not be so effective for Xiao Tang Tang. Wow, Dad, the popcorn you bought is too big, right? Sure enough, when Xiao Tang Tang held a large bucket of popcorn in both hands, her expression and eyes were full of surprise. A movie takes 2 hours, we can watch it slowly and eat it slowly. Chang Xiaosong touched her little head with a doting look and said, Dad is so nice. After that, Xiao Tang Tang couldn't wait to eat popcorn. After a while, it was Chang Xiaosong's turn for the movie. Chang Xiaosong took Xiao Tang Tang to check the tickets and came to the screening room after many twists and turns. Maybe most parents don't have much time to watch movies with their children, so there are very few people in the theater. There are probably only about 20 children in total. Dad, this place is so big. After finding a seat, Xiao Tang Tang looked around and whispered, Of course, because this is a movie theater. If it's busy, it will be full of people. Full of people? That should be very busy, right? Yes, but it's already night, so not many people are watching movies. Oh, so that's how it is. After hearing this explanation, Xiao Tang Tang nodded to show his understanding. In fact, sometimes the questions asked by children are so boring, but if you don't have the patience to answer them, or even show an impatient look to them, if children ask too many questions, they will stop asking you questions. Once this concept is formed, the child will not say anything or even avoid the question when he encounters something he doesn't understand or doesn't know. Over time, it will have a significant impact on his personality, such as inferiority complex and autism. Therefore, when dealing with children's questions, you must have enough patience and give them enough respect. Just when Chang Xiaosong had just put his things in place, an advertisement suddenly appeared on the huge screen. Ha! Isn't this screen a little too big? Xiao Tang Tang, who was still observing everything, was startled by the sudden advertisement. The size of the TV in the villa is already very large compared to ordinary TVs, but it is still dwarfed by the screen in the cinema. Hee, it feels good to watch TV on such a big screen, right? I think it's a little too big. After the advertisement, the lights in the screening room went out immediately because the main film was about to start. Fortunately, Chang Xiaosong was prepared in advance and stretched out his broad arms to hold Xiao Tangtang in his arms. When watching a movie, you have to turn off the lights so that you can see more clearly, so Tangtang is not afraid. Dad, why is there a double image on the screen? I can't see clearly. Oh, I was too busy chatting with you. Come on, put on these 3D glasses. As he said that, Chang Xiaosong quickly took out the 3D glasses he had just received from his pocket and helped Xiao Tangtang put them on. Look at the screen now. Is the picture not blurred? Ha! When Xiao Tangtang put on the 3D glasses for the first time, she found that the picture on the screen actually produced a 3D effect. This is undoubtedly a very magical thing for a child who knows nothing. After finding something wrong, Xiao Tangtang took off her glasses again and found that the picture on the screen still had a double image. She quickly put on the glasses again and found that the picture was very three-dimensional. Dad, these glasses are so magical, aren't they? I can see Big Bear and Little Bear are about to run out of the movie. Hee hee, isn't it magical? This is a 3D movie. The reason why it is like this cannot be explained in a few words. Let's watch the movie first. After watching the movie, Dad will briefly explain the principle to you. Well, okay. One reason is that the picture is magical, and the other is that the plot of this cartoon is really attractive to children, so Xiao Tangtang was quickly attracted by the movie. She even forgot to eat popcorn. Buzz buzz buzz. At this time, Chang Xiaosong's mobile phone received a message. Do you have time tomorrow? Chang Xiaosong took a look and found that it was a message from Zhou Qingying. I may have to take my daughter to the park tomorrow. Chang Xiaosong hesitated for a while and said, That's perfect. I have nothing to do tomorrow and can accompany your daughter with you. After Chang Xiaosong sent this message, he was about to put his phone back into his pocket, but he didn't expect Zhou Qingying to reply to him in seconds. Will this be too much trouble for you? In fact, Chang Xiaosong's original intention was to refuse. No, I'm just bored and I haven't met your daughter yet. I can meet her tomorrow. Okay then. Which park are you going to tomorrow? In the morning or in the afternoon? Do you want to eat out? If you eat out, I can bring some snacks. How about this? What time do you leave tomorrow? I'll come find you first, and then we'll go to the park together. Looking at the message on the phone screen, Chang Xiaosong was a little at a loss for a moment. Then we'll set off at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. We'll meet at the library station on subway line 3. Okay, then you should go to bed early and get some energy. I haven't been out for a long time. Okay, you should go to bed early too. After sending this message, Chang Xiaosong put away his phone.